Our story begins with the protagonist, Zhang Xiaofan, trying to understand what is happening now and where he is. The last thing he remembered was being sucked into a space vortex, as the thought suddenly came to him that he was now walking straight into another dimension. He was happy about it because no matter how useless he would still manage to become a martial arts master, and he would have a group of beautiful girls. Landing, Xiaofan shouted out that he had not expected such a good thing to happen to him, a 20th century orphan. But unfortunately for him, his arrival in the new world was not so gentle. A moment later, he realized his situation and began to beg to be taken back. Calling Xiaofan a stinky beggar, he was told to shut up if he didn't want to be killed. Xiaofan realized that beautiful girls were expensive and he was poor. He then noticed the magazine lying on top of him and decided that since there was nothing he could do to prevent it, he might as well just sit back and enjoy it. The night is long and he can look around, but after a little thought, he decided to do it sometime later, and right now it was more important to get some sleep. The next morning, Zhang Xiaofan woke up to the noise of the crowd. He went to check out what was going on that was making so much noise, and looking outside he was amazed, for there are cultivators here. Moreover, the girl cultivator turned out to be quite beautiful. He had read about immortal cultivators in novels in his past life, but he didn't expect to see them in person. The immortal thanked the residents for all their love and told them that they had come to recruit people for their school. But a cultivator must be talented. Seeing the girls rejoicing at the sight of such a beautiful immortal, Zhang Xiaofan felt a growing anger. The immortal waved his hand, and a ladder appeared in the square. After that, he said that whoever climbed the 3 steps would be able to enter their school and practice. Immediately after the explanation, a big guy burst out of the crowd and volunteered to climb the stairs first. The big guy managed to stand on the first step with no problem. He wished everyone would look at him. But suddenly, he realized he couldn't feel his body and slumped to the ground. The residents were surprised at the failure of the big guy since he looked so strong. Zhang Xiaofan wondered if these were not simple 9 steps. But then why did it seem hard, like climbing a mountain of swords and crossing a sea of fire? As suddenly another man volunteered to climb up from the crowd, it was the son of the village headman. Without feeling any heaviness, he began to climb the stairs, bypassing the recent big man. But after climbing to the 9th step, he realized that this was his limit and tried to catch his breath. Seeing such a result, the immortal could hardly believe his eyes. Being able to rise to the 6th step was already considered excellent, which meant that such a very talented kid was found in such a remote village. The immortal told the headman's son that his talent was good enough and asked him to follow him to the Ziyang Sect, after which he thanked the master. Immortal asked the residents if anyone else would like to try it. But the residents in the square immediately began to disperse, convinced they didn't stand a chance. Carefully and gently, the headman's son tried to put 1 foot down on a lower step so that he would not collapse from fatigue. Since no one else wants to get nailed, Immortal Chan announced the end of recruitment and got ready to fly away. As he was suddenly asked to wait for a while, Zhang Xiaofan said that he would do so. The residents began to mock Zhang Xiaofan. Because the little beggar suddenly thought he could get into the Ziyang Sect, someone clearly doesn't know his place. Zhang Xiaofan stood on the first step. The residents didn't expect such a thing. They even started to wonder if a little beggar could do it. Climbing the first step was much easier than Zhang Xiaofan had expected. Just as suddenly, he lost control of his body and slumped down. The headman's son asked the little beggar, "Does this kind of trash also want to cultivate?" Zhang Xiaofan began to be mocked, for the little toad suddenly decided to become a swan. Xiaofan demanded the headman's son to get out of his way, and to the amusement of the residents, he began to fall down the stairs over and over again. They scoffed at the fact that such garbage would forever remain garbage, and that the stinking beggar who had decided to show off clearly deserved it. Since there was no one else left in the village, the girl cultivator offered to leave, but Immortal Chan didn't hear it as he drooled thinking about her. She asked him what he was waiting for, after which he came to his senses and agreed to get out of here. Noticing this, Zhang Xiaofan realized that he had a chance to attract a cultivator. Xiaofan asked for Immortal Chang to listen to one request of his. The fact is that he has a limited and rare collection of knowledge of ancient sages, and he wants to present it to the Immortal Chan. He hopes that the Immortal will accept this compendium and recognize it. Seeing this compilation, Immortal Chang coughed and recalled that the Ziyang sect had recently lost its mountain guards and asked if he wanted to go by chance. Zhang Xiaofan happily agreed and thanked the Immortal. As he had expected, Immortal Chang turned out to be an animal. Flying away with the Immortals, Zhang Xiaofan mentally said goodbye to the foolish rednecks, for he was going to the practitioner sect. After flying outside the village, Xiaofan regarded the surroundings with a twinkle in his eyes, until the headman's son asked the filthy beggar why he was flying with them too. Immortal Chang explained that Jiang Xiaofan had become their brother's disciple specifically to get into the Ziyang sect. Xiaofan, on the other hand, mentally flaunted as he was able to pass, except that his collection had suffered. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan started to get motion sickness due to the flight, and Immortal Chang noticed it. Immortal Chang told his sister to go ahead while he would take Xiaofan to rest for a while, after which they would continue on their way. After landing, Immortal Chan recognized that Jiang Xiaofan was very smart, except that sometimes being overly smart was just a curse, such as now. The Immortal explained that there were things he was allowed to know about and things he was not allowed to know about. And if it becomes known in the future that he reads such books, his image will be destroyed. Therefore, he cannot let Jiang Xiaofan live. Immortal Chang kicked Xiaofan, throwing him off the mountain, after which he said it was all his own fault. Jiang Xiaofan plummeted from the heights and went down. After a while, the pain-weary Xiaofan managed to make it to dry land. He was angry at this handsome man who had gone so far to achieve his goal that he had abandoned his virtue. When he returns, he will definitely kill this immortal. However, where is he anyway? This place was too strange. Hence, Jiang Xiaofan decided to quietly leave this place. Suddenly, the monk under the tree said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The old man introduced himself as an old monk and said that he had been sitting here for 18,000 years, waiting for the right person to pass on the Buddhist scripture. Jiang Xiaofan said that it was too early for him to become a monk, for he was only a young boy. But the old man ignored Xiaofan's words and said that the Buddha had once said that heaven and earth were one and the same, the great universe being the progenitor of all things in the world. Xiaofan realized that this monk wasn't that simple, and clearly didn't belong to the same type as those old donkeys in the temple. As he suddenly said that he had a copy of an exclusive secret book and asked Xiaofan to take a look at it. Jiang Xiaofan managed to read the title 15-Year-Old Nuns, which made him realize that he was a fucking pedophile and that he should run away. The monk realized that he had gotten the wrong book and awkwardly coughed, saying that it was his mistake. Xiaofan tried to run away from the old monk, but the old monk caught his hand and said that it was just a misunderstanding. After which he touched Jiang Xiaofan's forehead, and countless knowledge began to pour into him. All of this was like some kind of magic, causing Xiaofan to wonder if this was an extension of the law. Xiaofan realized that it was an illusion, as he looked much older. Just as suddenly, an unusual sensation appeared in Jiang Xiaofan's body. The monk uttered, "The path of heaven, a difficult journey filled with betrayal. The age of prosperity is about to begin, and the heavenly law will be restored. I long to be righteous in an endless world. Leave your body and go to the imperial palace. Put aside your status as a monk and comprehend the true path. As a gift, it will follow the world of thousands of people to temper its power and weaken evil spirits. Find a skillful method, gain a sense of righteousness. Heaven and man will return and finally be reborn." Xiaofan asked the monk to stop. The monk was surrounded by bright flames, but it ended with the monk being modeled. Xiaofan was honored to behold the fate of the master monk, and he would certainly remember his path and continue his work. Xiaofan paid his respects to his master. Xiaofan began to toss the stone, pondering what kind of treasure the master had left him. Afterward, he squeezed his hand and marveled at the fact that he had managed to wipe the stone into powder. Jiang Xiaofan laughed, for with this from strength, he would definitely manage to reach such heights of his life. But first, he decided to try to uncover the depths of this power. As soon as Xiaofan started meditating, an unknown fragment within him shone. After meditating for a bit, Jiang Xiaofan wondered why it wasn't working. Suddenly, Xiaofan felt a strange fragrance, and opening his eyes, he noticed a plant with pollen coming from it. Xiaofan was hungry. After all, he hadn't eaten for a whole day. He thought that eating grass was too much even for him. But Xiaofan couldn't resist and started to eat it, after which he hid the rest in his pocket. After a small meal, something amazing happened. Xiaofan felt that his body was now full of energy. As soon as Jiang Xiaofan took a step, he suddenly flew high into the sky. But moments later he collapsed, begging for help. 3 days later, Jiang Xiaofan had already gotten used to his new abilities and decided to leave. In the woods, the pink-haired girl molested 2 guys. One of them asked the girl where she was in such a hurry, and the second offered to have a drink with them. The girl said she wasn't sure she knew them. At the same moment, Jiang Xiaofan was passing nearby. He just came down from the mountains. How he can already be a hero to the haughty. At least he can use these molesters as a punching bag. One of the guys put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said they wouldn't hurt her. Eventually, the girl agreed as she suddenly grabbed the molester's arm and took him in her grasp. The pink-haired girl asked if Big Brother was okay. Immediately afterward, she beat the two men with lightning speed. The girl said that the two of them looked quite strong, which made her unable to do anything but beat them up. After seeing what she was capable of, Zhang Xiaofan decided to leave quietly, as he had nothing to do here. But to his dismay, the pink-haired girl quickly caught up with him and asked him if he was trying to escape. And was he related to the two behind him? With tears in his eyes, Zhang Xiaofan mumbled that he was innocent. He was just passing by. The pink-haired girl easily believed that Xiaofan was not related to those two and turned around, and Xiaofan started to thank her for not beating him up. The girl said that she had to hurry to Huang Tianmen and said goodbye to Xiaofan, who at this moment was only thinking about how beautiful she was. Hearing "Oh, Huang Tianmen," Xiaofan told Miss that coincidentally he had to go there too, and offered to go together. Hearing that the stranger was going to the same place as her, Miss agreed. But unfortunately they needed food. She asked if he had any, after which Xiaofan took out a bundle of grass from his pocket. Suddenly, the girl cried out that it was an immortal spiritual root and began to look at it enthusiastically. Zhang Xiaofan, on the other hand, was surprised by her words and asked if she was referring to this herb. The girl couldn't believe that this plant was called herb, because it was an incredibly rare and priceless medicine. Immortal spiritual root contains a lot of spiritual qi, and if you are lucky enough to get even one of these, your spirit will become very strong. Xiaofan said that he didn't care how much this herb cost and offered the girl to take the 3 stalks. When the girl heard of such a bounty, she hugged Zhang Xiaofan with joy and began to thank him for the root. Xiaofan realized that he had suddenly become stronger because he had recently eaten 7 such roots. Zhang Xiaofan and Miss arrived just in time for the exam to start. Xiaofan asked why there were so many people here, and wasn't it too much? The girl, however, did not understand his surprise. She explained that Huang Tianmen's fame was unimaginable, and that it was reasonable that everyone in the world wanted to be a disciple in their sect. The elder in the sky explained that the one who could climb 3 steps would pass the exam. Zhang Xiaofan felt uneasy, after all. This was the exam he had failed not too long ago. Miss introduced herself as Ye Yuan Shui and said that she had come to give it a try. Immediately after that, she started walking up the stairs quickly. She was awesome. People around began to discuss that it was unusual to see such great power and immense talent in such a young girl. Zhang Xiaofan realized that if he failed again, it would be very embarrassing for him. But no matter what, Ye Yuan Shui is waiting for him. And so he decided to take the challenge. He would try his best not to be a weakling. As he started climbing up the stairs, Zhang Xiaofan was increasingly surprised at how easily he made it to the top. And after a few steps, the elder announced that Zhang Xiaofan had passed. Ye Yuanshui praised Xiaofan for managing to pass, and the latter said that it was easy. After which he felt embarrassed that he had almost embarrassed himself in front of Xiao Shui. After the test, the elders with those who passed the test headed towards the Dao Rock. The elder explained to the new recruits that to achieve immortality, their body must be one with the Dao. Then they would be able to influence heaven and earth and use their willpower to control objects. If they reached the top, they would be able to soar in the sky and move mountains and seas. After which he explained that the cultivator level was divided into 5 realms: minor, consciousness, saint, emperor, and immortal. Each had 9 levels, also known as the 9 heavens. Zhang Xiaofan was delighted by the elder's words. He said that it was amazing, and Xiaozhu agreed. The elder said that the green jade scroll contained the jade purity method, the main method of their sect, and the blue jade scroll contained pills to keep them from feeling hungry. After which he said that they would meditate here for 3 months. After some time of meditation, Zhang Xiaofan had achieved some sort of cultivation success. He decided that he would tell Xiao Shui about his achievements. Unexpectedly, cultivating with knowledge of Buddhist sutras is quite mysterious. 3 months later, using his new strength, Zhang Xiaofan lifted a large boulder. Then he threw it and it hit the ground with a thud. The disciples shouted that the elders were already here, whereupon Zhang Xiaofan and Xiao Jue headed straight towards them. The disciple in front told his fellow disciple that he was thinking of settling on one of the main peaks after 3 months. But he had in no way expected that there would be another month of trials, after which the second said that they had been practicing for a long time, and it was still very difficult to become an inner disciple. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan almost let out a gasp, for this sounded worse than a college entrance exam. After which, Xiao Jue grabbed his hand and smilingly suggested that he hurry up and choose a good place to practice together. After a while, they found a nice place. Xiaozuk said that it was very beautiful here and offered to stay here. Blushing, Zhang Xiaofan agreed that it was indeed beautiful here. As other students suddenly approached them, the student asked her brother, why don't they just back off? After all, apparently these two liked the place too, and she wasn't sure if they would agree to give in to them. But the latter asked Xiao Shimei not to worry about it, because there weren't many people in the sect who could dare to go against the Zhu family. After which, he introduced Xiao Fan as Zhu Shiwei, the cousin of Zhu Shidao, one of the core disciples of the Emperor Heaven sect. He asked if his brother could let his younger sister take the seat. Jiang Xiaofan apologized and said that they liked it here too, and therefore those should find another place. Jiang Xiaofan hoped that Zhu Shiwei would take his sister and get out of here as soon as possible. Zhu Shiwei explained that he was a very persistent person and that there was nothing he couldn't get. He thought that the kid in front of him was just reckless. Zhao Fan said that he would see how the latter could get the place. A disciple nearby suggested that Xiao Fan was fed up with life, because everyone in the sect was afraid of the Zhu brothers for a reason. His fellow disciple added that not many people would dare to go against them. Zhu Siwei told Xiao Fan that he had given him a chance, but he didn't grab it. Right after which his bodyguard popped out of nowhere and said that Master Zhu had no need to get his hands dirty with such a petty bastard. Zhang Xiaofan smirked in anticipation. Immediately afterward, he kicked a rather large boulder, which was enough to deal with this upstart. Everyone was amazed at this guy's strength. Its power was simply terrifying, causing the students to wonder where could such a monster come from. Zhu Siwei shouted that this man had insulted the sect members and ordered to get rid of him. Immediately after which, the bodyguards surrounded Jiang Xiaofan in a flash. The blonde man asked Xiaofan if he wanted to become a hero, and attacked with the words that he wasn't even close to being a hero. But as soon as he approached, Xiaofan dodged and stripped that one of several teeth with a punch. As he hit the tree, he asked the others what they were looking at, and suggested that we all attack together. Seeing 3 level 4 masters attacking at the same time, the surrounding people decided that this kid couldn't escape. But after a moment, Jiang Xiaofan quickly dealt with all 3 of them. The disciples were amazed at such a sudden outcome. Xiaozuk told Xiaofan that although he had beaten these people badly, they deserved it. Zhu Siwei shouted that he was willing to give Xiaofan one last chance. Jiang Xiaofan should just kneel before him, bow down and beg for mercy, then break his arms and leave the Heavenly Emperor sect. Or else, Jiang Xiaofan asked Zhu Siwei, who the heck is he so that he needs to bow down and beg for mercy? Xiaofan asked if the man thought he deserved it, and kicked a large boulder at Zhu Siwei. But this time the boulder shattered without reaching its target. Zhu Siwei chopped the boulder thanks to the strange blade. Xiaofan asked Xiaozhu what it was, and how was it possible? To which she replied that it was a spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapons of the Huayan continent were divided into several levels: mortal, spiritual, precious, supreme, and the most valuable treasure, the legendary immortal weapon. Spiritual weapons greatly increase a cultivator's power. Very few within the realm of consciousness could master a weapon of this rank. Zhu Siwei was enraged. He gave the boy a chance to survive, but he refused. Xiaozhu asked Xiaofan to be more careful. After all, spiritual weapons were not to be taken lightly. Xiaofan took a deep breath and stretched a bit before fighting. Seeing this, the disciples were surprised at how nimble this guy was. Just as suddenly, Zhu Siwei jumped on Xiaofan and asked what difference did it make since he would die anyway. But in an instant but a hit, Jiang Xiaofan bounced off, causing Zhu Siwei to split the ground. Zhu Siwei decided to take the matter seriously. He threw off his clothes and rushed towards Jiang Xiaofan once again. He shouted to Xiaofan that in the next life, he should be smarter and learn to discern who could be provoked and who could not. Zhu Siwei was dangerously close to Xiaofan, causing Xiaozhu to shout at Xiaofan to run away. It was terrifying for the disciples to watch this. The spiritual weapon was too strong. As soon as the sword touched Jiang Xiaofan, he suddenly bounced to the side. Zhu Siwei couldn't believe what he saw for some disciple to be able to resist a spiritual weapon. While Zhu Siwei was cringing, Jiang Xiaofan jumped up to him and delivered a crushing blow. Jiang Xiaofan was much stronger than everyone thought. His speed and strength were unbelievable, and on top of that, he had struck Zhu Siwei with his bare hands. Zhu Siwei barely managed to get up, after which he shouted that whoever defeats this bastard would be rewarded with his Qing Yun sword. Everyone was surprised by such a valuable reward and even wished to obtain it, except this kid managed to knock Zhu Siwei down. Noticing that no one was in a hurry to attack Xiaofan promised that he would remember this day and that next time Xiaofan had better run away when they met. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan appeared right in front of Zhu Xiwei. Xiaofan admitted that he hated people of the type Zhu Xiwei was. Cutting Zhu Xiwei down, Xiaofan asked, how did the latter dare to threaten him? Xiaofan then asked the bodyguards to take this guy and get out of here now, as he and his girlfriend needed to train. One of the bodyguards told Xiaofan that Xiaofan was in trouble now, because as soon as his older brother finished his training, Xiaofan would die a horrible death. After the showdown, the students began to disperse as there was nothing more to see here. Xiaojue asked Xiaofan if he was all right. Xiaojue asked Xiaofan if he was fine. Xiaojue pulled Xiaofan's hand and asked, what was the meaning of the word friend? Zhang Xiaofan tried to pick up the words, but in the end, he just said that it was a boy and a girl who have a really close relationship. The girl is the boy's friend and the boy is the girl's friend. From Xiaofan's words, Xiaojue concluded that he was her boyfriend, to which Xiaojue embarrassedly replied that it was exactly like that, and that she had gotten it right. He was now her boyfriend, the only one. A month later, only Zhang Xiaofan, who was just waking up, yawned. Just as suddenly, Xiaojue giggled and asked if he was already awake. Xiaojue asked Xiaofan if he wanted to eat. Seeing that she was awake, Xiaofan assumed that she hadn't cultivated at all. Suddenly, they noticed elders in the distance. The elders flew in as the tournament hour for the inner circle had finally arrived. The elders told the disciples that they could challenge anyone within each of the 7 circles. Only one winner would be accepted from each circle. Just as Xiaofan was about to discuss things with Xiaoshui, she jumped into the arena saying that she had come to receive instruction. Gradually, the leaders of the arenas began to be replaced by others. The elder said that the 6 current leaders were quite good. They were much better than the disciples of the last tournament, which meant that luck had smiled on their sect. For the elders, this sight was simply marvelous, for so many talents with excellent skills had gathered here. While Zhang Xiaofan was resting on the tree, the 2 disciples below him started discussing the rumors. This time, the reward is a spiritual weapon, which is pretty cool. After which, they started discussing, isn't Xiaofan afraid of Zhu Xiwei's revenge? He must really have a lot of audacity in him since he dared to insult Zhu Xiwei. Meanwhile, the arena battles continued. A huge flaming hand confronted the ball of lightning. The winner of this battle was Jin Mohao, who was at the 7th step of the small sphere. Jin Mohao shouted to Xiaofan to stop hiding in his shell like a turtle and fight him like a man. Zhang Xiaofan told the person that those were too loud words for a cheat. Jin Mohao was as if he was afraid that he would just not be noticed. The audience was amazed at Zhang Xiaofan's boldness and his words about Jin Mohao cheating. Jin Mohao explained that he only carried his spiritual weapon as a matter of habit, and that he only needed one hand to deal with whoever had harmed Master Zhu and his juniors. Today, he would get justice. Zhang Xiaofan started laughing at Jin Mohao's words. He asked everyone to look at how the latter intended to defeat him with just one hand, so that when he lost, he would have no excuses. Zhang Xiaofan thanked Jin Mohao for his mercy and rushed into the fight, surprising Jin Mohao with his speed. Jumping into the arena, Xiaofan punched Jin Mohao right into the block, causing him to shift out of his seat. Xiaofan then grinned and said that besides Brother Jin being merciful, he was also so kind that he didn't even resist. Jin Mohao became enraged by Xiaofan's taunts and attacked him, but the latter managed to grab his arm. Immediately after, Jin Mohao let his left hand in as well, but Zhang Xiaofan grabbed it as well. Xiaofan was a little surprised and admitted that he didn't know about Jin Mohao's left hand being so cute. Xiaozhe laughed because of Xiaofan's mockery and said that he was very funny. Jin Mohao demanded that Xiaofan let go of his hand. Xiaofan let go of his hand, but immediately afterwards, he kicked Jin Mohao, which sent him flying a long distance away. Jin Mohao roared that he had never been humiliated like this in his life and promised Xiaofan that he would kill him, after which he activated his trump card, the Qing Yun sword. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised to see such a sword again, but afterwards, he concluded that it was obviously not for nothing. With renewed vigor, Jin Mohao attacked Xiaofan, wanting to finally kill him. But as soon as he approached, Xiaofan snatched his spiritual weapon with a sharp movement. Xiaofan asked if he was just trying to scare him. Immediately after, he threw Jin Mohao away with a punch of his hand. Zhang Xiaofan lifted Jin Mohao by his clothes and asked, what happened to him? What had happened to his mercy? To so brazenly use a spiritual weapon by retracting his words. Xiaofan said that for something like this, he just had to beat him to death. Immediately after which, Xiaofan struck a crushing blow. At this moment, Jin Mo Hao was crushed by the thought that he had lost even though he had a spiritual weapon. The disciples were astonished at such bullying of Jin Mo Hao. After all, the latter was a seventh stepmaster. Xiaofan thought it was just a joke that Jin Mo Hao thought as if he was strong enough with this sword. Their abilities were like heaven and earth, and even the greatest weapons could not help the one fighting him. Now the 7 inner disciples had finally been chosen. Suddenly, a new opponent arrived at Zhang Xiaofan's door. Zhu Yunlin asked Xiaofan, how did he just dare to take his Qingyun sword? Jin Mo Hao started complaining to Yunlin that Jiang Xiaofan not only insulted him, but also took away the sword that Yunlin had given him. Plus, Xiaofan doesn't take him seriously. After hearing this, Yunlin said that today Suddenly, Xiaofan gave Xiangling a flick, whereupon he asked if this was the lackey that Zhu Yue had found. After which, he asked Xiaofan, what kind of sword would he need if he still had milk on his lips? Xiaofan's words angered Xiangling. He asked, how dare he disrespect him? Immediately afterward, he began to use his powers. Xiaofan asked the little guy if he was a good fighter, but in any case, he was unlucky because he was stronger. Xiaofan rushed towards Xiangling as his sword suddenly shattered into fragments. The disciple beside Xiao Zue was surprised at what he saw, for this was Zhu Sidao's soul practice tower. Zhu Sidao had given it to Zhu Yunlin because he was afraid that his younger brother might be bullied during his absence. Zhu Yunlin confirmed that it was indeed his elder brother's secret weapon, then told Zhang Xiaofan that it should be a great honor for him to die under this tower. Xiaozhu advised Xiaofan to be careful. This thing is quite terrifying, causing Xiaofan to assume that he probably with his 6th step strength. Suddenly, the tower was directly above Jiang Xiaofan. From surprise, he didn't even have time to finish his thought. And a moment later, he found himself locked inside a tower surrounded by dragons. Xiaofan's business was bad, as he doesn't even know any techniques to counter enemy techniques. Zhu Xianlin advised Xiaofan that he should not even try to resist, for this was the 9 dragons sealing the heavens, a secret technique that would crush even a master of the consciousness realm. Meanwhile, the Tower of Soul Practice began to shrink in size. Feeling himself being squeezed, Zhang Xiaofan wondered, was there really no way to survive? As suddenly, memories from his new life surfaced in his mind. How the old monk had given Xiaofan his power. And the time spent together with Xiao Xue, she said that he was her boyfriend and she was his girlfriend. Xiao Xue asked Xiaofan to be more careful. Zhang Xiaofan refused to give up. He didn't want to die. And thanks to the feelings that had flared up, he had discovered new strength within himself. Suddenly, the Tower of Soul Practice began to be covered in cracks. And a few moments later, the tower exploded, revealing Xiaofan's silhouette. Xiaofan was out of breath. This piece of junk almost made him die. Zhang Xiaofan lifted Xiangling up by his clothes, immediately after which he shouted that Xiaofan wouldn't dare to hit him. Xiaofan chuckled and punched the little guy. Xiaofan shouted that he would kick his ass, then asked, what about his big brother who had his back? He is willing to fight him and advised him to come out instead of hiding. Jin Mo Hao shouted to Xiaofan that he was now a corpse, for Master Jidao would not let him go. Suddenly, a certain guest helped Zhu Xianlin up and said that he wanted to look at the one who dared. The students were shocked to see the guest, for it was Zhu Shidao, who was a core disciple. Zhu Shidao asked Xiaofan how dare he injure his brother like that. Zhang Xiaofan grew serious. The aura felt from Zhu Shidao was incredibly strong. Zhu Shidao sprang into action, lightning-fast attacking Xiaofan with an energy whip. Xiaofan didn't even have a chance to dodge, and now he can't break free. Just as suddenly, the whip was destroyed by an intruder. It was Ye Qiuyu. Ye Qiuyu congratulated Brother Zhu on achieving soul incarnation. He was the first of the new generation of the Heavenly Emperor Gate Sect to do so. After which, she reminded that if someone of similar status as Brother Zhu fought with rookies, he might lose his reputation. Ye Qiuyu asked, why wouldn't he stop there? The disciples were dumbfounded by what they heard. After all, this was an embodiment of consciousness, some kind of secret technique. Zhu Sidao told Yunlin that they were leaving, whereupon Jin Mo Hao shouted to Xiaofan that they would meet again. While Zhang Xiaofan was admiring the goddess who had saved him, Ye Qiuyu said that they could go now. Noticing Xiaofan's gaze, Xiaozhu angrily asked this pervert, where is he looking at? Zhang Xiaofan thanked the goddess for saving them. Suddenly, Xiaozhu rushed into her arms and said that she really missed her little sister, shocking Xiaofan. Xiaofan wondered if these two sisters were really sisters. Ye Qiuyu complained that Xiaozhu hadn't told her for 2 months that she had arrived in Huangtianmen, and now said that she missed her. To which Xiaojue replied that she just wanted to surprise her little sister. After which, she handed over the immortal spiritual root to her sister. But Ye Qiuyu said that she couldn't take it, because this root was too precious. Zhang Xiaofan told Sister Ye that she had saved his life and that this root was just a thank you that she should accept. Xiaoyu agreed that Sister Yi should accept it. Under the junior's pressure, Ye Qiuyu was forced to take the immortal spiritual root, after which she asked Jue if she wanted to return with her. Xiaojue was about to agree when she suddenly hesitated, and clenching her fist she said, "No," because then Xiaofan would be alone. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofan realized that he was very happy in this world. After all, some are worried that he might be alone. Jiang Xiaofan told Xiaoyek that she was very kind to him, after which he asked if she wanted him to thank her with his body. Xiaojue snorted unhappily and asked who needed his body anyway. Meanwhile, Xiaofan and Xiaozue were being followed. Xiaozue asked Xiaofan what he was thinking about, to which the latter replied that he was thinking about when he could marry Xiaozue. Xiaozue asked who said she would marry him, which made Xiaofan start laughing, after which Xiaofan suddenly became serious and asked Xiaozue if she could tell him anything about this world. This was the first time Xiaozue saw Xiaofan so serious. She wondered what exactly he meant, but eventually started at the beginning. This world is known as Ziwei. On Earth, many astronomers have speculated that this small purple star, which is far from Earth, is another source of life in the universe. But with current technology, this theory may be limited to speculation. But people on Earth will never know that there really is life here. Jiang Xiaofan had actually passed through time and space. Xiaozue tried to get Xiaofan's attention as he started to hover in the clouds again, after which Jiang Xiaofan inquired about the division of power in this world. Yi Xiaozue revealed that there were currently 4 major forces at work: the Ziwei Jiao, Huang Tianmen, the Xian Sect, and the Binggong Ice Palace. But there are actually several other hidden clans that have existed for generations since time immemorial. They are even scarier and much stronger than the 4 sects. Jiang Xiaofan thought it was cool that there were such powerful and hidden sects, so he asked Xiaozue what was the biggest and most powerful force. Xiaozue replied that he was a fool because these were hidden clans, and they were naturally unknown to ordinary people. And she has no way of knowing either. After which she suggested taking Huang Tianmeng as an example. This place was originally the remnants of a primordial sacred Taoist sect. After the sect disappeared, an incomparable hero took over this land and founded the Heavenly Emperor sect, which is still thriving today. The secrets of the Tao sect are hidden here, and over the years there have been many people, world masters and even cultivators who have surpassed the mysterious immortal realm, trying to find the key to solving this mystery, but they have never been able to find it. Xiaofan thought to himself that this girl was simply wonderful. Xiaofan asked, "How does she know all this?" She replied that her grandfather had told her all of this. Zhang Xiaofan suggested that to know so many ancient secrets, Xiaojue's grandfather must be a supreme master. Xiaozhu said that on second thought they only had 5 days left. She advised Xiaofan to take a spiritual route. Now she would help him with his training by channeling qi energy, after which she promised she would tell him something later and winked. Xiaofan was alarmed by this girl's words, so he decided to ask if there was any risk involved. Xiaozue asked him to relax, because the worst thing that could happen to him was his body exploding. Xiaozue threatened that if Xiaofan didn't eat the root, she would no longer be his girl, forcing Xiaofan to surrender. Zhang Xiaofan ate the spiritual root, after which Xiaozue placed her hands on his back and asked him to control his sea of consciousness and allow his spiritual consciousness to penetrate his body. Any being born into this world contains more or less impurities in its body. By purifying their bodies from bone to marrow, the practitioner unlocks the powers hidden within them, providing themselves an advantage for their future cultivation. This is the first time Ye Yuanshui is helping someone to cleanse their bones. She mentally chuckled as she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan began to feel an inner discomfort. Xiaoxue asked him what was going on. And why is there so much spiritual qi inside Xiaofan's body? Xiaofan was trying to figure out what was going on right now. After all, he couldn't wake up. He felt like his body was about to explode. But he didn't want to die. Xiaofan asked the copper fragment if it had saved his life before. He reminded the fragment that he would die if it didn't save him. By using spirit to develop the body, divinity to nurture the body, and willpower to harden the body, the boundaries of all things in nature can be broken. A moment later, a golden pill melted inside Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan praised the copper fragment for the work it had done. But at the same moment, a pillar of golden energy rushed out of the lodge, which even frightened the spy. It was a mystical technique for training the body. Those who cultivated this technique at an early stage possess a strong physique like a diamond. Possessing incredible strength, the body cannot be damaged by ordinary weapons. Once a cultivator reaches the final stage and breaks the boundaries of all things in nature, he or she will possess an indestructible diamond body. The spy was dumbfounded by what he saw. He was trying to figure out what the hell was going on here. The golden beam that soared into the sky was Xiaofan. Xiaozhu asked what was he doing. Xiaozhu asked him to stop, because he might disturb the entire Heavenly Emperor sect. Xiaofan admitted that he himself would like to stop it, but he can't stop. Xiaofan asked the copper shard to help him again and hid this key inside his body so that no one could detect it. Immediately after that, Xiaofan's aura disappeared and he began to fall to the ground. Xiaofan asked the copper brother if he was really willing to let him fall to the ground, after which, Zhang Xiaofan landed on the ground with a clatter. Xiaoxue ran out of the house and immediately started asking Xiaofan if anything had happened to him. Since he didn't react in any way, Xiaozhu sobbingly began to beg Xiaofan not to die and even promised to be his girlfriend. As Xiaofan suddenly rose sharply then, frightened Xiaoxue, and agreed that he would not die for now, and he also asked her not to forget her words. Xiaozhu was enraged. She hates people who deceive her. The next day. At this moment, Xiaofan was currently at the 7th step of the small sphere. Not only was he able to recover his strength, but he had also raised his level. Xiaofan had learned how to control the shard a bit, and because of that, he was able to hide his real level by displaying the 5th stage of the small sphere. While Xiaofan was meditating, Xiaozhu came out to him. Xiaofan confessed that he already knew that he was beautiful, but Xiaozhu shouldn't keep up with this beauty all the time. After all, sooner or later, he would become her man. Xiaozhu inquired about who could be watching him, after which she decided to change the topic and asked how could he change steps. Xiaofan promised to tell her this on the condition that she would marry him. Xiaozhu was outraged by what she heard and asked how dare he, after which Xiaofan reminded Xiaozhu that she wanted to say something to him. Xiaozhu admitted that she had already forgotten about it. The immortal old man said that they were living in a special time. Xiaofan inquired about it. Yi Xiaozhu said that someone from this era comprehends the Tao and reaches the heavens from the predicted legends. After hearing about comprehending the Tao and the heavens, Xiaofan suddenly had a realization. By practicing, constantly exploring the essence of the Tao, transcending the mundane, dominating the 5 elements, and even more, reaching the heavens. Xiaofan inquired, just how strong is this old man? Xiaozhu admitted that even she didn't know that. She had never seen him, but he was definitely stronger than Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan smirked, after which he said that he had made his decision. He will witness the Tao and reach the heavens. He firmly believes that this is a great path practiced by a person who has been seeking great wisdom all his life. Zhang Xiaofan asked for Xiaozhu to believe that he would take the right path. He wants to protect her. Xiaofan's words made Xiaozhu's breath catch, but after a moment she asked, who needed him anyway? And why protect her when she was already strong? Xiaofan chuckled and agreed that she was indeed strong. After which, Xiaozhu ordered him not to laugh, and Xiaofan agreed to Madame's order. 3 days later, Xiaoguo wondered, what are the 7 major peaks? And which peak would they be assigned to? The 7 major peaks are Tianheng Peak, Tiandu Peak, Tianyang Peak, Tianyang Peak, Tianxing Peak, and Tianu Peak, where Xiaoyu's sister is. The elder explained that the students would be assigned to the main summits today and asked them to remember to teach others in the future and to focus on practice. The disciples bowed and promised that they would live up to the elder's expectations. Immediately after that, they began to be distributed. Chen Yifeng goes to Tianyang Peak and receives 1 Yunyang pill. Lei Hu goes to Tianyang Peak and receives 1 Luo pill. Ye Yuanshui goes to Tiannu Peak and gets 1 Spirit Ice pill. All that's left for Zhang Xiaofan is Tianheng Peak, where Zhu Shidao is. Xiaofan wondered, could he be so unlucky? Zhang Xiaofan was assigned to Wui Peak and given 1 soul growth pill. Xiaofan was surprised to hear the unfamiliar name and wondered why he hadn't heard of this peak. After the distribution, the senior disciple guided Zhang Xiaofan to Wui Peak. When he reached the gate, the elder said that it was in place and asked Xiaofan to go up himself. Seeing the condition of the peak, Xiaofan felt uneasy. He wondered if it could even be considered a major peak. Even without calling it a mountain, this disciple had given it a great honor. As Xiaofan suddenly noticed something, it was a trap. Xiaofan beat up the two disciples who were following him, after which he asked, what were the two of them doing, sneaking attacks on him? The two disciples were both on the third realm of the small sphere. Lin Quan said that Zhang was a ferocious person and that he deserved his name, after which Tang Yu added that they were happy to hear about their brother's achievements. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan noticed an old man walking towards them. Liu Chengen greeted the young man who had gotten to their peak. The old man told him that this place was not comparable to the 7 major peaks. There weren't many resources here, so he gave Xiaofan a pill as a gift. Xiaofan took the pill and thanked the elder. After that, the old man said that he would take a break and asked the disciples to enjoy their time. Xiaofan asked the elder to take care of himself. In the evening of the same day, Lin Quan told Xiaofan that he had no idea how famous he was, after which he asked for another rabbit's foot. But Tang Yu refused him, as it was a leg for Senior Liu. Xiaofan said that they were very kind to him. Lin Quan said that when Xiaofan arrived in the sect, he beat up Zhu Xidao's cousin and ended up beating up his younger brother. After that, Tang Yu said that Zhu Xidao is the main disciple of the sect, but he has a mysterious past. And even many elders treat him with respect, and yet Xiaofan managed to offend him. Xiaofan assumed that he wouldn't have gotten here without Zhu Xidao's intervention, after which he suggested they finish talking about him, and asked why they were here and who was this old man. Tang Yu noticed that Brother Fan suddenly stopped being so serious, after which he revealed that they were originally disciples of the alchemist pavilion. But unfortunately, they destroyed the pill vial and were sent here as punishment. As for the elder Liu, he was actually put under arrest. Xiaofan was stunned by what he heard, and he questioned about it. Lin Quan revealed that this old man's name was Liu Chengen, and he was an elder of the Heavenly Emperor sect. But because of the deviation, his cultivation was permanently lost, and he was exiled here. Even though Senior Liu didn't do anything, he lost his cultivation, but his sea of consciousness still exists. And if someone could locate Old Man Liu, he would be able to retrieve many sect secrets from his sea of consciousness. Xu Fan now realized what kind of arrest this was. Lin Quan said that the old man's body is very weak, and the sect is not going to provide mortal needs like food. Instead, they give them pills as the body's sustenance. They only give them 2 pills every day. Even they find it difficult to quench their thirst and hunger, let alone Old Man Liu, whose cultivation is damaged. They gave some of their pills to the old man, but he keeps them and never uses them. Every couple of nights he secretly feeds them with them, and all the while he thinks they don't know about it. Xiaofan said that recently Old Man Liu gave him his pill like that. Xiaofan thought about the fact that Old Man Liu had devoted most of his life to the sect, but in the end, it was his destiny. These so-called immortal Taoist sects are even more cruel than mortal sects. Zhang Xiaofan asked, could these bastards be called humans? As suddenly a cough was heard nearby, Old Man Liu asked, who is that noise? Old Man Liu asked the boys what they smelled so good here. Then Lin Quan told the master that he had arrived just in time and offered the rabbit that Brother Fan had roasted. Xiaofan asked Master Liu to give it a try, and if he liked it, he would catch rabbits and roast them every day. Examining the rabbit's foot, Old Man Liu began to praise the crispy crust on the outside, the tender flesh inside, and the enticing flavor. Suddenly, a stone flew into Old Man Liu's hand, causing him to drop the rabbit's foot. The disciple who was watching them asked, what kind of behavior is this? This is the great sect of the Heavenly Emperor, and they dare to roast meat here. Wang Chong, a Tianyang Peak disciple who was at the 7th step, ordered to get out of here now. Lin Quan wondered if Big Brother was overdoing it. After all, they had only decided to roast some game, and they weren't violating anything. What Wang Chun heard angered Wang Chun, and he asked Lin Quan how dare he dare to cross him. He clearly understood that there wasn't even anyone above the 5th level among this bunch of scum. Old Man Liu explained to Wang Chun that these guys only wanted to feed the weakened old man so that he could regain his strength. He also promised that it would not affect their martial arts training. Wang Chong began to mock Old Man Liu, for he had fallen so low as to start satisfying his hunger with such slop. Lin Quan and Tang Yu were about to stand up for the old man, but Zhang Xiaofan asked them to calm down and let him handle everything. Wang Chong was pleased that at least someone here appeared to be sensible. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan's fist appeared right in front of his face. Immediately after which, Wang Chong flew into a tree standing a dozen meters away. Wang Chong asked Xiaofan how only the latter dared. How only dared some scum from Wui Peak hit an inner disciple? Zhang Xiaofan explained that if Wang Chong managed to hit some scum, then poor Wang Chong was even worse. Wang Chong reached the boiling point and attacked Xiaofan. But at the last moment, Xiaofan seemed to vaporize. Xiaofan asked his brother, "Where is he looking?" As soon as Wang Chun turned around, he was hit in the face with a rock. Wang Chong was furious. He was trying to understand why he was unable to sense Zhang Xiaofan's cultivation level, after which, he promised Xiaofan that he would still wait at his place. Jiang Xiaofan smirked and asked his brother to calm down. After which, he suggested that Wang Chun call his friends over so that they could practice together. The next day, Zhang Xiaofan was cultivating by the river when he suddenly heard some noise. Climbing up the tree, Xiaofan saw that Wang Chong and his reinforcements had beaten up Lin Qiang and Tang Yu. Old man Liu told the young men that this was too much, but Wang Chong ordered him to shut up and also told the brat Xiaofan that he should show respect and come to them. Just as suddenly, a cobblestone flew onto Wang Chun's head. Xiaofan asked if he was the one they were talking about. As it turned out, his brother was looking for him. Zhang Xiaofan praised his brother's obedience as he brought him his friends, immediately after which he attacked them. The Tianyang Peak disciples were much weaker than Xiaofan, causing him to dispatch them all in a flash, after which Zhang Xiaofan picked up one of the blades. He wondered, was this sword strong enough? Xiaofan lightly tried to bend the sword, immediately after which it broke into two pieces. Xiaofan told Wang Chun that their first meeting was unsuccessful and returned the sword to him. Wang Chong was astonished to see his sword broken so easily. Although this sword wasn't a spiritual weapon, but it had taken a great deal of effort to create it, and even a 9th-level master could not match it. The kid in front of him turned out to be truly terrifying. One of the disciples warned the old man not to even think about what he could find. Without letting the disciple finish speaking, Zhang Xiaofan threw a stone at the disciple's knee, causing the disciple to kneel down. Xiaofan told his disciple that he should treat his elders with respect, then ordered him to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. The disciple was about to express everything to Xiaofan, but he managed to contain his anger, then told the boys to let them go. But Xiaofan wasn't going to let them go so easily. He asked the students to stay for a moment. Afterward, he asked if they were just trying to get away after destroying his house. After a while, the disciples were trying to figure out what was going on here. They saw Wang Chun from Tianyang Peak and Chen Heng from Tiangdu Peak. Tang Yu told Brother Feng that it was too much, after which Lin Quan added that there were too many people looking at it. But Xiaofan replied that he didn't think it was too much. Zhang Xiaofan had his disciples rebuild their house. Everything was just so perfect. Xiaofan turned around to the spectators, immediately after which those spectators started trying to retreat, saying that Wang Chong had clearly started first. Zhang Xiaofan sat down on a chair, after which Lin Quan and Tang Yu began to serve him. From then on, Zhang Xiaofan became known as the legendary ruthless Zhang Xiaofan of Wui Peak. During construction, Wang Chong dropped a log, after which Zhang Xiaofan asked him why nothing had been done here. Wang Chong shouted that they hadn't violated anything and ordered Xiaofan not to bully people. Xiaofan said that since he ordered them to fix it, they should fix it. Either they could bring in helpers from the secret realm to entertain him, and if they couldn't, Wang Chun should just shut up. Suddenly, Xiaofan felt an unknown object flying towards him quickly. Immediately afterward, he grabbed this object, which turned out to be a leaf. He felt a terrifying inner strength. Unexpectedly, Xiaozhu arrived to visit him. She said that she had heard a lot about how bad Xiaofan was. Xiaofan explained that the brothers were just helping him rebuild the house. Then he asked the brothers if he was telling the truth, and they were compelled to agree with him. As soon as Xiaofan turned away for a second, Xiaozhu surrounded Lin Quan with Tang Yu. Lin Quan said that they had a great time, while Tang Yu tried to find out her name. Xiaozek suggested changing the topic. After which, she told Xiaofan that she had been given an assignment and offered to go on it together. At the foot of Tianu Peak. When Xiaozhui left, she told Xiaofan that she would wait for him tomorrow. Lin Quan asked the boss if he was really going to go to Tianu Peak. Hearing such a question, Zhang Xiaofan wondered, "What's the big deal?" Was it possible that they wanted to perform tasks together with his Xiao Jue? Lin Quan immediately replied that he hadn't even thought of such a thing, and it was generally impossible. Tang Yu hinted to Boss Fang that it was forbidden here, and Lin Quan said that the point was, as soon as they looked at Jiang Xiaofan, he was gone. There were two guards on duty at the gate of Tianu Peak. Xiaofan suddenly jumped out of the bushes and said that he wanted to find someone, then asked his sisters to show him the way. Unexpectedly, the guards ignored Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan started to ask the sisters if they could hear him. He wanted to tell them. Suddenly, one of the guards put a spear to Xiaofan's neck and asked him how dare he come to Tianu Peak. After all, men were forbidden to be here. Zhang Xiaofan was puzzled by what he heard. He tried to understand why Lin Quan and Tang Yu didn't tell him about it. Suddenly, Xiaofan pointed his finger at the guards behind his back and shouted that there were flying saucers, causing the girls to turn away. It was enough to distract them and get inside. The guards realized that things were bad. They had to alert everyone that someone had broken into Tianhu Peak. Meanwhile, Lin Quan and Tang Yu were quietly giggling from the bushes. Their boss was really cool. As soon as possible after Xiaofan's infiltration, the Peak disciples were gathered and told that an intruder had infiltrated the Peak and that they should find him as soon as possible. Once someone came across him, they would have the right to punish the intruder properly. Zhang Xiaofan, on the other hand, felt that these ladies were too over the top after all. He had just come to visit. Besides, Xiao Jue had even told him where she lived. As Xiaofan suddenly felt a powerful energy, this girl was clearly from the secret realm. Seeing her, Xiaofan panicked. He realized that he needed to hide as soon as possible. Just as suddenly, the cultivator in the sky disappeared. The cultivators on Tianhu Peak were even too skillful, causing Xiaofan to decide to hurry up and look for Xiao Jue. After a while, Xiaofan was finally able to pass on, narrowly escaping detection. Zhang Xiaofan walked to the nearest river and washed his face while thinking about this peak. On his way, he encountered as many as 3 Holy Realm Masters. If Copper Brother hadn't helped him hide his energy, the 5 Masters of the Holy Sphere. Suddenly, Xiaofan noticed an object floating on the river. Taking it out, Xiaofan realized that it was a corset. Right after that, he noticed a movement in the water. It was probably an enemy. Immediately afterward, one of Tianhu Peak's female students surfaced out of the water. Humming a tune, the girl began to tidy up her hair, whereupon she reached for her corset, but did not fumble for it. Zhang Xiaofan handed her the corset, for which he heard a thank you. Suddenly, the female disciple realized what had happened and saw Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan asked, would she believe him if he said that he was just passing by and wanted to refresh his face? The girl dressed up at the same time agreeing with Xiaofan. Xiaofan felt uncomfortable at how easily this girl believed him. But seeing the ice creeping across the water, he wondered if she really believed him. Xiaofan awkwardly said that he still had things to do and that he would leave first. Immediately after which, the girl clenched her fist and attacked Xiaofan with ice. Zhang Xiaofan managed to hide behind a rock and started begging his copper brother to help him hide. Meanwhile, the girl urged Xiaofan not to leave and sat down so that they could talk. The girl was trying to figure out what was going on because she couldn't hear this guy breathing, which made her even wonder if he was still here. She then began to prepare a new attack during which she ordered this coward out before she cut off his head. Immediately afterward, the girl chopped up the rocks. Without seeing Xiaofan, the girl once again ordered him to come out. Xiaofan held his breath and thought about the fact that if the man said he wouldn't come out, he wouldn't come out. As Xiaofan suddenly heard a familiar voice, the owner of the voice came to Sister Bing. Xiaofan immediately greeted Xiaojue. He could just smell the most pleasant fragrance. Xiaojue was surprised to see Xiaofan here, but Bing Xing shouted that he was a womanizer and was about to finish him off. Zhang Xiaofan immediately hid behind Xiaojue and asked Bing Xing to stop as it was all a misunderstanding. Bing Xing herself was shocked at this moment because of Xiaofan's speed. Xiaojue asked her sister, how can she only call Xiaofan a womanizer? Bing Xing said, he is. Suddenly, Qiu Yu appeared to them and immediately asked what they were doing here. After sitting down with everyone at the table and hearing about what had happened, Qiu Yu realized what the matter was here. Qiu Yu smirked and told Xiaojue that it was nonsense to just let young Master Zhang come to her peak so easily. Xiaojue giggled and apologized for forgetting that men were forbidden to be here. Without the permission of the Peak Chief, even experienced masters from the Heavenly Emperor Sect can't come to Tianu Peak. You have to register. Otherwise, whoever breaks this rule will be expelled. Qiu Yu explained that the young master was unaware that entering Tianu Peak had always been forbidden for men. This rule was invented by the first head of Tianu Peak. Zhang Xiaofan was dumbfounded by the prohibition of the life source, causing him to express that that old woman was too cruel. He even almost got caught. After which, Qiuyu reached into her sleeve for some item. Qiuyu asked Xiaofan to accept this jade pendant so that he could enter and exit Tianu Peak freely. The female students and teachers would never embarrass him again. Xiaofan said that in that case, he had better show more respect and thanked his sister. Xiaowei unhappily said that it was all because of Yu Pei's sister. After all, she was the head of the first generation. Xiaofan asked, "What is she talking about? Yu Pei is the head of the first generation?" Xiaozue confirmed it, which made Xiaofan feel uneasy, because if it was that old woman's item, it was probably bad luck. Xiaofan smiled and thanked Sister Qiuyu for how kind she was to him, while Bing Xing tisked in displeasure. Qiuyu recalled that they hadn't introduced themselves properly yet, and revealed that Bing Xing was not only a disciple of Tianu Peak, but also the heiress of the Ice Palace. Xiaofan glanced at Bing Xing, pondering over who she appeared to be. Bing Xin, on the other hand, looked at him with coldness in her eyes. Only now did Xiaofan realize the trouble he was in. Bing Xing was the heiress of the Ice Palace, one of the 4 great sects. And yet, he had seen it all. Zhang Xiaofan asked if it turns out that they need to complete the task with her. To which Xiaozue replied that it was absolutely true. They needed to go to the Ice Palace together with Bing Xing to find the secret letter there and deliver it to the head. Xiaofan said that he suddenly felt sick due to his recent injuries, and unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to keep Xiaozue company. Xiaozue asked, "What's wrong with him?" Just as suddenly, Bing Xing grinned and said that he was just afraid. Such a cruel method. Xiaofan wondered if he could bear it. If they wanted him to go, he wouldn't do it in his life. That pleasant fragrance. Xiaofan agreed to go with them, and Qiuyu said she was counting on him. Zhang Xiaofan didn't care, after all, he doesn't hate Bing Xing. And besides, she wouldn't do anything to him, right? Just as suddenly, Xiaofan and the girls got in the way. Jin Mohao noticed that this fellow had become more energetic after so many days of absence, after which he laughed. Jiang Xiaofan thanked him for his concern, but he asked who the man was anyway? Jin Mohao's forehead vein inflated and he shouted at Xiaofan for being insolent, then introduced himself as Jin Mohao, the inner disciple of Tianhuan Peak. Xiaofan said that he now realized who he was. After which he said that he was sorry, but he shouldn't be blamed for it. After all, as far as he knew, Jin Mohao still hadn't found his tooth. Jin Mohao was furious at Xiaofan's further provocation, but he was stopped by a fellow student. And then he said that young Jian, so thoughtless, had offended the elders, and then he was sent to Wui Peak, and the spiritual sword he was to be given was given to his brother Jin. Jin Mohao confirmed the words of the fellow student and said that he was ashamed, and then laughed. Xiaofan finally found out how things turned out, and since that one was so embarrassed, why doesn't brother Jin pay him? After which, Xiaofan motioned for Xiaozhu and sister Bing to go ahead. Jin Mohao shouted at Xiaofan that he was just a creep. After which, he advised the girls to stay away from such a villain so that he wouldn't tarnish their honor. And he also gave them advice that it was better to follow him and protect their cultivation path, which was much better than tangling with some brat. Bing Xing glanced icily at Jin Mohao and her fellow students and asked if they had finished already. In the blink of an eye, the 3 disciples were turned to ice. Zhang Xiaofan said that it was very cool, as expected from Bing Xing, then added that this was the way to deal with them. But at the same moment, he thought that it was very cold, and he couldn't stand this kind of thing. After a while, they stopped. Dumbfounded by the way forward, Zhang Xiaofan asked if they could pass through here. They were on a high mountain, almost reaching the clouds. Bing Xing confirmed that they would be able to pass through here, except it would take about 10 years. Xiaofan was stunned by this answer and lifelessly asked, "How is it 10 years?" Suddenly, Xiaozhue shouted, "Go!" and kicked Xiaofan's butt, throwing him off the cliff. After which she watched with laughter as he flew down. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan crashed into the flying sword, causing him to feel a terrifying pain, as if something had shattered. Once your cultivation level reaches the secret realm, you can travel through the air, relying only on your own strength and not using items like sword and others. Xiaofan was horrified. Why only with a sword? He was going to complain about it, except that complaining about something like this wouldn't be accepted. Xiaofan noticed that Bing Xing had reached the secret realm and could fly freely. Except why wasn't Xiaoxue using a sword? Could it be? Xiaofan asked Xiaoxue if it was possible that she had stepped up a notch today. Xiaojue said that he guessed and showed her tongue. In other words, Zhang Xiaofan is the weakest here. After a while, they reached the city. Xiaojue said that there was a tea house nearby and offered Xiaofan a break there. Because of this kind of care, Xiaofan was convinced that Xiaojue loved him. Daydreaming, Xiaofan didn't look at the road, causing him to crash into someone. Xiaofan asked the man, why the hell was he standing in his way? But the man asked so Xiaofan wouldn't ask stupid questions and looked over there. There was a sign outside the building that said no devils or dogs allowed in. Xiaofan asked his uncle what this foreign thing was. He explained that he was a pure Taoist, to which the man replied that he had never said anything about Xiaofan being a demon, which meant that he simply considered Xiaofan to be a dog. Xiaofan couldn't stand it and started beating the man, telling him to go to hell, and then he told him not to look at him like a dog because he was a human. The man said that Xiaofan was a demon dog. The man wept and asked Xiaofan why he was beating him. The woman in front said that Xiaofan was her watchdog. Even after sitting down at the table, Xiaofan couldn't forget this anger. Meanwhile, the girls were laughing at him. Suddenly, a noise was heard from below. People wondered where the beggar had come from. They tried to chase him away. Visitors from downstairs complained about the stench and ordered the guy to get the hell out of here and beg elsewhere. But the man wasn't going to give up. He begged for them to help Grandpa Zhang. The master asked the young man how dare he distract him from drinking tea. He kicked the boy again and ordered him to get out of here. The girls were angry about what those visitors were allowing themselves, and Jiang Xiaofan quietly picked up a glass of tea. Grandpa Zhang asked Ji Ya to return home as he had already lived enough, but he refused, for the uncle who bought the vegetables said that there were experts here, and therefore he was obliged to cure his grandfather. The Lord asked the guy if he realized he was just a son of a bitch. But if he could take a dozen of his kicks and survive, then so be it. He would help his grandfather. Jia dared to agree to a dozen kicks, for this was the only way he could save his grandfather. After which, Jia agreed and ducked down, preparing for a beating. The gentleman smirked and told the guy that he had asked for it. After which, he started kicking Jia with his foot. On the 10th strike, Jia couldn't stand it and vomited out a mouthful of blood. After which the master laughed and left, saying that today was just fine. Jia asked the Lord to wait, which angered him once again. Jia reminded the man that they had agreed that the master would save his grandfather, and the master was only surprised that Jia was still alive. After which he explained that although he had promised to save his grandfather, that didn't mean he could do it, so the promise was meaningless. Jia was astonished to hear about the one who had tricked him, whereupon he grabbed the gentleman by the leg and shouted that he must know the way to save his grandfather. The gentleman was dumbfounded by such insolence, which means he needs to teach this kid a lesson again. Meanwhile, Xiaoka noticed that Xiaofan had disappeared somewhere. Suddenly, Xiaofan saved Jia by stopping Mr. Ji's foot, after which he ordered the man to stop unless of course he wished to die. When Jiang Xiaofan was young, he was accused of taking someone else's toy and was about to be beaten to death. He was 10 years old then, and his grandfather took him away that day. Grandfather was not rich, so in order to give his grandson everything he needed and send him to school, he saved a lot, even on food. That was when Xiaofan felt warm and happy for the first time. However, God is ruthless. Unfortunately, when Xiaofan was 15, his grandfather passed away. God never gave him a chance to repay his grandfather. This pain haunts him through his life. From his last strength, Jia begged his older brother to help save his grandfather. The cultivator who beat up Jia was Shenfeng Meng, who was at the 7th step. Shenfeng Meng asked Xiaofan if he was tired of living. Xiaofan reached under his clothes with his hand, during which he told Shenfeng that he was giving him 10 minutes, after which he corpsed. Shenfeng and the servants began to mock the arrogant boy who thought he could kill them. Some kid with a level 5 dares to challenge him. Xiaofan took out a pill and fed it to Jia. One of Shenfeng's servants swept up that it was Pei Yuan Dan, the golden pill, causing him to wonder who this guy was. Xiaojue remembered that this was the pill that Xiaofan received when he was accepted as an inner disciple. And even Bing Xing was surprised by his action. The medicines on the purple star are generally divided into 5 levels, from the most, and their spiritual energy increases as the level increases. These medicines are divided into basic pill, golden pill, spiritual pill, immortal pill, and emperor pill. There was even a mysterious sect that specialized in alchemy. Nothing could compare to their achievements, but the maximum they could obtain was an immortality pill, let alone an emperor pill. However, all this exists only in ancient legends. For a small sect, even a golden pill is very expensive. Jia suddenly jumped up and noticed that his body was completely healed. Xiaozhu then suggested that he go to his sisters and wait for Xiaofan to deal with the bad guy and help his grandfather. Jia was surprised at the sudden kindness and thanked the sisters, after which Jia and his grandfather went upstairs together and thanked the girls again. Bing Xing suggested that Grandpa drink tea, but seeing his hand, it suddenly dawned on her that with this old man. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofan clapped his hands and announced that time was running out, after which he reminded the cultivator that he had given him a chance, but he never took it, so now, Shenfeng asked, and what would the insolent young man do to him? To which Xiaofan replied that he would personally destroy him and immediately attacked Shenfeng. Shenfeng thought this was simply impossible. After all, this guy's strength definitely couldn't be above the 5th level. Shenfeng Meng's servants took up arms. Xiaofan had touched their master, which meant he must die. Zhang Xiaofan praised the servant for the correct answer and began to knead his hands. Immediately afterward, he dealt with everyone with lightning speed. When he tried to get up, one of the servants said that they were Shen Meng's men, and if he touched them, the master wouldn't let him go. But Xiaofan didn't care about any of this and just asked him to shut up. As they left, Shenfeng and the servants shouted to Xiaofan that they would still have him waiting. Suddenly, the owner of the place appeared behind Xiaofan's back and praised his cultivation. Except, that one had ruined their boss's place, which meant that he wouldn't be able to leave here today until he gave an explanation. Zhang Xiaofan was shocked by the spiritual energy felt from the old man. That the manager of the most ordinary establishment in the most ordinary street should have such a cultivation of the… Xiaofan complained to the manager that he had only started to act now. Then he asked why he didn't show up when people were in trouble, to which the latter replied that they were only mortals. Xiaofan called that one a bastard, for he would not put the life of a mortal at any cost. After which, he reminded the cultivators from the top floor that they too were mortals until they stepped onto the path of immortality. But all but cultivators remained silent, and even Bing Xing gloomed. The manager said that he had, but now that he was a cultivator, he only wanted the truth. The life and death of ordinary mortals didn't concern him. The other cultivators began to agree with him. They only wanted the truth. Zhang Xiaofan shouted that he wanted to treat mortals fairly, and swung at the manager preparing to hit him. The master asked the brat if he wanted to die. Immediately after, he created a large purple hand aimed at Xiaofan. There was simply a terrifying aura emanating from this hand. Xiaofan was afraid that he was no match for him. Just as suddenly, an icy snowflake flew in from the 2nd floor and easily destroyed the manager's hand. Bing Xing asked the old man, had he not heard anything at all? Before you hit a dog, you need to look at his owner's face. The manager was amazed that this girl turned out to be the heiress of the Ice Palace, after which the cultivators on the 2nd floor began to discuss. Was she really the heir to one of the 4 great powers? Or was she an imposter? Bing Xing sighed and said that they didn't deserve to know, after which she told Xiaofan that they were leaving. The manager admitted that he had just insulted Xiaofan and asked him to take care of himself. After that, Zhang Xiaofan found himself rescued but also resentful. Xiaofan asked, why would they go to the village of these people? After all, they could just borrow some medicine and heal their wounds at the pub. Xiaozhe whispered to Xiaofan that he was a fool. After all, he didn't notice that there was evil in that old man. Xiaofan wondered if this was really the case, and turned around and noticed a dark aura emanating from the old man. Bing Xing explained that they could only suppress it temporarily, but if they wanted to eradicate it, they had to find the source of the evil. Xiao Shui explained that demonic sources had always been a taboo for cultivators, even though they had been destroyed hundreds of years ago. But if an evil spirit was found in a person's body, it had to be killed immediately. If the cultivators from the pub found out about this, even Sister Bing Xing would be powerless. In the end, the only way to heal the old man is to find the source of the evil sooner rather than later. Zhang Xiaofangyu simply couldn't believe that Bing Xing's face was expressing absolute indifference, making it completely unclear what she was thinking. Jia stopped and said that they were in place, after which he pointed to his village. Seeing this village, Xiaofan and the girls were simply dumbfounded, for it was too abnormal. After which they went to the headman and Jia told the one that he had brought help. The headman asked if they would really be able to help them, to which Jia replied that it was quite possible. This brother and sisters are very capable and they can definitely find a way out. The headman bowed to Bing Xing and begged the cultivators to help save the village. On behalf of the entire village, he thanked them in advance. Bing Xing asked him not to be too polite and lead them. The headman took the guests to the sick villagers and told them that the people of their village were sick, as many in their village were quite strong. The headman asked that the cultivators take care of those who were weaker first. After thinking it over for a bit, Bing Xing said that it was rather strange, and Xiaofan wondered what the big deal was here. After which he guessed that everyone in this village is sick, but Ji Ya is the only one who is fine. Bing Xing said that they should head to Ji Ya's house. Ji Ya apologized to the guests for making them come all this way and offered to drink tea. Since they were gathered here, Bing Xing decided to ask the old man directly, when did he become possessed by an evil spirit? To which the latter replied that it probably happened 10 days ago. Bing Xing noticed that the old man didn't panic at all when she asked about the evil energy. After which she asked, could an ordinary old man living in a village where everyone was sick know what an evil spirit was? The only answer could only be that it was possible since that one was an evil spirit cultivator. Jia cried out that it wasn't true, for his grandfather couldn't be like this. Grandpa Zhang smiled at his grandson and asked him to go to another room while he chatted with the boys. Jia tried to warn his grandfather. After all, their guests had called that one a demonic cultivator. But Grandpa Zhang asked his grandson not to worry, as they wouldn't hurt him. Only after that, Jia agreed to leave for the next room, leaving Grandpa alone. Once the extra ears were gone, Grandpa Zhang praised Bing Xing for being observant. Although his evil spirit cultivation base was lost, she still managed to notice it. He said that Bing Xing was indeed a worthy heiress of the demonic palace, to which Bin Xin replied that he was flattering her. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Xiaofan became convinced that this grandfather was indeed a demonic cultivator. Grandpa Zhang said it's quite a long story. 30 years ago, the heavenly demon sect was unknown to anyone. No one had any idea that its might could compare to the 4 greatest sects. Back then, he was only one of the many followers of the heavenly demon sect. However, the sudden disappearance of the head caused internal conflict. The brothers and sisters killed each other to take the sect's throne, and soon the thriving heavenly demon sect became a battlefield. In just a month, almost all the core members of the sect had died. The heavenly demon sect that was so great simply disappeared. Although he survived, but he lost his cultivation, after which he took the heavenly demon sword, the sacred sword of their sect. After their lord disappeared, the heavenly demon's sword was sealed and became the most ordinary sword. Then he buried this sword in the mountains behind this village. He was going to retire here, stay here forever. Now Bing Xing was able to understand what the matter was here. Xiaofan asked the old man, what happened to the villager's evil spirit energy? After all, he said, the sword had been sealed. Old man Zhang replied that this was exactly the problem that occurred 10 days ago. About 10 days ago, he sensed some change in the mountains, after which he headed towards the sword and dug it out. It turned out that the heavenly demon sword that had been sealed for over 30 years began to slowly unseal. Because of the village's proximity to the mountains, the villagers were eventually imbued with evil energy. He himself had been exposed to the heavenly demon sword many times, causing him to have the most horrible symptoms. It was only because of the remnants of his former cultivation that he was still alive. As suddenly, old man Zhang fell to his knees and admitted that he had no say after what had happened. However, he still hoped that the cultivators would help seal the sword again for the sake of the innocent villagers. Sobbing, the old man said that he was the only one to blame for all this and all the sins were also on him. The villagers had done nothing. Zhang Xiaofan asked the old man to let him stand up, but he continued to insist on his guilt. Xiaofan asked the old man, what is good and evil? Then he said that there are no good and evil ways in this world, only evil and good people. If he had not harmed anyone, then there was nothing to worry about. Unexpectedly, Xiaofan turned out to be more understanding than Bai Xing had previously thought. And he didn't disappoint Xiao Xue either. Old man Zhang was touched by Xiaofan's words. He admitted that he really appreciated it, and Xiaofan asked for the dais not to worry about it. After a while, Xiaofan's group arrived at the mountains. Bing Xing asked the old man, why was Bing Xing not affected by the evil spirit? The old man said they had gone very far, and so he ventured to tell all not far from where the heavenly demon sword is buried, there is a small body of water. 10 years ago he was patrolling in these parts when suddenly he heard a child crying. He followed the crying until he saw the lake. The area around the lake was spiritless, just like the Zhuanyu lake that was rumored. And the crying child in the middle of the lake was Jia. Jia was probably not a person, but Zhuanyu's natural essence, which was a spirit. Hearing this, Xiaofan and the girls were dumbfounded. Bai Xing asked the old man if he was sure that this was the right lake. Xiaofan felt a little embarrassed as his sister was thinking about the wrong thing. Xiaofan asked, Xiaojue, what kind of lake is this? And she said that Zhuanwu Lake is a mysterious and unusual body of water in which you can see the past and the future. If the books are to be believed, the water in the lake is comparable to the rumored sacred medicine. It is probably even more effective than the immortal spiritual root. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised that there was something more effective than a miracle drug, after which he decided to ask what was wrong, causing Xiaoxue to almost fall over and Bai Xing to turn to stone in shame. Xiaozhu started to reprimand Xiaofan for not listening to her and learning Buddhist canons. Bing Xing refused to even look at this idiot. Xiaozhu asked Xiaofan, letting him listen to her carefully. There are many different kinds of medicine on the purple star. From the weakest to the strongest, treasure medicine, immortality medicine, ancient medicine of kings, and sacred medicine. Divine medicine is the rarest of them all. It can bring the dead back to life. Xiaofan said that he understood the matter. Jia is safe because he is a spirit. Xiaoxui ordered Xiaofan to recite the Buddhist canons. While they were talking, old man Zhang suddenly stopped and said that they had come, after which Xiaofan said that he would go check what the heck was going on and headed into the cave. As something strange suddenly happened to Xiaofan, Xiaoxue tried to say that Zhang Xiaofan pointed at himself and asked what was wrong with him. Xiaoxue then asked if he was all right. Xiaofan was surprised by her question and asked what they were so worried about. Bing Xing could hardly believe what she saw. After all, this guy is able to resist the evil spirit. Xiaofan asked the girls, why did he suddenly stand up like a stumbling block? And suggested that they head to the cave. Old man Zhang explained that because of the heavenly demon sword, a terrifying energy had accumulated here, and the sword itself was at the end of the cave. Xiaofan looked at the entrance of the cave and was horrified by the density of this energy, and there was much more of it further away. After which, Xiaofan asked the old man about the class of the sword. Was it considered a spiritual weapon or a precious weapon? The old man admitted that he didn't know that. The Lord once said that the heavenly demon sword was at least a precious weapon, and even if that sword had been sealed for a long time, it still possessed killing power. However, in the past 30 years, no one other than Old Man Zhang had managed to come out of the cave alive. Bing Xing said that in that case, Bing Xing ordered Xiaofan to look around there and kicked his ass, pushing him into the cave. Falling down, Xiaofan shouted out that Bing Xing had an icy heart, after which he finally hit bottom, dissatisfied with these endless falls. Xiaofan stood up and noticed something strange. Apparently, this devil spirit is afraid of him. Walking deep into the cave, Xiaofan laughed at those outside, for they were afraid of some sword with a weak aura. After briefly exploring the cave, Xiaofan finally found the heavenly demon sword, after which he noticed that this sword simply had an unimaginable aura. Zhang Xiaofan tried to understand what was going on here. After all, the sword should be under seal right now. Just as suddenly, evil souls began to burst out of the sword and immediately decided to devour it. Suddenly, the evil spirit released an energy beam that instantly pierced Xiaofan's chest. Diving deeper and deeper, Xiaofan asked the copper brother for help. He shouldn't be killed by the heavenly demon sword. Just as suddenly, the copper shard began to glow, to so much so that this light broke through the caves and burst out. Xiaozhe and Bing Xing immediately realized that Zhang Xiaofan was in danger and immediately rushed to help. As Xiaofan suddenly asked, where were they going in such a hurry? They don't need to go down into the cave as he's already back. Old man Zhang admitted that he did not doubt Xiaofan's strength, but he still decided to ask if he had really succeeded in sealing the heavenly demon sword. Zhang Xiaofan said with a proud look that he had indeed done so, and the old man could easily verify this by looking at the fact that the evil aura was no longer there. Old man Zhang looked around, after which he was forced to admit that it was indeed true. Xiaofan smirked evilly, for this sword now belonged to him. Bai Xing said that she doubted it and asked if he had anything to tell. Xiaofan panicked. He was trying to figure out if Bai Xing had found out about the demonic sword. After that, he panicked and said that he had nothing to hide. The heavenly demon sword was much weaker than they all thought, so he only had to use a bit of spiritual power to seal it. Xiaofan asked Bai Xing not to worry about it, as it wouldn't be a bother for another 100 years or more. Xiaozek told her sister that if Xiaofan said so, then everything was fine, and suggested that she leave this place. Bingxing wondered if she should do something about it, but in the end, she agreed to just go back to the village to see what was going on and then continue on to the ice palace. The next morning, Jia thanked his brother and sisters for their help and said that they would definitely see each other again. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan and company arrived at the ice palace. At the entrance of the palace, Bing Xing was greeted by two girl cultivators. Zhang Xiaofan looked at the outfits the local maidens were wearing and commented that it was so cold here, yet they were so lightly dressed. Hearing this, Xiao Jue was jealous of Xiaofan, after which she remarked that Xiaofan was even too observant, causing him to agree out of fear. Zheng Xiaofan coughed into his sleeve and changed the topic, suggesting that Xiao Jue go to the palace with Bing Xing. After all, the ice palace is a sacred place for nuns, hence he would wait for her here. Hearing this, Bing Xing said that men are indeed not allowed to enter the ice palace at will. But Master Jiang has nothing to worry about. Since he is Xue's friend, he can freely enter. However, since Mr. Jiang is so polite, he won't impose on her. She won't mind if he decides to wait here. But just in case, Bing Xing had warned Xiaofan that there were wolves roaming nearby at night that he should be wary of. Xiaofan rolled his eyes and wondered what he had to worry about. He could just not go there, and besides, it was just some wolves. On the night of the same day, Xiaofan built a fire to keep warm on such a cold night. The girls were only supposed to pick up the letter, but they were already very late. Xiaofan even suspected that Bai Xing just wanted to get rid of him. He was going to tell her everything as soon as she came out. He would be sure to pay her back. Suddenly, Xiaofan heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he saw a wolf pack moving towards him. Zhang Xiaofan said that it had become too noisy here, and sinister energy began to accumulate near his ring. Immediately after he unleashed the heavenly demon's sword, Xiaofan was about to sacrifice these wolves to his new sword. Xiaofan was among the wolves in the blink of an eye, after which he began to rapidly reduce their population. One of the wolves used its speed to bypass Xiaofan and attack from the back, but Xiaofan chopped that one down. Xiaozhu asked Sister Bing Xing if she was sure they were doing everything right. The Ice Palace maid asked Miss Zhu not to worry, for their celestial had a plan. Meanwhile, Bing Xing was scrutinizing Xiaofan's sword. Xiaofan was able to deal with the wolves with ease, but there were too many of them and he was getting tired. Suddenly, a terrifying wolf emerged from the pack, which managed to shock Zhang Xiaofan. This wolf was even too huge compared to the others. The Ice Palace attendant was astonished. She was trying to figure out, where could a Snow Wolf King come from here? Just as suddenly, Xiaofan hid his heavenly demon sword back into the ring, surprising the ladies with this. The maid explained that the strength of the Snow Wolf King was no lower than the seventh heaven, yet Xiaofan was going to defeat him with his bare hands. This is too bad of a development for Xiaofan. Realizing what the problem was, Bing Xing ordered him to send help. Unexpectedly, Xiaozhu asked her sister not to do this. She reasoned that Xiaofan wanted to prove her power to everyone. And besides, she believes he can do it. Xiaofan tried to provoke the Snow Wolf King by suggesting that he attack him. The wolf in turn was surprised at such behavior, after which, it howled and attacked Xiaofan with its mouth. As soon as the Snow Wolf King closed its jaws, Xiaofan managed to jump out of the fanged grip at the last moment, after which he aimed for the beast's head. But Xiaofan miscalculated. The wolf abruptly turned around and hit Jiang Xiaofan with its tail, from which Xiaofan flew back into the stone with a lightning bolt. From the damage he received, Xiaofan vomited out a mouthful of blood. The strength gap between the two of them, wolf, was even too great. Even so, he wasn't going to just despair. Zhang Xiaofan dared to fight the Snow Wolf King to the last man. Xiaofan jumped up and shouted to the wolf to provoke it. The Snow Wolf King was confused by this man's action. After landing on the ground, Xiaofan gathered strength in his legs, immediately after which he swiftly crashed into the wolf's face and bounced back to his previous position. Zhang Xiaofan continued to face the huge Snow Wolf King again and again, and so the morning came. Xiaofan was already struggling to stand on his feet, but the Snow Wolf King wasn't in a good position either. The Snow Wolf King dared to attack the annoying human again, but as soon as he caught up with Xiaofan, he once again dodged his fangs and jumped behind him. Immediately after which, Zhang Xiaofan bounced in the air and asked the wolf if the wolf really still wanted him dead, after which he put all his strength into a single blow. The girls were amazed at what they saw. Zhang Xiaofan still managed to defeat the Snow Wolf King. Trying to catch his breath, Xiaofan said that he had finally killed him. Immediately afterward, he collapsed due to accumulated fatigue. The girls were happy that Xiaofan had survived and managed to defeat the Seventh Sky Snow Wolf King. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan woke up in an unfamiliar environment. Immediately afterward, he jumped up and asked where he was and what happened. Xiaozhu tapped Xiaofan's head and asked him if he had forgotten about her. Then she asked him to wake up soon, as they had to go for a long time. Xiaofan didn't mind leaving this place, at least he wouldn't see this ice maiden again. After going outside, Xiaofan thanked Bing Xing for her hospitality and said that he wouldn't forget it. Xiaofan thanked Bing Xing for her hospitality and said that he wouldn't forget it. Xiaofan shot back, saying that they would meet again. Xiaofan wondered how many times had she acted rude to him. How many times had he almost died because of her? He hoped that they would never meet again. Bingxing nonchalantly deflected Xiaofan's shot. Xiaojue asked Bingxing's sister, when would they meet again? After all, she would miss her. Xiaojue replied that Xiaojue was always welcome here. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaofan started shooting Bingxing with his eyes. Suddenly, someone called out to Bingxing, calling her Xin Xin. The guy asked Xin Xin if he met her here because she was waiting for him. Hearing him call her Xin Xin, Jiang Xiaofan felt disgusted with this guy. Bingding explained to young Master Xia that she was here to see off her friends. Xia Fengming noticed that Xiaozhug was also here and jumped towards them. Xiaozhu asked what Fengming was doing here. He replied that he was here to propose marriage to Ms. Bing, of course. Since this was a suggestion for Bingxing's sister Bingxing, Xiaozhue decided to check this guy out first. Xiaozhue pushed Jiang Xiaofan towards Bingxing's sister and asked if he would stand up for his sister. Hearing this, Bingxing suddenly blushed. Xia Fengming explained to Xiaofan that they were in very different positions, and the latter couldn't even stand on his feet, while Xin Xin was a fan of long relationships. He then asked if Xiaofan wanted Xiaofan to believe that he could protect Bingxin. Bingxing asked the young master how many times she had already explained to him. Suddenly, Xiaofan stood in front of her and asked Xia Fengming if he had any respect for Bingxin at all. And what right does he have to call her Bingxin Xin? Xiaofan asked, letting Xia Fengming not make himself look tough. Xia Fengming suggested to see how good Xiaofan would turn out to be. Bingxing asked Xia Fengming why he had come to the Ice Palace, to which he replied that he had come to see Elder Ji. Afterward, he told the elder that he had been devoted to Bingxing since he was a child. And this time he came to ask all the elders and masters of the palace to marry her to him. Elder Shou asked, "What the hell?" After which she asked Bingxing if it was true. But Bingxing replied that she had no intention of marrying him. Afterward, Elder Shou said that the man should have heard everything. She explained that it wasn't that she didn't want to give Shinner away in marriage, but that she herself didn't want to. And in this ice palace, even the head can't force her in the slightest. Xia Fengming said that there was no problem with that. And besides, he was sincere to Celestial Sister Bingxing, and that wouldn't change even if she rejected him. He will definitely come again and again until Sister Bingxing agrees. Xia Fengming ordered a servant to bring this. He then took out a gold jewelry box. Xia Fengming took out a crystal from the box and said, "It is rumored that ice jade is the hardest thing in the world. Inside the jade is a lot of pure ice power that can help Sister Bingxing refine her skills. In order to obtain this jade, he had to put in a lot of effort." Xia Fengming said that he is giving this jade to Bingxing in the hope that she will be pleased with such a gift. His feelings for the celestial woman are like this polar ice jade, just as indestructible. The members of the Ice Palace were astonished by such a gift. Real jade or fake, it is a very precious gift. Xia Fengming really turned out to be very generous. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan chuckled and asked, "Is this really the most solid and indestructible thing in the world? This is really very exciting. Just take a small ice cube and say it's the hardest thing in the world, and yet someone might believe that." Xia Fengming said that he was just a simple boy who probably didn't even know what a polar ice jade was. Hearing this, Xia Fengming's entourage started laughing at the foolish young man. Since Xia Fengming is so sure that he's right, Jiang Xiaofan has offered to argue with him. He would open Xia Fengming's eyes so that he could see how complicated their so-called world was. Elder Zi asked, "Who is this person?" And Bingxing said that it was a friend that Xing Er had met recently. Jiang Xiaofan from the Tianmen Empire. He had come to the Ice Palace to receive a secret letter. Xia Fengming said that one was just ignorant, and therefore he agrees to get an introduction from that one. Xiaofan said that he was willing to show that person everything in black and white. Xia Fengming laughed and asked Xiaofan if he was willing to bet his life, and he readily agreed to it. Bingxing told the two to calm down and asked, what were they doing here in the first place? But Xiaofan ordered her to shut up. There was no way Bingxing had expected such a thing from Xiaofan. She was discouraged that the man suddenly yelled at her. Xia Fengming placed the polar ice jade on the floor and offered Xiaofan just a taste of what he wanted. Xiaofan said that he would do it without blinking an eye, immediately after which he pulled out the heavenly demon sword and chopped the ice jade with ease. Xia Fengming simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. The strongest ice jade was suddenly chopped in half. Elder Sai wondered how Jiang Xiaofan was able to shatter the ice jade with a sword that didn't even give off spiritual energy. Zhang Xiaofan asked Brother Si what he thought about what had happened. Xia Fengming called Xiaofan a bastard and was about to attack, but he was stopped by one of the attendants. He asked the Lord to stop it or else the Ice Palace mistress would get angry. Xia Fengming was forced to swallow his resentment. He said that he was willing to accept defeat since he only had one life. Xiaofan explained that it was immediately obvious. And now, Xia Fengming must get out of the Ice Palace right now. Xia Fengming promised himself that he would not let Xiaofan get away with this. He promised Xiaofan that he would remember him and that they would meet again. Xiaofan wished him to see him soon. Xiaofan thought it was very foolish to waste his life on this offense. Xiaojie hugged Xiaofan with joy. He had managed to solve the most annoying problem of the Ice Palace. Xiaojie recognized that he was simply incredible. Just as suddenly, Bingxing turned to Xiaofan, and trying to look away, she thanked him. But Xiaofan moved closer and interrogated what she had just said. He then started circling around her, begging for her to say it louder, as he couldn't hear very well. Unable to endure such a thing, Xiaojie punched Xiaofan. After leaving the palace, Elder Si personally thanked Xiaofan for handling this situation herself. Xin Er is the most outstanding descendant of the Ice Palace for thousands of years, and she cannot marry someone like Xia Fengming. However, because of the family's status, they couldn't just refuse him. She was very grateful to Zhang Xiaofan, and therefore he would always be welcome in the Ice Palace. Zhang Xiaofan politely refused Elder Si, after which Xiaofan caught up with Xiao Xu and asked her not to hurry so much, but she was still pouting at him because of how he had recently bullied Sister Bing. Looking at the back of the departing Zhang Xiaofan, Bingxing wondered what kind of person he was. Elder Si asked Zinner if something had confused her. It wouldn't be long before she would reach the peak of the heavenly path to be reborn. As the most outstanding successor, she is fully prepared to walk this path. But whether or not Binxin will go on or not is for her to decide for herself. Bingxing said that the elder's words are law to her. Meanwhile, in Xia Fengming's group, the old servant asked the young master if he wanted him to eliminate Zhang Xiaofan and Ye Yuan Shui. He was ready to act as soon as he received the order. Hearing this, Xia Fengming fearfully asked this idiot if he was serious about Ye Yuan Shui. He asked the old man if he realized that they were still alive just because they hadn't touched her. The whole problem is that she's from the Qi family. The old subordinate admitted he was wrong, after which Xia Fengming asked that his subordinate listen to him carefully. He must not provoke the Qi family girl in any way. If a single hair falls from her head, the whole world will tremble. Except, there was no way that this Zhang Xiaofan would always stay by the side of a girl from the Qi family. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan along with Xiao Xue finally returned home. After such a difficult journey back, Zhang Xiaofan threw up, and Xiao Xue laughed as they just flew through the swords. Zhang Xiaofan was overjoyed that he was finally able to descend from the sword. He wanted to complete this mission as soon as possible. After resting for a bit, Xiaofan and Xiao Xue finally completed their mission, and their contributions were recorded. After which the owner of the pavilion apologized and quickly left. Xiaofan was dissatisfied with the pavilion master's hospitality. He just couldn't believe that he didn't give anything in return. Xiao Xue was already satisfied that they had managed to complete this mission. Xiao Xu said that she was going back to Wui Peak and said goodbye to Xiaofan, and Xiaofan asked if she could wait a little longer, but she ran away. Xiaofan tried to understand why everyone around him was in such a big hurry. Zhang Xiaofan headed to Wui Peak. It had been almost a month since he had been there, so Xiaofan hoped that everything was fine there. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan heard some noise nearby. As he got closer, he saw the disciples beating their fellow disciple, calling him a traitor. Wang Chong was surprised that this dog could still stay on his feet. Suddenly, a rock hit him in the head. Wang Chong immediately asked, "Who dared to do this, wishing to die?" After which Zhang Xiaofan jumped out to them. Xiaofan asked, "What kind of group bullying is this in broad daylight?" The disciples turned blue with fear when they saw that it was Xiaofan who came out to them. Wang Chong asked Xiaofan, how did he only dare to appear before him? And his fellow said that it had nothing to do with Xiaofan. If Xiaofan remembered correctly not long ago, this person had asked for mercy for him. Now they were shifting the blame onto him, while saying that it was none of his business. Xiaofan asked the beaten disciple if he was all right. The disciple said that he was at death's door, but then Xiaofan came, and so he thanked him. Xiaofan realized that it was over before he even arrived. That was enough for him. Xiaofan asked his fellow man not to worry about it, for he would take care of everything. Now he would show the plebeians where they belonged. Xiaofan took out his blade and told his disciple that those guys wouldn't be able to bully him for a long time because they wouldn't even be able to stand on their feet. Immediately after which, Zhang Xiaofan attacked the disciples in the blink of an eye, destroying their weapons at the same time. There are techniques that Xiaofan had wanted to try out for a long time. Xiaofan laughed because of these guys. If they couldn't take some beatings, then they could consider them already dead. Wang Chong pulled himself up and with difficulty told Xiaofan that he would not let him go until his brother came. Jiang Xiaofan kicked Wang Chun and ordered him to shut up. Xiaofan asked if they heard what he told them. They would fall to the bottom at any opportunity. The disciple asked Xiaofan if he had beaten them too badly. Xiaofan appeared at his counterpart's back and replied that it was no big deal after all. They would only be in bed for about half a year. Xiaofan then asked what his fellow man's name was, to which the latter awkwardly replied that his name was Xiaoping. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan threw a stone across the water and asked Xiaoping, "Why didn't he just leave the peak since he was so miserable?" Xiaoping asked. "Where could he go?" After all, there was a slim chance that some peak would be willing to accept such a slacker disciple. Since he didn't care where to go, Xiaofan suggested that Xiaoping go with him to Wui Peak. At Wui Peak, neither honor, status, nor power were important. But by staying there, he would be able to live without any restrictions. Xiaofan threw another stone and promised Xiaoping that he would be welcomed there. Xiaoping wondered why this guy's words that sounded so implausible managed to trigger in him the desire to do something. After talking to Xiaoping, Xiaofan returned to Wui Peak. Standing at the entrance, he shouted to the old man and the brethren that he had returned. Immediately after, Lin Quan and Tang Yu ran up to him. Lin Quan wanted to know who were the two fairies who had come down the mountain with him, and Tang Yu congratulated Xiaofan on his return. Xiaofan asked them, what other hell fairies were there? He almost died there. Hearing that Xiaofan had almost died in battle, Lin Quan became inflamed after thinking the wrong thing and asked how it was. And Tang Yu was about to write down the techniques their boss used. Meanwhile, Old Man Lu came to the entrance of the peak and immediately greeted Xiaofan. Xiaofan hadn't been at Wui Peak for a month, so he started asking Old Man Luo how he was feeling. To which Old Man Luo replied that he was fine for now. Lin Quan behind him begged Xiaofan not to leave so quickly. After all, he still hadn't told them about his techniques. Xiaofan promised the old man that he would make him a great kebab today. Tang Yu smirked and started to compose to Lin Quan what their boss was doing together with the two fairies. A few days later, Xiaofan was meditating on Wui Peak. Both on Earth and on the star of Wui, there is an eternal and unchanging law. The law of the weak and the strong. If you have no strength, you will simply be destroyed. There is no other way. That's why he has to become as strong as possible, much stronger than he is now. Xiaofan vowed that one day he would step onto the path of enlightenment. Suddenly, Xiaofan began to release more and more spiritual energy. Xiaofan headed to the Xuanyang Pavilion to receive a new mission. Receiving the assignment, he looked at the sheet with anticipation. But upon seeing the target of the task, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't hold back a shout. After a while, Xiaofan arrived at the flame forest. Zhang Xiaofan was dissatisfied that Xiaozhe had sent him a mission sheet, only to end up doing it himself. Xiaozhe wrote that this mission is very easy and that Xiaofan will be able to handle it alone, and she will get a good night's sleep in the meantime. The purpose of the mission is to kill 100 firebirds and extract their bile. Firebirds are quite common on Seaway Star, and most of the population has a cultivation level of 3rd to 4th heaven. They were named so because these birds can spew flames, and their bile is an ingredient for some elixirs. In a nutshell, Jiang Xiaofan's goal is to slaughter 100 chickens. And the best news is that the flame forest isn't that far away, because of which he doesn't have to use his sword to fly, otherwise he would die. While Xiaofan was pondering on his own, he had already been spotted by several hot birds. Xiaofan stepped on the branch emitting a loud cracking sound, immediately after which the firebirds attacked him with flames, but Xiaofan easily dodged. One of the birds swooped down trying to pierce Xiaofan with its beak or claws, but Xiaofan jumped up. After which, he showed his heavenly demon sword to that chicken. Taking the chance, the remaining 2 birds flew towards Xiaofan and shot flames up close, but even that was useless. Dodging the next volleys, Xiaofan struck in a circular strike. All the firebirds were killed, and Xiaofan finally managed to breathe. Xiaofan cut open the firebird and took out a small yellow object from it. Looking at it, Jiang Xiaofan assumed that it was the bile of the firebird. Since it was so simple, it was time to show off his strength. Xiaofan began his hunt. He killed 33 firebirds. The trailing number of birds killed quickly escalated to 88 killed firebirds, and soon he had extracted 99 bile. This hunt has been more tiring than he could have imagined, but it was finally coming to an end, with only one firebird left to kill. Just as suddenly, he heard another hot bird fly by nearby. Xiaofan jumped out at the bird, shouting that it wouldn't be able to escape. But after a moment, he stopped. Surprised at how this little guy looked, Xiaofan asked the one if he was really a firebird, after which, Xiaofan noticed that this little guy was injured. Using spiritual energy, Xiaofan quickly healed the bird's wounds, then told the bird that he had to leave to continue his mission. As soon as Xiaofan stepped back, the little guy started chasing him and chirped merrily. Xiaofan asked the one why he was chasing him. He asked the bird if it wanted to follow him. Then the bird nodded twice in agreement. Xiaofan laughed off the bird and agreed to take it with him, then asked the bird what its name was. But hearing nothing, Xiaofan turned around and saw that swords had been put to the little guy. The people who pointed their blades at the bird turned out to be Xia Fengming's henchmen. And the worst part was that Xiaofan didn't even notice that so many people had caught up with him. Xiaofan complained to the old man about scaring his pet. The old man signaled, immediately after which all of his subordinates attacked Jiang Xiaofan. With a single stream, all these blows combined into a crushing attack. But at the last moment, Xiaofan managed to dodge the attack. Things were bad, for all the enemies were above the 8th level of the sky. Hence, Xiaofan turned to the heavenly demon sword. But to his surprise, Xiaofan failed to summon his blade. Xiaofan commanded the sword to not play with him. But at that moment, he noticed that an enemy spear was moving towards him, so he managed to dodge it. In order not to worry about the little guy getting crushed, Xiaofan ordered him to wait for him by the fire forest. After which, the bird flew away from the battlefield and Xiaofan dodged his opponent's spear. Immediately after which, Xiaofan punched the enemy soldier in the stomach with all his might. After getting rid of the first opponent, Xiaofan picked up his spear, after which he felt that it suited him. Xiaofan wondered who this Xia Fengming was, since he was able to attract so many masters. Xiaofan told the old man that all this obviously didn't happen by chance. In that case, he was willing to fight them to the end. Night came, Jiang Xiaofan killed another servant of Xia Fengming. It was the first time he'd ever had to kill a man. Suddenly, one of the soldiers managed to wound Xiaofan by attacking him stealthily. Cradling the wound from such an attack, Jiang Xiaofan vowed that he would kill Xia Fengming one day. After losing a few soldiers, the old man beckoned to the soldiers, after which those stood up and stuck their spears into the ground. Seeing the earth glow, Xiaofan wondered what was going on. Immediately after, a pillar of light rose into the sky. The old man who had arranged to attack Xiaofan decided to come out to fight in person and bounced off the branch. The old man was so strong that Xiaofan didn't even have a chance to dodge, causing him to get hit. The old man told the soldiers that their mission was complete and ordered them to prepare to return to the city. Suddenly, he heard that Xiaofan was still breathing. Jiang Xiaofan recognized that the ghost god at the 9th level of the sky was indeed unusual. Unexpectedly, Xiaofan announced his surrender. And if the old man agreed to lower his arms and spare his life, Xiaofan was willing to give him rare plants. The old man wondered, how was it possible that this kid could still stand on his feet? Seizing the opportunity, Xiaofan rushed away from Xia Fengming's soldiers with all his might. He was going to fight to the end. Hiding behind a large tree in the distance, Xiaofan began to quickly eat the immortal spiritual roots. The old man beckoned to the soldiers and asked them to stop since Xiaofan was somewhere nearby. Jiang Xiaofan climbed up a tree branch and was finally able to summon the heavenly demon sword to attack the enemies from above. As suddenly, the old man pointed in his direction and shouted to the soldiers that Xiaofan was in a tree. But to his surprise, Xiaofan wasn't there, which was strange since he had just felt a breath there. Just as suddenly, the two soldiers behind fell lifelessly due to Xiaofan's stealthy attacks. Hearing the commotion, the old man asked what was going on there. After which they discovered the corpses, the old man shouted that they should find him. Xiaofan wondered, what could the old man do even if he found him? For in this impenetrable darkness he is a god. Jiang Xiaofan jumped out of the darkness and sliced the throat of one of the soldiers. Seeing the golden aura from Xiaofan, the soldiers were surprised, for they had never seen an aura of this color before. Xiaofan said that people who want to kill should also prepare to be killed themselves, immediately after which he disappeared. The soldier shouted to his fellow soldiers to be careful and adopt a defensive formation, after which the old man ordered them to simply concentrate so that Xiaofan could no longer circle them. He ordered them not to fall for this kid's tricks and said he had to hide somewhere around here. The soldiers began to look around trying to see Xiaofan in the darkness, but all attempts were futile. Suddenly, one of the guards heard a noise from his fellow guard. Turning around, he saw that the one who had already been finished off by Xiaofan. Immediately after, he attacked Xiaofan, but he bounced back. Xiaofan said that to be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to himself. Not that he was cruel and bloodthirsty, but they were the ones who had gotten this far by deciding to attack him. The two soldiers attacked Xiaofan, but they couldn't keep up with his speed, causing them to collide with their spears. Immediately afterwards, Xiaofan killed with a circular strike. The soldier who saw this suddenly trembled, terrified that he might die like this. He shouted that Xiaofan was a pure devil, and throwing his spear started to run away. Immediately afterward, the old man attacked the deserter. The old man explained that it was in vain. Looking ahead, the old man noticed that Xiaofan had once again hidden from his gaze. The old man shouted to the kid to not be a coward and just come out to fight. The old man assumed that Xiaofan had something that could hide his scent and breath. He then shouted to Xiaofan that there was no more use in sneak attacks since it was just the two of them. The old man asked Xiaofan not to hide and to fight one-on-one. Running out of patience, the old man ordered the bastard to come out to him now. Jiang Xiaofan climbed down from the tree and rushed towards the old man. He was about to fulfill the old man's wish, but the moment his sword touched the old man's back, Jiang Xiaofan was pierced by lightning. Xiaofan created a small explosion to blind the old man and immediately began to retreat. After finding a safe place, Xiaofan started the immortal spiritual roots. If it wasn't for them, he would have died twice already. The worst part was that he never hit that old man. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan noticed that the air here was quite humid, which gave him an idea. Xiaofan decided to craft a small structure made of a branch and a stone for the dew to drip onto, after which he hid behind the old man's back and began to wait for the moment. At the same time as the structure began to collapse, Xiaofan attacked the old man from the back. Under the pressure of the dew, the structure broke and the stone fell to the ground, causing the old man to turn in that direction, thinking that it was Xiaofan. But a moment later, Xiaofan pierced him from the back. The old man couldn't believe what had happened. To be killed by some kid. Zhang Xiaofan said that if they offended him, he would return the favor. They were responsible for their own fate. The morning came, Xiaofan sat and searched one of the soldiers. After finishing the search, Xiaofan was very happy with the findings. Spiritual weapons, the Great Ring of Space, 13 gold cores, for all of these, he would be able to get 136 jian to become rich. Xiaofan turned to the rising sun and said that he, Jiang Xiaofan, had made a deal with Xiaofengming. No matter how capable the latter was, either way, Xiaofan would win. At the entrance of the forest, Xiaofan found the little boy who had been waiting for him all this time. Xiaofan told the fledgling that he was fine and offered to go home. It's nice to know there's someone waiting for you at home. Xiaofan returned to the Xuanyang pavilion, then walked out, happy that he had completed this mission. Xiaofan asked the little girl to go to her sister's house with him. As soon as Xiaofan climbed Wui Peak, the female disciples immediately took notice of him. Immediately after that, they ran up to Xiaofan and said that they wanted to hug and kiss him. Lin Quan and Tang Yu couldn't understand what they had just seen. Xiaofan just walked up to the girls and they immediately started clinging to him. The girls couldn't get enough of the cute creature sitting in Xiaofan's arms. Lin Quan and Tang Yu were simply petrified with envy. One of the girls wanted to give the chick a bath because he was very dirty. The other one asked why he was so shy, and offered to sleep with her tonight. Hearing all this, Lin Quan and Tang Yu wanted Xiaofan to take them with him. Soon, Zhang Xiaofan finally reached Xiaozhe's room. He said that he had brought her a cute friend and asked if she thought he was cute. Seeing him, Xiaozhe happily hugged Xiaofan with the cute little chick and thanked Xiaofan. Xiaofan said that it didn't cost him anything. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan flinched due to the wounds he had received recently. Xiaozhe wondered what had happened to that one. Could she have offended him? Xiaofan replied that it couldn't be because he was so strong. Taking the chick in her arms, Xiaozhe asked Xiaofan not to carry everything on his back, as it was very tiring. She asked lest he forget that he had her. Scenes from his last mission flashed through Xiaofan's mind, but he was unwilling to dump it all on Xiaoshui. When Xiaofan went home to rest, Xiaozhe asked him not to worry, as she would be able to take care of the baby for a few days. Moving farther away, Xiaofan was finally able to exhale. The recent incidents had made him tired like a dog, after which he thought of Xiaozhe with the chick and asked himself, how could he be so happy? Just as suddenly, Lin Quan and Tang Yu jumped out of the bushes and shouted, "Big Star!" nearly scaring him to death. Xiaofan asked his brothers why they suddenly called him Big Star. Lin Quan asked, does the latter really not understand anything? Xiaofan is the first person who can enter and exit Tianu Peak unhindered, whereupon Tang Yu said that in the past 2 hours, Xiaofan had been recognized as the most handsome man of their sect. Lin Quan said that Xiaofan was already the idol of all the sect disciples. After that, they began to beg Xiaofan to help them enter and exit Tianu Peak unhindered as well. Xiaofan said that it was very easy, they only needed to fit a couple of criteria. First of all, they need a pretty face. Lin Quan and Tang Yu said goodbye and ran away shouting that it was their bedtime. Xiaofan asked his brothers not to leave after all. He hadn't told them about the second criterion yet. Zhang Xiaofan shouted that the second criterion was to have a good character and be well-read. Lin Quan asked, who needed Xiaofan in the first place? Struggling really is the best way to accelerate your self-improvement. In about a month, he would already be able to ascend to the 9th heaven of the small sphere. Looking at the ring of space, Xiaofan wondered if the pills he had picked up could help him improve his skills. After which, he swallowed one. Immediately afterward, he felt that probably that one had begun to take effect. Except, is it really effective to use one pill at a time? Without thinking long, Zhang Xiaofan swallowed more pills to reach the 9 heavens small sphere as soon as possible. Suddenly, Xiaofan took off and flew into the distance without realizing what was happening. After a while, Xiaofan woke up and wondered where he was and why it had suddenly gone dark. After which he realized that he had fallen asleep while flying. Xiaofan summoned the heavenly demon sword, but this time, it was much easier than easier. Xiaofan grabbed the blade and chopped the stones, unexpectedly. But he had gained the strength of the 13 moon swords. Xiaofan realized that he had conquered the 9 heavens. After all, after reaching the 9 heavens with the Jade Purity method, one could only cultivate 13 lunar swords. Zhang Xiaofan decided to go to Xiaojiu and tell her about it, after which she would definitely be happy and hug him again. But this was not destined to be thwarted anytime soon, for a clear detractor stood in his way. Xiaofan asked the stranger what he wanted from him. As he suddenly jumped up and tried to grab Xiaofan, the stranger was much stronger than Xiaofan had originally thought. The disciples were astonished at what they saw. How did Xiaofan even manage to dodge? Xiaofan asked his disciple what he wanted. He replied that he had bad news for Xiaofan, after which 2 disciples came up to him and shouted that it was their head disciple Peak Tianyang who had personally come to seek justice. Xiaofan assumed that Wang Chun's gang were merely the tax collectors of these people. Xiaofan said that their guys had broken into his Wui Peak and even sicked their comrades on him, after which he had just taught them a lesson. And even if they decide to report it to the Lord, he has nothing to fear since his heart is pure. Ying said that there was no point for them to say such a thing, as he only knows that Yun Cheng had made an attempt on his Tianyang brothers. Zhang Xiaofan asked what he wanted. In response, however, Ying offered Xiaofan a one-on-one duel. Xiaofan proudly said that he was born a winner, after which Ying said that the loser would have to die. Tang Yu reminded Ying that the latter was already a Saint Realm expert while Zhang Xiaofan hadn't even reached the Consciousness Realm. After which, Lin Quan said that this wasn't a very fair fight. Tang Yu asked if it was bullying with his level of development. And Lin Quan added that this was how Tianyang Peak mocked people and that said it all. Xiaofan wondered why these 2 had come in the first place. Ignoring the sneers from the Wui Peak disciples, the head disciple of Tianyang Peak introduced himself as Ying Tianyang, after which he said that he would fight at the same level as Xiaofan. Ying Tianyang tossed Xiaofan a scroll and said that if he agreed they would see each other in the main ring, but if Xiaofan refused, he would die right there. Zhang Xiaofan squeezed the scroll and said that he accepted the invitation. As he left, one of Ying Tianyang's men admitted that he hoped that Xiaofan wouldn't run away with his tail tucked. Not even an hour later, the news spread throughout the peaks that Ying Tianyang had challenged Zhang Xiaofan to a fight after he beat up his younger brother. Zhang Xiaofan is known as the one who holds the entire 3 peaks in fear and has free entry to Tianu Peak, while Ying Tianyang is the second strongest disciple of their sect. Everyone was simply burning with anticipation waiting for their battle. Zhang Xiaofan was angry at Ying Tianyang after all. He had challenged him without wanting to listen to him. Xiaofan heard a knock on the door. Opening the door, he saw an old man Liu wanting to say a few words to Xiaofan. Old man Liu told Xiaofan that it was too early for him and Tianyang to fight, and so he would ask Master Ying to cancel this fight. Xiaofan thanked old man Liu for his concern, but he was unwilling to give up. And besides, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to Ying Tianyang if he kept his word and suppressed cultivation. Old man Liu said that he respected Xiaofan's decision, so he didn't dare to insist. He only said that he hoped that nothing bad would happen to Xiaofan. Since they had talked about pressing matters, Old Man Liu was about to leave. Xiaofan asked him to take care of himself. Once Old Man Liu left, Xiaofan was finally able to breathe in peace after being left alone. Suddenly, he saw Xiaozhu and the baby in front of him and shouted in surprise. Xiaofan asked Xiaoxue, where did she come from and why is she looking at him like that? Xiaoxue asked if there was nothing wrong with his head. And how did he even agree to something like this? She said that she was forbidding him from fighting against Ying Tangyan. Xiaofan stroked Xiaoxue and asked if she would come to support him, to which Xiaoxue replied that she would of course support him. Immediately after that, she abruptly turned around and wondered to herself, why was she suddenly embarrassed? At the same time, she asked Xiaofan, who would even cheer for someone like him? And anyway, she had more important things to do. As she left, she demanded that Xiaofan promise that nothing would happen to him. The main ring of the Huang Tianmen sect. The spectators were placing bets, some betting that Jiang Xiaofan wouldn't be able to withstand even 5 punches, while others were betting that he would be able to withstand even a dozen punches. Lin Quan asked if their boss would be all right, and Tang Yu asked him not to say such nonsense. As Ying Tianyang promised, Elder Ying suppressed his cultivation to a small sphere. One of the disciples suddenly called out to Jiang Xiaofan. He asked Xiaofan to be careful. After all, even though the cultivation Ying Tangyang had been suppressed, he had still reached the level of a holy sphere, causing him to remain stronger than a minor sphere. Xiaofan thanked Brother Chen for the information and said that he was indebted to him. Ying Tangyan asked Xiaofan why he was procrastinating and demanded that he start fighting right away. Xiaofan smiled slyly, agreeing that it was already time to start the fight. Immediately after which he was right in front of Ying Tianyang in the blink of an eye. Ying Tianyang managed to block Xiaofang's punch, but Xiaofang's strength caused him to be pushed back. Xiaozhu, along with the chick, supported Xiaofan. They believed that he would be able to beat up Ying Tangyan. The female disciple next to her wondered if it could be that Ying Tangyang was weak, to which her fellow disciple replied that such a thing couldn't happen. Shaking off the dust from his clothes, Ying Tangyan praised Jiang Xiaofan, as there are few from the younger generation who can push him away. But unfortunately, Xiaofan is destined to die today. Xiaofan said that he was already tired of hearing such things and asked if he could start acting. After all, this is really boring. Ying Tangyan called Xiaofan ungrateful and created an energy sword. He was going to teach Xiaofan to appreciate his praise. With a sweep of his blade, Ying Tangyan created an energy wave that almost hit Xiaofan. Xiaofan recognized that the execution of this technique was very good. It meant that Ying Tangyan had practiced the 13-moon sword technique almost to perfection. The audience began to praise in Tanyang's skill. This was exactly the skill that was expected of him. After which, the audience started shouting for him to kill that ignorant Jiang Xiaofan. Elder Ying was satisfied with what he saw. Ying Tianyang's skill had greatly increased from last time, after which he asked Old Man Liu if he agreed with this. Xiaofan is probably in great danger right now. Old Man Liu couldn't help but agree with Ying Tangyan's talent. Ying Tianyang created more blades and offered Xiaofan to find out how long he could resist his 13 moon blades. Xiaofan agreed to play with Ying Tianyang's swords. Right after that, he used the 13 moon swords himself. Everyone was amazed at what they saw, because Xiaofan had answered Ying Tianyang in the same way, which meant that he had already reached the 9th level of Jade Purity. One of the spectators shouted out that he had trained for 5 years, and this Xiaofan had reached this level in just 3 months. This is really too fast. Ying Tianyang was caught off guard by what had happened, and Xiaozhu pouted as Xiaofan hadn't even told her what level he had reached. Ying Tianyang acknowledged that the fight is getting interesting. Immediately after which, he managed to hit Xiaofan with a single dash. Ying Tianyang turned around knowing that there was no way Xiaofan could withstand his punch. But what he saw struck him. After all, Jiang Xiaofan appeared unharmed, and many of his spears started running around him. Xiaofan offered Tianyang to hit him again, and Ying Tianyang asked what kind of tricks were these. Some spectators rubbed at their eyes, realizing that they were just imagining things. But there was indeed more than one Jiang Xiaofan in the arena. Looking around, Ying Tianyang couldn't figure out which of Xiaofan's images was real, so he released his spiritual energy to get rid of them all at once. Xiaofan had been waiting for this moment, and given the opportunity, he caught Ying Tianyang from the back. Xiaofan punched Ying Tianyang with his fist, but the latter managed to hit him with his foot, which caused them both to take damage and scatter to different edges of the arena. The spectators' mouths dropped open at such an exciting fight. Xiaofan had once again surpassed Ying Tianyang's expectations. He has an absolute advantage in combat experience and physical strength, but even so, he can't just crush Xiaofan. This guy turned out to be far stronger than all of his peers. Meanwhile, Xiaofan was pondering that if he hadn't practiced the Diamond Sutra, he would have already died. Even though Ying Tianyang had suppressed his cultivation to a small realm, his physical body was still at a holy level. He recognized that Ying Tianyang was truly something. After regaining his senses, Ying Tianyang admitted to Xiaofan that he had already pissed him off. Xiaofan recognized that the one was indeed strong, but he also chose to remind that it was Ying Tianyang who had proposed a battle not for life but for death. He was the one who sent the letter of war, and therefore he had no right to say that it made him angry. If Ying Tianyang were to say such things, he would be despised. Listening to this, Ying Tianyang began to tremble with anger. Unable to bear it, Ying Tianyang rushed towards Jiang Xiaofan, shouting that he must die. Ying Tianyang drew his sword and chopped Xiaofan, but the moment he struck, he disappeared. Immediately after which, Xiaofan was at his back. Xiaofan decided to remind Ying Tianyang, although not a very reasonable statement, but arrogant people don't live long. Ying Tianyang couldn't dodge such a blow, causing him to be thrown far away. The onlookers were astonished. Ying Tianyang was just punched with his fist like that. It was simply impossible. Meanwhile, Xiao Jue and his chick were praising Xiaofan. Hearing all the cheers from the audience, Ying Tianyang shouted out that he would finish off Jiang Xiaofan today. Xiaofan wondered how the other one would do it. Suddenly, Xiaofan was seized by a sense of all-consuming danger. Immediately afterward, an extremely powerful pillar of energy struck him. At the last moment, but Xiaofan still managed to dodge such a dangerous attack. Xiaofan was frightened by this divine light. If he was hit by the fire, he would be severely injured, if not dead. If it wasn't for the subtle sensation he had just experienced, he would have just died. Xiaojie cried out, "What the hell?" They are fighting at the level of the minor sphere, but Ying Tangyan dares to use mysterious arts only available to practitioners of the consciousness spheres and above. He is a despicable person. Hearing this, the onlookers realized what it was just now and began to agree with Xiaojue little by little. Elder Ying ordered Xiaosek to shut his mouth after all. There were no rules against using one's full strength in mortal combat. Xiaozu shouted that Elder Ying was despicable, shameless, and vile, for he dared to call this a battle between small spheres. She ordered the old man to just shut up. Elder Ying was stunned by such insolence from the girl. Elder Ying asked Xiaosue, how dare she talk to her elders like that? He promised that he would teach a lesson instead of her master. Xiaozhu asked the elder, how dare he bully the younger ones like that? Even so, she was not afraid of him, as he would not dare to confront her. Elder Liu asked, Master, not to be angry and to be patient. He shouldn't be so cruel to the younger generation. Elder Ying shouted that this was just outrageous and fired a fireball at Xiaozhu to teach her a lesson. Old man Liu realized that things are not good, because this strength surpasses even what a Saint Sphere cultivator can withstand. Master Ying is trying to... Zhang Xiaofan asked the elder what the man was doing. He shouted that if he touched a single hair on Xiaozhue's head, he would cut out his entire family. The situation was simply dire. Xiaozhue could not withstand such an attack. But at the last moment, the Master of Spades along with her sister came to her rescue. Elder Ying told Wu Wuyang that she had arrived just in time, for he was going to train her disciple. To which Wu Wuyang replied that Xiaozhue was her student and that he had no right to punish her. Elder Ying complained that Xiaozhue was young, yet she didn't respect her elders. That means Wu Wuyang didn't teach her the rules well, and he is obligated to do it in her place. Xiaofan growled through clenched teeth that this lowlife was going too far. Suddenly, Xiaofan felt something strange in his chest. His body suddenly became lighter and began to absorb the energy from the copper fragment. Xiaofan shouted to Elder Ying that he would kill his son first. Ying Tianyang was stunned by what had happened. The impossible had happened, as Xiaofan had suddenly become so strong. But he refused to lose so easily. Ying Tianyang began to create new swords. As suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan was right in front of him in the blink of an eye and punched him, throwing him into the air. Immediately after which, Zhang Xiaofan jumped towards him and kicked Ying Tianyang against the ground. After flying some distance, Ying Tianyang still managed to regain his balance. But glancing at Xiaofan, he once again saw that he was not alone. At a tremendous speed, Xiaofan began to beat up. Ying Tianyang forced him to go into a deep defense. Ying Tianyang unleashed his power, destroying all of Xiaofan's images. After which, he ordered Zhang Xiaofan to come out now. Xiaofan said here, horrifying Ying Tianyang. As it turns out, Xiao Fan is right above Ying Tianyang. But a moment later, it landed on Ying Tianyang, causing him serious damage. After which, he bounced away from Ying Tianyang, who was wailing in pain. Master Ying was astonished that some Xiao Fan had managed to hit his son. He shouted to Xiao Fan that if anyone harmed his son, he would personally deal with his ill-wisher. Yu Wuyang warned Ying Tianlin not to say such things if he didn't want to lose face because his son had a huge advantage in this fight. But even so, he wanted to interfere. Ying Tianlin replied that if anything happened to his son, he would take revenge on both her and that boy. Xiaozu shouted that he was an old man who had broken his word, and Ying Tianlin asked, "How dare the woman say such a thing?" Yu Wuyang asked, so that Ying Tianlin wouldn't blame her for not warning him later. Just one stupid move by him could bring disaster to their sect. Ziwei is vast and boundless, and many things are far beyond their comprehension. If Ying Tianlin continues to persist in his ignorance, he won't even be able to realize how he will already die in the end. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan ran up to Ying Tianlin and started beating him up, shouting to the old man that if he dared to touch Xiao Xue, he would beat his son so badly that he wouldn't even recognize him. He then asked Xiao Xue not to be afraid, because he would beat Ying Tianlin's son every time this old man dared to bark at her. Xiao Xue was satisfied with what she heard. She asked for Xiao Fan to knock at least something into that bad head. Suddenly, Xiao Fan sensed danger and managed to dodge the attack at the last moment. Immediately afterward, he rebounded to break the distance with Ying Tianyang. Yang Tianyang ordered Xiao Fan to stop it, after which he admitted that he had underestimated him too much, but now he would fall from this spear. The onlookers began to discuss the fact that Xiao Fan would definitely die now because Ying Tianyang had pulled out his weapon. Old Man Li told Master Ying that the cross spear is a long-known weapon of their sect. It is so strong that this fight can be called unfair. To which Ying Tianlin replied that although the cross spear is a precious weapon, his son's hands are bound, so the strength of the spear can only match a spiritual weapon at most. Ying Tianlin asked not to make a big deal out of it, because in the worst-case scenario, Xiao Fan would just lose an arm or a leg. Ying Tianyang promised Xiao Fan that he would pay for the humiliation he had caused him during the fight. Xiao Fan didn't accept Ying Tianyang's words and quickly rushed towards him asking, didn't he wish to stay alive? Immediately after, he took out the spear he had borrowed from the Xi Fengming soldier from the spatial ring, and clashed with Ying Tianyang in a spear fight. Everyone was discussing that Ying Tianyang's spear was worthy of its fame because it could unleash such power even though Ying Tianyang was suppressed to the level of a small sphere. Facing Xiao Fan's new weapon, Ying Tianyang couldn't help but wonder, what kind of weapon was this? After that, the spectators also noticed that Xiao Fan's weapon successfully countered Ying Tianyang's cross spear, causing them to begin to suspect that it might also be a spiritual weapon. Yu Wuyang was able to recognize the quality of Xiao Fan's spear. It was a first-rate spiritual weapon. Hearing this, Xiao Xue decided to question Xiao Fan after the battle, daring her to hide so many things behind her back. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan managed to throw Ying Tianyang backwards. Ying Tianyang began to lose patience. He couldn't gain an advantage even by using the cross spear. Xiao Fan shouted to Ying not to chicken out and attacked him. After that, Xiao Fan thought about the recent ambush. He didn't even realize that the soldiers attacking him were so good. Ying Tianyang unleashed his strength and shouted at Xiao Fan that he would die for his arrogance. Suddenly, Xiao Fan once again sensed the approaching danger. Ying Tianyang attacked Xiao Fan, shouting that he could win even if his strength was limited. But if Xiao Fan continued to speak, he would have no choice but to cut off his tongue. Such a powerful attack managed to break through the ring barrier, after which a wave of spiritual energy flew right beside the spectators. Ying Tianyang threatened Xiao Fan that he would die if he made him angry. Right after that, he managed to overpower Xiao Fan and inflict damage on him. That caused Xiu Fan to fly to the very edge of the arena. For the first time in the fight, Ying Tianyang managed to inflict serious damage on Xiao Fan, causing him to start vomiting blood. After recovering a bit, Xiao Fan asked Ying Tianyang not to blame him for his death, after which he summoned the heavenly demon sword. Xiao Fan wanted to preserve the power of the copper fragment to slap Ying Tianlin. But now, Ying Tianyang would feel it with double the strength. Zhang Xiaofan rushed towards Ying Tianlin, shocking him once again with his increased strength. Ying Tianyang tried to block Xiaofan's attack, but he suddenly lost his arm. Ying Tianyang cried out in pain. He asked Xiaofan, "What did he do?" To which Zhang Xiaofan replied that he would tell him everything now. And pierced through, Ying Tianyang inflicted fatal damage on him. Xiaofan said that this was the end of their non-life and death battle. Tears flowed from Ying Tianlin's eyes. he asked the bastard Xiaofang. How could he only dare to kill his son? Immediately afterward, he jumped up and punched Xiaofan. With that, he caught up with the flying Xiaofan and shouted that he would kill him. There was a golden flash that covered the entire arena. Some of the spectators began to move away from the arena in fear of being hit. When Xiaofan opened his eyes, he saw that he was saved by Yu Uyang. She reminded Ying Tianlin that this was a battle not for life and death, and his son had lost it. And this was the fault of Ying Tianyang alone, as his skills were not good enough. Yu Uyang reminded Ying Tianlin that he was not some child, and therefore he should not act so shamefully. After which, she turned to Master Yanxin, who had been watching the performance all this time, and asked him to announce the results. Master Yanxin came down to the arena and said that Jiang Xiaofan was the winner of this battle. Not daring to bicker, Ying Tianlin left Xiaofan and rushed to his son. Ying Tianyang turned to his father, but the latter asked him not to exert himself. Master Yanxing said that way, as Ying Tianlin suddenly asked the one to stop. Ying Tianlin rebuked Jiang Xiaofan for cheating. After all, he was only able to injure Ying Tianyang by relying on his weapon, something that also needed to be considered. Yu Wuyang reminded Ying Tianlin that there were many eyes watching the fight, and they all saw that Ying Tianyang had only lost because his skills were weaker. And yet, Ying Tianlin was still trying to find an excuse to deny it. Ying Tianlin explained to Yu Wuyang that she couldn't notice it, but that bastard had cheated. He had personally seen that Xiaofan's sword was filled with dark energy, and this could only mean that Jiang Xiaofan had used demonic weapons. Xiaofan suddenly laughed, attracting the elder's attention. Xiaofan asked the shameless old man, did he really think that everything happened just because of this blade? But since that was the case, Xiaofan agreed to play along with Ying Tianlin. While talking, Xiaofan discreetly gathered all the demonic Dao into a ring. Then he offered to take his sword to test it and give a verdict. Since both sides insist, Master Yanxing agreed to test this sword. Examining the sword, Master Yanxing noticed that it was simply a great sword that didn't have the slightest fluctuation of energy on it. After finishing his inspection, Master Yanxing said that the sword was clean, which meant that Ying Tianlin's accusations were false. Ying Tianlin simply couldn't believe what he heard. For Xiaofan to just be able to defeat his son. Suddenly, the arena was filled with the enthusiastic shouts of the spectators. They were all shouting enthusiastically that Jiang Xiaofan had won. Lin Quan and Tang Yu climbed into the arena and began to toss Xiaofan around. And Ying Tianlin took his son and quietly left the arena. Thus ended the life-and-death battle between Jiang Xiaofan and Ying Tianyang. The very next day, talk of Jiang Xiaofan had already spread throughout the sect. People were discussing that he had managed to defeat Ying Tianyang, even though the latter had used a cross spear. For a while, the interest in his name was very high. At the same time, the ruthless Xiaofan, Wui Peak. Xiaofan asked Xiao Xiu if he could just not go on this mission, to which she replied that he was obligated to go on it. Xiao Xiu ordered him to hurry up. From Huang Tianmen to the Sunset Sea would take 6 days by sword, which made Xiaofan wonder if he could survive the journey. The Sunset Sea, the sacred sea where the sun sets. At this time of year, small tidal waves occur here, after which, the heart of the sea remains stranded. The task of Jiang Xiaofan and Xiao Xue is to recover this heart of the sea. Xiao Xue asked Xiaofan if he was ready to continue onward. To which Xiaofan replied that he was feeling better, but he's willing to put up with it for a mission with a beautiful girl. If only he had another one. Xiao Xue grabbed that pervert's ear and asked where he was looking like that. He is clearly thinking about something wrong. Xiaofan said that there was no way he did that, and that he was completely clean. Xiao Xu agreed to give him a break this time, after which Xiaofan said that he still couldn't believe that the mystic level task was so easy. Just as suddenly, he noticed that there were a couple other cultivators standing not far from them. These two were Wang Ao, who was in the 6th heaven, and Liu Shu in the 3rd heaven. Xiaofan wondered what these two were doing here. Xiao Xu asked Xiaofan if something had happened. Xiao Xu asked Xiaofan if anything had happened, to which he replied that nothing had happened, but he had just seen some old acquaintances. Xiao Xu inquired about these acquaintances, but Xiaofan said that he was hardly familiar with them and offered to move on. At this moment, Wang Ao noticed that there was someone else here. Once he saw Xiao Xue, he wondered, could there really be such beautiful girls in this world? Immediately after, he jumped up to Xiao Xue and asked if she would allow him Wang Ao, a disciple of Elder Mu Yun of the Xiang Sect, to find out her name and where she was from. As it turns out, the descendants of the Xian Sect are just like their teachers, just as immoral. Jiang Xiaofan stood in front of Xiao Xue and asked Wang Ao not to run amok. After all, his mom was already waiting for him for dinner. Wang Ao asked Xiaofan who the other person was, and how did the other person only dare to say something like that? Lao Shi recalled that it was the same beggar from their village. Hearing that someone dared to insult Xiaofan, Xiao Xue called Liu Shu a slut. Lao Shi asked, how dare such a harlot call her that? Xiaofan clenched his teeth in anger. It wasn't often that one would go on a mission and meet such scumbags. Suddenly, Xiaofan didn't hold back and slapped Liu Shi's face, ordering her to keep her mouth shut. Liu Shi called Xiaofan a piece of shit and asked how dare he raise his hand on her. Wang Ao smirked evilly and asked Xiaofan, how could some beggar from the village have such strength? But it didn't matter to him because he was much more powerful than Liu Shi. Wang Ao reminded Xiaofan that he was just a scum who somehow didn't protect the mountain, whereupon he asked how he only dared to come down and hit an outer disciple. Wang Ao promised that today he would show Xiaofan where he belonged. A watchdog should be a watchdog. Not intending to endure any more provocation, Xiaofan punched Wang Ao in the head. Immediately after which, Xiaofan gave him a slip and began to beat the recumbent Wang Ao. During the beating, Xiaofan asked Wang Ao how he dared to think he was immortal after having cultivated for several days. Xiaofan ordered Wang Ao not to dare to open his mouth in vain anymore. After a while, Xiaofan finished with the beating and spat, calling Wang Ao a scum. Just as suddenly, he noticed that Xiao Xue was looking at him strangely, after which he started making excuses that he was actually the good guy here. After teaching Wang Ao a lesson, Zhang Xiaofan took Ye Yuanshui away and began to wait for the sunset tide. As night fell, a lot of people arrived at the beach in search of the heart of the sea. Finally, a tidal wave broke the peace of the night sea. Xiaofan asked, what's going on here? Suddenly, a huge wave rose above the sea, targeting Xiaofan with Xiao Xue. As the wave approached, it crashed into the barrier and stopped. Xiaofan assumed that someone was able to block the wave with their unusual strength. Afterward, people nearby began to enthusiastically discuss it and thank the legendary Poseidon. Meanwhile, some disciples went in search of the heart of the sea. Xiao Zhu flew after them, shouting to the pervert from below to hurry up. Xiaofan whined because if he used the sword, he would surely have to vomit before he even found the heart of the sea. After that, he ran off a bit and started doing warm-ups. Finished with the warm-up, Zhang Xiaofan ducked into the bloody sea to reach the heart of the sea. As soon as Zhang Xiaofan dived in, he had the mind to crash into the ground and get his hands stuck. Xiaofan exerted his strength to remove his hands from the rock, and after a few tries, he still managed to get out. After looking around a bit, Xiaofan thought it was strange that he still didn't see a hint of the heart of the sea. After a while, Xiaofan had to surface to get some air. At the same moment, the cultivators in the air were discussing the fact that this place was surprisingly empty. Something strange was happening. Meanwhile, Xiaofan was approached by Xiao Xue in a boat and asked this pervert to get out of the water. And Xiaofan was trying to understand what was the reason why there was no heart of the sea here. Hearing Xiao Zhu happily swam to her boat. Xiao Zhu said that she had examined everything here with her divine sense, but she had not found anything like the heart of the sea. Therefore, there is a possibility that the heart of the sea is at a very deep depth. Xiao Zhu asked Xiaofan to hurry up, but he started to refuse. Xiao Zhu asked what was wrong with him since it was deep water. She assumed he was seasick, but how would he get around without a boat? Xiaofan had to give up on climbing the boat. He can't stand flying swords, and he is also seasick. Xiaofan wished that all transportation would just disappear. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan noticed something very strange. A strong smell of blood started coming from somewhere. Zhang Xiaofan immediately shouted that they were going back. They needed to go back now. While Xiao Zhu had tried to understand what had suddenly come over him, Xiaofan shouted to the cultivators in the sky to get out of here right now, as it was too dangerous. But they only laughed as they looked at him. The cultivators mistook him for an ordinary man who couldn't fly swords. None of them could simply believe the words of such a peasant. Just as suddenly, a blood-red tentacle sprang out of the water and swept around one of the cultivators in midair in a flash. A moment later, he was gone, just as the cultivator had been swept away into the sea. It was only at this moment that the cultivators realized that they had to get out of here. But it was already too late. The monster started grabbing them one by one. Suddenly, there was a whirlpool in the sea, and out of it emerged the owner of the tentacles, all covered with mouths. Seeing this creature, Jiang Xiaofan's mouth drooled, for he could get an almost limitless amount of takoyaki from such a huge octopus. Suddenly, a tentacle surfaced beside Xiaofan and pulled him out of the water. Xiaofan punched the beast to break free, but its strength was completely suppressed by its body. Xiaofan was astonished by what had happened, for even people in the Holy Realm would weep after his strike, while this ancient octopus didn't even feel anything. Meanwhile, the monster was catching more and more cultivators, but some still managed to avoid the tentacles. Xiaoxiu asked, "Where did this little guy suddenly come out from? This kind of ugly thing isn't even half as cute as their chick." Xiaofan asked the miss. With what eye did she see that it was a little critter? Besides, this little critter is going to eat them. Since Xiaofan was unable to free himself through brute force, he summoned the heavenly demon's sword, thanks to which he was able to cut off the monster's tentacle with ease. Immediately afterward, Jiang Xiaofan fell into the water. Xiaosuk noticed that the monster was preparing another attack and shouted to Xiaofan to beware of the attack. The behemoth united its tentacles and sent them at Xiaofan once, but Xiaofan had no intention of being captured by the behemoth again. Therefore, he used the 13 swords of the clear moon technique to cut them down. Unfortunately, the behemoth managed to block Xiaofan's technique, then pushed him out of the water. Xiaofan began to panic as this was clearly not a good thing. Xiaozhu ordered the behemoth to get behind Jiang Xiaofan and began to prepare the technique. Immediately after, she fired energy at the monster, but it managed to block the attack with its tentacles. Immediately after which, Xiaozhu jumped off the boat and flew to Xiaofan's rescue. Cultivators were surprised to see the purple light of body defense after all. It was a sign that this girl was really strong as she had surpassed the realm of consciousness. Not wanting to become the dinner of an overgrown octopus, Xiaofan dared to fly up on his blade. Immediately after which, Xiaofan bounced off the sword, and he was picked up by Xiaozhui. Xiaofan shouted to her to fly faster. Xiaozhu called Xiaofan a pervert after all. He had purposely grabbed onto her in such an awkward way. But Xiaofan kept rushing her. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan noticed that the octopus was no longer trying to catch him. Xiaofan recognized that Xiaozhu was impressive, since even such an ancient octopus was afraid of her. Xiaozhu asked, "Who cares?" and asked this pervert to just die, after which she started pounding him. After a while, Xiaofan and Xiaozhu reached the shore. Xiaozhu asked for Xiaofan to honestly admit that he had intentionally grabbed onto her. Xiaofan replied that she had misunderstood everything. There was no way he could admit to such a thing, otherwise he would be beaten to death. Xiaozhu said that based on her analysis, the Sunset Sea was a very special place. Jiang Xiaofan couldn't disagree with such a thing after all. Such a huge octopus clearly couldn't appear in an ordinary sea. Usually they should be much smaller. Suddenly the sea began to churn again. Noticing this, Xiaofan assumed that another wave was approaching them. But to everyone's surprise, fish people started coming out of the sea. Xiaofan wondered, what kind of creatures were these? After which he told Xiaoxiu that they should run away from here as soon as possible. Just as suddenly, Xiaoxiu noticed that the fish people were not walking in their direction, causing her to assume that they were looking for something. Xiufan said that the same thing was happening as with the tide a little earlier, except what nonsense was going on. Suddenly, one of the fishmen cracked open an unknown object with a crackle. Taking a closer look, Xiaofan realized that these fish people were eating the hearts of the sea. Apparently, it was a simple treat for them. The cultivators who were hiding nearby also noticed it. Xiaozhu ordered the perverted man to take the heart of the sea from the monsters right now. The beast opened its mouth in preparation for a little refreshment. As suddenly a man came out to him and the man asked the monster brother to wait a bit. Xiaofan asked the monster to share this pebble with him. But the monster ignored Xiaofan and planted the heart of the sea in its mouth. Xiaofan realized that he had been too kind to these monsters, hence he decided to get serious. Xiufan abruptly jumped up to the monster and grabbed its leg, after which he began to unwind it, and eventually he launched the monster to safety. The cultivators were astonished that someone had gotten the idea to descend to the monsters. Immediately after, he returned to Xiaozhu while the other monsters ignore him. Jiang Xiaofan did his best to force the monster to open its mouth, coaxing it to spit out the heart of the sea. Just as suddenly, the monster completely turned to dust. Xiaozhu assumed that these monsters were unable to move away from the water, which was the reason why they were standing on the shore. Xiaofan was angry because of the wasted effort. Hence, he decided to act in earnest. Xiaofan asked Xiaozhu to step back as he would now try to test the abilities of these monsters. Jiang Xiaofan made the monster drop the heart of the sea by throwing a stone at it. Immediately after, Xiaofan attacked the remaining monsters with the 13 swords of the clear moon. Xiaofan jumped off the cliff and began to break through to the heart of the sea. But the monster was faster and had already picked up the lost food. Only the monster was about to eat as Xiaofan ordered him to put the heart of the sea on the ground and cut off the monster's arm. After obtaining the cherished Heart of the Sea, Zhang Xiaofan called out to Xiao Xue and threw the Heart of the Sea to her. Immediately after, one of the monsters tried to bite Xiaofan, but Xiaofan dodged, leaning back. Immediately afterward, he kicked the monsters with his feet, and getting to his feet, he cut open the last of the monster that had attacked him, after which Xiaofan quickly retreated, bouncing off the monsters' heads. Xiaofan complained about the hard work, after which Xiao Xue praised the pervert for doing something wonderful again. The cultivators who were watching Xiaofan were surprised at what had happened because they thought that he didn't even know how to handle a sword. But he was a master. Xiaofan's actions were incredibly brave, and he was a true example to them. Zhang Xiaofan asked Xiao Zhu about his reward, and she asked him what he wanted. Xiaofan replied that he wanted her body, but Xiao Zhu refused him, asking him to be at least a little serious. Meanwhile, someone approached them from behind. Zhang Xiaofan asked Xiaoga to just give him a hug, but she refused, saying that he had already hugged her for a long time. After obtaining the Heart of the Sea, Xiaofan and Xiao Xue began to prepare to return, but something unexpected happened. Scum Xiaofan was suddenly ordered to stop. Xiao Zhu inquired from him what did he want from them, to which Wang Ao replied that he just needed to have a chat with the guy beside Xiao Zhui. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan laughed, after which he asked Xiao Xue to leave it to him. Xiaofan asked Wang Ao, did he really think he had such a good character? After all, if he beat Wang Ao one more time, he wouldn't want to continue living. Only Xiaofan was about to strike Wang Ao as his foot was stopped by the hand of a cultivator standing nearby. Immediately after, Xiaofan pulled his foot out of the cultivator's grip and retreated slightly. Wang Ao thanked Brother Wu for his help, then told him that the man was deceitful and dishonorable, and asked Brother Wu to take action. Wu asked Jiang Xiaofan, who is that person? After all, he didn't have such a disciple in the Ziyang sect. He offered Xiaofan to tell the whole truth, after which he would finish off Xiaofan without pain. Or else, Xiaofan wondered, and what will the one do to him too? Didn't he think he could handle him alone? Cultivator Wu was clearly unhappy with the response to his condescending suggestion. Wu said that he was going to give Xiaofan a chance, but apparently he wasn't interested, in which case, offending a Ziyang disciple meant sentencing himself to death. Xiaofan asked, if insulting Wang Ao is punishable by death, then what will they do if this guy commits the offense himself? Will Wu protect Wang Ao if he himself abuses others? Cultivator Wu replied that there were no such rules in their sect. Xiaofan said, seeming to understand everything. Immediately after, he punched Cultivator Wu in the face, knocking him backwards. Xiaofan asked the cultivator, didn't he think that he had become the strongest just because he was able to achieve a little strength after one hard training? Wu was furious. He asked Xiaofan, how did he even dare to do such a thing? After which, he threatened Xiaofan, saying that no one would save him today. Cultivator Wu summoned his flaming blade and attacked Xiaofan, but the man easily dodged his blow. Immediately afterward, Xiaofan grabbed Wu's arm and kicked his knee into his stomach, then threw the one back, but Cultivator Wu managed to stay on his feet. Xiaofan said that the first guy was too weak. Cultivator Wu considers himself a disciple of the Ziyang sect, but he bullies himself. He is a complete lowlife. Watching Brother Wu's beating, Wang Ao couldn't believe that a person who had comprehended the first heaven and was famous for his skills was able to lose to Zhang Xiaofan so easily. He was trying to figure out what kind of demon Xiaofan was. Even after a small beating, Wu wasn't going to leave things like this and was going to continue the altercation. If Xiao Zhu hadn't saved Xiaofan in the Sea of the Setting Sun, he would have died. Therefore, Xiaofan decided that he had to mend his ways and become stronger. Xiaofan ordered Cultivator Wu to get up. After all, he had only broken a few bones for him, which shouldn't be a problem for a cultivator of his level. Xiaofan asked him not to look at him like that, because it was rumored that those who surpassed the realm of consciousness had outstanding abilities. Therefore, Xiaofan suggested that he check to see if he was really that good. Xiaofan had fought Ying Xiangling not too long ago and had already seen his so-called skills, but at that moment, he was so focused on winning that he didn't even notice it, and so Xiaofan decided to provoke Wu. Xiaofan said that he was willing to fight with such power. Xiaozhu demanded an answer from the perverted man as to what he meant and whether he was fed up with his life since he wanted to confront such a force. Xiaofan said that everything would be fine and asked Xiao Xue not to worry about it. Cultivator Wu told Xiaofan that he was very funny, and since he wished for death, he would gladly provide it using the powers of heaven and earth. The cultivators were frightened by such pure energy. They were convinced that Xiaofan was finished, as such an attack could not be survived by an entry-level disciple. Wang Ao tried to figure out, did this scum really dare to try to repel such an attack? Seeing Wu's technique, Xiaofan recognized that the powers of heaven and earth were indeed powerful, and they were far beyond the realm of consciousness. Having only remotely felt the power of this fire, Xiaofan could already barely keep the trembling in his body at bay. Wu shouted that after everything that had happened, he was willing to torture Xiaofan until he died. But if Zhang Xiaofan apologized to him on his knees, he might let him live. Otherwise, he would experience the power of fire by being burned to death. On the Purple Star, few people would agree to such a thing. Xiaofan replied that he wouldn't even think of kneeling in front of him. Immediately after which, Zhang Xiaofan created a huge flaming blade and attacked Xiaofan with it. Common sense was trumpeting for Xiaofan to dodge, but he had to take this attack. A green glow appeared in Xiaofan's hand. Those who were watching couldn't look at all of this, and Xiaojue asked Xiaofan to dodge this attack. The fiery sword collided with Xiaofan's jade field, but could not immediately pierce through it. Xiaofan thought it would be much easier, except now he was barely holding back the attack. Wu shouted to Xiaofan that he would just drop like garbage right now, but Xiaofan refused to die like this. There was no way he was going to give up. Barely containing the enemy's fire, Xiaofan swung his fist backward. By commanding the energy of the earth and the heavens, the cultivator is able to move mountains and drain oceans. Xiaofan asked Cultivator Wu, so what if the cultivator was able to control the energies of heaven and earth? After all, he, Zhang Xiaofan, would himself comprehend the Tao and ascend even higher than the heavens. After shouting, Xiaofan launched a huge jade fist at the enemy, which easily broke through Wu's fire sword. Cultivator Wu ordered scum Xiaofan not to grind anymore such nonsense and poured even more energy into his technique. Xiaofan shouted that he would gather all the divine energy and unleash it on his enemies, sweeping away everything in his path, after which he ordered all that energy to destroy. In the next instant, Wu's defense was destroyed, causing him to vomit blood. Immediately after, he was engulfed in an explosion from Xiaofan's attack. After miraculously surviving Xiaofan's attack, Wu fell to the ground. Seeing Xiaofan walking towards him, Wu began to beg him not to come any closer. But Xiaofan asked that he not worry about it. After all, he wasn't done with him yet. Zhang Xiaofan used the 13 pure moon swords and then pointed them upwards, creating an even bigger sword. Only upon seeing this did Wu's panic take over. He was trying to figure out what kind of technique was this. Finished with the technique, Xiaofan lowered the enormous blade straight at the cultivator. Wu promised Xiaofan that he would pay for it, after which the last spark of life in him faded away. After the battle ended, Xiaojue rushed over to Xiaofan to congratulate him on his victory. But for unknown reasons, Xiaojue began to sigh heavily, holding his chest. The cultivators watching the battle were terrified because of the outcome of the battle. For a small sphere cultivator had torn apart the powers of earth and heaven, which was literally impossible. Seeing Xiaofan's condition, Xiaojue asked if he was all right, but Xiaofan asked her to stay away from him. He no longer had the strength to restrain the copper shard, which meant he was on the verge of crossing over into the realm of consciousness. Suddenly, Xiaofan flew away, leaving Xiaojue without an explanation. He urgently tried to find a place where he could hide. Flying away from the others, Xiaofan landed sloppily on the ground. Xiaofan no longer had the strength to do anything, but he could feel a simply unimaginable power starting to emanate from him. Immediately after which, the Copper Brother began to unleash his power, raising Xiaofan's rank. Flying after Xiaofan, Xiaojue saw a flash followed by a cloud of smoke, causing her to wonder what was happening to him. Zhang Xiaofan had finally entered the realm of consciousness. Suddenly, Xiaofan noticed an unknown glow around his hands and tried to figure out what it was. It felt as if the space around his hands was distorting. In order to test this anomaly, Xiaofan summoned the Heavenly Demon Sword and tried to pierce this space. But to his surprise, he couldn't do anything with it. Xiaofan wondered if he was capable of controlling this space, as suddenly Xiaofan's body lifted off the ground and he soared upwards. Flying back, Xiaofan began to laugh, for he would no longer have to fly the sword. After flying for a bit, Xiaofan saw Xiaoxue running towards him and told her that it was already time for them to return home. Seeing Xiaofan soaring, Xiaoxue felt a little relieved as he would not suffer from flying on the sword now. A few days later, somewhere on the peak of Ove, Xiaofan pondered that now, with the support of the Buddhist scriptures, he could match the strength of a holy realm cultivator. As Xiaofan suddenly felt as if his copper shard moved slightly, something was clearly wrong. Hence, Xiaofan decided to run through the Buddhist Sutra one more time. It was only when Xiaofan started to run through the Buddhist Sutra that he clearly felt that the jade shard was actually moving. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan felt a fever in his chest, delivering unbearable pain. Immediately afterward, the Copper Brother burst out of his chest. Xiaofan thought that the Shard Brother had decided to reward him for crossing over to the consciousness realm. Hence, he laughed and said that he shouldn't do that. After flying off a bit, the copper shard began to glow, whereupon scripture began to manifest in the air. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets everything else. These were the ancient scriptures. Having done its job, the Copper Brother flew back into Xiufan's chest, after which a second wave of Tao energy erupted. Thanks to this, Jiang Xiaofan had broken through to the second heaven of the consciousness realm. Xiaofan could hardly believe that breaking through to the next heaven was so easy, the entrance to Tianyu Peak. Xiaofan thought that he should take Lin Quan and Tang Yu on this mission so that the two of them could gain experience. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan noticed that something was not right here. He felt as if the air ahead was shaking this way and that, but there was no one there. As suddenly he realized there was something there, after which, a cultivator came out from behind a tree and explained that he was a human and not something. Xiufan grabbed Qinluo by the collar and asked him what he was doing here and if he was trying to peep at the girls. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan was spotted by Nurse Ning Meng and asked what fate had brought him to them. Xiaofan replied that he had come to ask Xiao Shui if she would like to take a walk with him. Suddenly, Xiaofan noticed that Qinluo had broken free from his grip and wondered where that loon could have disappeared to. As he ran out from the side and started running towards his little sister like nothing had happened, Xiaofan asked Ning Meng if she really knew him. She replied that Brother Qin was the head disciple of Tianyun Peak. Xiaofan refused to believe what he had heard. After all, head disciples simply couldn't behave like this. Qinluo said that little sister was even too kind to him, while Xiaofan trembled at the fact that there was a more shameless person here than himself. In the end, Xiaofan gave up and said that he would not interfere with them and that he would rather go in search of Xiao Shui. Nurse Ning Meng asked for Xiaofan to wait for her for a while, after which they would go together to look for Xiao Shui. Qinluo was surprised at what he saw, for he didn't even know the fact that Xiaofan was so popular with women. For a guy to be able to climb Tianyu Peak so easily, Qinluo decided that he just had to find out what Xiaofan's secret was. After a short search, Jiang Xiaofan found out that Xiaofan was busy, which meant that he would have to go on a mission with the youngsters. Only they wouldn't be the only ones. Qinluo clung to Xiaofan's leg and begged him to tell him his secret. He wanted to know how Xiaofan had gained access to Tianyu Peak. Xiaofan ordered Qinluo to get away from him, but he only agreed to leave after learning the secret. Xiaofan asked Qinluo to stay behind for a while as he had a mission to accomplish. Immediately after, Qinluo grabbed one of the orders and shoved it into Xiaofan's hands, telling him that it was just a great mission with a decent reward. He gave Xiaofan an Earth-level mission near the Yin River. Seeing the difficulty of the mission, Xiaofan immediately refused to take it, as he can't drag his young protégés to an Earth-level mission. But looking at the board, Xiaofan was astonished. Xiaofan shouted that they were all just messing around. After all, Qinluo should have distracted him for a few seconds, as all the tasks had been dealt with. Tearing out his hair, Xiaofan told Qinluo to just look at what he had done. Qinluo asked him not to thank him for it since it wasn't hard, and asked him to tell him how he could get to Tianyu Peak. As Xiaofan suddenly grinned terrifyingly, he thought of what he should do. Jiang Xiaofan told his brother that he wanted to choose something lighter, but he had stuck him with an Earth-level mission. It might not be a problem for Qinluo, but for Xiaofan, it was a bit too much. Hence, Xiaofan assumed that Qinluo wouldn't be able to refuse his help. Qinluo replied that unfortunately he was too busy, as he needed to gather materials and stuff. Xiaofan approached Qinluo and bet that he had no idea how beautiful girls lived on Tianyu Peak. Once he climbs a peak once, he will never wish to descend it again. Just recently, there was a rumor that an ancient tomb had been discovered in the Yin River Gorge. It is said that a madman was buried in the tomb 6,000 years ago, who had repeatedly stirred up the purple star. That is why the opening of the tomb attracts so many different influential people who want to get their hands on its treasures. After 6 days in the Yin River Gorge, Xiaofan was a bit surprised as he hadn't even thought that there would be so many people here. Qinluo called out to Xiaofan and asked him to look at the beauties nearby. Qinluo said that these maidens had slender bodies, beautiful faces, and lush forms. Xiaofan asked the one to calm down as these maidens were now looking at them. Xiaofan told the maidens that he didn't know the guy standing next to him, and Qinluo started to apologize. The red-haired maiden asked, How could they not be ashamed to gawk at them and not even admit it afterward? Besides, the person beside Xiaofan at least bowed his head and confessed. Xiaofan grabbed Qin Luo and started complaining that it was Qin Luo's fault for being mistaken for a pervert. After which, the second maiden asked her sister not to talk to these people and move on. While Xiaofan and Qin Luo were fighting, the fog began to dissipate, after which the cultivators ran towards the tomb. Xiaofan decided not to linger and suggested that Qin Luo go on his way. After a while, Xiaofan remarked that this was a rather strange place because the further they went, the thicker the fog became. Qin Luo agreed and added that they were off the path, so they had not met any people. All of a sudden, Xiaofan and Qin Luo came across an ambo who immediately demanded that they get out of here, for their mistress had decided to go this way. Ambal explained that he wouldn't repeat himself twice. Xiaofan asked Qin Luo if he had any thoughts on this, to which he replied that they could just beat these guys up. Xiaofan admitted that he had also thought of something like this, but he didn't want to talk about it so directly since he didn't want to humiliate these cultivators, since those were in the majority. Qin Luo offered to take care of the big guy while Xiaofan fought the others. Xiaofan started complaining as Qin Luo was offering too unfair terms, and Qin Luo asked if Xiaofan wanted to fight everyone at once. Hearing this, Xiaofan offered to forget about it and go Qin Luo's original plan. Meanwhile, the big guy was losing his last drops of patience listening to the bickering of these youngsters. The lady told the Ambal that they had had enough chatter and asked them to get these guys out of the way. After receiving the order, the Ambalist began to knead his fists, during which he reminded Xiaofan with Qin Luo that he had warned them, after which he began to envelop his hand in flames. The partner asked the Ambo if he was overdoing it. After all, they should at least leave these guys dead. But the Ambal said that they didn't even deserve it and attacked Xiaofan with Qin Luo. Just as suddenly, Qin Luo stopped the Ambalist by grabbing the latter's fist and completely suppressed the recoil, whereupon he reminded the Ambalist that he would be his opponent. Xiaofan asked Qin Luo to teach this Ambo some manners, and Qin Luo suggested that he start calling his daddy. Xiaofan then said that it was his turn and summoned the others to attack him. Xiaofan said that he didn't like hitting women and asked Madame to step aside. In response, she snorted and ordered the cultivators to make this guy disappear as soon as possible. Immediately after that, the 5 cultivators accepted the order and all attacked Xiaofan together. The first cultivator made a horizontal strike, but Xiaofan dodged it with a leap. Immediately afterward, he punched the cultivator who was shocked by his speed. Before the second cultivator knew it, Xiaofan was already at his back. He was trying to figure out how a cultivator who was in the realm of consciousness could possess such speed. The cultivator tried to block Xiaofan's punch, but Xiaofan's punch shattered his blade. Immediately after which Xiaofan disarmed the second cultivator. At the last moment, he thought about the fact that regardless of the strength, this guy didn't stand a chance after all. They had already surrounded him, and now Xiaofan had nowhere to run to. What happened afterward shocked all the cultivators. They couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Their swords rested against the barrier. Except how could a consciousness realm cultivator manipulate space? Xiaofan admitted that at his current level, he couldn't attack with this space yet. But for defense, it was just fine. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaofan disarmed the remaining cultivators in the blink of an eye. Xiaofan asked, was this all they were capable of? And just how could they think that they were capable of getting them out of the way? The old man said that since Xiaofan's swords wouldn't take, they would use something else. Taking advantage of the technique, the old man created a huge rock with a flower above Xiaofan, after which he swung his hand and the rock began to fall straight towards Xiaofan. Xiaofan was a little surprised after all. The strength of these 4 was pretty good. They surpassed the level of most cultivators of the same level, and since that was the case, then he will show them what he has learned from the ancient scriptures. Xiaofan punched his fist upwards, after which a seal burst out from his fist. A seal that managed to completely destroy the rock created by enemy cultivators. The cultivators were amazed at what had happened. After all, this guy, the old man, is willing to bet that Xiaofan is capable of fighting against cultivators strong enough to be Saint Realm cultivators. Suddenly, Xiaofan jumped towards the old man with a speed imperceptible to the eye, right after which he punched him in the face. And with his next blow, he sent the old man flying. Without wasting time, Xiaofan quickly dealt with the remaining cultivators. Madame asked Xiaofang how he only dared to beat up her people, and did he even know who she was? Qin Luo said that he knew who she was a woman. After which, Xiaofan remarked that Qin Luo had already finished his fight and praised him. Mistress was furious about these 2 and therefore, those 2 deserve to die, she shrieked and used the Great Seal. cultivators realized that this was the end. For even such a strong man couldn't handle a great seal, and in terms of strength, this seal was almost no different from a precious spiritual weapon. Jiang Xiaofan thought about the fact that this miss was the weakest in her group. Yet she was entrusted with such a strong spiritual tool. In any case, this wouldn't help them. Xiaofan shouted that he could just destroy her and struck the great seal. Immediately afterward, the entire seal immediately cracked and began to fall apart. Even Qin Luo did not expect his brother to be so incredible. The black-haired cultivator was astonished, for it was simply unthinkable for someone to destroy a great seal with their bare hands. The old man wondered what this guy's body was made of. After all, something like this was beyond the power of even a holy sphere cultivator. Madame's eyes flared with rage. She asked Xiaofan, how did he even dare to destroy her seal? Does he even know who she is? Does he know who her father is? Xiaofan said that he didn't care about it at all and that he wasn't really interested in her father. Xiaofan then asked Qin Luo if he would like to know his future father-in-law. Qin Luo asked Xiaofan to treat beautiful girls more respectfully. Madame Jia demanded the cursed lecher to remove his stinking eyes now, or she would order her father to gouge them out. But the old man asked her to back off, as they didn't stand a chance against this young man. After which, they all turned around and started to walk away from Xiaofan. As they were leaving, Madame Xia shouted that they were just losers and asked them to be patient as her Xia family would not let them go. The old man explained to Xiaofan that he had insulted someone he shouldn't have insulted and that he would regret what he had done. After all, in the Xia family, they were not the most powerful and others would take their place, after which it would no longer be so much fun. Xiaofan wondered, could it be that this family was related to Xia Fengming? Xiaofan suggested that Qin Luo should get out of here, but Qin Luo started shouting to Madame Xia that he hoped they would meet again and asked her to call her father next time. Zhang Xiaofan, threatening with his fist, ordered Qin Luo to stop fooling around since it was time for them to go. A short journey later, Qin Luo asked Xiaofan if he thought it was too quiet here. Xiaofan agreed with Qin Luo and added that he felt rather uncomfortable. Qin Luo decided to mention the fact that there should be a lot of people here, but under strange circumstances they only met a lady from the Xia family. Turning around, Qin Luo shouted about Xiaofan having a ghost behind his back. Xiaofan asked if it was shameful for a saint to pull such silly pranks. Qin Luo replied that he had no reason to lie, and if he did, he wouldn't look at pretty girls for a month. Xiaofan warned Qin Luo not to even think about believing him if he started swearing that he saw a pale and bloody zombie with red eyes and sharp fangs, after which Xiaofan abruptly covered himself with goosebumps and wondered, could it be that Qin Luo wasn't joking? Immediately after, he shouted that this dead man was behind Qin Luo, causing him to scream and bounce to the side. Xiaofan began to assure Qin Luo that there was indeed a smiling ghost behind his back. And Qin Luo asked him not to laugh at him, because he was being serious, and there was really something there. Xiaofan said that he wasn't lying either, then shouted that behind Qin Luo, a ghost had reappeared. Immediately after that, he struck near Qin's head. Qin Luo asked Xiaofan if he was crazy to do something like that. Unexpectedly, someone's red hair hung on Xiaofan's fingers. Xiaofan and Qin Luo instantly turned their backs to each other and stood on alert. As it turned out, there was indeed someone around them. Xiaofan ordered the enemy to come out, whoever it was, and unleashed his Dao. Afterward, they saw that they were surrounded by zombies. Qin Luo noticed that some of these zombies seemed familiar to him. They had seen them in the river gorge, except they were alive then. Xiaofan shouted that they needed to get out of here, after which he and Qin Luo started running away. Xiaofan asked Qin Luo if he knew this place. Qin Luo replied that he didn't see anything familiar, and moreover, because of the fog, he couldn't even feel Xiaofan's presence. Xiaofan had to admit that this mission wasn't given an Earth level for nothing, and more importantly, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it alone. They still haven't found the tomb, but they've already encountered danger more than once. Qin Luo asked Xiaofan if this was the tomb he was talking about and pointed to the side. After looking at the tomb, Xiaofan said that this building was not much like a tomb, but rather a castle of some sort. Then he wondered if a madman was really buried here. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps behind, and a second later, a man ran past Xiaofan, begging for rescue. Immediately afterward, the dead man caught up with him and pierced his chest with his hand before grabbing his heart. Seeing such cruelty, Xiaofan with Qin Luo was speechless. But to make matters worse, the creature that had killed the cultivator suddenly started eating his heart. Finishing his meal, the dead man looked at his new victims and chuckled. Xiaofan was furious. He asked the dead man what the dead man was laughing at so much. Immediately after which, Xiaofan used illusory steps to instantly overtake the beast. But as soon as he swung his sword, the dead man seemed to vaporize. Xiao Fan wondered, how could this be? After all, he couldn't keep up with this dead man even using illusory steps, and he ended up missing the monster. Qin Luo asked Xiao Fan if he was all right. Xiao Fan asked Qin Luo if he had seen where the dead man had run away to. Qin Luo replied that the monster was too fast. In that case, Xiao Fan with Qin Luo only had to enter this tomb. Once inside the tomb, Qin Luo remarked that there were too many spirits and that he felt as if there were many eyes looking at them. Xiao Fan asked Qin Luo if he was afraid of being mocked, since Tianyun Peak's chief disciple was afraid of some ghosts. Hearing this, Qin Luo looked at Zhang Xiaofan with disdain, after which he said that if Xiaofan's legs weren't shaking, it would have been a great sentence. Xiaofan complained to Qin Luo about Qin Luo poking at him and asked him to save his face in front of the readers. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a zombie pounced on Xiaofan with Qin Luo. But Xiaofan and Qin Luo managed to react in time and quickly dealt with the zombies. Xiaofan decided to complain about the fact that apparently these zombies didn't want to just get behind them. Qin Luo asked Xiaofan if he had any ideas, to which Xiaofan replied that there was not much left for them to do but to beat up these dead people. One by one, Xiaofan and Qin Luo began to deal with the zombies. The only problem is that while zombies are negligible on their own, attacking in a crowd poses a huge danger to them. That was why the zombies had managed to corner Xiaofan and Qin Luo. Qin Luo noticed that these things were never getting smaller and asked what they should do. While Xiaofan and Qin Luo were fighting off a few dozen zombies, another 100 came to them. Xiaofan summoned the heavenly demon sword and used the 13 pure moon blades, which has managed to reduce the number of the living dead a bit. Suddenly, Qin Luo sensed something ominous. Right after that, he told Xiaofan that their matters were quite bad, as he had sensed a much more powerful undead than this one. Zhang Xiaofan agreed with Qin Luo, since he had already seen this undead. It was the same creature as the one that had attacked them outside. When it saw its new victims, the undead began to laugh. Xiaofan asked the monster why it was laughing and rushed towards him. Noticing this, Qin Luo asked him to be more careful. Zhang Xiaofan quickly caught up to the beast and chopped it with a horizontal strike. But just like the previous time, the beast suddenly disappeared and was at his back. Xiaofan smirked and told the behemoth that it was moving too predictably. Immediately after which, Xiaofan abruptly turned around and chopped off the monster's arm. Realizing that things were bad, the monster immediately bounced back to break the distance. Xiaofan said that he managed to harm the monster, but the monster managed to escape too quickly. Qin Luo noticed that the dead people had become much less active and wondered what was going on. Suddenly, the dead people just ran away. Qin Luo asked them to stop and asked why they suddenly started running away, but there was no answer. They just took off. Qin Luo wondered what kind of zombies were these. Xiaofan told Qin Luo that this was not the time to have a chill, and that they needed to move on. Further along the way, Xiaofan and Qin Luo came across dead cultivators. Qin Luo suggested that the path ahead is quite dangerous. Xiaofan said that he was not blind and could see it for himself. Qin Luo asked Xiaofan if he thought that everyone who had entered the tomb had already been killed. Xiaofan replied that he had no idea about that, but still, they should move on. Walking further, Xiaofan and Qin Luo saw what was called the soul lamp. The fuel that fuels the shower lamp is squeezed from the soul of the cultivator. This lamp is rumored to be able to burn for more than 10,000 years. Just where would such a treasure have come from? Xiaofan asked Qin Luo. Was this thing really that valuable? Qin Luo revealed that this lamp required a very strong cultivation to create, which was against the law of the heavens, causing anyone who messed with the lamp to have very bad luck. Xiaofan called Qin Luo a loon since he hadn't warned him about it earlier, and Qin Luo asked Xiaofan to stay away from him. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan noticed something strange. Xiaofan wondered if this was really the tomb of a madman. Xiaofan suggested that Qin Luo take a look at it. Xiaofan recognized that they were quite beautiful drawings, except that he didn't understand anything about them. Therefore, he asked Qin Luo if they reminded him of something. Qin Luo said that it was the first time he had seen such a thing, but most likely the drawings were much older than the tomb master, and they were esoteric divine scriptures from ancient times. Walking closer to the drawing, Xiaofan accidentally kicked the old bowl. Picking up the bowl, Xiaofan said that there were strange things in this tomb, and even a dog bowl. After which, Xiaofan asked if there was a chance that the architect was Qin Luo's long-lost brother. Unexpectedly, Qin Luo ignored Xiaofan and started talking to the girl who came out of nowhere. Luo asked the girl if he could escort her to the exit since she was here alone. To which the girl replied that in that case, a part of her might just finish him off. Luo admitted that she was very nice to be worried about him. Xiaofan couldn't find the words to explain it. He tried to understand what was going on, and how could there be a little girl in this tomb? Just as suddenly, the girl awed when she noticed the bowl in Xiaofan's hands. She said she finally found the master bowl, after which she wondered how she even ended up here. The girl demanded Xiaofan to return her bowl, whereupon Xiaofan asked if that meant that she was living in this tomb. And since that was the case, he was happy to. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan realized something. Xiaofan felt that this girl had something to do with this mural. It was all a little too suspicious. Xiaofan said that he found it on the floor, then asked how she could prove that the bowl really belonged to her. Xiaofan asked the girl if she knew what happened in the tomb. The horned girl ordered Xiaofan to return the bowl to her now, if he didn't want to just die. Xiaofan started twirling the bowl while asking if it was really like this. The girl frighteningly asked Xiaofan to stop and gently put the bowl on the floor, after which she began to contemplate what she should do. Eventually, she decided to tell him about what was going on in that tomb. The girl told him that the tomb's seal had recently been weakened, causing the shadow to gather evil spirits. In order to seal the black shadow again, she is looking for an object to seal it. And coincidentally, the bowl in Xiaofan's hands is that object, so he must give it to her and then she will go about her mission. Xiaofan speculated that this girl might actually be telling the truth, which meant that the end of their mission was near. Zhang Xiaofan opened his arms and said that since it was like this, just as suddenly, Xiaofan realized that he had accidentally thrown the bowl with this gesture. Reacting in time, Luo jumped and stretched out his hand preparing to catch the bowl. But he failed to catch the bowl, causing it to shatter and the girl behind him to lose her breath. Luo reminded Xiaofan that he had said that he would be haunted by misfortunes, whereupon Xiaofan reminded Luo which one of them had not caught the bowl. A sudden beam of energy stopped the strife between Xiaofan and Luo. The girl promised that they would both pay with their lives for her cup. Xiaofan and Luo were terrified after all. This horned girl is within the realm of the human emperor. Xiaofan and Luo once again shouted over who was to blame, after which they asked the emperor to stop and have a word. But the girl asked what was there to talk about, and wished to kill them as soon as possible. Running away, Xiaofan asked Luo how he managed not to catch the bowl. And Luo asked Xiaofan how he managed to drop the bowl. Xiaofan shot at Luo, shouting out that he was talking about bad luck. But Luo parried the shot by recalling that it was Xiaofan who touched that cursed lamp. After running further down the corridor, Xiaofan and Luo reached a dead end. Xiaofan told Luo not to panic and to look for the hidden mechanism that could be seen in movies. Luo said that there was nothing like that, then asked, what was a movie? Just as suddenly, the human emperor once again applied her energy beam. Nearly dying, Xiaofan and Luo were seized by panic. They tried to get out of here without dying. Ominously approaching the two, the horned girl promised that they would pay for her bowl. Xiaofan begged her to stop and then they would explain everything and she would forgive them. Luo asked what their plan was. And should they enter the battle? As much as Xiaofan would like it, they have no choice but to attack such a powerful persona. He said that he had faith in them, for together they would be able to overcome any obstacles. The girl demanded that she be paid for the broken bowl right away. Xiaofan was surprised at this and asked if she had thought of ordering them to do so. Xiaofan suggested that this brat might be impressed by his steadfastness and determination. Luo told Xiaofan that the girl's face was getting angrier and angrier, then asked if Xiaofan's plan was working even a little. Xiaofan was disappointed that he had failed since he had tried so hard. The girl said that they should realize how valuable that bowl was. If they didn't want to die, then they should pay for its loss. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan asked the girl to wait for a while. Looking at Xiaofan's smug face, the girl asked what he wanted. Immediately after, Xiaofan pointed at Luo and said that it was his fault for not catching the bowl. Luo was astonished by such insolence, after which Xiaofan and Luo once again began to search for whose fault it was. Meanwhile, a more sinister aura began to emanate from the girl. The girl said they were useless brats, after which she asked why not just turn them into desserts to refresh her brain. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan once again asked her to stop. The girl inquired if he wished to say his last words. After that, Xiaofan and Luo began to sob and started begging her to spare them because they were still so young. The girl realized that talking to these two was useless, which meant it was easier for her to just swat them. In the face of impending doom, Qin Luo asked about how they could save themselves, but Xiaofan asked him to shut up. Concentrating her energy, the girl emperor shot out a stronger beam than before, but that one was completely blocked by a small condensed space. The girl wondered how this was even possible. Right as she attacked, the space between the two suddenly solidified. In the end, the girl decided that it would be better if she used this waste of humanity to seal the secret room and weaken the shadow. Meanwhile, Xiaofan and Qin Luo were happy that they were still alive. The girl sat down and said that she could give them a chance, which made Xiaofan with Qin Luo even more excited. After which, Xiaofan decided to add something. They would agree to do anything, but in return, she must promise that she would leave them alone after all this. The girl smirked and said that Xiaofan's last chance with Qin Luo was at their backs. Qin Luo reminded that it was just a wall and the girl agreed with him, after which she asked why they were suddenly staring at her, and ordered them to act if they didn't want her to finish them off. Xiaofan summoned the heavenly demon's sword filled with evil spirit, and with a few swings of his sword he managed to destroy the wall. But upon opening the previously closed space, Xiaofan sensed something. Looking down, Xiaofan admitted that he had a bad feeling about the whole thing. What's creepiest of all are the coffins surrounded by an ominous fog. Xiaofan assumed that this was where the sinister spirits were sealed, which the horned girl confirmed. She then explained that this was also their only chance to redeem themselves for the broken bowl. Xiaofan asked the girl if she had lost her mind. After all, she's sending them to the very center of the broken seal, and still dares to call it their chance. The girl reminded Xiaofan that the bowl was gone, which meant they were the only ones who could fix the seal. And if they couldn't, she would kill them. Xiaofan said that there was no way they could do what a human emperor couldn't do. The girl ordered him to stop whining after all, they had no other options anyway. Suddenly, Xiaofan's nerves gave out and he started screaming at the top of his voice. He wanted to understand what it was and why should he die young. In the end, Xiaofan said that she could just kill him, but he would like her to do it quickly. Qin Luo asked Xiaofan not to take him with her. Meanwhile, one of the coffins began to tremble. The horned girl said that it was too late and ordered Xiaofan and Qin Luo to descend, immediately after which she dropped them. After landing, Qin Luo asked Xiaofan, what would they do? After all, from the looks of it, the coffin lid wouldn't be able to contain the evil spirit for long. And Xiaofan complained about this little lowly. Xiaofan wondered what other options they had. Since they couldn't fight the evil spirit, they could only look for a way out. Qin Luo couldn't help but agree with Xiaofan's reasoning, after which Xiaofan noticed something and asked Qin Luo to take a look at it. Zhang Xiaofan found a door probably leading outside. He asked Qin Luo if they could open it. Zhang Xiaofan and Qin Luo went to the door and used all their strength to open it. But all their efforts were in vain as the door didn't even move. Xiaofan said that they should urgently think of something since he was not very eager to fight the evil spirit. Xiaofan complained that out of all the missions on the board, Qin Luo had managed to choose this one. But Qin Luo suggested not to look for the culprits and try to figure out how they could avoid becoming food for the evil spirit. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the lid of the coffin was thrown off, after which an ominous mist began to emerge from the coffin. And after the master himself came out of the coffin, the evil spirit began to laugh loudly, because he Hu Hansen will finally be able to take possession of the tomb mark. Xiaofan told the spirit that there was no harm in dreaming, except that unfortunately for him, they would fight him until the very end. Qin Luo asked Xiaofan if he was going to seal Hu Hansen by himself, to which Xiaofan replied that he was certainly not going to do so. Qin Luo was able to exhale a little, for he had already thought that he was about to take him with him. When suddenly, Xiaofan added that Qin Luo would be with him. Qin Luo cried out in terror. He wanted to know if Xiaofan really wasn't joking. And did he remember what that little lowly had said? Zhang Xiaofan recognized that he still wanted to live. He wanted to return to Xiaoshu, and therefore, he couldn't just disappear here. After which, Xiaofan asked Qin Luo, how could he just disappear here before even finding a partner? Qin Luo realized that Xiaofan was right. Hence, he told the spirit that he would seal him for the good of the world. Today, he is willing to sacrifice himself accompanying this gentleman. Qin Luo told Xiaofan that they would go on the count of 3. Listening to these bugs talk, the evil spirit lost patience and asked if they could be more respectful to him. Meanwhile, Xiaofan counted to 2, and Qin Luo created 2 golden dragons around his hands, then rushed towards the spirit. Filled with determination, he shouted 1 and was about to attack the spirit along with Xiaofan. Suddenly, he noticed that he was the only one here who had gathered to attack the evil spirit. Qin Luo asked Xiaofan, why the hell did he just stand still? and Zhao Fan complained that he was too impatient, as Jinluo rushed over before he could even say anything. The evil spirit said that they were just a couple of comedians and suggested that they should attack him now if they wanted to. With the evil spirit's permission, in the blink of an eye, Xiaofan was behind his back and had already prepared an attack. The evil spirit praised Xiaofan, then dodged his attack. Xiaofan couldn't understand how the evil spirit managed to dodge, but the evil spirit hit Xiaofan and said that Xiaofan was too slow. Seizing the opportunity, Qinluo attacked the evil spirit from the blind spot. But the ghost abruptly turned around and hit Qinluo first, after which Qinluo twisted in the air and landed on the ground. As it turned out, Xiaofan still hadn't given up and approached the evil spirit once again. But the one just grabbed the heavenly demon sword with his bare hands. Afterward, the evil spirit offered to show something to them. Namely, how much of a gap there is between the two. Immediately afterward, the evil spirit nailed Xiaofan to the wall. Xiaofan asked Qinluo why he was still inactive. Meanwhile, Qinluo took out his spiritual weapon and had already prepared his next attack. Qinluo swung his blade, after which a golden dragon manifested, which immediately flew towards the evil spirit. The evil spirit was forced to admit that Qinluo wasn't that bad, but the evil spirit created a wall of bones to stop the attack and shouted that the gap between them was simply insurmountable. The evil spirit told Xiaofan with Qinluo that if that's all they can do, suddenly, the evil spirit saw something that could in no way fail to surprise him. Those two just took off and ran away from him without even letting him finish his sentence. Running away, Xiaofan asked Qinluo not to dare to tell him any more failures, and Qinluo asked him not to thank him for saving his life. Xiaofan ordered Qinluo to shut up as he had no idea that he would be such a bad fighter, but Qinluo reminded him that they wouldn't have had to fight if someone hadn't broken the stupid bowl. Throughout the day, Xiaofan only made mistakes. Xiaofan told Qinluo that all he did was take advantage of him all the time, and if he hadn't started talking about failures, he might not have broken the bowl. Qinluo explained that he wasn't talking about anything like that. He just remembered a legend. After a while, Xiaofan suddenly heard a noise up ahead. Qinluo assumed that something had happened there and offered to take a look. After running out of the corridor, they ran out into the same hall they had entered from the beginning, and the cultivators had already appeared in it. The most suspicious thing was that there were two corpses lying near the cultivators. Cultivators noticed that the two ran out of the inner rooms, except what was the point of that? Qinluo was displeased, as there wasn't at least one sister among all these people. Zhang Xiaofan asked him to shut up, as this was clearly not the time to think about sisters. Xiaofan asked the cultivator, was the cultivator responsible for the death of those two in the middle of the hall? Immediately afterward, one of the cultivators said that these two were following Brother Qi Teng, but unfortunately they were poisoned by the corpse, causing Brother Qi to kill some of his family to ensure everyone's safety. The red-haired cultivator then added that Brother Qi did so to put his brothers out of their misery. Everyone talked about how their elder brother Qi was very righteous and was their model for their generation. And to kill the disciples following you, you have to be a real man. Xiaofan said that in that case, he and his brother would not bother them. After which, Qinluo remarked that things were far from simple. The way out of the hall was sealed by some kind of force, so it looks like people are only here because they can't get out. Suddenly, an ominous growl was heard from the depths of the hall and a fog rolled in. Qiteng asked the brothers to be careful, after which one of the cultivators ordered everyone to get into their positions. From the inner rooms came new hordes of dead. They should be as careful as possible not to get injured. Xiaofan complained about how troublesome it was. They had escaped from one trap to immediately fall into a new one, as if the world itself was against him. Qinluo wondered if this was a joke. After all, there are many more beautiful women waiting for him in the outside world. Xiaofan explained to Qinluo that if he wanted to go out and meet the beautiful sisters, he should try his best. Qinluo asked Xiaofan if he was talking about himself. Xiaofan said that since Qinluo was now saying so, then he is ready to put up a real fight here. Xiaofan summoned the heavenly demon sword and rushed into battle with Qinluo. In the heat of battle, when Qinluo was too focused, one powerful undead climbed behind his back. The satisfied monster was about to take Qinluo's life to satiate himself, when suddenly, his hand was pierced by the heavenly demon sword. Zhang Xiaofan admitted that he had already almost forgotten about this undead. Seeing Xiaofan once again, the undead lost its still recently satisfied face, due to the fact that he had deprived it of one of its hands. Immediately after which, the undead rushed out, leaving the puzzled Xiaofan and Qinluo behind. Xiaofan decided to finally get rid of this undead and use the 13 moon purity blades. who were fast enough to catch up with the fleeing undead. It ended with Xiaofan sending the monster to the other world. At the same moment, Qin Luo saved Xiaofan from the zombie by using a fire attack, after which Qin Luo told Xiaofan that he felt as if these dead people were not ending. Meanwhile, Brother Qi Teng was destroying the crowds of dead people one after another. The cultivators were delighted with their brother. They all felt that he was truly worthy of being the Ziwei clan's eldest disciple, as well as one of the strongest members of the younger generation. While one of the cultivators was admiring Qi Teng, a sinister shadow appeared above him and finally found its victims at the last moment, but the cultivator managed to dodge the shadow magic, whereupon a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. The cultivator was trying to figure out what it was. Shadow, on the other hand, laughed because of this kind of reaction. Shadow told the cultivators that they were going to the other world and shot out a mouthful of dark energy. At this moment, Qiteng killed one of the zombies, after which he felt a shadow attack. He realized that his brother Lin Man was in grave danger. Lin Man put all his strength to withstand Shadow's attack, then made Shadow laugh, for Lin Man was jumping far above his abilities. Just as suddenly, Lin Man saw that his blades could no longer withstand the onslaught of the enemy. Immediately afterward, the blades were destroyed, and Lin Man himself died as well. Xiaofan told Qin Luo that the one that even the Emperor of Men feared had already caught up with them, and Qin Luo asked, "What should they do now?" The horny lowly was watching all of this. She couldn't help but admit that these two were much stronger than she thought. But no matter how hard they both try, there is nothing they can do, for there is no escaping death. Xiaofan asked the girl where she was looking at, and then offered to give her a hand since she was the emperor of the people, and together with her, they would at least have a chance. The girl started slapping the barrier and complaining that she couldn't actually enter them. The horned lowly told them that only a mad master has the power to seal the shadow, and this barrier is the boundary that the shadow has set up in the Great Hall. It is because of this barrier that she cannot go inside, which means they will all die. After thinking it over for a bit, Xiaofan suggested that his aunt attack the border to lure the shadow over, so they would have a chance to destroy all the spirits inside. After listening to Zhang Xiaofan, Loli thought about the fact that by helping them, she could delay the moment when Shadow would open the light gate. Horny Loli agreed with Xiaofan's plan. She shouted that this time she would help him, but in return, he would have to pay her. Xiaofan replied that he understood and asked Loli to hurry up. Shadow asked Xiaofan if he really thought he could hold him back even a little bit. If he really thinks so, he will show them his true abilities. After a flash, 4 new evil spirits appeared in the middle of the hall. Xiaofan asked everyone to be careful as these 4 spirits were much stronger than the previous ones. After all, depending on the previous ones, a much stronger and more sinister aura emanates from these spirits. Xiaofan cried out that it was a matter of little else and that they needed to fight to the end. At the same time, Brother Qi Teng, along with his Sect's cultivators, continued to fight the throngs of zombies. One of the cultivators finished off another zombie by covering his palm with energy. Suddenly, one of the spirits summoned by the shadow decided to target him. The cultivator was terrified, for this dead man was far beyond what he could take on. In fear of death, he covered his eyes and waited for the end. But to his surprise, nothing ever happened. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he had been rescued by Qin Luo. Qin Luo asked the cultivator if he was all right. He replied that he was fine thanks to him, after which Qin Luo overpowered the evil spirit and managed to strike it with his blade. Only Qin Luo himself did not manage to stay intact. The evil spirit managed to wound him at the last moment. Qin Luo fell to his knee immediately afterward, and the cultivator he had saved started to run away in fear. While fighting the evil spirit, Xiaofan noticed that his brother was suddenly injured, and so he ordered the evil spirit out of his way and chopped with his blade. Immediately after which, he rushed over to Qin Luo asking if the latter was all right. Qin Luo replied that he would be able to hold out for a while longer, but Xiaofan insisted on inspecting his wounds. Looking at Qin Luo's wound, Xiaofan immediately realized that Qin Luo was already infected. Qi Teng approached Zhang Xiaofan and said that the situation was urgent and that a great good was at stake. If Xiaofan couldn't do it personally, he was willing to kill his brother instead. Xiaofan glared threateningly at Qi Teng and asked what he was going to do and how dare he even dare. Qi Teng explained that he was doing this for everyone's sake. Qin Luo had been poisoned, which meant he would become their new threat. At the same moment, one of Ziwei's cultivators dealt with another living dead. He then advised Xiaofan to move away from his brother as he is a poisoned corpse. He should be killed as he is a threat to all of them. Panting heavily due to the effect of the corpse's poison, Qin Luo turned to his brother. Suddenly, the cultivator whom Qin Luo had rescued came up to them and told them that, in order to keep the entire group safe, their brother Qi had sent his brothers on a painful journey, becoming a model of righteousness for all of them. Since it was a matter of safety for everyone, he asked Xiaofan not to stop brother Qi. Listening to these sub-cultivators, Xiaofan had already lost all patience. He was about to say everything to them, but in the end, he agreed that him should be killed. Xiaofan stood up and asked Qin Luo, "Is he suffering because of these guys?" The cultivator that Qin Luo had saved not only wasn't grateful to him, but also wanted to kill him. Xiaofan pointed his blade at that cultivator's neck and said that this particular person deserved to die. Jiang Xiaofan ordered this cultivator to get the hell out of his sight, and the cultivator panicked and agreed with Xiaofan. Xiaofan then turned to the so-called role model and said that the whole thing was ridiculous. After all, in his eyes, Xiaofan only sees a cold, heartless, and selfish villain. All the while, the cultivators continued to fight against the living dead. Xiaofan told Qin Luo that the situation was urgent and held out an immortal spiritual route to him. Qin Luo was astonished to see such a valuable treasure, causing him to ask if his eyes were deceiving him. Even Qi Teng was astonished. He would never have thought that these rascals would suddenly have such a treasure. Qin Luo admitted that he hadn't expected such generosity from his brother. After all, it felt like Xiaofan ordered Qin Luo to shut up, eat the root, and attend to treating his wounds. Qin Luo obeyed his brother and ate the root, after which a pleasant green smoke began to emanate from his wound, aiding in the healing of his wound. Following that, Qin Luo began to meditate to speed up the process. Seeing how quickly the death energy dissipated, Qi Teng couldn't help but recognize the strength of the Medicine King. Qi Teng asked Jiang Xiaofan why he shouldn't share it with all the cultivators since he knew how to obtain it. He said that he had full confidence that the others would not forget Brother Jiang's kind gesture. The disciple saved Qin Luo agreed with Brother Teng. After all, thanks to this herb, they would all be able to get out of the ruins. Then he asked the other brother if he thought the same thing. If a man owns high-quality herbs, then he should share them with everyone. The cultivator pushed the evil spirit away, then agreed, adding that this herb would help strengthen the cultivation of their entire group. Not a moment later, all the cultivators who were busy restraining the evil spirit began to demand that Xiaofan share the Medicine King with them, and in return, they promised to remember his kindness. Each of them should receive an equal portion of the herb they had. Jiang Xiaofan hid his sword and summoned his spear while asking the cultivators, what did they mean by saying that they would remember his kindness? After all, just now they all wanted to kill him, but when they saw the treasure, they suddenly coveted it. In front of them is a powerful enemy, but they have plenty of time to look at his treasure. Qi Teng summarized that Xiaofan was unwilling to help in their fight, then asked if that was really the case. The evil spirit took the opportunity and attacked Qi Teng from the blind spot. But Qi Teng suddenly grabbed his spear and counterattacked the ambushing enemy, thanks to which he managed to throw it back to the host. Qi Teng then said that if Xiaofan was unwilling to give them the root, then for the sake of everyone's lives, they would be forced to massacre them. The cultivator that Qin Luo had rescued agreed with his brother's words, and behind him were the other cultivators hungry for profit. They were willing to go to sin, but they didn't consider it a bad deed since they were doing it for everyone's life. Since all the cultivators decided to focus on their fellow cultivator, one of the evil spirits decided to attack them in the back. But the shadow ordered the evil spirit to stop, for now these smug idiots would kill each other themselves, after which they could take all the treasure. They claim to care about the common good, but in reality they are driven only by their own selfish desires. What a noble family, willing to give their lives for the sight of a treasure. Looking at these men, the shadow had an opinion that these cultivators were far worse than his dead men. Jiang Xiaofan asked, were they sure they could kill him? Suddenly, a spear flew at him, but Xiaofan dodged it immediately, then rushed towards the new enemies. Concentrating the golden energy in his hand, Xiaofan suddenly stopped and shot out a golden seal. Qi Teng was astonished. He couldn't understand how Xiaofan managed to break through the strength of his weapon. Unable to dodge, Qi Teng cognized Xiaofan's fury. After dealing with one of the problems, Xiaofan said that it was the turn of the cultivator who had been rescued by his brother a while ago. One of the cultivators ran forward and shrieked that he had arrived to help. Unable to bear it all, Qin Luo ended his meditation. Afterwards, he asked these hypocrites, how dare they even do such a thing? Xiaofan asked Qin Luo not to overexert himself and continue practicing self-repair, but he refused as it no longer mattered to him. After all, these guys had already pissed him off. They couldn't defeat Xiaofan one-on-one, so now they were going to attack as a whole group. The katana-wielding cultivator asked for Xiaofan and Qinluo not to talk such nonsense and went on the attack together with everyone else. Xiaofan told the cultivators that in that case they would all die, and then he unwound his spear, thanks to which he was able to quickly deal with the first attackers, after which Qinluo ran into his recent friends as well. Meanwhile, a satisfied Shadow watched their fight as brother went against brother. He was even ashamed of this bunch of idiots. Shadow said that when he regained his powers and opened the light gate, it would be her time to die as well. All the while, the horned loli continued her attempts to weaken the barrier. Seeing what was going on inside the hall, she tried to figure out what these guys were up to. And did they suspect the power of the Shadow? Because if the Shadow took possession of the wooden slab, it would all be over. Seeing Xiaofan killing their comrades one by one, the cultivator started shouting that he was a fiend. The Shadow laughed, for he was watching a simply incredible show. In the meantime, he's almost finished his recovery, which means it's time to end it all. Just as suddenly, a white flash appeared behind the Shadow, into which evil souls began to shrink. The horned loli was terrified, for they were not doing well. She shouted to Jiang Xiaofan to stop Shadow now, for if he reached the door of light, he would all die. Hearing the loli, the cultivators wondered what other light doors were there and who was saying it. Xiaofan shouted that he knew this and used the 13 moon purity blades to stop Shadow. But all the blades were blocked by evil spirits, so that the Shadow was able to reach the passage unhindered. Shadow told Xiaofan that he was overconfident, then asked him if he really thought he even had a chance against him. Shadow promised that when he got his hands on the wooden slab, he would be sure to feast on the corpses of the cultivators in the tomb. They would just have to await their fate. Xiaofan told Qinluo that they didn't have time to deal with these dumbasses, whereupon they ran after the Shadow to thwart him. Meanwhile, the horned loli noticed that the seal was starting to weaken, which meant she had a chance. After exerting her strength, the horned loli finally managed to break through the barrier, right after which she said that it would be hard for their level to break through further. Hence, she would help them overcome the obstacles. At the cost of a few moments, the horned loli managed to deal with the evil spirits that were a threat to the other cultivators. Xiaofan and Qinluo took the chance their aunt had told them about and jumped into the passage. Loli followed them. She could not let the Shadow get the wooden slab, and she was willing to risk her life to fulfill her mission. Loli shouted to the two men to wait for her. The other cultivators watched bewilderedly as those two and the Lolas jumped into the passage, then he disappeared. Moving to the other side, Xiaofan asked about Qinluo's well-being. He gave him another root and asked him to eat it and not to be embarrassed. Qinluo felt awkward eating it since brother Zhang gave him the root as if it was some kind of appetizer. He's afraid that he just can't bear such kindness to himself. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan and Qinluo sensed someone's arrival. Qinluo wondered who it could be, to which Xiaofan replied that it was that group of cultivators that wanted to kill them and take the immortal spiritual root for themselves. Qinluo wondered what Xiaofan was going to do with them. But Xiaofan asked him not to worry about it, as he would definitely take Qinluo out safely. And naturally, he has a trump card to hit them with. Qinluo was surprised to see brother Jiang's strength. He inquired, "What was it?" Xiaofan replied that it was the power of Buddhist scriptures. But even so, Qinluo couldn't fully understand what it was. Suddenly, Xiaofan heard a chuckle. Now the horned loli understood why they were getting away with everything. Seeing her, Xiaofan felt relieved and asked why she didn't say she was coming. After all, his heart almost jumped out. Loli ordered, "Stopping this shit." Now that Shadow had opened the light door, he would be able to enter the madman's tomb where the wooden plaque was. She must stop him, or the entire tomb would come under his control. After which, she noticed that Xiaofan's little friend was dying, yet continued to refuse the immortal spiritual root. Xiaofan ordered Qinluo to eat the root now, because if he delayed, he would simply die. Qinluo told him that this place was full of dangers, and even if he ate the root, he would still need to heal his wounds, except where could he do it without putting himself in danger? The horned loli couldn't leave it like that, so she invited them to come to her and heal their wounds. After which she told them that after walking 50 meters they would see a fork. On the wall around the corner they would have to press a mechanism behind which would be a hidden dog passageway. This hiding place was the safest, and also contained medicines left by the master to combat wounds inflicted by evil spirits. After which she added that with his strength, Xiaofan would be able to get out of here if he took a little breather. Xiaofan asked the loli what would happen to her, to which the woman replied that she would stop the Shadow. The tomb is her home, and she can't let some Shadow take it over. Xiao Fan along with Qin Luo thanked the lowly, and in return, she asked for them to let them recover and afterwards support her in battle. After pressing the mechanism, a small passage opened up in the wall. Qinluo asked Xiao Fan if he thought that this scene looked quite familiar. Xiao Fan ordered Qinluo to shut up and crawl inside to save his life. Inside the dog aisle was a rather spacious room with a cauldron of antidote inside. Xiao Fan asked Qinluo to take care of his self-medication as soon as possible, after which he added that he would brand the cauldron with his spirit just in case. After that, Qinluo meditated, and Xiao Fan used the spirit sign on the cauldron to protect himself from unwanted guests. After a while, Jin Luo finished his meditation. Thanks to the spirit root he received from his brother, he was able to cure half of his wounds. Jin Luo asked his brother, what was he going to do next? Xiao Fan gloomed and asked, what else could he do but go and destroy Shadow? Qin Luo was surprised at what he heard and asked if he was really still thinking about it. Qin Luo said that they had already accomplished their mission and could already return home, but Xiao Fan refused. After all, he can't help but keep his words, and if he doesn't keep them, well, then how would they be any different from all those bastards out there? Just as suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard from outside. Without thinking long, Xiao Fan and Qin Luo hurried towards Loli. Qin Luo asked what they should do since the sound was already gone. After a short time, they stopped, a trail of gray blood appearing on the floor. If they followed this trail, however, they could definitely find the horned Loli. After which, Xiao Fan and Qin Luo rushed to her rescue. After all, if the horned Loli was injured, they had almost no time left. The shadow threw the horned Loli back into the wall, then ordered her to cease her resistance, for she had not a chance of winning. Loli admitted that she'd known it all along, except that, even if she dies, there's no way she'll let him get a wooden plaque. The shadow admitted that he could scarcely believe that a wretched dog dared go so far for some dead man, and since she was so stubborn. The shadow summoned his axe and brought it back. Then he swung it vertically, wishing that the Loli would go to hell, straight to her master. Realizing that this was her end, the Loli covered herself with her arms and screamed because of her unwillingness to die. Suddenly, a spear flew in from the side and managed to block Shadow's attack. Xiao Fan asked, letting no one forget that they were still here. The Shadow was not very pleased, for those ants had come to him again. And the Shadow asked if they really thought they could kill him? After which Loli asked why he came back? To which Xiao Fan replied that he wouldn't leave here until he paid back his debt. Loli wondered if he was crazy. After all, even the best cultivators from the most noble houses wouldn't be able to defeat Shadow so easily. Xiao Fan knew that the horned Loli's words were not far from the truth, for with just one strike, his spear cracked. Shadow said that the number of ants at his feet didn't matter, because they would die anyway, after which he swung his axe attacking Xiao Fan with sinister souls. Loli shrieked that it was a bad omen and advised them to run. Seeing Xiao Fan procrastinate, the Loli called him a fool and advised him to dodge. But Xiao Fan failed to dodge and fell right under Shadow's attack. Shadow began to mock Xiao Fan, for this ant was unable to withstand even one strike. After losing his brother, Qin Luo shouted at Shadow that he was nothing but a lowlife and that he would destroy him. Shadow told Qin Luo that the latter was particularly nothing on his own, and that he didn't have the patience to play with him right now. As suddenly as the Shadow grinned, for he had noticed something, the Shadow asked Xiao Fan if he thought he would be able to trick him again. Attacking Shadow, Xiao Fan realized that his matters were not good, for he had failed to catch him this time. Shadow swung his axe and sent Xiao Fan to hell. But the horned Lola folded her hands into a seal and shouted to the Shadow that he would not dare. Immediately after, she transformed into a deer and rushed to Xiao Fan's rescue. And right after landing, she blocked the axe with her horn. Xiao Fan was surprised by the Loli's new appearance. Noticing that he was distracted, she shouted to the dumbfounded Xiao Fan that now was not the time to chill. Zhang Xiao Fan listened to the Loli and struck out with a swinging punch, after which a smoke screen was formed. Qin Luo asked Xiao Fan if he was all right. Immediately after which, Xiao Fan jumped out of the smoke holding a horned Loli. Breaking the distance with the enemy, Xiao Fan gently placed the Loli on the floor. Xiao Fan said that this monster's strength was too high, and that they were still alive only because of the elder. Loli sighed heavily and thanked Xiao Fan and Qin Luo for coming to her rescue. Meanwhile, the veil had already almost dissipated, thanks to which Qin Luo saw something terrifying, namely, the fact that Xiao Fan's last strike had failed to destroy this monster. Shadow had told the ants that it wouldn't be that easy for them to deal with him. Even so, they managed to do a little damage to his main body. Since that was the case, he would have to use his full strength. Luo was surprised that he hadn't fought at full strength all this time. The shadow summoned 5 axes and said he would get rid of them all at once. Xiaofan replied that he wasn't easy to kill either, then took out all the spears taken from the Jie family people. Xiaofan and Shadow's attacks clashed in a single stream, but Xiaofan was too much inferior to Shadow, causing him to be able to repel all the spears without much trouble. Xiaofan refused to believe such a thing. He was defeated beyond belief. The Shadow praised the ant for learning many techniques, but suddenly, Luo attacked Shadow from behind, shouting that he would finish him off. Immediately afterward, he unleashed his power in the form of a golden dragon, but that one hit the barrier. The Shadow supposed that those ants still didn't understand anything. Zhang Xiaofan asked Luo to retreat, for alone, he would not be able to. Shadow swung his hand, pointing his blades at the dragons, after which they flew straight at Luo. With a single movement of his hand, Shadow repelled Luo's strongest punch. Everyone wondered what this guy was made of. Xiaofan told Luo that he wasn't a Shadow opponent. Just as suddenly, a ripple went down the light gate and a certain object started to emerge from it. Luo wondered what it was that was coming out of the light gate. But Shadow and the horned loli were the first to realize it was a tree amulet. The horned loli said they couldn't let the Shadow get her master's wood amulet. Shadow asked the cultivators if they believed in themselves so much that they thought they could take the amulet away from him. The Shadow shouted that they were only here to die, immediately afterward tearing toward the amulet. And a moment later he had it in his hands. He had finally gotten what he so desired. Just as suddenly a spear flew into his hand, causing him to drop the amulet. Xiaofan suggested that the loli take advantage of the moment and release the deer. Immediately afterward, she turned into a deer and rushed toward the Shadow on all hooves, thanks to which she managed to snatch the plaque from the Shadow's tray. The Shadow said they were greatly mistaken in thinking they had a chance. He then ordered the deer to retrieve his sign and shot dark orbs at it. Xiaofan asked his aunt to be more careful, but it was already too late, and so she threw the sign back to Xiaofan. Trailing off, she came under fire from spheres of dark shadow energy. Immediately after the horned loli flew out of the smoke, Luo shouted to his aunt that he was running towards her, after which he caught the wounded loli. Luo assumed that Shadow was furious right now, and since they already had the wooden tablet with them, they should just run out of here with the loli. The rage he was experiencing, the Shadow began to tremble. He said, "They were all." Shadow ordered the tree amulet to be given to him now and shot at the cultivators with all of his tentacles. Some of the tentacles landed at Xiaofan's feet, causing him to shriek. Xiaofan asked the boys to take cover in a safe place, while he diverted the Shadow to himself. Luo carried the loli away, and Xiaofan was left alone together with Shadow taking a more terrifying form. The Shadow ordered that the wooden tablet be handed to him, or else he would. As Zhang Xiaofan suddenly sensed something, his copper sibling began to react along with the wooden tablet. In that case, Xiaofan decided. Xiaofan offered Shadow the amulet he desired, which surprised him a little. After which, Xiaofan suggested that Shadow just walk over and take the amulet if he so desired. Hearing this, Shadow smirked and had already reached for the tree amulet. Xiaofan suddenly became serious and asked Shadow if he really liked this wooden amulet that much. If that's the case, Xiaofan shouted that he was willing to give it to him and held out the tree amulet forward. Upon contact with the wooden amulet, Shadow's hand suddenly began to burn, causing him to scream. Meanwhile, Luo and his loli had managed to take a little breather before suddenly hearing an explosion. Seeing what Xiaofan had done, they wondered together, how had he managed to destroy Shadow? Because the amulet had destroyed the Shadow, Xiaofan was convinced of just how incredible the power of the wooden amulet was. A ghost capable of defeating someone within the human emperor realm was killed after a single encounter with it. And all that remained of the formerly all-powerful enemy was a pool of blood. To make sure for sure, Luo asked if Xiaofan had really managed to defeat Shadow. Luo told Xiaofan that he was simply marvelous, after which he asked how he used the wooden tablet and asked him to teach it to him as well. Xiaofan said that he actually didn't know how he did it himself. It was just that he was suddenly able to unleash his power. After which the horned loli thanked Xiaofan for coming to her rescue. Jiang Xiaofan held out a wooden plaque to her and said that this belonged to her. Loli wondered what he was doing. Xiaofan asked, "Wasn't this plaque a relic of her master?" In that case, it was time to return the tablet to its master. Loli asked, "Didn't he need the wooden amulet?" And Xiaofan grinned and replied that he didn't need it anymore. After which, Xiaofan said that she had already helped them a lot, and therefore she was entitled to the plaque. After which, Xiaofan said that it was already time for them to go and said goodbye to the elder. Qin Luo was amazed at such a quick goodbye and asked if that was really the end of it. He assumed that Xiaofan was just messing with him, but if Xiaofan really didn't want this amulet, he could give it to him. Xiaofan silently grabbed Qin Luo's sleeve and pulled him towards the exit. As Xiaofan left, he raised his hand to say goodbye to his aunt, and Qin Luo began to demand that Xiaofan let him go since he could go by himself. Loli looked at the wooden amulet and thought admiringly of her master, after which she made her final decision and ran after Xiaofan, shouting for him to wait for her. After catching up with them, the Loli asked where they were going and if they wanted her to be their bodyguard. Hearing this, Qin Luo only supported her, after which Xiaofan said that it was time for them to return to the Tianmen sect, and the Loli led them towards the exit. After a while, Zheng Yongfeng, the core disciple of Tianjing Peak, noticed Xiao Xue and asked her to wait for him. Xiao Xue stopped and asked why he was here. Zheng Yongfeng smiled and said that he had been waiting for her for a long time, after which he came closer and asked if she was going to go along with him. Xiao Xue felt nothing but disgust. Before Zheng Yongfeng could finish speaking, someone grabbed his face and pulled him back. Xiaofan told Xiao Xue that he had finally returned home, then asked about the guy prying at her. The disciples of Tianjing Peak asked Xiaofan how dare he do such a thing. After all, if he met Zheng Yongfeng, the head disciple of their peak, he should greet him first. Xiaofan agreed with the two, after which he asked who these Zheng Yongfeng and Zheng Nanfeng were, because he had never heard of them before. Qin Luo shook his head and said that he had also never heard of such. While the Loli in the form of a deer fawn didn't even understand what was happening, Xiaofan and Qin Luo concluded that they were just being played. There were quite a few people who liked to pretend to be big shots but had never actually heard of them. Listening to all this, the Tianjing Peak disciples felt embarrassed, and Xiao Xue laughed because of all this. Just as suddenly, Zheng Yongfeng ordered Xiaofan to let go of him and slapped his hand. Zheng Yongfeng was furious. He asked Xiaofan how he only dared to abuse him in front of a beautiful girl. Zheng Yongfeng smirked evilly, for he definitely couldn't be accused of being ruthless now. Zheng Yongfeng said that none of this mattered because he had met Xiao Xue and was too happy about it, and therefore he would not pay attention to Xiaofan's rudeness. After which, Zheng Yongfeng turned to Xiao Xue and reached his hand under his robes. Zheng Yongfeng held out 4 golden pills and told them that he had specially ordered them from an esteemed master to give them 1 each. Zheng Wenfeng was completely confident in his victory. After all, the golden pill was a first-class treasure of Emperor Tianzong. That was why he was willing to give so much. He was sure that if Xiaofan had these pills, he would not have given them away to the others. Xiaofan wondered if this Zheng Yongfeng was really going to hook girls with some pills. Zheng Yunfeng asked Xiaofan what he could beat his golden pills with. And didn't he think they were some jelly beans? Although he supposed that Xiaofan might have something worthwhile. What Zheng Yunfeng saw next silenced him. As he looked closer, his eyes popped out of his orbits and he fell to the ground. While the students were trying to get their boss cleaned up, he was yelling about how much his eyes hurt, and that it was all even too much. Xiao Xue asked Xiaofan where he got so many first-rate items from, to which Xiao Xue replied that he was just lucky. A group of Tianjing Peak disciples appeared nearby. Seeing such a large pile of treasures, they wondered how come there were so many spiritual items. The female disciples surrounded Xiaofan looking at all of this, after which Xiaofan decided to hand out 1 item to each of them. The satisfied maidens began to thank their brother for the gift. Meanwhile, Zheng Yunfeng was trying to figure out what the hell was going on here. He simply couldn't believe that Xiaofan suddenly had so many treasures it was almost impossible. Zheng Yunfeng turned to his fellow students, but not hearing any response, he started looking around for them. He suddenly noticed that they were already drooling over Xiaofan's treasures and started hitting them to attract attention. They were sick with desire to get something from the treasure. After finishing with the sisters, Xiaofan told Xiao Xue that he had saved the best item for her. But Xiao Xue said that it wasn't worth it. Xiao Xue said that she couldn't accept such a gift and thanked Xiaofan for his generosity, while Xiaofan was persuading Xiao Xue to accept the gift. Zheng Yunfeng felt like the last dog. He wished for the goddess to stand in front of him, but because of Xiaofan, he was humiliated in front of her. Zheng Yunfeng ordered Xiaofan to stop. He recognized that it was a good thing since Xiaofan had a spiritual weapon, except he was just lucky, and so Zheng Yunfeng offered Xiaofan to fight him. While talking, Zheng Yunfeng pulled out a hidden blade from his sleeve. Xiaofan inquired, "What kind of duel is he talking about?" After all, Zheng Yunfeng wouldn't even be able to overpower his pet. Xiaofan asked Xiaoguk to step back as he needed to deal with this type of person, and Xiao Gao asked him to be more careful. Zheng Yunfeng was hurt by Xiao Fan's words, hence he prepared his hidden knife and threw it at Xiao Fan, but the latter managed to dodge without even looking at it. Xiao Fan asked Xiao Zhou not to worry about him as this type of person was not that strong to harm him. Xiao Fan ordered Xiao Bai to beat up Zheng Yunfeng. Zheng Yunfeng roared and started stomping the ground, complaining that Xiao Fan wanted to make him fight with his pet. After which, he jumped up and shouted that he would let this beast be buried next to Xiao Fan and threw many knives at the pet. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai was able to dodge all the hidden knives with ease. While Zheng Yunfeng was trying to figure out how this was possible, Xiao Bai bounced off the ground. Immediately after which she punched Zheng Yunfeng in the stomach in the blink of an eye. And after doing many back somersaults, Xiao Bai landed on her hooves at the same time as Zheng Yunfeng. Xiao Bai made a dab as she emerged victorious in this fight, and Zheng Yunfeng's fellow students ran up to check on his condition. The disciple asked Zheng Yunfeng if he was all right, but Zheng Yunfeng was trembling. He was terrified of a power that was in no way lower than a human emperor. After realizing defeat, Zheng Yunfeng started to run away, but he warned Xiao Fan that he would still come back. After that, his fellow students chased after him, shouting for him to wait for them. Xiao Fan said that if they couldn't beat him, it was really better to run away. Zhang Xiaofan stroked Xiao Bai and praised her for the work she had done. Xiao Xu asked Xiao Fan admiringly about this pet, for it possessed the strength of no less than a human emperor realm. Following her, the other sisters from Tianu Peak admired the pet. While the sisters were discussing that they too wanted such a pet, a chick flew up to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was stunned to realize who was in front of her, but she couldn't believe it. The chick, on the other hand, didn't quite understand why they were staring at him like that. Xiaogi told Xiao Fan that he had come back just in time, because according to rumors, the fairy peach trees would soon start blooming, and they could enjoy the spring peach blossoms and have fun together. Xiaoge asked if Xiao Fan wanted to join her, after which one of the sisters said that they were ready to go long ago, but Xiaozue insisted on waiting for Xiao Fan. Xiaozue felt embarrassed and said that it wasn't like that. The sister said that the peach blossom garden was a place of great opportunity, and Xiao Fan just needed to say yes or no. Xiao Fan said that since Xiao Xue had invited him, he would of course go, but he had a few things to finish up before doing so. Jiang Xiao Fan handed over the order to Xuanyang Pavilion, immediately after which he hurriedly returned to Xiao Xue. He said that he had finished all his business and was ready to leave. At the same moment, Lin Quan and Tang Yu walked by Xiao Fan's side. Lin Quan asked Tang Yu if it was their boss, and Tang Yu confirmed that it was indeed him. Lin Quan wondered why their boss was so lucky, and Tang Yu admitted that he was very jealous of him, the source of peach blossoms. While waiting for the peach blossoms to bloom, Xiao Fan and company decided to have a refreshment. One of the visitors next to him told him that the peach tree was an ancient miracle that blossomed only once every 10 years, and if one could catch a hint of the Tao, one could reach great heights in the future. After that, the man said that 10 years ago, a man from the Ziwei sect had only the slightest idea of Taoism, but now he was on the verge of becoming an emperor. Xiao Xue asked Zhang Xiaofan to eat a little slower, which made him laugh and said that he couldn't help himself because of how delicious the food was. Xiaofan asked Xiao Xue, "Is this ancient tree really as amazing as they say it is?" Xiao Zhu said that it was all true, and if someone managed to feel even a trace of the Tao, then perhaps. A student of Tianu Peak noticed that the peach had already started to bloom and warned the others. Daowen was beginning to spread, which meant that they needed to concentrate now and prepare to realize it. They must not waste time in vain. A few seconds later, the first peach blossomed, which Xiaofan immediately noticed and motioned for everyone to hurry out. Walking outside, Xiaofan looked at the beautiful peach tree, after which he felt his copper brother start to take action. Xiaofan closed his eyes and wondered, "Is this the Dao Yun?" Everyone was shocked to see that the blooming had just started, but Xiaofan had already started to realize. They tried to understand how such a thing was possible and whether it was a divine plan. Without knowing it, Xiaofan suddenly found himself in the world of gods where many people were falling from the sky, after which all these people would be plunged into the bloody sea. Xiaofan was trying to figure out what was going on here. Xiaozuka wondered what happened to this pervert. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan started vomiting blood. Xiaoxu was worried about Xiaofan and asked how he was feeling, to which Xiaofan replied that he was fine. Immediately after, he took Xiaoxu's hand and said that they needed to leave this place. He wanted to take her away from the tree, as there was clearly something wrong with it. Jiang Xiaofan warned all the surrounding cultivators that there was something wrong with the tree, and it might be carrying danger. But those only wondered, What could be wrong with it? And what is this guy even doing? One monk said that it was a very bad omen if something went wrong with enlightenment. And the man next to him suggested that the boy's cultivation was so low that he had not even been able to enjoy the opportunity. After which they wondered, why make an old tree the culprit when you can't achieve everything yourself? Old trees are in no way the problem, as that idiot thinks. Moving away from the tree, Xiaofan said that although it might sound strange, it was the truth. Xiaozue winked and said that she believed him. While the three were talking, someone finally found them. The girl came down lower and said that she had been looking for them for too long. Xiaofan asked why she was suddenly looking for them, and if something had happened to their sect. The girl explained that it wasn't about that at all, but the Ice Palace heiress Bing Xing was asking for their help. It was about the survival of the Ice Palace. Xiaozue asked about the status of the Ice Palace, but the maiden said that they didn't have time to explain. Bing Xing said that she would be waiting for them at the Ice Palace, and they should get there as soon as possible. Xiufan said that in that case they were setting off, and the maiden said that in that case she would lead them. After a while, the Ice Palace. Bing Xing walked in circles and wondered why they still hadn't arrived. Suddenly, she was greeted by Xiaofan, who came out of nowhere. Immediately after, he asked what was going on and why she was in such a hurry. Bing Xing was happy that Xiaofan and her younger sister had finally arrived at her place. Just as suddenly, she fell to her knees in front of Xiaofan and said that, according to Sis, he was full of immortal spiritual roots. Xiaofan and Xiaoshu asked Bing Xing to stand up and started to lift her up. But she refused to get up until Xiaofan promised to lend her some roots. Xiaofan said that it was actually not that simple. The fact was that he had long since eaten all the divine spirit roots he had collected. Tears appeared in Bing Xing's eyes and she asked, "Did that mean everything was gone?" After which Bing Xing sank down and a soul began to come out of her. Xiaofan asked if she was all right, and what's going on with them since she had summoned him and Xiaozue so urgently. Bing Xing sobbed, and through her tears, she began to tell him that Master had been seriously injured and was in critical condition, and that she needed a huge amount of aura to recover. She believed that there was still hope for them, but now, Xiaozhu snapped her fingers, interrupting the silence, and asked to wait for a moment. Afterwards, she said that maybe there was still hope for them. Xiaoshu explained that this pervert had eaten so many immortal spirit roots that his very blood was saturated with their spiritual energy. Xiaofan was surprised at what he heard, after which Xiaoshu added that his blood might even be more useful than the roots. Since it was so simple, Xiaofan agreed to try this method. Suddenly, Bing Xing abruptly jumped up and promised that she would give her life if he could save her master. With that, Bing Xing embarrassed Xiaofan. Xiaozhu asked Sister Bing about what kind of nonsense she was saying. After all, she doesn't have to give herself to this pervert to get him to agree to help. Xiaofan agreed with Xiaoshuo and said that was all he could do for them. Xiaozhu pinched Xiaofan and asked Bai Xing if she understood it. To which the latter replied that she understood everything, that it was wonderful. Since everything worked out so well, Bing Xing offered to escort the guests to the palace. After a short walk, the company finally reached the palace. Just as suddenly, the guards lowered their spears in front of Bing Xing and her companions, whereupon she was reminded that men were not allowed to enter the Ice Palace. Bing Xing explained that this was her friend whom she had invited to treat the master. Right after that, the Ice Palace mistress came out to them and asked Bing Xing if she had forgotten the rules of the Ice Palace. Bing Xing explained that this person would be able to save their master. Hearing this, the mistress wondered how he would be able to do this, after which she asked if she had only found this guy. The Ice Palace mistress reminded that this was her Ice Palace's business, and there was clearly no reason for an outsider to interfere right now, and Bing Xing herself was merely a holy maiden, while she is the mistress of the Ice Palace. But Bing Xing replied that no one would be able to stop her, after all she was saving the master. Immediately after which, she released her frost aura. Xiaozhu admitted that it was hard for her to hold on because of Bai Xing's aura. And Xiaofan suggested that Bai Xing's snowflake was the most powerful weapon in the world, an immortal-level weapon. Unable to withstand Bai Xing's pressure, the palace mistress fell to her knees. Since Bing Xing had gotten the palace mistress out of the way, Xiaoxue suggested that they head inside. The landlady, however, promised that they would regret it. Bing Xing with Xiaofan and Xiaozhui ran to help the master as soon as possible. Walking up to Master Bing Xing asked how she was feeling. Afterward, she said she found someone who could help her. This person is Zhang Xiaofan. Xiaofan told the master that he was pleased to meet her and said that he was confident that he could help. With a wistful look in her eyes, the master said that she knew her body very well, and therefore she realized that whoever came was all useless, but still, she thanked them for their concern. Xiaofan bowed to the elder and told him that he had happened to eat a lot of immortal spiritual roots, so his body had accumulated a lot of spiritual energy, so there was a chance that his blood. The elder asked how many roots he had managed to find. Xiaofan replied that he couldn't think of a simpler answer other than a lot. If it really is, as everyone says, the elder dares to try this method. Xiaofan said that in that case, he would start, immediately after which he slit his palm and golden elixir flowed from it. Seeing this, the elder wondered if it was really blood. What she saw for sure is blood of 3 colors. Bing Xing was happy, since with such a powerful spiritual energy, her master would definitely be saved. And Xiao Xue realized the exact reason why this pervert's cultivation was advancing so fast. It was all about the amount of aura in his body. The elder told Xiaofan that she was grateful for the chance given to them, after which she took his hand and began to absorb the aura energy. But after a few seconds, Xiaofan felt sick, which did not escape Xiao Xue's eyes. Xiao Xue asked how he was feeling, but Xiaofan only sighed heavily. Immediately after, she caught Xiaofan, who had lost consciousness. Xiao Xue tried to call the pervert and bring him back to consciousness, but all she felt was, suddenly, Xiaofan found himself in the world of divine consciousness, where he saw a powerful figure. Xiaofan felt a familiar breath from the figure, after which he asked the figure if it could be a copper brother. The powerful figure nodded, confirming Jiang Xiaofan's words. Xiaofan couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. After all, the strength of this entity was hundreds of times greater than the copper shard in his body, causing him to assume that this was the true strength of the copper shard. Suddenly, Xiaofan felt a loud bang on his ears. Xiao Xue shouted for the sick pervert to wake up. Under Xiao Xue's voice, Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes, after which, he saw the hand from which the elder was absorbing his aura. Just as suddenly he realized that the girls were here and asked about what had happened. Xiaofan asked about how he ended up here. Bing Xing said that he had finally woken up and asked him how he felt. After which she answered him that this was her bedroom. Xiaofan covered himself in a blush and began to explain that he didn't want to sleep in her bed. Xiaokuk wondered why he was so nervous. After all, Bing Xing would still marry him. Xiaofan asked what she meant by that. Xiao Zhu said that she couldn't even believe that he was so lucky to be with Bing Xing. But in her mind, she sobbed over it and hoped that this pervert would not marry Bing Xing. Noticing something amiss in Xiao Zhu's behavior, Xiaofan wanted to ask about it. Bing Xing asked Master Jiang if he had already forgotten about it. She had given her word that if he managed to save her master, she would give herself to him. Her teacher had always taught her to keep her word, and since she had promised that, she would marry him. Xiaofan wondered if Bing Xing really wanted to marry him. Xiaofan jumped out of bed and asked her to wait for a moment. Xiaofan explained that he helped her as a friend and that she didn't have to give herself to him. More importantly, that getting married this way was too unfair for her. Bing Xing wondered what he wanted to say with that. Immediately after, Xiaofan asked her not to worry, as he would run to the master right away and explain everything to her. After all, marriage was a serious matter, not a child's play. After Xiaofan ran away, Bing Xing sighed, thinking about the fact that she didn't really feel that way. After finding an elder, Xiaofan bluntly said that Bing Xing couldn't marry him. The elder wondered why it couldn't be, and asked if it could be that Bing Xing wasn't beautiful enough for him. Xiaofan replied that it wasn't about that at all. He then told the elder that he had saved her of his own free will, but that Bing Xing didn't like him, and that the wedding would probably upset her. The elder said that if it was not to their liking, they could not do it. He had saved her life, and therefore she would not force him into marriage. Xiaofan was a little surprised at what he heard. The elder said that they should still thank him for his kindness, and handed him a cup and told him that it was the sacred wine of the Ice Palace, which was of extraordinary value. He would drink it with her so that she could thank him for saving her life. Xiaofan said that he would drink first, then emptied the bowl in a volley. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan felt a pain that caused him to release the bowl, after which, Xiaofan leaned on the table and tried to catch his breath and asked what kind of wine it was. Xiaofan said that he felt very uncomfortable after the bowl of wine. The elder advised him not to worry and to try to circulate the blood to improve the strength of the wine. As soon as Xiaofan followed the elder's instructions, his aura increased manifold, after which the sensation finally let him go, as Xiaofan suddenly realized that he suddenly burst through and covered his palm with golden flames. The elder asked how he liked the wine. Did he like it? After which, Xiao Fan thanked her wholeheartedly. After gathering their strength, Xiao Fan and Xiao Xue got ready to leave. Xiao Fan said that they were done for the day and that it was time for them to go home. Xiao Xue said goodbye and told Bing Xing that they would see each other again later. And Bing Xing wished them a good journey. When Xiao Fan and Xiao Xue ran away, Bing Xing clenched her hand at the thought of Xiao Fan. She promised herself that as soon as she finished all the business in the Ice Palace, she would come to him. Shortly after Jiang Xiao Fan and Xiao Xue left the Ice Palace and returned to Wui Peak, Qin Luo suggested that Xiao Fan join him in a cloud cave near Wui Peak. Upon arriving at the cave, Xiao Fan had to work with a pickaxe. After a while, Xiao Fan complained to Qin Luo about having to borrow something like this. He expected something good here, but he had come to dig a stone. Xiao Fan asked Qin Luo, "What kind of treasures were hidden in this cave?" Qin Luo asked really. Had Xiao Fan not heard anything about this? It's all about an ancient relic that was recently discovered in a Stygian cave. It was rumored to be an ancient battlefield formed thousands of years ago, so there must be something good inside. Xiao Fan agreed that they couldn't miss such a good opportunity. After which, Qin Luo reminded Xiao Fan that the previous time, he had taken all the most valuable things. But this time, he's going to get rid of his shame earlier than... Xiao Fan asked Qin Luo to help him, and then asked him what he was so busy doing. Qin Luo replied that he didn't expect to see Qi-Tung here. It was exactly the same guy who wanted to kill him last time, but before he could take revenge on him, Qi-Tung just appeared at his door. Xiao Fan suggested Qin Luo not to think about it. After all, this time they were here for good deeds, better more than less. Only Qin Luo was about to hit the stone with his pickaxe when he noticed a brush of his hand. Afterward, he asked Xiao Fan to look at what he had found. After a while, Xiao Fan and Qin Luo dug up the ancient remains. Qin Luo was pleased that they had managed to find a corpse, as it meant that the remains of an ancient battlefield were indeed here. Qin Luo suggested to dig further, as they might find treasures on the corpses. Suddenly, the newly dug-up skeleton began to tremble. An earthquake has started in the cave, which is obviously bad for them. Suddenly, the stony floor crumbled, causing all the cultivators to fly down. The cultivator tried to figure out how they had managed to land so softly with the fact that they had fallen from such a height. And where were they? Just as suddenly, Qin Luo noticed that the skeleton that was supposed to fall with them had disappeared somewhere. Xiao Fan pointed to the side and asked Qin Luo to look over there. Looking over there, all the cultivators were surprised. After all, they had found nothing less than a palace of relics. The flames they see are probably some kind of forbidden. None of the cultivators had ever thought that something like this could be underground. Qin Luo's eyes lit up, for there must definitely be a lot of valuable treasures. But Xiao Fan warned him not to be in such a hurry and to wait for a while. Xiao Fan suggested that their assistants should enter the relic palace first. Qin Luo grinned and said that Xiao Fan, as it turned out to be quite bad. Suddenly, Qi-Tung ordered everyone to get out of the way. After which, he called them a bunch of trash and asked them what right they had to take his treasure at such a slow pace. After which, Qi-Tung gathered his strength and threw his spear into the flame barrier. But once the spear hit the flames, it immediately began to melt. Qi-Tung was dumbfounded by the strength of this flame, for it was much stronger than he could have imagined. A half-naked cultivator shouted that they had nothing to fear here since they were outnumbered, whereupon a second cultivator agreed with him and shouted, "To hell with it." The cultivators were all attacking the flame barrier together, and from the looks of it, it was starting to weaken a little more, and the barrier was about to fall, opening them up to bullets into the temple. Xiao Fan and Qin Luo decided not to slack off and also contribute before the others got ahead of them. And after their joint attack, the flame barrier finally began to dissipate. The entrance was open, and the cultivators hurried inside to grab and take out whatever they could as quickly as possible. Qin Luo suggested Xiao Fan to hurry up before everything was sorted out. But at the same moment, Qi-Tung snuck up behind Xiao Fan's back. After that, he brought the knife in with the thoughts that he couldn't let them go inside. He was going to kill these bastards on the spot. Qi-Tung tried to stab Xiao Fan in the back, but he suddenly dodged. Xiao Fan had long been waiting for the moment when Qi-Tung would dare to betray him again. Dodging, Xiao Fan knocked Qi-Tung to the ground. Immediately after, stepped on his hand, letting Qi-Tung throw away the blade. Xiao Fan recalled that it had been a long time ago, after which Qin Luo asked Qi-Tung if he remembered trying to kill him. After finishing things here, Xiao Fan told Qin Luo that he was leaving Qi-Tung to him, after which he ran to the entrance of the relic temple. Qin Luo asked Xiao Fan not to worry about him, as he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. After all, he had failed to introduce Qi-Tung to his treasure, the dragon sword, the previous time. The cultivators in front didn't even notice that Chi-Teng had been captured. They ran with all their legs towards the treasury. But the first to arrive at the gate was Xiaofan, who had been far behind a while ago. Everyone was trying to understand since when this guy had become so fast, but they were in no hurry to stop because they still had a chance to catch up with him. To their misfortune, Xiaofan was already at the door. He grabbed the gate handle and apologized to the cultivators. He then opened the gate and saw a space in the middle of which a cauldron was floating. Upon seeing this cauldron, the cultivator flying on the sword muttered that with such a strong aura spreading through the air, there must be a most valuable treasure in this furnace, whereupon all the cultivators decided to speed up. Xiaofan apologized to the cultivators and said that it was all his, after which he took out a spear. Using his spear to fly, Xiaofan was able to accelerate multiple times, causing the cultivators behind him to shout as he would take away a valuable treasure. Everyone was just complaining about how this guy was suddenly ahead of them, but they continued on their way in hopes that they could still snatch the treasure. Grabbing the cauldron by one of the legs, Xiaofan felt a strange aura fluctuation. For unknown reasons, the fluctuations from this cauldron were the same as from the peach tree where he saw a sea of blood filled with corpses. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan started vomiting blood. Just like that time, seeing him stop, the cultivators assumed that Xiaofan had surrendered, which meant that they still had a chance to obtain the treasure. Zhang Xiaofan shouted out for no one to come closer to this furnace, for there was clearly something wrong with it. Xiaofan warned them of the danger, but the cultivators continued to pursue the treasure because of their lust for profit. As the cultivators approached the furnace, it suddenly exploded with fiery energy and began to attack them. Burning in the flames, the cultivators screamed in pain and begged for help, while Xiaofan tried to comprehend what was happening. Qin Luo, who had finished his business, saw the essence of the furnace and shouted that it was too dangerous and they should leave. In a matter of seconds, the space with the cauldron was filled with all-consuming flames. Qin Luo was able to sigh after all. They were lucky they didn't go first. That would have been terrible. As Xiaobai suddenly came out of nowhere and said that she was familiar with this aura. Startled by her appearance, Qin Luo asked his aunt about what was going on and what she was doing here. Looking closer, they noticed that there was someone there, unexpectedly, but it was a skeleton they had found on the upper levels of the cave. Qin Luo couldn't believe what was happening. After all, that skeleton had just disappeared after the floor failed. Xiaobai assumed that this skeleton had managed to escape before the floor failed. Suddenly, the wooden token around Xiaobai's neck began to glow. Xiaobai brought the token to the wall of flames, and then a passage was formed in it. As it turned out, the wooden token was not afraid of fire. Xiaobai speculated that this furnace might contain a golden elixir, and if she ate it, she would be able to raise her cultivation by at least one level. Xiaobai asked him to hurry up, whereupon Xiaofan snatched the wooden amulet from her. Thanks to the copper shard, the power of the amulet began to be released, causing the barrier to increase in size, and Xiaofan and the others began to break through the flames. The cultivators behind were surprised by the weapon in Xiaofan's hands, which allowed him to traverse the flames unhindered. They wished they could figure out how to get through the flames, for they must get the treasure first. One of the cultivators advised the others not to panic, because with sufficient defense this flame wouldn't be able to stop them, which the others thought was quite logical. Meanwhile, the skeleton moved. Just as suddenly, the skeleton flew towards Xiaofan, ordering him to get out of here. The skeleton attacked Xiaofan before flying back with a squeak. Thanks to the soldier's spear and the power of the wooden amulet, Xiaofan was able to block the skeleton's attack. Xiaofan said that he would take care of the skeleton while Qin Luo would try to break through to the cauldron. Qin Luo agreed with Xiaofan and asked him to be more careful. The skeleton shouted to Xiaofan to give him everything at once, after which it released a huge amount of flames. Barely holding back the skeleton's pressure, Xiaofan was increasingly amazed at just how strong the skeleton was. As Xiaofan defended himself from the flames, the streams flying past hit the cultivators, causing them to retreat, while those who were lucky enough not to be hit by the flames tried to figure out what the hell was going on here. Under the cries of pleas for help, Qin Luo asked Xiaobai to hurry up while he covered her. Gathering strength in her hooves, Xiaobai bounced off the ground and flew towards the hovering cauldron. But because she jumped too hard, she crashed her head into the cauldron and started falling backwards. Just as suddenly, Xiaobai noticed that her jump was not futile, for a hole had formed in the cauldron, the hole from which the elixir fell out. As it turned out, it was a perfect elixir, the level of which was one higher than that of the golden elixir. Hearing the sound of impact, Xiaofan turned around, after which he saw Xiaobai falling down along with the elixir. Seeing this, the skeleton cursed, after which it surrounded itself with flames. Immediately afterward, he began to go underground rapidly. With the skeleton gone, the cultivators noticed that the flame barrier had also disappeared. After the elixir fell out of the cauldron, they could all feel how dense the aura emanating from this pill was, which only made them more eager to take it from Xiaofan. Suddenly, a wounded Qi Tang entered the room and told everyone that this pill belonged to him. Suddenly, something happened that shouldn't have happened. The spirit pill suddenly changed its course and flew towards Xiaofan. Unexpectedly, the pill violently flew into Xiaofan's mouth. The cultivators were trying to realize what they had just seen. The elixir just took and flew into that guy's mouth. Absorbing the pill, Xiaofan's eyes lit up with a golden flame. Xiaofan wondered how such a thing could happen, immediately after which he realized that his copper brother was to blame, except that this pill's power is too much for him, causing him to struggle to digest it and experience intolerable pain. Qinlo wondered what Xiaofan was doing, and was he not going to advance in this hole? Xiaobai then said that in his current state, Xiaofan was unable to handle the elixir. Xiaobai told Xiaofan that he would die here if he didn't take action. Therefore, she advised him to focus on the breakthrough while she and Qinluo stood guard together. Qiteng explained to the brethren that it was only an elixir, and that it couldn't stand any more than the furnace in which it was prepared. So he offered to take the furnace away while Xiaofan advanced. The cultivators agreed that Brother Qiteng's words made sense. Just as suddenly, Xiaobai took human form and said that they would still see how they could get past them. Cultivators were astonished by what they saw, because all this time, this beast was a disguised human emperor-level demonic beast, which was almost impossible. Unless this guy was too lucky since she agreed to protect him. Qiteng said that they had nothing to fear. After all, there were many of them while the emperor was only one, which meant that they would be able to crush these two in numbers. Confident of their victory and fueled by their thirst for profit, the cultivators immediately rushed forward. Qinluo was surprised at how arrogant these people were. Today, he was going to beat them all to a pulp. Xiaobai asked Qinluo to guard Xiaofan while she dealt with all these bastards. Without a shadow of fear, the cultivators pounced on the superior opponents in strength but not in numbers. Xiaobai turned her hands into claws, immediately after which she dealt with the first wave of cultivators in a matter of moments. Seeing this, some cultivators turned blue with fear, as this opponent was much stronger than they had expected, but even so, they believed that together, they had a chance of defeating him. While Qinluo was fighting off the traitors, Qiteng sneaked up on him from behind. Noticing this, Xiaobai shouted to Qinluo that there was danger behind him. But it was already too late for warnings. Unexpectedly, but a moment before he struck, Xiaofan caught up with Qiteng and pierced his chest. Qinluo explained to Qiteng that he would not be as kind as Qinluo, and would finish the matter to the end this time. With a single movement of his spear, Xiaofan finally took Qiteng's life. The remaining cultivators were furious because Xiaofan dared to kill Qiteng, who was the core disciple of their Ziwei sect. They were about to kill Xiaofan and take the furnace with them. Suddenly, one of the disciples noticed that the furnace started to shift. But the furnace did the same as the spiritual pill. It flew towards Xiaofan, after which it transformed into a Dao Yun, and with each passing second, its strength became greater and greater. Scared that Xiaofan's strength had increased again, the cultivators of the Ziwei sect started to run away, but they promised that their leader would still avenge Brother Qi. Seeing Xiaofan's strength increased again, Xiaobai wept and asked why he was so lucky. Hearing some sound, Xiaofan saw a stone start to crumble from the ceiling, whereupon Qinluo asked about what was happening now. Suddenly, bigger and bigger blocks started falling from the ceiling, making Qinluo realize that the temple had started to collapse, and that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Only Xiaofan and company reached the exit as a huge cobblestone blocked the way. Qinluo said that they wouldn't be able to leave that way, and that they would have to look for another way out. Xiaobai asked what they should do, whereupon Xiaofan suggested that they look for a way out separately. After a brief search for a way out, everyone realized they were stuck here, and the cave was only minutes away from collapsing. Realizing that they had no other choice, Xiaofan and Xiaobai decided to clear a path to freedom. Suddenly, Qinluo asked them to wait, because that skeleton had decided to return. But the skeleton greeted the Master Taoist looking at Xiaofan. Qinluo asked what the man meant, and if he was going to kill them. The skeleton then covered himself in flames and told Lord Daoist that this would be the last thing he would do for him. The last thing the skeleton made was a flaming staircase leading outside. After all these battles and dangers, Xiaofan was finally able to breathe. This journey had been very effective and fruitful. Most importantly, he was now safe from the cultivators in the Holy Realm. Qinlo climbed out of the cave and complained to Xiaofan that he and his aunt had labored for half a day but still got nothing. Xiaofan offered to give them each a pill once they returned to the sect, which quickly managed to lift their spirits. Tanzong Palace, the terrace of the Pillory Palace. Qinlo sniffed at the contents of the cauldron and asked what the fragrance was, to which Xiaofan replied that the absorption pills were being perfected here. Seeing so many pills, Xiaobai's eyes glistened. Just as suddenly, she jumped off Jiang Xiaofan's shoulder and flew towards the so pleasant-smelling snacks. After something landed in the huge cauldron, the cultivators began to scatter in panic. Old man Li Yun asked the intruder who the hell he was, since he dares to invade his courtyard. It is quite a serious offense. Xiaofan and Qinluo came down following Xiaobai, and Xiaobai apologized, explaining that his pet, in a moment of playfulness, couldn't help himself and jumped to their elixir. Xiaofan suggested that the elder count the pills, after which he would pay for the damaged ones. The old man asked if they knew how much the pills cost. He's pretty sure they couldn't pay for it. After that, his disciples began to resent Xiaofan's pompous words. If he wanted to appear cool, then their terrace was clearly not the right place for it. The disciples asked Elder Li not to talk to this person and instead follow the rules and report everything to the master. Suddenly, a bag fell at the feet of the disciples, from which golden-colored pills sprinkled out. Xiaofan asked, "Would it be enough?" Everyone was astonished seeing this. The elder asked, "Are all of these things Dao pills?" It's simply unbelievable if he single-handedly managed to perfect so many quality pills. Seeing the reactions of the elder and his disciples, Xiaofan wondered if he had given them too many pills. In fact, Xiaofan is actually perfecting hundreds of such pills for Auntie. They are a mere trifle to him. The disciples advised the elder not to fall for this asshole, because there was a good chance that he had stolen all of this before getting caught by them. Hearing the disciples call the elder, Xiaofan interrogated if the person was Li Yun from the Pill Palace. The disciples were outraged that Xiaofan had called their elder by name. Then the old man confessed that it was really him and asked Xiaofan how he knew him. After learning that it was indeed Elder Li, Xiaofan assumed that Lin Quan and Tang Yu were his disciples. The elder asked Xiaofan what was the point of mentioning these idiots, and besides, he shouldn't have any scum in his disciples. Then he ordered Xiaofan not to interrupt him. Xiaofan finally made sure of everything. Xiaofan told the old man that he had broken the furnace to frame Lin Quan and Tang Yu, and then expelled them from the palace. In that case, he was ready to settle the score with him. But since the elder didn't believe him, Xiaofan offered to make a bet with him. The old man asked the little bastard what he was talking about. Zhang Xiaofan offered him a competition in alchemy. If Elder Li was the loser, he would crawl on his knees to Wui Peak, then bow down to Lin Quan and Tang Yu and beg their forgiveness. The disciples of the Pill Palace assumed that this guy was just crazy for talking about such things. Seeing that the old man was in no hurry, Qinluo decided to ask if he was getting scared. The elder laughed and asked what kind of fear Qinluo was talking about. He is the elder of the Pill Palace, and he clearly shouldn't be afraid of some disciple. From the elder's self-assured words, Xiaofan realized that he was willing to make a bet. But in that case, he would hope that he wouldn't decide to renege on his word. The elder accepted the stipulation when he lost the bet, except what happens if he wins. Zhang Xiaofan asked what the elder wanted. Immediately after that, the elder pointed at Xiaofan and shouted that if Xiaofan lost, he would have to publicly renounce, after which he would become an inferior servant under the Pill Palace. Xiaofan would have to serve as a horse, cow, or whatever, and most importantly, he must always obey his orders. The room was full of onlookers, capturing the transaction between Jiang Xiaofan and Elder Li Yun. A short while later, Xiaofan was relaxing in nature while Lin Quan waved a fan in front of him and Tang Yu held a plate of grapes. Lin Quan said that he was very grateful for the kindness shown to him, but what Xiaofan was doing was even too dangerous. Tang Yu agreed with his brother and told his boss that although he was incredibly talented, there was no way he could compare to Li Yun. Jiang Xiaofan replied to them that they were worrying over nothing. After all, it wasn't even a competition. As someone's footsteps were suddenly heard from behind, Xiaojue shouted to the perverted man to come over to her. She then grabbed Xiaofan's ear and asked him why he made her worry about him. And then she demanded that he tell her why he decided to contact this Li Yun. Xiaofan was in pain and begged his wife to let go of his ear. Xiaojue asked, "What other wife?" Then ordered her to stop this chatter and tell what is demanded. Xiaofan asked, "Why is she so afraid? Wasn't it because she was worried about him?" With a slight blush, Xiaojie turned away from Xiaofan and asked who would take care of him. She then explained that she was wondering who would take his body after he died. Xiaofan felt that it was all too suspicious. Xiaofan asked Xiaozug not to worry and asked when has she ever seen him lose. The whole secret is that her husband, Xiaofan, never participates in a battle when he is not sure of victory. After which, Xiaozhu asked to let him not spoil anything. This time, he had encroached on a basket that was too big to see what the result would be. Xiaofan asked her not to worry, for she would know when it happened. 3 days later, Zhang Xiaofan, along with elder Li Yun, entered the arena. The mustachioed man recalled that it was rare for someone to have the courage to challenge elder Li Yun. After which, the cultivator next to him said that Li Yun could be considered a great alchemy master in their sect, while the guy who challenged him didn't even know the heights of heaven and earth. The spectators behind shouted that they should still wait until Xiaofan activated what he had prepared. Lin Quan and Tang Yu were supporting their boss as always, and Xiaojue warned the perverted man to be as careful as possible. Xiaofan asked her not to worry so much about him. The announcer announced that both challengers are in their seats, which means the game is on. Immediately after the competition began, Xiaofan began to cultivate the blue cold flame pill. The elder, on the other hand, used the flame of the pills, after which he covered his hands with it. The elder was confident in his victory. He assumed that Xiaofan's confidence came from the strong flame. But the latter in turn clearly did not realize that with a strong flame, a person could not always control it. The elder looked at Jiang Xiaofan and almost dropped his jaw in shock, for he had used the blue flame. Except that with such a low temperature, Xiaofan was unlikely to be able to melt the ingredients. Xiaofan, on the other hand, chuckled. He then advised the elder to take care of himself first and then think of the others. Elder Li grinned and told Xiaofan that if this was all he could do, it would be better to surrender and not disgrace himself further. Xiaofan interrogated the elder about what he said, making excuses for not hearing what he said. He asked if Elder Li was going to admit defeat. The old man told Xiaofan that he was too sharp-tongued, and since that was the case, he would be happy to see what he could do, after which, Elder Li waved his hand and started the furnace. The onlookers immediately began to discuss that Elder Li had shown himself to be a worthy elder. The aroma coming from the elder's cauldron was sweet and pleasant. Everyone was sure that the child in front of the elder would lose, which meant that the Pill Palace would soon have a new horse or cow. Elder Li suddenly decided to tell Zhang Xiaofan the truth. He had been immersed in elixir cultivation for decades, and his pills had already become the highest quality of all pills, so there was no way Xiaofan could compare to him. Hearing this, Xiaojue became nervous and grabbed Lin Quan and shook him wildly, shouting to the pervert on the field that he was the best and could beat this old man. Lin Quan started begging to be released as he was already feeling sick. Xiaofan looked down at the elder and asked, "Is that it?" Xiaofan asked the elder. Since he knew so much about pills, why wouldn't he look at this pill? After which, he waved his hand, and a purest golden pill appeared in front of him, emitting an incredible aura. After this pill appeared, a surprised cry of "What?" rang throughout the arena. Everyone was trying to figure out what was the big deal with this pill. The elder mumbled that it was simply impossible. This pill had already gone far beyond a normal pill. It was the purest pill. It was no longer an ordinary pill. It was the purest Taoist pill. While Xiao Shu was jumping around shouting that the greatest pervert had done a great robot. Tang Yu refused to believe that their boss was capable of making a pill of such quality, whereupon Lin Quan sighed and said that there was nothing he could do about it, because that was the scenario. Elder Li Yun shouted with foaming mouth that it couldn't be, so the quality of this pill was 100 times higher than what Xiaofan had paid him, so it must be a fraud. Xiaofan asked the elder what kind of cheating he was talking about, because those pills were just for fun and couldn't be compared to this one. Elder Li was frightened by what he heard. Master Yangxing came down to the arena and announced the end of the game. But Elder Li started to protest, shouting that Xiaofan was cheating. He refused to accept defeat from a mere disciple. Xiaofan said that it had long been obvious whether his pill was stronger or weaker than Elder Li's pill. Hearing both participants in the game, the arena master announced that the winner was Zhang Xiaofan. Hearing this, Xiaozhu with Lin Xuan and Tang Yu began to loudly praise Xiaofan. Elder Li said that he suspected Xiaofan of tampering with the pill, so he suggested that he brew the pill again to make sure. He thought that a simple pill was not as complicated as a Taoist pill. It was almost 100 times more complicated, and considering Xiaofan's age, it would be great if he could perfect such a pill, but Xiaofan would not be so lucky anymore, so he could crush him. The arena master asked Xiaofan what he would say to Elder Li's suggestion of another game. Xiaofan replied that since Elder Li liked it, he would gladly play with him. Hearing this, Elder Li rubbed his beard contentedly. As it turned out, this boy was too stupid to make contact with him so easily. Since none of the participants had any objections, the arena master announced the start of the second round of the pill cleansing competition. The Pill Palace audience began to discuss that Xiaofan had 2 bones since he had agreed, but this time he would definitely not be able to avoid the fate of a horse. The rest of the people wondered what kind of idiot Xiaofan was. He obviously doesn't know that Elder Li is creating all the stocks of simple pills for their sect. Xiao Zue started shouting what an idiot Xiaofan is and started punching Lin Quan and Tang Yu for making him even dumber. The arena master asked the participants to prepare. After a while, the arena master said that time was up and announced the end of the brew. Elder Li was already excited to bring Xiaofan out. The elder asked Xiaofan to look at his furnace because it wasn't moving, which meant that he still hadn't had time to form his pill. Xiaofan asked the elder why he cared whether he moved or not and advised him to check the cauldron. Elder Li shouted to the arrogant brat that he would teach him real alchemy today. Then he waved his hand upward, ordering the boiler to open. And from inside the boiler showed a basic pill of superior quality. The onlookers were delighted with Elder Li's pill, and from the flavor from it, almost anyone could tell that it was a top-quality pill. Xiao Zhu started to worry about Xiaofan. After all, Elder Li is the best at cultivating basic pills, which means the pervert is in trouble. Lin Quan said that it couldn't be. After all, their boss would definitely not want to be a Pill Palace horse. After looking at the pill, Xiaofan said that this pill was 100 times better than what the sect received from the elder, so he asked if the elder was profiting at their expense. The elders demanded Xiaofan to stop talking nonsense, because there was no way he could do that. After which he reminded that he had already opened his furnace and asked if Xiaofan was going to surrender. Xiaofan leisurely stood up and began to shake off the dust, after which, with a slight wave of his hand, Xiaofan ordered the cauldron to open and a pill flew out. It was a basic pill with cloud patterns, being a pill of excellent quality. Elder Li began to shout that a pill of this quality simply couldn't exist, while the others were cheering for Xiaofan at full strength and didn't listen to the old man. Elder Li shouted that there was no way that bastard could have prepared a superior pill at his then age, and once again accused Xiaofan of being a fake. To the raucous applause, Xiaofan reminded the elder that this game was taking place under the supervision of the arena master. Hence, he had to ask Elder Li, could it be that he didn't trust the master? After which, the arena master said that Xiaofan had never cheated, and Elder Li had indeed lost. Hearing this, the elder trembled, unable to resist the arena master's words. Xiaofan asked the elder if he remembered his bet, because now was the perfect opportunity. Elder Li demanded of Xiaofan to not go that far. The arena master reminded Elder Li to fulfill his promise. Suddenly, the elder shouted to the master not to believe the false words of that bastard Xiaofan, for he was definitely cheating. The arena master asked the elder how he dared to speak so presumptuously, and whether he doubted him. Elder Li was frightened by the arena master's anger and stammered and said that he dared not doubt him. Immediately after which, Li Yun discarded his pride and still fell to his knees. In front of the audience, Elder Li Yun began to apologize to Lin Quan and Tang Yu. Meanwhile, the onlookers were amazed that the elder actually fell to his knees and began to wonder if it was true that this elder had slandered his disciples and banished them. The disciples still found it hard to believe that their elder had turned out to be so devious. Zhang Xiaofan laughed with Elder Li still being able to kneel, while Lin Quan with Tang Yu wanted to ask if this was really a good thing. After experiencing humiliation because of Xiaofan, Li Yun vowed that one day he would experience humiliation 100 times more shameful. Suddenly, a cultivator emerged from the crowd and immediately reported to Xiaofan that the head wanted to see him. Xiaofan was surprised at what he heard. After all, why would he want to do that? Huang Tianmen's Sect, Hall of Elders. The cultivator told Brother Jiang that this was their elder hall, which was one of the 3 main halls of the Huang Tianmen Sect, then added that the head was waiting inside. Xiaofan thanked his brother and headed towards the entrance. Stepping inside, Xiaofan found himself in the majestic room of the Elder Hall. Looking around at the statues on the sides, he assumed they were all statues from previous chapters. When Xiaofan reached the end, he met the head of their sect for the first time. Zhang Xiaofan's disciple bowed to the teacher and said that he was happy to see his master. The head apologized and said that he knew everything about what happened in the Pill Palace. At such a young age, Xiaofan had managed to reach great heights, indicating that their sect had another great genius. After which, he decided to get straight to the point and asked Xiaofan to take this cauldron. Xiaofan was astonished that he wanted to be given such a cauldron. From the breath from it, he could already realize that this furnace was the truest treasure. But since the head decided to give him such a valuable gift, he must have some ulterior motives. Xiaofan replied to the head that it was too valuable a gift for a disciple like him. The head chuckled and asked Xiaofan to accept this gift. He said that Xiaofan's talent in alchemy was exceptional, and their Huang Tianmen sect was always looking for talents. This cauldron was exactly what he deserved. After which, he added that the pills Xiaofan made were of the highest quality and extremely rare, which was why the head hoped that Xiaofan would contribute to the sect. And of course, the Pill Palace will reward him with 10 golden pills every month. The head asked Xiaofan if he agreed to this. Xiaofan said that he agreed to this and that he couldn't even wish for more. The head handed Xiaofan a green token and explained that it could be used to deduce gold pills, and therefore Xiaofan should keep it as the apple of his eye. Just as Xiaofan expected, he turned out to be completely right. Xiaofan thanked the head and asked him not to worry as he would do his best. The terrace of the Pill Palace. Xiaofan was thinking about how alchemy was hard work. He would have preferred Lin Quan and Tang Yu to do it, so it was time to teach them a few things. Just as suddenly, someone asked Xiaofan if he was the person who had defeated Elder Li today. Xiaofan replied that he had only come here to retrieve the golden pills. The disciple was surprised to hear about the golden pills. Suddenly, Xiaofan sensed something wrong. Turning around, he saw Elder Li, who was about to kill Xiaofan for encroaching on the pills. Elder Li mercilessly struck out with a flaming palm, after which he took a closer look and wondered where Xiaofan had suddenly disappeared to. Zhang Xiaofan asked the elder why he was so harsh and said that he was at his back. After which, he asked who it was that he wanted to kill. Immediately after, Xiaofan shouted that the elder would answer for this and attacked the elder with his spear. But Elder Li managed to dodge, after which he landed sloppily and cursed. Xiaofan asked the elder if this was what was called a greeting in the Pill Palace? Or was it that the elder had managed to miss him because it had been so long since they had seen each other? Elder Li asked the little brat how he only dared to tease the elder, after which he summoned his flaming cauldron and shouted that he wished Xiaofanu dead. Suddenly, Xiaofan became serious and told the old man that if he lost, he would have to accept it. Besides, he had no rights to put others to death. Xiaofan began to unwind the spear, reminding the elder not to blame him if he was suddenly hurt. If he is not going to back down, he should just walk over and try it. The elder shouted that he would kill Xiaofan right now for disregarding his honor, after which he wished Xiaofan to burn in hell and lowered his huge cauldron onto him. After finally dealing with his splinter, Elder Li shouted that even though he was old, he was still good. If anyone disgraced his honor, he would have to suffer Xiaofan's fate. But when the haze cleared, Elder Li was no longer in spirit. Xiaofan shook off the dust and turned to Elder Li, after which he reminded that it was too early for the elder to rejoice, and asked if he had thought that the younger generation would only be occupied with alchemy. The elder retreated a little and demanded of Xiaofan that he didn't even dare to approach him. Xiaofan asked the old dog why he should listen to him, and unfortunately for the elder, he tore towards him. Instantly approaching the old man, Xiaofan sent the old man to hell and kicked him in the stomach with his foot, from which the elder rolled away, smashing the floor behind him. Stopping, the elder asked uneasily, "What's going on?" But when he looked up, he saw Xiaofan raising his spear at him. Xiaofan told the old man that there were many things he couldn't even imagine, and then the old man begged for forgiveness. Only Xiaofan was about to end it all when they were ordered to stop this squabble. The old man asked Xiaofan what was going on, and how he dared to come to the Pill Palace and make trouble here. The elder asked someone to get this guy out of here. As suddenly, Xiaofan asked him to wait, after which he showed him a green token. The old man immediately recognized the green token, after which Xiaofan asked if he recognized it. The old man said that since it was a green order, it must be for dispensing gold pills, and since that was the case, he asked Xiaofan to follow him. Elder Li shouted to the elder not to believe this bastard, because the green token is a sacred relic reserved for the elders of the Pill Palace, while this guy is too young to have such a thing. The elder asked Li Yun, how could someone forge a green token when only their leader could bestow it? Hearing this, Elder Li Yun trembled. After all, it was simply impossible for Xiaofan to suddenly obtain a green token and be able to receive gold pills. And since that's the case then, Soon, Xiaofan received his monthly gold pills and the elders led him to the exit. The blue-clothed elder wished Xiaofan to take care of himself, and if he wanted to do anything else in the future, Xiaofan could go straight to him. Xiaofan laughed and thanked the elder. As soon as Xiaofan left, the elder asked Li Yun if he knew that he had just almost gotten into trouble. After all, if he hadn't stopped them, the master would have never let Li Yun go. Li Yun asked, "Did the head really summon this tomboy? After all, this all means that—" The blue-clothed elder said that it was all nonsense, then warned Elder Li Yun that if he ever showed such disrespect to their guest again, he was fully confident that he would do the same to Li Yun. Back at the peak, Xiaofan shouted to Lin Quan and Tang Yu that they had exactly 1 minute to appear before him. Hearing this, Lin Quan and Tang Yu abruptly woke up from their dreamless sleep. Immediately after that, they ran down the mountain below and appeared in front of the boss. Lin Quan greeted the boss and asked, what did he bring? Tang Yu then assumed that Elder Li Yun had sent Xiaofan a medicine as a sign of reconciliation after his loss. Xiaofan told Tang Yu that he was thinking too much and told him that this pot contained golden pills that he was giving them as a boss. Looking inside the pot, the disciples were shocked to see that they were indeed golden pills. Lin Quan asked the boss if it was really all for them. Xiaofan replied that it was indeed them, then added that from now on, he would give them a dozen gold pills once a month. Afterwards, Xiaofan tossed them an alchemy book and ordered them to practice. Seeing the contents, Lin Quan almost dropped his jaw, after which he thanked the boss for his generosity. After all, these were records of ancient alchemy. Tang Yu added that this was not just arrogance. It was a path against the sky. Xiaofan ordered them to take the golden pills and practice. And the disciples were surprised to hear this and asked if he wanted them to start practicing right now. Xiaofan explained that he was here for their protection. Lin Quan and Tang Yu wept with happiness. Lin Quan started wiping his tears while saying how good their boss was. Smiling evilly, Xiaofan said that, of course, many good things were not given for free, which meant that they would have to supply the sect with high-quality pills every month. A few hours later, Xiaojue was surprised after all. Lin Quan and Tang Yu had already managed to break through to the realm of consciousness, and even so quickly. Suddenly, Xiaojue remembered why she was here and said that in a few days, the Ziwei sect was organizing a talent festival and she wanted to go along with her sister Xiao Yu. Xiaojue asked if Xiaofan wanted to go along with them. Zhang Xiaofan replied that he was willing to go anywhere if she went. Tang Yu swept up that their boss had a date with a beautiful woman again, and Lin Quan wondered when they would be able to get rid of their lonely dog hats. The Battle Cliff is the venue for Ziwei's talent selection. Masters of all sorts come here to duel using a variety of martial arts. It can be called the Great Gathering of Dragons and Tigers. Xiao Yu said that she had heard that Ziwei Sect and Bing Gong Sect would be present at the Battle Cliff, and Liu Yuanlong from Huang Tianmen Sect would also be there. After which, she added that Murong Ling would also be participating. Xiaozhu inquired who this was. Hearing the name Murong Ling, Zhang Xiaofan wondered why this name seemed so familiar to him. Xiao Yu said that this was a rare event and suggested that they speed up and head to the battle cliff to get better seats. Suddenly, someone noticed Xiao Yu. Feng Wei said that since she was here, it meant that he had once again received a blessing from the heavens. But seeing Xiao Yu's expression, Feng Wei asked what was the matter and did she not want to warm his bed? After all, she would belong to him. Xiao Yu called Feng Wei a sack of shit and warned him to watch his rotten tongue. Xiaojue asked her sister what kind of toad was talking to her. Feng Wei asked Xiao Yu if this girl next to her was her new maid. After which, he praised Xiaojue's figure. Xiaoju said that this frog wanted to die and asked who he was calling a maid. Feng Wei suddenly winked at her and then told Xiaoyue that her maid was very good-looking, but she was too bad-mannered. After which, Feng Wei licked his lips nastily and offered Xiao Yu to sell his maidservant. And in return, he would make sure that his father would not invade her family's fortress. Zhang Xiaofan tapped his finger on Feng Wei's back and asked him to repeat everything, as he couldn't hear their conversation very well. Xiaofan wanted to know who this Feng Wei wanted to teach manners to. Feng Wei replied that he was naturally talking about that little maid next to Xiao Yu and asked the guy why he cared. Xiaofan wondered why he would care about this. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan grabbed Feng Wei's fat face, and a moment later, Feng Wei pierced the rock underfoot with his face, after which Xiaofan agreed to everything, and Feng Wei started complaining about the pain. After slightly recovering from the pain, Feng Wei angrily asked Xiao Fan, how dare he even dare to hit him? And did he know who he was? Xiao Fan admitted that he didn't care who the other person was, but if the other person was willing to disrespect Xiao Shui, then Feng Wei should first ask if he was willing to face the fist. As a cultivator suddenly appeared out of nowhere, he lowered Xiao Fan's fist and asked Brother Jian to forget about it. For Mr. Feng Wei is a key disciple of the Divine Wind Sect. The Divine Wind Sect controls many forbidden guards and there's no way they can conflict with them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Feng Wei created a stream of wind under his feet, then advised Xiao Fan to prepare as he would still return. As he flew away, he shouted that he would deal with the Xiao family sooner or later. Xiao Fan tried to reassure his fellow man by saying that everything would be fine as it was just some divine wind clan, and that nothing would happen to him and the Zhou family. Shogak told brother Shaowen to just trust their Xiao Fan. After a while, the top of the cliff. Upon reaching his destination, Xiaowen was surprised at how many people were here. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan bellowed out, for he saw someone he did not wish to see again. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Fan said that he had finally found the bastard. The scene of the bastard betraying him and throwing him off the cliff was still replaying in his mind. Zhang Xiaofan smirked evilly, because now he understood why Murongling's name seemed so familiar to him. This thief has nowhere else to look after breaking through his iron shoes. The battle on the battle cliff is about to begin. When the talent festival began, the students from each school began to battle each other fiercely. However, none of them were able to maintain their winning streak until Muronglin came on stage. Muronglin advised his opponent to surrender as he was clearly no match for him. The cultivator bowed and said that he was flattered deep down. To the enthusiastic shouts of the audience, the announcer announced that Muronglin remained the winner of this battle. The spectators were discussing how strong Muronglin was. He had already managed to defeat 10 people in a row, and probably no one else would dare to challenge him. As expected from a core disciple of the Ziyang sect, Muronglin is at least one of the top 3 strongest at this event. The announcer asked if there was any other cultivator here who dared to fight Marin Lin. Xiaoxu was in a good mood because of all these battles, which made her want to try it herself. After which she looked at Xiaofan and wondered where that pervert was. While Xiaoxue was trying to look for Xiaofan, he jumped onto the cliff. Zhang Xiaofan bowed to Mr. Muronglin and said that he had come to learn from him. Zhang Xiaofan immediately noticed that he didn't even recognize him, and since that was the case, Muronglin would get a slap. Noticing that this idiot had entered the arena, Feng Wei clenched his teeth in anger. Xiaofan must have seen Muronglin defeat 10 opponents, and after all this, he dares to challenge him. The only explanation for this was that he was looking for death. Feng Wei shouted to Muronglin to give this disciple a lesson. After that, the rest of the audience began to cheer Muronglin, all wanting him to show this arrogant disciple what he was worth. Hearing all the shouting, Muronglin assumed that it was a lot of fun under the stage. Well, in that case, he's willing to casually teach his opponent a few lessons. Zhang Xiaofan observed that even after all this time, Muronglin still had the habit of acting like a pussy. Immediately after which, Xiaofan tore at Muronglin, causing the latter to even be a little surprised at his speed. Quickly approaching, Xiaofan grabbed Muronglin by the collar and addressed him. Xiaofan told Muronglin that the one who had long been waiting for his grandfather. Muronglin, on the other hand, was trying to figure out what was wrong with this disciple. Zhang Xiaofan admitted that he had never expected that he would never get the chance to subject Muronglin to violence, after which he took out one of his spears. Muronglin asked Xiaofan how he had gotten here so quickly. Xiaofan chuckled and asked, could it really be called fast? Suddenly, Muronglin drew his sword and fought back hurriedly to break the distance. Muronglin recognized that little brother was quite extraordinary. He was truly impressed after all. It wasn't often that he was given the chance to pick up an immortal sword. Now he was ready to give his best. And so Muronglin advised Xiaofan to be careful. Xiaofan pointed his spear at him and advised him to not hold back and attack. Muronglin really didn't understand where this guy came from. He came out of nowhere and yet he dares to be so crazy and aggressive. Muronglin thought the opponent was too naive. Muronglin said that he would take this advice. Immediately after, he instantly drew closer to Xiaofan, and they exchanged a few blows, after which Xiaofan was in the air and aimed at Muronglin with his spear for the final strike. Zhang Xiaofan and Muronglin once again exchanged sharp blows. Xiaofan and Muronglin suddenly froze. Suddenly, Muronglin dropped his sword and started screaming, suffering from the pain in his arm. The onlookers began to discuss the fact that this guy had managed to break Muronglin's arm. Muronglin was trying to understand how this guy could wield such tremendous strength. Jiang Xiaofan swept up that even though they hadn't seen each other for so many years, the latter was still just as unable to maintain his dignity. Muron Lin. What does he mean by saying they haven't seen each other in so many years? Xiaofan reminded Murong Lin by asking if he remembered the mountains and his grandfather Jiang Xiaofan. After thinking about it for a while, Murong Lin finally remembered who was in front of him. After which, he wondered how he didn't die, since it was practically impossible. Since the latter finally remembered, Xiaofan decided to give Murong Lin another chance. Murong Lin must fight him with all his might, and if he could win, he would walk out of here alive. To which Murong Ling replied to Xiaofan that he didn't even know what he was talking about. Murong Ling recognized that Xiaofan was extremely lucky since he didn't die after falling off the cliff. But to his regret, today, Xiaofan came to him. Murong Ling ate a pill. Immediately afterward, his broken arm glowed and recovered quickly. He said that in that case, Xiaofan would go to hell and unleashed his power. Xiaofan asked if it would really be like this and twisting the spear took it in his right hand. Immediately afterward, he jumped and said that Murong Lin himself would be the first to go to hell. Lowering his spear down, Xiaofan created a huge pillar of flame. The onlookers were stunned by such terrifying strength. This guy's flesh was already comparable to a spiritual warrior. Everyone was forced to admit that Murong Lin had met a worthy opponent this time. After dodging Xiaofan's attack, Murong Lin quickly went behind him and was about to kill Xiaofan in the back. As Murong Lin approached, he asked Xiaofan if he really thought he was faster. Immediately after, he stabbed at Xiaofan as he suddenly began to disperse like a mirage. Jiang Xiaofan was already behind Murong Lin's back and said that it was right because he was indeed faster. Immediately after, Xiaofan attacked Murong Lin, but the latter managed to block the blow. Murong Lin told Xiaofan that he made him do it. With a sweep of his blade, Murong Lin threw Xiaofan to the other edge of the arena. Xiaofan was surprised at what had happened. After all, Murong Lin had found a second high-ranked spiritual weapon. Murong Lin called Xiaofan a bastard and said that he didn't believe that Xiaofan's physical strength could compete with his two high-end spiritual weapons. The onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw the pair of spirit weapons after all. This was a technique that only a divine emperor and above could master, which meant that this child had finally angered Murong Lin. Xiaofan asked Murong Lin if he really thought this trick would work on him. Murong Lin smirked madly and said that even as death approached, Xiaofan's mouth remained firm. After that, he stood up and shouted to Xiaofan to show his best. Murong Lin raised his swords upwards and purple energy began to flow into them. Absorbing the energy, the blades merged into a single sword. Murong Lin laughed loudly and shouted to Xiaofan that he was dead. Without wasting time, Jiang Xiaofan threw his spear at Murong Lin's sword, causing it to shatter into splinters. Seeing such a thing, even the recently loud crowd went quiet. Losing his sword, Murong Lin spat on the floor. Just as suddenly, he started sobbing as he tried to pick up the sword fragments. He asked the bastard Xiaofang, how did he just dare to break his sword? Jiang Xiaofan asked Murong Lin if this was all he was capable of, and did he still think he was the same kid as when they first met? The spectators downstairs began to heatedly debate what had happened. They felt that Jiang Xiaofan was too overconfident for a guy with such strength, and therefore suggested that Murong Lin should be forgiven. He had already broken his weapon, and there was no reason for him to go that far. Xiaofan asked if it was really too much that he should just forgive him, after which he pointed at Murong Lin and said that compared to what he had done back then, the spiritual weapons he had broken could only be considered a light punishment. Shouwen wondered what the man could have done. After all, Murong Ling had always been a generous and courteous person. And even Xiao Xue thought the pervert's words were strange. The rest of the audience began to demand proof that Murong Lin could have done something terrible, except they didn't believe that such a thing could be found. Xiaofan replied that he would have some proof, after which he ordered them to open their eyes and showed the scene of Murong Lin throwing him off the cliff. Xiaofan shouted that it was Murong Lin, the person everyone called handsome. For the sake of his selfish desires, he dared to mutilate a defenseless person like him. Murong Ling smirked and asked Xiaofan what kind of evidence he was going to conduct. And didn't he think that he would be able to get everyone through some kind of mental imprint? Murong Lin asked his little friend to listen to his... Suddenly, Murong Ling put his hand on his heart and said that he knew that Xiaofan held a grudge against him. But the latter had accidentally fallen off the cliff. At that moment, he had failed to save Xiaofan, and now the latter was trying to slander him with this fake spiritual imprint. Hearing this, the onlookers believed that this Xiaofan guy was really evil. Murong Ling unsuccessfully tried to save him, but he began to retaliate back. Everyone thought it was outrageous that such a person had entered their competition and began to demand that Xiaofan be thrown out. Xiaojie was sure that the perverted man was not the kind of person Murong Ling was trying to make him out to be, and besides, the print was real, but these people… Just as suddenly someone in the crowd asked everyone to be quiet. Gao Zhengxing of the Ziwei sect is finally here. The audience started demanding that Gao Zhengxing take that boy out of here because he was bothering them. In the blink of an eye, Gu Zhengxing climbed into the arena, after which Gao Zhengxing asked to be shown some respect and took a step back from today's matter. Zhang Xiaofan agreed with Gu Zhengxing, except that before doing so, he would like to receive a prelude apology from Murong Lin, as well as compensation payments, after which he would be willing to let him go. While he was speaking, Gu Zhengxing slowly approached the little friend, after which he placed his hand on Xiaofan's shoulder, and releasing some energy reminded him that he had already smashed Murong Lin's weapon, which should be enough. He only needed to give Xiaofan a little taste of the medicine. Xiaofan asked, "What does the other one mean?" To which the latter replied that it was no big deal. He just couldn't sit idly by while Xiaofan tried to cause trouble in their territory. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan knocked Gu Zhengxing's hand off Gu Zhengxing's shoulder. Afterward, he put his hand in for a punch and shouted to Gu Zhengxing that the man who was the same person as Murong Lin also dared to set him up. When the audience saw where this was going, they started shouting that Xiaofan would finally come to an end, because Gu Zhengxing's physical strength was also perverted among the younger generation. Everyone wished for Zhengxing to banish this villain. Hitting the enemy block, Xiaofan immediately rebounded, whereupon he ordered the man to get out of his way and summoned his spear. Seeing death approaching, Gu Zhengxing cried out in fear. Just as suddenly, the unknown men said that this was enough and lowered a pagoda in front of Xiaofan. Leng Danking said from behind the veil that today's event was just a competition, regardless of the past. After which, she asked if he was being too aggressive. She agreed that this was Xiaofan's first offense, and since that was the case, if he voluntarily recanted and left the cliff, they could pretend as if nothing had happened here. Xiaofan assumed that the so-called talents were all hypocrites like these three. Since that was the case, he was no longer interested in attending the event again, except that he wouldn't leave until Murong Lin paid for everything. Gao Zhengxing told Xiaofan that if he was so limited, he didn't deserve to participate in the event. As Xiaozhi suddenly climbed into the arena, she told the trio that they were the ones who didn't deserve to participate. Xiaozhi asked, how dare they even dare to call themselves talents? And couldn't they see that Xiaofan's spiritual imprint was real? Murong Ling intentionally threw Zhang Xiaofan off the cliff to kill him, yet they call it salvation. Xiaofan asked his sister not to talk to these people, because they were just trying to appear superior to them. After hearing this, Gu Zhengxing wasn't going to leave things like this. Xiufan once again asked Xiaoxiu not to talk to these people as it was useless. Besides, he is capable of dealing with them alone. Xiaoxiu thought for a moment and then smirked. Since Xiaofan was so confident, she didn't mind leaving these three on him, but still, she asked for him to take care of himself. While those two were talking, Gu Zhengxing reached for his concealed weapon and said that since things were like this, that he was very sorry. Immediately after which he jumped up and threw hidden blades at Xiaofan, but none of them hit the target. Feeling that something was wrong, Xiaofan looked up where a huge pagoda was already falling towards him. Gao Zhongxing laughed loudly, after which he shouted that Xiaofan could not escape, for his heavenly sword formation had blocked all avenues of retreat. He advised Xiaofan to prepare to die. Being trapped in the formation, Xiaofan was unable to dodge and fell straight under the pagoda. Gao Chengxing asked Xiaofan how he only dared to think as if he would be able to deal with them alone. Just as suddenly, Liu Yuanlong's hand trembled. So did the pagoda. And a moment later, the pagoda tore open, splitting into pieces. Xiaofan said that there were two more pieces in front of him, and they somehow wanted to overpower him. He thought that it was a powerful weapon, but it turned out to be even too weak. Liu Yuanlong wondered how the pagoda could have been destroyed. The only explanation was that this boy was still hiding his strength. Liu Yuanlong shouted to Xiaofan that he would pay the price and rush to attack. Xiaofan said that he couldn't ask for that, but Zhang Xiaofan attacked Liu Yuanlong, shouting out that the beginning he would have to try this out. Liu Yuanlong shouted out that it was a treasure, and Leng Danking even praised Xiaofan. After looking at Xiaofan's treasure, Liu Yuanlong asked Xiaofan if he was from the Huang Tianmen sect. The audience began to wonder where this boy could get the treasure from, and what kind of sect Huang Tianmen was. The only conclusion was that it was clearly not a small sect capable of obtaining a treasure. Liu Yuanlong asked Xiaofan if he was really from Huangtianmen. The girl admitted that she wouldn't have thought that such a young cultivator could have a treasure. Except, even if he uses his treasure, he shouldn't be so arrogant. Xiaofan wondered if this was the sword used by the Ice Palace mistress. Leng Danking said that she was willing to give Xiaofan one last chance. Either he will leave or he will be kicked out. Zhang Xiaofan assumed that it was that bitch's disciple, which was very interesting. Xiaofan chuckled and told Leng Danking that he just couldn't believe that Li Yue had given her a broken sword. Leng Danking got angry and asked Zhang Xiaofan how he only dared to call the Ice Palace mistress by her name. After that, she is going to personally teach Xiaofan manners. Leng Danking raised her sword and shouted at Xiaofan to die, immediately after which an ice vortex appeared from her sword. After feeling it, even Zhang Xiaofan was forced to admit that this icy energy was very strong, whereupon he pulled out a spear and shouted that she wasn't the one to teach him. A second later, the arena was completely covered in an icy blast, immediately after which the Ice Palace mistress's apprentice flew out of the veil. Leng Danking was astonished that this guy was able to block the power of the Ice Palace, which also shocked the audience because it was the weapon of the Ice Palace mistress herself. Just as suddenly, Gu Zhengxing jumped out of the smoke screen. Immediately afterward, he threw a hidden weapon at Xiaofan while shouting for him to go straight to hell. Xiaofan told Gu Zhengxing that he didn't think he could die at his hands, then raised his palm and summoned his weapon. Xiaofan explained that he was much better than that and started knocking down all of Gu Zhengxing's blades. Gao Chengxing couldn't believe what had happened. After all of his spirit soldiers had just been destroyed. Gao Zhengxing clenched his fists, gathering his strength to deal with Xiaofan, for if he could defeat him, all these spiritual weapons would belong to him. Gao Zhengxing rushed toward Xiaofan, demanding that he pay for his spirit soldiers, pay with his life. Zhang Xiaofan agreed to pay Gu Zhengxing's debt and threw a punch. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaofan easily managed to overpower his opponent. The Ice Palace mistress's disciple took the opportunity and attacked Zhang Xiaofan from the back. As close as possible, she told Xiaofan that he would never be able to leave the ice cliff. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan abruptly turned around and grabbed the spear, then asked Leng Danking if she knew Bing Xing. She replied that of course she was familiar with her and asked what was the point of him mentioning this useless maiden. She then demanded that Xiaofan let go of her blade. Xiaofan apologized and said that Bing Xing was 100 times better after letting go of the blade. Bouncing back, Leng Danking sensed something wrong and looked up again to see Xiaofan's relic, only this time up close. Immediately afterward, she was able to feel the power of the relic. Murong Lin refused to believe what was happening before his eyes. For this guy, he shouldn't be this strong. The only explanation for this could only be that Zhang Xiaofan had entered the Holy Realm. Except that's impossible. When Xiaofan approached him, Murong Ling was forced to bow, after which he addressed Zhang Xiaofan. But after a second, he called the latter Master Zheng. Murong Ling confessed that he was the only one to blame for everything that had happened. He was the person who had turned black and white. Murong Lin begged the saint not to kill him and to forgive him, and asked for forgiveness for what he had done. Zhang Xiaofan asked Murong Lin if he knew what was wrong here. Murong Lin admitted that he did indeed know that it was wrong. Afterward, he once again began to beg Master for forgiveness. Xiaofan asked what the man was doing, and didn't Murong Ling think that just bowing and apologizing would be enough? Was all this struggle in vain? With tears in his eyes, Murong Ling cried out. Immediately after that, he realized what he could do, and with a wave of his hand, he pulled out a spiritual weapon collected over a lifetime, all of which he offered in exchange for his life. After looking at Murong Lin's collection, Xiaofan was amazed at what he noticed, for it was, in Murong Ling's collection, the Heart of Fire was found. Xiaofan had been searching for it for many years, because thanks to the heart, he would be able to prepare the best Dao elixir. Zhang Xiaofan asked Murong Lin if he wanted Murong Lin to forgive him for getting some trash. Through the trembling in Murong Lin's voice, it could be heard that this was all he had. Zhang Xiaofan decided not to continue and said that since Murong Lin had sincerely apologized, for the sake of all sincerity, he would not bring up the topic of those years for now. Murong Lin thanked the master for his generosity and asked the master to accept his collection as a gift. Lastly, Xiaofan asked him to remember to avoid him, because he might not want to talk to him next time. Murong Ling agreed and promised that he would remember this. Xiaojue shouted at the pervert that he was great, then added that she believed that he wasn't lying. Since the three strongest people at the event couldn't handle Zhang Xiaofan, Feng Wei decided to turn to experts. The talent event had come to an end. Xiaowen said that they could go back now, and Xiaojie was already satisfied that it was finally over. Just as suddenly, riders rode up to Xiaofan's group and shouted out that the Divine Wind Sect had received orders. Feng Wei said that they had just received word that a wanted criminal had been spotted at the event, and therefore no one was allowed to leave the area. Zhang Xiaofan said that apparently someone didn't want them to leave, and Xiaojie asked the fat man what he meant. Feng Wei ordered them to stand still so he could search them, after which he pointed at Xiaofan and ordered him to come out, as he looked too suspicious and was even carrying around too many spiritual weapons. Xiaofan rolled his eyes because of this nonsense. Xiaojie asked the fatty what he was talking about and how Xiaofan could even be a wanted criminal. Feng Wei replied that he just felt like the guy was suspicious and asked Xiaoxue what she thought about it, whereupon Feng Wei licked his lips vilely while looking at Xiaoxue and asked why she wouldn't let him search the guy. Xiaoxue cried out and was about to rush into the fray. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan grabbed her hand and told her not to worry about it, as he would personally take care of this type. Zhang Xiaofan asked the fat man what right did he have to search them, after which he advised the fatty not to underestimate him if he didn't want to regret it later. Feeling Xiaofan holding her hand, Xiaoxue's heart thumped, and she was covered in blush. All she could think about now was that he had grabbed her hand without even asking her, and now he was saying she was his. Looking at this, a vein popped out on Feng Wei's forehead and he snorted. Feng Wei ordered these people to be captured and brought to the Divine Wind Sect so that he could investigate them. After hearing this, Xiaoxue's eyes flashed with anger, after which she wondered how this fatty dared to prevent her from holding onto Xiaofan's hand. Xiaoxue turned to the fatty and took a step forward, after which she said that she would still watch the fatty dare to touch Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan stopped Xiaoxue and laughingly told her not to worry. After all, he was able to handle them. After which, he asked Xiaoxue if he remembered her and pointed at the hoof that appeared on his shoulder. Zhang Xiaofan held out the pill to his aunt, and she agreed to do whatever he asked just to get the pill. After receiving the pill, Xiaobai jumped off Xiaofan's shoulder. Feng Wei asked if they thought they would be able to stop the guards of the Divine Wind Sect. After all, in that case, they would have no idea who they were messing with. Xiaobai said that they wouldn't be the ones to stop the Divine Wind Guards, but she alone, after which purple energy began to envelop her, and within a second, she was back in her human form. Xiaobai asked why she should care about these people. If she hadn't been asked by Zhang Xiaofan, she wouldn't have even come out to see them. Seeing Xiaobai, Feng Wei through fear forgot how to breathe. Everyone was astonished because of Xiaobai, for she is a demonic beast in human form, and she possesses the great power of the Divine Emperor realm. The guards of the Divine Wind Sect couldn't help but recognize Zhang Xiaofan, for he is followed by such a persona. Feng Wei started to panic, because all of a sudden Xiaofan had gotten such a powerful pet, causing them to be unable to win, so he decided to just run away. Feng Wei told everyone that he suddenly remembered that he had something important to do, causing him to have to stop. As Feng Wei began to retreat, he told Xiaofan that he was extremely lucky today, then promised that he would return one day and get that made for himself. He then added that he would also take revenge on the Xiao family besides them. Xiaowen wondered what this had to do with them. Then Xiao Yu added that they didn't even have a camera. Xiaofan asked if the two didn't think that they could just run away from here. He offered to see just how fast they could run and pulled out a spear, after which he threw it with all his might in the wake of the fleeing Feng Wei. The spear flew right beside Feng Wei, causing him to deflect to the side, and then he fell off his horse and rolled. With a trembling voice, Feng Wei asked Zhang Xiaofan what he was trying to do. Xiufan raised his spear and asked, "What was Feng Wei doing? Isn't he a big fan of kidnapping weirdo girls? He should be sorry for what he did." Feng Wei started frantically begging Xiufan for mercy, but Xiaofan wasn't going to stop and still stuck his spear into Feng Wei, whereupon he started screaming due to the pain he was experiencing. Hearing the shout, the guards realized that their young master had been left behind. The guard ordered them to stop torturing their young master. They don't even have the right to raise a hand on him, but since they dared to do so, none of them will be able to raise a hand again. Just as the guard jumped down from his horse, he was immediately struck. Xiaobai asked the guard not to say any more such nonsense. The guard jumped to his feet and asked them not to blame them for his death, immediately followed by the rest of the guards. The guards asked, didn't they think that the Divine Wind Sect was so easy to intimidate? Even if it was at the level of a divine emperor, it didn't mean that it could disrespect them. One of the guards took out a bow and offered to shoot the beast. All this talk was already starting to piss Xiaobai off. The guard suggested she come down and attack them if she dared. Xiaobai asked if they thought they could hold her back with their strength, then rushed toward the guards. Xiaobai ordered the guards out of her way, and a moment later she dealt with all the guards of the Divine Wind Sect. Zheng Xiaofan praised Xiaobai for the work he had done. Xiaobai said that they shouldn't stay here for too long, and the people from the Divine Wind Sect would soon report back. It wouldn't be long before they would return with renewed strength. Xiaofan praised Xiaobai for saying the right thing and tossed her a pill, after which she thanked her boss. After finishing with all the matters, Xiaofan motioned for Xiaozue to head back, after which they all flew off together. After Xiaofan and company flew away, the members of the Divine Wind Sect discovered their young master and rushed to his aid. The half-dead Feng Wei asked Xiaofan to wait for him, for he could not spare him after all that had happened. A short while later, Jiang Xiaofan said that they had finally arrived. Xiaowen said that he was right, because right in front of them was the Xiaojia fort. After that, Xiao Yu apologized for having to travel such a long way because of them. Xiaofan wondered what was so annoying about it. And Xiaowen told Xiaofan that he was quite polite. Zhang Xiaofan asked him not to worry, because if he said he would protect him, he would keep his word. Xiaowen thanked Xiaofan for his support. While they were talking, a man came out of the fort who immediately recognized Xiaowen and Xiao Yu. Xiaowen also recognized him as his uncle. Xiaowing introduced Zhang Xiaofan to Uncle Jiang, then explained that he had invited him to help the Xiao family. The uncle was interested in this, and Xiaofan introduced himself and greeted him. Uncle thought of a certain oddity. This guy seemed quite familiar to him, but he wasn't sure where he might have seen him. He laughed and greeted the guests who had traveled such a long way. Suddenly, he remembered a certain Jiang, whereupon his uncle asked if this person was the same Jiang Xiaofan, to which Xiao Wen replied that it was indeed him. Immediately after that, the second uncle turned around and left and asked Jiang Xiaofan to apologize, because Xiaofan's reputation was too terrible, and he couldn't let such people into the fort. The second uncle asked Xiao Wen to guide this guest. Xiao Wen asked his uncle what he was doing since Zhang Xiaofan is their guest. Since Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu are standing up for Zhang Xiaofan with such sincerity, Uncle decided to tell them. He must do so to prevent the destruction of this world, after which he reached for the scroll saying that this was a test. The uncle opened the scroll and asked if this was their guest of honor, after which he explained that this picture was on the wanted list. Everyone was amazed that Zhang Xiaofan was suddenly a wanted man, after which someone recalled seeing him somewhere near the ocean. Zhang Xiaofan complained about this wanted ad, because the tactics of the Ziwei sect had already bored him. Xiaozue asked the perverted man if it was really him in the photo. The second uncle hid the flyer and said that it was none of their business what kind of trouble he was having in the Ziwei sect, but he didn't want to interfere, so he had to ask him not to make life difficult for them. Uncle sighed and then asked him to just leave the way he came to them. Xiao Yu turned to her uncle, but he ignored her. Suddenly, someone intervened and asked Xiaofan to wait. The man praised Xiaofan for his courage, since he was still so young yet so calm in the face of the Ziwei sect. The second uncle turned around, after which he saw that it was the patriarch. The second uncle tried to object to the master, for this man is a wanted man, except that the patriarch of the Xiao family didn't care about that. The patriarch, as the eyes of the Xiao family, greeted Zhang Xiaofan on behalf of the family, after which he said that they would have a banquet today to welcome brother Zhang. In no time at all the preparations were completed and the food prepared. The patriarch raised his glass and turned to his family friend Xiao, his friend Zhang. Just as suddenly, a new person came to the banquet and asked about the Xiao family's unrest. The second uncle slammed his hand on the table and called that man a bastard, whereupon what the man forgot here, to which Liu Zhou replied that, of course, he was here for fun, whereupon he told the patriarch that this banquet was very good. Liu Zhou asked, why don't they have room and treats for him and his brothers? Liu Zhou explained his intrusion by saying that this fort would still belong to their Divine Wind Sect, because the Xiao clan would be affiliated to the Divine Wind Sect. The second uncle asked the old man who his family was and ordered him to get out of Xiao Fort as he was not welcome here. Then some members of the Xiao family also demanded that he leave. The old man asked them to look at themselves because they were so cruel. The old man refused to leave after all, they were now family. Zhang Xiaofan asked Xiao Wen who the old man was, gradually turning blue with anger. Xiao Wen that this old man is one of the culprits for putting their Xiao family fort in this situation. This bastard's name is Liu Zhou, and he was once the most ordinary servant in their fort. When this old man first came into their family, they never treated him badly. But the man was so rude to them that he turned his back on them. To get rid of his servant status, he stole the secret techniques of the Xiao family's fort and offered them to the Divine Wind Sect. All this to join the Divine Wind Sect, and now they are working together with him to suppress the Xiao family. After listening to Xiao Wen, Xiao Fan agreed on how vile this person was, and such people should be gotten rid of early on. As he passed by, old man Liu Zhou suddenly noticed Zhang Xiaofan. The old man said that this young man was a new face here. When he came here, he wondered why it was so lively, but as it turned out, they had a new assistant. The old man asked what this boy could do since he was so weak that he could be killed by any of the Divine Wind Sect's guards, and then he laughed. One of the guards behind him laughed and told Old Man Liu that he would probably be able to get rid of this boy using only one hand, so there was no need for a squad. Zhang Xiaofan smirked sinisterly and asked the guard which hand he was going to use. The old man began to laugh because of the young man's self-confidence. He then sharply approached him and warned the young bastard not to be so cocky, or he would die, and he wouldn't even know how. The guard suggested to Xiaofan that he let the old man take care of himself. Just as suddenly, Xiaowen jumped up from the table and ordered Liu Zhou to leave now, for this fort belonged to their Xiao family. After which the patriarch himself explained to Liu Zhou that the Xiao family's fortress was no place for him. He ordered the old man to get out of here, or else. The old man inquired as to what they would do, whereupon his hand became covered in a purple aura, and he said that he would today. The patriarch asked the old man how he dared and attacked him, summoning a mighty whirlwind, but his attack was blocked by the guard. After which he asked the patriarch why he was so impatient today. He suggested to teach this ungrateful boy a lesson first, while the patriarch would have to wait his turn standing on the sidelines. The patriarch asked what they wanted, whereupon the guard laughed and said that they should greet the guest of honor. Zhang Xiaofan told the patriarch that it was fine, as he was still sitting idle just to see their plans for him. This old man is just an old piece of shit. Liu Zhou stared gloomily at Xiaofan and asked him to repeat what he had just said. The old man said that the latter was too sure of the end of his life, and therefore he would show him now the Xiaofan lightning fast walked behind the old man's back and asked what he was looking at. Immediately afterwards, he kicked the old man's legs and said that he did not deserve to talk to him while standing on his feet. A blow of such force was enough for the old man's old bones to crack, and the old man fell to the ground. The old man cried out because of the pain in his legs, and the guards of the Divine Wind Sect rushed to his aid. After the guards lifted the old man up, they told Xiaofan that he would still answer for daring to offend their captain. Xiaofan explained to them that they were just a bunch of dogs who didn't know right from wrong, and used his spatial spear. Xiaofan took out his spear before admitting that he wanted to know how they were going to make him pay and raring to attack. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofan had dealt with the entire squad of the Divine Wind Sect. The patriarch of the Xiao family turned to Xiao Xiu and said that her friend slightly, more specifically, is he too strong? Xiao Xiu chuckled and said that he had always been like this. If he was offended, he would return the favor tenfold. The patriarch turned blue at what he heard and asked again. Zhang Xiaofan pulled the old man up, holding him by his clothes, and said that such an unscrupulous rascal should be dealt with by the Xiao family itself, not an outsider like him. Zhang Wen ordered him to be killed. This damn villain must die now. Liu Zhou begged the young master not to do so. Afterwards, he admitted that he knew he was wrong. But now he was ready to offer him his help. He could tell them the secrets of the Divine Wind Sect. Hearing this, Xiaozhu inquired about their secret of strength. Liu Zhou was going to make up a lie to deceive these ignorant people, and then he would return to the Divine Wind Sect and bring all the guards here to destroy the Xiao family fort. Liu Zhou reminded them that the Divine Wind Sect wanted to annex the Xiao family. After which, he said that this was not the only thing they wanted to do. Xiaowen said that they didn't really need this information and stabbed the old man with his sword, after which he splashed blood off his blade and said that he, bleeding out, the old man tried to address Xiaowen. Xiaowen said that he didn't need any help from the traitor. Out of his last strength, the old man said the old man couldn't stand it and spat on the ground at the last, saying that Xiao Jibao was dead. The second uncle complained to Xiaowen about not letting the traitor finish speaking. Xiaowen asked if he had forgotten how Liu Zhou had deceived his second sister. He then turned to the Xiao family members and said that their family had already suffered too much, and that if they let the traitor go, it could be a disaster for them. If he hadn't said back then that Xiao Yu would marry Shen Fengman, their family would never have gotten to this state. They can't believe anything that comes out of that rascal's mouth. Some members of the Xiao family began to agree with Xiao Wen. The second uncle agreed that it was indeed true. Liu Zhou had already tricked them once before by forcing them into a marriage contract. Except, if Liu Zhou really knew some secrets of the Divine Wind Sect, how would they be able to fight them without having their own trump cards? Xiao Wen shook his head, disagreeing with his uncle's words. Xiao Wen asked his uncle, did he really not understand? Liu Zhou is only a captain of the Divine Wind Guards, and there was no way he could know the important secrets of the sect. Xiao Fan reminded both of them that they were all members of the Xiao family, and that there was no reason for them to quarrel over such a small thing. Besides, it's just some Divine Wind sect, and he would be able to deal with them himself. Second uncle asked if he was drunk, and how would he be able to deal with an entire sect by himself. He told Xiao Fan that he probably drank too much at the banquet. The patriarch of the Xiao family ordered everyone to calm down and be quiet, after which he agreed with Zhang Xiaofan's words, for this was really not the time for infighting. Once Liu Zhou died, it would be an excuse to attack Fort Xiao. Rather than argue about it, the patriarch suggested thinking about how to deal with it, after which Patriarch Xiao bowed before Zhang Xiaofan and said that the Divine Wind Clan could attack them at any time. Xiaofan felt embarrassed by the patriarch's bow and was about to ask the patriarch not to be so polite to him. But the man continued. He said that their family. He was asking for his help. Xiaofan told the patriarch that he didn't need to talk about it, after which he smirked and said that it was just the Divine Wind Sect. Let them come and he would kill them all one by one. At night of the same day, Xiao Yu caught up with her brother and asked if he was coming back. After a short silence, Xiao Wen said that this was only a one-man job and that they couldn't drag Zhang Xiaofan and the others into it. Xiao Yu needed to hear what the elders had said recently. Xiao Yu asked if Patriarch Xiaofan had asked for Xiao Wen's help at that moment, and what Xiao Wen would be able to do after that. Xiao Wen revealed that he could at least use his name to get brother Jiang and sister Xue out of the city this night. Xiao Yu told her brother not to worry because Zhang Xiaofan had already killed Feng Wei, and the Divine Wind Sect would definitely blame him. If they made a mistake, there was no way they would be able to correct it. If not, they would fight to the end, as it was her family's fate. Suppressing a shiver, Xiao Yu said that after tomorrow, the Xiao family might already cease to exist, but Xiao Yu reminded her brother that he had already seen how strong Zhang was, and if they fought together, they would definitely be able to. Xiao Wen asked her sister to stop this. After all, he had already made up his mind. Suddenly, the door opened and Xiaofan ordered the two of them to stop it. Besides, he was busy with something right now. Xiao Wen was surprised at what he heard and asked what he was up to. Xiaofan asked them not to say anything else and that he had heard everything they said, and then he asked them to come in. Xiaofan asked why there was all this fuss, because it was just a small sect. Xiao Wen and Xiao Yu silently looked at each other after hearing this, after which Xiaofan asked them to just go inside. Inside Xiaofan's room, Xiao Wen said that the Divine Wind Sect was no small thing, and that they were much stronger than he thought. Furthermore, there are rumors that the Divine Wind Clan guards have a secret combined formation that is simply terrifyingly powerful. Zhang Xiaofan didn't even pay much attention to this. Losing his composure, Xiao Wen asked Xiaofan if he had heard what he had just said. The Divine Wind Sect is really strong, and therefore, he should flee together with Xiao Shui. Xiaofan told Xiao Wen that he was being too emotional, after which he replied that he had heard what the man had said. And that was why he was preparing a secret weapon right now. Xiao Wen asked what kind of weapon it was. Xiao Zhu suddenly peeked out from around the corner and asked what kind of secret weapon it was. She then asked the pervert what he had been doing all night. Hearing Xiao Xue, Xiao Fan asked her to come in quickly. Afterward, he pulled the fishing line and said it was almost done. And after a few seconds, Xiao Fan laughed, having finally prepared everything. At the same time, Xiao Zhe was trying to figure out what it was. Xiao Zhe turned to the perverted man and asked if this was really the secret weapon he was talking about. And if it was, wasn't it just created to encourage the enemy? Xiao Wen was also curious to hear about it. Jing Gaofan raised a flag and said that it was exactly like this. With this, he would be able to eliminate a large number of Divine Wind Sect soldiers. The next day, the Divine Clan Sect's army arrived at the Xiao Clan's fort, after which they stopped at the fort itself and two cultivators stepped forward. The head of the Divine Wind announced that he was going to destroy the Xiao family fort today, and the soldiers behind exclaimed, anticipating the fun. On the Xiao family's side, Zhang Xiaofan came out and said that they were exalting themselves too much. And if they wanted to touch the Xiao family, they would have to go through him, Zhang Xiaofan, first. Hearing the one named, the head told Xiaofan that it was the one who dared to ruin his son, and Xiaofan agreed. The head of the Divine Wind sect called Jiang Xiaofan an arrogant bastard, then said that he wouldn't go anywhere today. The head of the Divine Wind swept his hand near his neck and ordered his men to kill Zhang Xiaofan and all the members of the Xiao family. Immediately after which, the Divine Wind sect's cavalry headed out to attack. As the riders approached Xiaofan, he continued to stand still. The first rider who reached Xiaofang wished that one to be cursed and to die for him. Xiaofan said that this was exactly what he wished to see. After all, they'd get through this much faster, after which he snapped, finally engaging his secret weapon. Immediately afterward, a red net glittered between him and his opponent, and a moment later, the enemy riders were defeated, slightly thinning the ranks of the Divine Wind sect. Thanks to his training, Zhang Xiaofan had defeated many soldiers without taking a single step. The head of the Divine Wind sect was amazed at what he saw. He wondered if it could be the 81 flag, the 9th largest flag, after which he finally decided to assume that it was indeed him. Zhang Xiaofan admitted that there was no way he had expected the latter to turn out to be so knowledgeable. The head of the Divine Wind agreed that it wouldn't be easy. He never thought that this son of a bitch would be able to learn this art. A hooded cultivator approached the head and whispered that they were in danger. Hearing this, the head smirked and growled contentedly, after which he admitted in public that he hadn't even thought that he would ever come up with such a trick, and the old man wouldn't be able to kill him for the time being. But since he can't kill him now, but there are those who are related to Jiang Xiaofan, be it his relatives, friends, disciples, or even his girlfriend, he will send Divine Wind sect experts to arrest them one by one. Xiaofan interjected for what the Divine Wind head had just said, and the man explained that he would torture them so that they could realize that life could be far worse than death. After which, he squeezed the flame in his hand and said that after those went through pain and despair, they would all be in front of Jiang Xiaofan's eyes. After which, he turned around and said that he could hide behind this formation as long as he wanted. Xiaofan turned gloomy and called the old man an idiot. Taking advantage of the spatial ring, Xiaofan told the old man that if he even dared to touch his men, immediately afterward he tore towards the head of the Divine Wind and shouted that he would let his soul fly away. Just as suddenly, the old man abruptly turned around and explained to Xiaofan that he had fallen for a trick. Xiaozhu and Xiaobai immediately realized that things were not good for them, for the aura of the Divine Emperor realm began to emanate from this person. The head of the Divine Wind asked Xiaofan if the latter had tried to harm him. Zhang Xiaofan cursed the old man and asked how the man only dared to frame him. The head asked, "So what's in it for him?" After which he reminded Xiaofan that he was still in his hands and squeezed his hand. Xiaobai ordered Xiaofan not to touch Xiaofan and rushed to the rescue. Noticing this, Xiaozhu warned Xiaozhu to be more careful. Xiaobai took on a human form and, covering her hands with her aura, ordered the old man to let Xiaofan go. Just as suddenly, a hooded cultivator appeared beside her and immediately grabbed Xiaobai's hand. He admitted that he couldn't even believe that Xiaofan's divine beast was actually within the realm of a divine emperor, except it didn't matter to him, and he was able to break through her defenses with ease. Immediately after which, it flew into the ground not far from Jiang Xiaofan, causing him to worry about it. The head of the Divine Wind sect admitted that he hadn't expected to see a divine beast in the hands of such a little brat. But now, Jiang Xiaofan could only dutifully await his fate. The situation was simply dire, and Xiaofan had no choice but to take advantage. Suddenly, Patriarch Xiao jumped out from behind the formation and asked the Divine Wind sect leader how he could dare to attack Xiaofan while thinking that there was no one in the Xiao family who could resist him. Immediately afterward, he summoned several mighty vortexes to destroy the enemy. Seizing the opportunity, Patriarch Xiao picked up his buddy and his divine beast, after which he returned to safety. After a few seconds, the whirlwinds dissipated, and the head of the Divine Wind realized that he had missed his enemies. Shaking off the dust, the head stepped back, and at the same time a servant came up to him and admitted his incompetence in the last battle. The head asked him to forget about it, as they wouldn't be able to get out of the fort alive anyway. He even wondered how much longer this boy could hold out. After rescuing Xiaofan, Patriarch Xiao took him to the closed part of the Xiao fort. Jiang Xiaofan inquired about their current location. The Patriarch replied that this was the Xiao family's restricted area. He realized that Xiaofan was in danger, so he had no choice but to bring him here. When Xiaobai heard that it was a restricted area, she volunteered to go with them, but she still wondered what would happen to the other people. Patriarch Xiao asked her not to worry about it, as they knew all the passages to the Forbidden Zone and would soon join them, after which he explained that they would just take shelter here for a while. After entering the building, the Patriarch said that they had arrived and that they would wait from here on. Xiaofan agreed, except the Divine Wind Sect has two powerful Divine Emperor Realm cultivators, because of which it might be a bit difficult. Patriarch Xiao explained that if only they hadn't lost the Xiao family's secret techniques, they wouldn't be in this situation now, and wouldn't be afraid of the Divine Wind Sect. They were unlucky, after which he told them that all they had now was a long-lost scroll of technology. But at the moment it was just a scrap of torn paper. Xiaofan asked if he could have a look at this scroll, to which Patriarch Xiao replied that he could certainly take it. Jiang Xiaofan had done a great favor for their family, and this was just a lost scroll. Xiaofan thanked the Patriarch and reached for the scroll. Jiang Xiaofan easily slipped his hand inside the barrier and picked up the scroll, as he suddenly felt. A moment later, Jiang Xiaofan suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar place. After that, he realized that there wasn't even a sense of touch, because of which he assumed that this place was someone's divine consciousness world. Jiang Xiaofan looked up and suddenly to himself, he saw the actual dragon itself. The dragon asked who had invaded his mirage of the Thunder God. Jiang Xiaofan was surprised when he heard that it was a Thunder God mirage, after which he said that he had not entered this place on purpose. The dragon inquired if the man thought that he could enter here whenever he wanted. And Jiang Xiaofan asked, "Isn't that how it should be?" The dragon assumed that the man just wanted to tease him, but Jiang Xiaofan explained that the man had misunderstood him, and that he was leaving this place right now. The dragon ordered the one to get out of here now and struck with a lightning bolt, throwing Jiang Xiaofan away. Lightning slammed into the ground. Xiaofan was miraculously unharmed. Things were bad. He couldn't use his trump cards, and the only outcome left was to die in the mirage of the Thunder God. Just as suddenly, electrical pulses began to emanate from Jiang Xiaofan's hand, which clearly didn't escape the dragon's eyes, and more importantly, it surprised him. The dragon tried to understand how this person was suddenly able to understand the power of thunder. Noticing that the dragon had stopped attacking, Jiang Xiaofan looked at him in surprise. What surprised the dragon even more was that this person had a fragment of ancient copper. Suddenly, the dragon said that he had to go and suggested Xiaofan to get out of here, which threw him into confusion because of the abrupt likeness, after which he punched through space and roared loudly. Xiaobai wanted Patriarch Xiao to explain what was going on right now, but even the latter wasn't sure what had happened. Xiaobai pulled the Patriarch up by his clothes, and he told her that the whole point was that this scroll had long been abandoned, and no one from the Xiao family had ever been able to fathom its secrets. This scroll shouldn't have reacted to Jiang Xiaofan. Xiaobai explained to the Patriarch that there was something wrong with his scrolls, otherwise Xiaofan could not have fainted at the touch of a scroll. Xiaobai put more effort into her hooves and demanded an explanation, but the Patriarch only said that he really didn't know anything. Just as suddenly, Xiaobai noticed that something strange was happening to Jiang Xiaofan's body, and a thunderous aura was emanating from him. Immediately after, she shouted for him to hold on and flew to Xiaofan's rescue. But as soon as she touched the barrier, she was hit with an electric pulse. The Patriarch ran up to Xiaobai and asked if she was all right. He then assumed that since Jiang Xiaofan was emitting an aura of thunder and lightning, he was probably trying to comprehend a long-lost art. Suddenly, everyone heard the voice of the head of the Divine Wind Sect. He asked Jiang Xiaofan if the little bastard thought that he would be safe in this place. If he didn't want Fort Xiao to be flooded with blood, he should go outside right now. Patriarch Shou recognized that their business was going too badly. Right after that, the others entered the building. The Patriarch asked about what was going on outside, to which the second uncle replied that things were very bad as the soldiers of the Divine Wind Sect were attacking them. After which, Xiaozu noticed that there was something wrong with the big pervert and asked about it. Xiaobai admitted that she and Patriarch Xiao didn't understand anything at all. Xiaowen wondered if Jiang Xiaofan was trying to understand their family's lost art. Just as suddenly, Xiaoyu noticed a purple lightning bolt near Xiaofan. Second uncle asked the Patriarch what he was doing here. After all, they can't give out Xiao family secrets to outsiders. Following behind, the rest of the Xiao family picked up on the elder's words. They wanted to know why the hell their Patriarch was doing such a thing. Even if their secret art was lost, it still can't be passed on to outsiders. This is the ultimate insult to the Xiao family. After hearing all of this, the Patriarch of the Xiao family ordered everyone to shut up because it was too late for fighting. If the illusion shattered, everyone in the Xiao fortress would be affected. So what good would the forbidden technique do them? Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the building shook, causing the Xiao members to tacitly agree with Patriarch Xiao. Patriarch Xiao cried out that this was very bad and ran to the barrier with the men. Xiaobai volunteered to stay here to look after Jiang Xiaofan. Running outside, Patriarch Xiao saw the members of the Divine Wind Sect attacking the barrier at full speed. The Patriarch took up the task of maintaining the barrier and ordered the others to help him with it and hold the line. Things were simply dire, for the illusionary array was already at its limit and could collapse at any moment. The head of the Divine Wind ordered his men to continue the attack. Soon, the formation should fall, and they would flood Fort Xiao with blood. Meanwhile, Xiaobai saw a strange reaction. Xiaofan started spewing out more and more purple lightning. Just as suddenly, a crack appeared in the barrier and a thunder beam shot out of it, nearly incinerating Anti. After flying past Xiaobai, the beam nearly hit Patriarch Xiao before crashing into the illusory array. The Patriarch asked his men who among them had destroyed the illusory array, and if that person had gone mad. Turning around, he saw Xiaofan, who started laughing, for he was finally here. The head of the Divine Wind Sect laughed loudly, after which he said that the Xiao family's formation was worthless. Under the roar of his Divine Wind Sect, it was just nothing. Now he was ready to see where the Xiao family members would hide this time. As he walked further, the Divine Windhead saw that only Jiang Xiaofan alone was standing in his way, while the other cultivators herded in the distance. Jiang Xiaofan abruptly turned around and asked the old man why he was still here. After all, he thought that he had already died of old age waiting for him. Giving in to the provocation, the old man immediately unleashed his aura and shouted that the brat had too sharp a tongue and would therefore tear his mouth open. Immediately after which, he turned into an air vortex and rushed towards Jiang Xiaofan. Patriarch Xiao shouted to Xiaofan to dodge this blow. As soon as the head of the Divine Wind approached, Xiaofan disappeared from his seat. The head of the Divine Wind asked how this was even possible. After all, there was no way that the brat's speed could increase again. Jiang Xiaofan, who was in midair, asked the old man if the problem was that he was starting to age and his eyes were no longer seeing well. Suddenly, a hooded cultivator appeared right behind Jiang Xiaofan. The one asked Xiaofan what was the point of speed if he couldn't overpower him and the Master Divine Emperors. Today was the day of Jiang Xiaofan's death. Xiao Zhu shouted to Jiang Xiaofan that an enemy had approached from behind, but it was too late. And since it was, it looked like she'd have to do something herself. As soon as the cultivator touched Xiaofan, his hand began to pass by. For some unknown reason, he simply can't hurt Xiaofan. Seizing the chance, Jiang Xiaofan attacked the cultivator with his foot, but the cultivator managed to dodge the blow. Immediately after, a hooded cultivator was on top of him and began to create black spheres. The emperor attacked Xiaofan, but he instantly moved out of the attack range, leaving purple lightning behind him. The head of the Divine Wind shouted that it was all just a flea-like effort. He already knew where Xiaofan would dodge next time. Hence, he created several mighty tornadoes. Unexpectedly, but instead of dodging, Jiang Xiaofan tore straight towards the emperor. Immediately afterward, he threw him straight back to the vortexes of the chapter. The cultivator asked the head to save him, which made the head reprimand him. The head couldn't let a subordinate die, and so he moved the tornado, after which a hooded cultivator landed behind his back. Jiang Xiaofan recognized that it was not bad, but why was the head panting? The head said, "An eye for an eye," forcing Xiaofan to turn around. With a final movement, the Divine Wind Sect head directed the vortices straight towards Zhao's hideout. The Divine Wind Sect head laughed and asked Xiaofan to watch Zhao's family and his beloved go straight to hell. Patriarch Xiao ordered everyone to run away while he restrained these vortices. Suddenly, purple lightning struck the vortices, and then they began to dissipate. The head of the Divine Wind Sect couldn't believe what he was seeing. After all, just now, Jiang Xiaofan had used the Xiao family's secret art, the Arc of Purple Thunder. Looking at the old man's pointless endeavors, Jiang Xiaofan wondered if he really wanted to kill him, because if so, he was ready for a real fight. In response, the head of the Divine Wind shouted to Xiaofan that he should kill him today. The hooded cultivator told the head that he would have to take advantage of it, after which a black fluid aura began to emanate from his hands. The emperor told Xiaofan that he would die today, and then he summoned a huge serpent to eat the enemy. Jiang Xiaofan said that this was too shameless a statement and instantly destroyed the snake. At the same time, the enemy emperor's cloak caught on. The head of the Divine Wind Sect cried out that it was too powerful. The Thunder God's decree possesses too immense strength. Afterwards, he asked his brother not to try to fight it, as the thunder had a deterrent effect on them. He suggested to retreat before it was too late. But the man replied that they would stay a moment longer and threw off the remains of his cloak. He admitted that he had never thought that Yao Fan was so strong, and that he had clearly underestimated him. Patriarch Xiao was astonished when he saw who exactly was hiding under the cloak. It's actually the former master of the Divine Wind Sect, Feng Sheng, except that one should have been dead a long time ago. Feng Sheng laughed and said that he remembered him, and since that was the case, he should definitely remember a certain trick. Immediately after which, he rushed towards Zhang Xiaofan, and the Divine Wind Sect head asked him to stop. Feng Sheng recognized that Zhang Xiaofan had talent, but unfortunately, a huge skull appeared behind Feng Sheng's back, after which the latter quickly approached Zhang Xiaofan. Feng Sheng said that, unfortunately, Xiaofan's body would now belong to him. Xiaozug was worried about the fate of the perverted man, and Patriarch Xiao ordered that no one should go there since it was a soul purification technique. Once you touch its aura, it will immediately take over your body and kill you. The head of the Divine Wind Sect was happy about this outcome because this annoying boy was finally finished and now no one would be able to stop him. Xiaozhe asked the Patriarch of Xiao to do something, to which the latter replied that emperors are not trivial, and that now one can only… As Xiaobai suddenly shouted that none of this was true, and that she believed in Zhang Xiaofan, whereupon she asked everyone to look up. The ball of flesh burst and Feng Sheng flew out of it. As he flew down, Feng Sheng couldn't accept what had happened, for it was almost impossible. The head of the Divine Wind rushed to the rescue and caught the falling brother. The head asked his brother what had just happened, to which he was about to give an answer, but abruptly reprimanded and shouted that he owed it to him to get that boy's body. Looking up, the head of the Divine Wind Sect asked, "What is happening now?" Zhang Xiaofan began to gather the thunder clouds above him, after which he began to condense the energy of the sky and earth into a sphere. It was a perfect call of thunder. Looking at this, Xiaoxia wondered if this was the real strength of the pervert. Frightened by the enemy technique, the Divine Wind Sect leader once again advised his brother to flee from here, and this time, he was forced to agree with him. Except that Jiang Xiaofan had already finished his preparations, and since those were leaving, he didn't mind helping them leave. Zhang Xiaofan threw the thunder sphere at the two divine emperors, after which it quickly caught up with them. And a few moments later, there was nothing but a gaping hole in the ground at the impact site. The Xiao family members began to praise Zhang Xiaofan, for they had finally broken free from the Divine Wind Sect. Everyone jumped up and down joyfully, rejoicing in their victory. And only the members of the Divine Wind Sect were left behind, as their master had just died. Zhang Xiaofan was finally able to sigh, after which he said that the Thunder God techniques consumed too much energy. Suddenly someone called out to him, which startled him quite a bit, and even the members of the Xiao clan couldn't believe what they saw. After all, the head of the Divine Wind Sect had managed to survive Jiang Xiaofan's last strike. He asked Xiaofan, how did he just dare to kill his brother? Above the head himself towered a horned creature covered in green feathers. The head swore that he was about to kill Zhang Xiaofan. Xiaobai revealed that this beast is Fei Lian, a legendary god and also a monster. He is the lord of the 5 fortunes and the 8 winds, except they don't need to worry about him because this Fei Lian is just a spirit. In the blink of an eye, Fei Lian was crushed. As he was dying, the head of the Divine Wind Sect said that it simply couldn't be, for it was a treasure. Zhang Xiaofan said that it was the same thing and that he would just kill him. The members of the Divine Wind Sect were not in good spirits for their master. Zhang Xiaofan pointed at the members of the destroyed sect and ordered them to listen to him. Their master was dead, and the Divine Wind Sect no longer existed. If they agreed to join the Xiao family, he was willing to spare their lives. One of the disciples asked Zhang Xiaofan if he would really spare them. The disciple behind him asked his brother if he was willing to try it, to which he replied that he would die if he didn't agree. Barely suppressing a shudder, one of the students raised his hand and said, then he, the 5 disciples of the destroyed Divine Wind Sect, raised their hands and said that they agreed to join the Xiao family. With these settled, Zhang Xiaofan asked the surrendered ones to move to the right. Just as suddenly, one of the cultivators lowered his hand and asked them to take their time. The others were surprised at this kind of behavior from the elder. The cultivator charged the brethren that their master's body had yet to cool down, but they were already betraying him. However, the elder, he demanded that they stop calling him elder, for today he would kill them all. The elder waved his hand, summoning a hand of purple aura to kill the traitors of the Divine Wind Sect. Some of the disciples cried out in fear, for they were about to die at the hands of their own elder, and one of them asked not to kill them, for they still wanted to live. Only did the sinister hand approach the former Divine Wind disciples as it was immediately destroyed. After which, the heavenly demon sword continued on its way and pierced through the elder's chest. Zhang Xiaofan approached the elder and asked if he had heard what he had just said, after which he grasped the hilt of his sword and said that people who do not want to surrender, they must die. Immediately after which, Jiang Xiaofan sliced open the elder. One of the Divine Wind disciples asked Jiang Xiaofan if their elder had really died. Jiang Xiaofan asked the one why their Divine Wind sect was so cruel, and they were constantly killing people. He was simply amazed by these people. The disciple asked Xiaofan how he could say such a thing when he himself was far worse than them. Jiang Xiaofan decided not to continue the conversation and suggested that they go and report everything to the Zhao family, while he himself would go about his business for now. Suddenly, the disciple fell to his knees and bowed, and thanked Jiang Xiaofan for his help. After which he asked him to become their new head of the Divine Wind sect, if he didn't mind, of course. Xiaofan asked about what had come over him and explained that he was making a mistake. Xiao Xue, on the other hand, asked the disciple if this would be normal. Xiao Bai then revealed that these disciples had probably only recently joined the Divine Wind sect, and attacking Fort Xiao wasn't even part of their plans originally, not to mention that just now, the elder wanted to kill them in public. But in the end, the disciples were saved by their enemy, Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan was astonished at what these two were talking about. The disciples bowed to Zhang Xiaofan and all together asked for him to become their new sect master. Zhang Xiaofan thought about it for a moment, but in the end, he decided to admit that he didn't think he would succeed. Xiao Xue grabbed Xiaofan's shoulder and made a suggestion to them. If they really wanted to thank Zhang Xiaofan, they could give him a few treasures of their sect. Hearing this, Xiaofan couldn't help but admit that it was a great idea and said that he liked it. Afterwards, the disciples brought Mr. Xiaofan to the treasury of the Divine Wind sect. He told Mr. Xiaofan that he could take anything he wanted. Zhang Xiaofan was amazed at how many different treasures were here. Xiaobai shouted that all the pills in this room belonged to her from now on, and that she would eat it all right now. First of all, Zhang Xiaofan grabbed a sword whose scabbard was covered with gold engraving. There were a lot of spiritual soldiers in this room, and he could once again enrich his stockpile. The Divine Wind disciple asked Xiao Xue if she would like to pick up something as well. She replied that she would wait until the others had chosen. The disciple bowed and said that she was truly generous. Xiao Xue mentally agreed with her generosity. As soon as Zhang Xiaofan finished, she would use her spatial abilities to take everything for herself, so she wished that he would take his time and choose more carefully. Xiaofan heard a giggle behind him and asked his sister why she was giggling. Xiao Xue didn't hear this as she couldn't help but feel excited about her new strength. Just as suddenly, she realized that she was acting strangely and said that it was nothing, then asked Jiang Xiaofan if he had chosen anything. She advised him not to be shy and still choose something, as the treasure could make him stronger. Xiaofan, on the other hand, chuckled. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan sensed something from a distant part of the treasury. As he got closer, Xiaofan realized that this feeling was coming from this outfit. This outfit gave him the same feeling as the Copper Bro's aura. Jiang Xiaofan called out to his disciple, and the latter happily ran up to him. Jiang Xiaofan asked if their master had found these clothes, to which the latter replied that all the treasures here were collected by the past masters of the Divine Wind sect, and Xiaofan could take whatever he wanted here. Xiaofan said that in that case, he would return now, and the disciple inquired where he would go. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan heard a burp and looked behind his disciple to see a satisfied Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaofan was amazed at what he saw. He asked his aunt if she had really eaten all the pills here, but she only chuckled contentedly, after which Xiao Xue said that the harvest had been gathered. When Jiang Xiaofan tried on the new outfit, he couldn't be happy with it, because it was a great outfit that resonated with his copper fragment, so he could master the Copper Brothers' power even better. And that's not to mention a ring filled with spiritual soldiers of high quality. A satisfied Jiang Xiaofan started humming about what a rich harvest he had gathered here. Xiao Xue pouted at this, because he only knows about harvesting spiritual soldiers and didn't even bother to ask her about what she liked. Suddenly, she had a rather entertaining idea. Barely containing her laughter, Xiao Xue slipped her hand through the space and reached for the ring that Jiang Xiaofan had just tossed. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan noticed a hand that came out of nowhere and grabbed it. Jiang Xiaofan asked Xiao Xue what was wrong with her hands. In response, Xiao Xue stomped her foot and told Xiaofan not to try so hard and just take the ring. Xiaofan apologized several times, after which he asked how he could know it was her and offered this ring to her. But Xiao Xue turned away, after which she said that she didn't care. Still, she opened one eye and said she'd forgive him if he told her how he guessed she was the one using spatial abilities. Jiang Xiaofan said that he guessed, as the mysterious cultivator suddenly attacked but did not harm him, indicating that he had changed the structure of the space. Everyone in the Xiao family uses the wind element. He is familiar with Auntie's technique, which leaves only Xiao Shui. He then asked her when she had awakened her spatial abilities and why he was only now finding out about it. Xiao Jue replied that she couldn't say, and Xiaofan appeared to be quite smart, so she was willing to let him go. In any case, Jiang Xiaofan still doesn't know a lot of things. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan abruptly grabbed and turned Xiao Shu around and hugged her. Jiang Xiaofan whispered that he actually knew it was her. Covered in a blush, Xiao Jue hummed, after which she asked about what he was doing. While the three of them were updating the Divine Wind Sect's treasury, the Xiao family threw a banquet. People were happy that they were able to survive, all thanks to Lord Jiang Xiaofan. And just after the banquet started, Jiang Xiaofan and company returned to the Xiao fort, and the patriarch of the Xiao family came out to meet them. The Xiao patriarch thanked Jiang Xiaofan and said that from now on, he was the Xiao family's great benefactor. And if Jiang Xiaofan asked them, the Xiao family would go through fire and water for him. Jiang Xiaofan said that it was just a favor. After all, Xiao Wen's brother and Xiao Yu's sister are his wife's friends. Xiao Zhu was stunned by what this pervert had just said. Xiao Zhu grabbed Jiang Xiaofan's ear, and calling him a big pervert, she asked, "Who is his wife here?" Xiaofan could only reply that he was in a lot of pain right now, and the Xiao family members started laughing with the two of them. When the two were done, the second uncle came up to Xiaofan and apologized for what happened when they first met. Xiaofan rubbed his head and said that there was nothing wrong with it, after which the elder admitted that he was curious to know how the latter had learned the Xiao family's secret art. Xiaofan pondered for a moment before agreeing to answer them. Immediately afterward, he confessed that he didn't really know it himself. The patriarch and the elder lost the ground beneath their feet. The elder said that he didn't believe it because such a thing was impossible. Xiaofan replied that he wasn't really not lying, but if uncle didn't believe it, if one does not believe, he can seal everything with a spiritual imprint. The elder asked if this was really true. Jiang Xiaofan touched his forehead with his fingers to create a spiritual imprint. After that, he stretched his fingers forward to show the scene, and the Xiao family members began to meditate to see everything. Suddenly, the elder opened one eye and asked, "Why can't he understand a single word? This is simply impossible. After all, this is the Xiao family's skill, but he can't master it." Patriarch Xiao admitted that he had the same, which surprised the elder. After which he revealed that according to his ancestor's story, the Xiao family's secret technique had been passed down to the Xiao family hundreds of years ago and was not created by Xiao Jiabao, as they all believed. Patriarch Xiao suggested that it was Jiang Xiaofan who was the true master of this secret art. Jiang Xiaofan pondered that if his hunch was correct, the Xiao family's secret art must be related to his copper brother. But unfortunately, the Thunder God's secret and the copper did not fall out together, and so Patriarch Xiao does not know what is going on. Suddenly, an unknown person noticed Jiang Xiaofan and shouted that he was here now. Xiaofan, on the other hand, kept puzzling over what he was going to do. After all, the Thunder Dragon should know copper, but he was already absorbed by it. At the cultivator's shout, his crowd rushed over, and then he shouted to Jiang Xiaofan that the Ziwei sect was looking for him for disrupting the talent festival and seriously affecting the Huang Tianmen sect. They would now deliver him to the Ziwei sect, after which that Jiang Xiaofan would pay for his deeds. Jiang Xiaofan waved them away and asked them to leave since he was bored right now. The cultivators were not willing to tolerate such an insult and asked that Jiang Xiaofan not blame them for it. They gathered aura in their swords and threw them at Jiang Xiaofan, while Xiaofan complained that those were too stubborn, after which he said that they needed to be taught a lesson. And abruptly turning around, he used the secret technique of the Thunder God. The cultivators were in floods of tears because of what had happened. After all, their spirit soldiers had just been annihilated. Jiang Xiaofan asked what those wanted him to do, then suggested that Xiao Shui continue on their way. As soon as Jiang Xiaofan took a step, a new voice ordered him to stop. Cultivator asked Xiaofan, how dare he just dare to wreck the spiritual soldiers of the guards? For his insolence, he should. Jiang Xiaofan put his hand on his face and asked, what kind of small melon was growing here? He advised this kid to just calm down and leave this place. But the fellow cursed loudly and said that he would have to take matters into his own hands. The cultivator folded his hands into a seal and began to giggle, after which a pagoda appeared in the air. Jiang Xiaofan didn't care about this at all, but Xiaojie was worried since this kid had somehow managed to get his hands on the soul recycling pagoda. The cultivator called Xiaofan a baby and said that today he would show him the power of his shower recycling pagoda. Immediately after which the young cultivator summoned the bat spirit. Xiaoxiu said that the soul recycling pagoda was a yin treasure that was rumored to be able to melt souls. Xiaoxu asked Zhang Xiaofan to look at the yin energy in this tower. Then one can realize that it has already managed to kill several people. However, the pagoda's aura was still too weak, and it was still far away from the treasure level. Xiaoxiu said that she just couldn't believe that such a young cultivator could have such a black heart. But the man showed her his tongue and asked her to leave him alone without all these lectures. Zhang Xiaofan told the cultivator that he would teach that one manners today, which surprised him. Cultivator replied that she was not his parent to teach him manners, and they did not know his other identity, Zhu Yunlin, yet. After which he turned abruptly serious and said that his name was Zhu, and he would scare them to death just so long as he could hear their screams. Hearing Zhu Yunlin's name, Xiaojie remembered that he was Zhu Xidao's younger brother. Zhu Yunlin recognized that Xiaojie had brains after all. Zhu Xidao was indeed his brother and also the first core disciple of the Huang Tianmen sect, after which he roared and shouted that it was useless to be afraid since they were already dead. Zhu Yunlin ordered the pagoda to attack the two. The spirit recycling pagoda attacked Zhang Xiaofan with all its might, but he blocked it with his palm. After which Zhang Xiaofan threw it into the air and the pagoda exploded. Zhu Yunlin simply had no words after what had happened, whereupon he shouted to the sky that it shouldn't be like this, and after a moment bloodlust showed on his face. Zhu Yunlin roared that it was the spirit recycling pagoda given by his brother, and now he must kill them. Zhang Xiaofan leaned on the kid's shoulder and asked how the kid was going to kill him. Zhu Yunlin ordered Zhang Xiaofan to get behind him and fought off his hand. Zhang Xiaofan said that he was just a pain in the ass as everything kept attacking him, and since brother is the first core disciple of the Huang Tianmen sect. Zhang Xiaofan put it on his knee and said that he needed to teach the tomboy a lesson. While Zhang Xiaofan was beating Zhu Yunlin's butt, Xiaojie started laughing and said that Zhang Xiaofan was acting too harshly, to which the latter replied that he didn't think so. Feeling incredibly embarrassed, Zhu Yunlin asked Zhang Xiaofan how dare he beat him. For this, he would tell his brother everything, and when he did, he would never let Xiaofan go. Zhang Xiaofan asked Zhu Yunlin, as he only dared to threaten him again. Since he wouldn't learn anything, Zhang Xiaofan decided to be tougher on him and created a thunder sphere to do so. Only Zhu Yunlin felt the aura of thunder as he began to beg Zhang Xiaofan to stop. Through tears, Zhu Yunlin admitted his guilt and asked Zhang Xiaofan to forgive him. After the end of the punishment, Zhu Yunlin tidied up his clothes, and after running off a bit, he shouted that he would remember this day, whereupon he abruptly felt the pain of his recent beating. Zhang Xiaofan was angry. He had just taught this boy a lesson, but he was back at it again. Xiaojie laughed and told him to forget about it, after which, she grabbed Zhang Xiaofan's hand and advised him to return to Wui Peak, as Elder Liu and the others hadn't seen him in a long time. Zhang Xiaofan agreed and said that he would gladly take his wife's advice. Xiaojie pouted and threatened that if he called her that again, she would start ignoring him. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan finally returned to Wui Peak, after which he called out to Elder Liu and the brothers while humming. But surprisingly, no one came, not even the two who surprised Zhang Xiaofan. Suddenly, a shout was heard nearby, and Lin Quan and Tang Yu ran towards the boss. Tang Yu greeted the boss, after which he told him that Master Yangxing wanted to meet with him. Zhang Xiaofan wondered why such an important person had traveled all the way here to meet him. Tang Yu agreed that it was unusual and advised him to meet him as soon as possible. Suddenly, Master Yangxing beat them to it and said that it wasn't necessary. Master Yangxing said that he had been waiting for Zhang Xiaofan for a long time, after which he asked him to come with him to the Nootling Heart Palace. Zhang Xiaofan wondered if this was all happening because of the talent festival. Zhang Xiaofan asked why he was being summoned to the palace. Master Yangxing said that something had happened, and that Zhang Xiaofan would understand everything when he arrived on the scene. Zhang Xiaofan knows that Master Yangxing is very influential, and if he doesn't comply, he might involve Lin Quan and Tang Yu, hence Master came to him to personally invite him. Zhang Xiaofan agreed with the Master and said that he would follow him. Just as suddenly, Lin Quan grabbed his hand and asked the boss to be much more careful, because already the entire Huang Tianmen sect knew about what Zhang Xiaoan had done. Zhang Xiaofan asked Lin Xuan not to worry and promised that he would be fine. Following the Master, Zhang Xiaofan told the brothers that he would be back soon and asked them to send greetings to Old Man Liu. They said they would do it, but couldn't take away the excitement for their boss. As soon as Master Yangxing entered the palace, he was immediately greeted by the guests. Master Yangxing apologized that they had to wait so long for him. Jiang Xiaofan greeted the elders, after which Master Yangxing introduced Jiang Xiaofan, a disciple of the Huang Tianmen sect, to them. Those who called Jiang Xiaofan were the elders of the Jiwei sect, the Ziyang sect, and Bing Gong. Looking at the elders, Jiang Xiaofan noticed someone familiar and asked Sister Bingxing what she was doing here. Just as suddenly, Master Yangxing coughed to remind Xiaofan of where and in front of whom he was now. Master Yangxing told the elders that if they had any questions about what happened at the talent festival, they could ask Jiang Xiaofan. A Ziwei sect elder asked Jiang Xiaofan if he would admit his guilt for what had happened. Jiang Xiaofan asked the elder, what exactly was his fault? Just as suddenly, sect elder Ziyang exploded and ordered Jiang Xiaofan not to mess with their heads. He accused Jiang Xiaofan that he was now going to pretend just like he had done in the talent festival. Elder Ziyang demanded that Jiang Xiaofan explain himself for what he had done to his disciple. He dared to steal Murongling's fiery heart and then pretend that he had nothing to do with it. Jiang Xiaofan asked the elder who his disciple was. Elder Ziwei asked Elder Ziyang to calm down, after which he suggested that Jiang Xiaofan might just have a bad memory. Afterward, he asked Jiang Xiaofan if he remembered what he had done to his core disciple Gu Zhengxing, whereupon he grinned wickedly and said, "It's not as good as..." Suddenly, the elder shouted that he would help Jiang Xiaofan remember this and threw his spiritual weapon at him. Just as suddenly, his sword was blocked by a stream of water and disintegrated into shards. The elder asked Bing Xing what she was doing, to which Bing Xing replied that they hadn't figured out anything yet and asked the elder why he was in such a hurry to kill the disciple. Master Yangxing agreed with the Ice Palace elder. He then admitted that he wasn't sure if the elders would believe Jiang Xiaofan's words, so he asked them why not let Jiang Xiaofan create a spiritual imprint to prove everything. Jiang Xiaofan agreed with the master's idea, after which he touched his forehead and created a spiritual imprint with what happened at the talent festival. The elders looked on in silence at everything that was going on, until the elder cried out that he was right about all of this, for it was Jiang Xiaofan who was responsible for beating up his core disciple Gu Zhengxing, causing him to almost die. Master Yangxing told the elder that from the spiritual imprint, it should be quite obvious that Gu Zhengxing was the first to provoke Jiang Xiaofan, causing him to die. Their disciples behaved excessively, and Jiang Xiaofan had to teach them a lesson for that. Elder Ziwei clenched his fist and said that even if that was the case, Jiang Xiaofan had taken on too much. Immediately after, the Ziwei sect elder summoned the treasure of the Ziwei sect, the Devil Disc, then asked Jiang Xiaofan if he dared to teach him a lesson. Master Yangxing turned to Jiang Xiaofan to offer him help, but the latter replied that it was fine. If Elder Ziwei decided to kill him just for revenge, then he would be willing to play with him for a while. Jiang Xiaofan said that although he was not as old as Elder, but since the latter had taken the initiative and even asked for it, the Ziwei sect elder interrupted Jiang Xiaofan by shouting that he had been waiting for this moment. Then he brought the devil disc into action and said that although he was not that old, he still had an unusually large mouth. As soon as the devil disc got closer, an artifact suddenly fell in front of Jiang Xiaofan with a rumbling sound. To the elder's surprise, it was a treasure of the Huang Tianmen sect. Since Jiang Xiaofan could answer him with something, Elder Ziwei decided to test how long he could last. Just as he was about to apply the devil disc, it completely paled. Bingxing asked the elder, "Was it too much to use the sect's treasure against some disciple?" Bingxing asked Jiang Xiaofan if he was all right, to which Xiaofan replied that fortunately, yes. The Ziwei sect elder immediately recognized the immortal spiritual weapon of the Ice Palace. The elder told the Ice Case that she was meddling in the wrong business. He explained that Jiang Xiaofan had harmed his disciple, causing him to have to retaliate in the same way. And if the Ice Maiden didn't want any trouble with the Ziwei sect, he asked her to step aside. Sect Elder Ziwei shouted for her to mind her own business. As Master Yangxing suddenly intervened in the conversation, he asked, "Is that so?" After which, he reminded the elder that they were now in Huang Tianmen sect's territory, and in doing so, he was going to kill his disciples. Sect Elder Ziwei asked the master if he wanted to say that they were going to harbor a criminal. Master Yangxing said, "He's not talking about defense, but since Jiang Xiaofan is a disciple of the Huang Tianmen sect, he naturally has to protect him." Sect Elder Ziyang agreed with the master. He promised that he would remember the emperor of the Huang Tianmen sect. Bing Xing asked Elder Ziwei if he had anything to say. Sect Elder Ziwei said that in that case he would spare Jiang Xiaofan, but one day, the moment would come when he would die. The elder had no idea that this brat would be protected by so many people, but he'd better stay out of his sight from now on. After the negotiations ended, Jiang Xiaofan ran after the Ice Maiden and asked her to wait for him. Bing Xing asked what he had run after her for, and Jiang Xiaofan thanked her for helping him today. Bing Xing aflame. After hearing this, she asked if he really wanted to thank her. To which Jiang Xiaofan replied that of course that was true. If she hadn't saved him today, he probably would have been torn to pieces. Embarrassed, Bing Xing started stroking her hair, after which she asked, "Can he marry her in that case?" Bing Xing asked, so he wouldn't misunderstand her, for she didn't. Bing Xing sighed and asked Jiang Xiaofan to just forget about it, and not to take her words seriously. After which, she said that she still had things to do and that she would leave first. Immediately after that, Bing Xing jumped off the cliff, and Jiang Xiaofan asked her to stop. But in the end, he was left alone. Never having talked things over with her, suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan was attacked by Xiao Xue and Qin Luo. These two wanted to know what had just happened here. Taking out his katana, Qin Luo announced the start of the interrogation, after which Xiao Xue demanded that the perverted Xiaofan tell her what he had talked about in private with Bing Xing. Jiang Xiaofan immediately started to refuse. He explained that they hadn't talked about anything like that. Then he wondered what these two were doing here. Xiao Xue asked if that was really the case, after which she asked him to forget about it and said that she would deal with him later. Xiao Xue revealed that they had come here to inform Jiang Xiaofan that the Huang Tianmen sect would soon hold a trial of core disciples, after which Qin Luo told him that if Brother Jiang passed the test, he could become one of the core disciples, and then he could obtain the treasure. Jiang Xiaofan was astonished by what he heard. He asked the two what they were just waiting for and said they needed to sign up now. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhu adopted a haughty pose, and Qin Luo coughed aside, causing Jiang Xiaofan to wonder about what was happening. After which, Qin Luo said that they had already signed him up for the trial. After talking to Qin Luo and Xiao Xue, Jiang Xiaofan started meditating. He had already been signed up for the competition, which meant he needed to climb to the next level. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan found himself inside his sea of consciousness. But what was surprising was that it had visibly transformed, and there was an additional... Taking a closer look, Jiang Xiaofan saw a sleeping lightning dragon. Jiang Xiaofan wondered if this was his strength. If that was the case, then now was the time to summon a dragon and test it out. A stick of incense later, no matter how Jiang Xiaofan tried, he still failed to wake up the dragon, causing it to be completely exhausted. It was likely that the lightning dragon would be hibernating for a long time yet. Well, in order not to waste time, Jiang Xiaofan decided to start raising his level right away, so he began to gather energy. Attempting to raise the level here resulted in Jiang Xiaofan suddenly being struck by lightning. Jiang Xiaofan clutched his head in unbearable pain, barely able to hear his thoughts. He felt as if his body had become incredibly hot. But how could it be that his divine sense was suddenly out of control? The lightning strikes carved a mark on Jiang Xiaofan's forehead, after which a huge amount of thunder aura struck him. As Jiang Xiaofan suddenly woke up standing on the water surface, to his surprise, the copper fragment and Buddhist scriptures merged together with the thunder god's legacy. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan heard a voice, a girl pleading for them to be left alone. Jiang Xiaofan wondered what was going on there. He then walked to the edge of the cliff and heard pleas for help. The voices seemed to be coming from the village under Huangtianzong Mountain. Jiang Xiaofan assumed, being able to hear it from such a distance meant that his hearing had sharpened. And not just his hearing, but all of his senses. The cultivators who attacked the village shouted to the villagers that they should be honored to die for the sake of their Ziwei cult. The elder begged the Lord to spare his village, and in return he offered his life to the Lord, since he wanted an offering. He did not want them to sacrifice children. The girl begged her grandfather to save her, but the lady refused his sacrifice. She then asked the old man why he thought that only one of his victims would be enough for them. She said that they should blame themselves for what had happened because their village was too small. Whereupon the mistress told the girl that she would give them happiness. Suddenly, a pillar of lightning struck the mistress along with a thunderous shout of "Stop!" But at the last moment she managed to dodge, then asked who dared. Jiang Xiaofan wasn't too surprised that Ziwei Jiao was involved in the robbery again. The girl that Xiaofan had saved immediately rushed to her grandfather. The woman felt that this guy was quite strong, which made her think of using him at the festival. She asked Jiang Xiaofan why he dared to interfere if he knew that they were from the Ziwei Jiao sect. And isn't he afraid that their sect will start looking for him? One of the students told his sister that the man seemed a little familiar to him, whereupon the other student noticed it as well. Hearing about such a thing, Jiang Xiaofan couldn't hold back and started laughing. After all, he would barely be recognized after what he had done to their sect. Jiang Xiaofan asked them how they were going to send him on the run if they were just some rookies. The disciples got angry and demanded that Xiaofan repeat what he had said again if he wished to die. Jiang Xiaofan said that, in his opinion, that was it. After which, a thunder sphere appeared in his hand. The woman said that she couldn't let Xiaofan live and reprimanded that his mouth was too big. After which, she barked out that she really wanted to know where he got that confidence from. Immediately afterward, the disciples of the Ziwei sect used the seal. Near Jiang Xiaofan, the 4 thunder pillars marking the boundaries of the seal struck. The woman laughed and then said that once they created a divine seal, it was impossible to escape. Now he saw what the Ziwei sect was capable of. Jiang Xiaofan asked, were they sure that it was enough to contain him? After which, he struck the divine seal with the thunder sphere. But to his surprise, he failed to break that seal. The woman asked him not to waste his strength because this seal uses the energy of earth and heaven. She was sure that this guy couldn't handle the energy of earth and heaven, so he would be sealed until he died. Now then, Jiang Xiaofan understood why these cultivators were so bold, and he already knew what he should do. Jiang Xiaofan raised his hands, saying that he just needed to summon heaven and earth, which of course he could. Immediately after, the divine seal began to be surrounded by streams of heaven and earth qi, which surprised Ziwei cultivators. The female cultivator was simply dumbfounded, for it was almost impossible. This guy is using dragon aura transformation, except it can only be done in the illusory realm of the gods. Thanks to the dragon, Jiang Xiaofan instantly destroyed the divine seal. Immediately after, Jiang Xiaofan attacked the cultivator in response to the seal. The female cultivator covered herself in fear. She already knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge. And moments later, he caught up with his target, putting the village out of danger. The girl asked her grandfather, did Big Brother win? Only the old man was about to answer as, just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan saw that his attack failed as the woman defended herself with the sect's treasure, the devil disc. At first, Jiang Xiaofan was surprised to see another devil disc, but after a second, he noticed that the aura of this disc was many times weaker than the one the elder used, which meant that it was a replica. The woman praised Jiang Xiaofan for identifying the devil disc. He was less stupid than she had originally thought. After that, she decided to ask Jiang Xiaofan something, namely, does he know the elder of the Ziwei sect, Zi Fenghong? So he is her grandfather. Jiang Xiaofan was surprised at what he heard. After all, he had already had a run-in with this grandfather recently. Madame Zi asked Jiang Xiaofan if he was starting to feel fearful of her. If so, she suggests he surrender. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaofan asked if her head was all right. He then asked why people from the Ziwei sect liked being hit so much. At first, he was afraid that he was hitting the wrong person, but now he had gotten a low IQ ugly woman from the Ziwei sect. Ms. Z was clearly hurt by all these insults in her direction. She asked how dare he call her names like that, then engaged the devil's disc. Since he's wished for death, she doesn't want him to complain about his fate. Lady Z attacked Jiang Xiaofan with a large number of purple qi spikes, but it was worth it for those to fly towards Jiang Xiaofan as he released a large amount of emerald qi. Disciple Ziwei was astonished at what he saw behind his mistress's back, for this person just like her possesses the sect's treasure. Miss Zai shouted that it couldn't be, because there was no way a simple cauldron could block her attack, which meant that it was. Madame Z accused Jiang Xiaofan of stealing this treasure from one of the sects. Jiang Xiaofan rolled his eyes and asked Madame, why is she sure that he stole it? After all, it couldn't be that everyone was as stupid as her. Just as suddenly, Disciple Ziwei remembered this cauldron, which means the guy insulting their mistress is Jiang Xiaofan. The lady was astonished at what she heard and asked the student again, whereupon the student said that it was indeed him. Hearing this, Mrs. Z didn't mind it too much because it meant that she could give it to her grandfather, for which he would reward her. Lady Zai ordered everyone out of her way and swung her whip, after which she grabbed the devil disc with it and told Jiang Xiaofan that today, he's going to die today, right after which she threw the disc at him with all her might. Jiang Xiaofan created 5 lightning bolts on each of his fingers, after which Xiaofan told Mrs. Zai that she had done her best since she had decided to use the disc as a gyroscope. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaofan completely stopped the devil disc. Afterward, he said he would play with her too, and kicked the jade cauldron straight into the jade disc. Lady Z demanded that he return her treasure, but he easily destroyed the disc and fell to the ground. Pulling back her whip, Madame Z asked Zhang Xiaofan, how dare he make attempts on the lives of people from the Ziwei sect? By doing so, he is only seeking his own death. Zhang Xiaofan said that he had already managed to forget about her, after which he ordered the jade cauldron to take this mistress, and it began to suck in the members of the Ziwei sect. At the end, Mrs. Z said that her sect and even her grandfather would never let him go, and after a few seconds they were all sealed inside the jade cauldron. Zhang Xiaofan brushed off the dust and said that one was carrying too much nonsense, as suddenly the villagers started praising the mighty god for saving them all. Under the pressure of the praise, Zhang Xiaofan covered himself and began to beg for them to stop. But the villagers continued to praise their god. The girl pointed at Zhang Xiaofan and said that he had helped them defeat the big bad guys from the demonic cult, so he must be a god, and besides, he could fly. After thinking for a bit, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but notice that it really did sound as if it was true. Zhang Xiaofan landed on the ground, after which he explained that it was only magic, which surprised the villagers. Suddenly, the villagers fell to their knees and bowed their heads before the god, but Zhang Xiaofan once again asked them to stop. The old man turned to the immortal lord and said that he had a request, though it was impertinent, but he wanted to ask the lord for mercy. The old man asked if he could take his little girl as an apprentice. After all, she is the only child in the village and would only be lost here. He said that the immortals from the Ziwei demonic sect would soon arrive here, and if he didn't promise them, they would continue to kneel like this. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't refuse to take the girl with him. Except he can't let Xiao Kai be by his side, and so Zhang Xiaofan offered to send her to the Xiao family, for whom he is a friend. In Xiao Fort, she will definitely be able to escape the Ziwei sect. Upon hearing this, the girl began to dance joyfully and thank the immortal for his help. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan threw the Ziwei sect disciples out of the jade cauldron, and they began to complain of pain from the fall. Mrs. Z growled at Zhang Xiaofan that he would still pay for what he had done today. Zhang Xiaofan picked her up by her clothes and said that she was the one who had to pay him. He demanded that she explain why they were killing the villagers. Mrs. Z asked if Xiaofan thought she would just take it like that and tell him everything. Since she wasn't going to tell him, Zhang Xiaofan decided to find out everything by force. And as soon as he released some of his aura, Lady Z started begging him not to do that and let her go. But Zhang Xiaofan didn't listen to her and forcibly entered her divine consciousness. What he saw inside stunned him, for in the middle of his consciousness was a creepy object absorbing the energy of the corpses around him. Zhang Xiaofan speculated that the creature in the air was absorbing energy to recover. Except what is behind that seal, since it makes them expend so much effort for it. After checking the divine consciousness, Zhang Xiaofan released Lady Z's body, after which she was caught by one of the disciples of the Ziwei sect. The disciple asked Zhang Xiaofan how dare he use such a sinister technique on Madame Z. Zhang Xiaofan pointed at his disciple and asked him if he had thought about how many innocent lives had been lost as a result of all this. The apprentice replied that he was only looking for an excuse to pick on them. What did he care about some pathetic bunch of mortals in this world? Those mortals were far below the cultivators. Zhang Xiaofan wondered if mortals were really so inferior to them. And since that was the case, why wouldn't he use the members of the Ziwei sect as his victims? A huge wall of ice had hidden the icy world behind it for years. Suddenly cracks began to crack along it, and after another blow, part of the wall was destroyed. After expending a bit of effort, Zhang Xiaofan still managed to penetrate inside the spiritual source. After seeing the innards of the vein, Zhang Xiaofan realized that the risks of the Ziwei sect were clearly worth it to get here, as such a terrifying aura concentration would allow him to go straight to the next level. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan noticed an ice rabbit running towards him. The rabbit immediately began to melt. Zhang Xiaofan suggested that when the local aura comes into contact with the outside world, it dissipates into the qi of heaven and earth. Except that the aura didn't dissipate immediately, which only meant one thing: he should hurry up. After which, Zhang Xiaofan began to absorb the local ice aura. After a short while, the concentration of aura in that vein had almost completely dropped. Zhang Xiaofan only had one piece of aura left that would allow him to break through. But absorbing so much aura was increasingly burdening him. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes shone with an icy light, and he ordered the ice dragon to walk towards him. Immediately after which, the absorption of the last part of the aura accelerated by leaps and bounds. And just seconds later, Jiang Xiaofan completely absorbed the entire energy of that vein. Jiang Xiaofan wondered if everything had gone as it should. If everything did, then he should only try. Jiang Xiaofan hit the rock with all his might, causing it to immediately shatter. With this strike, Jiang Xiaofan had almost destroyed the mountains that formed the vein. Jiang Xiaofan laughed out loud, for it was simply unbelievable. Thanks to this spiritual vein, he was able to obtain such tremendous strength in no time. With his current physical strength, Jiang Xiaofan could possibly even rival the Saint Realm. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan stopped boasting to himself as he saw a girl lying on the ground in front of him. Jiang Xiaofan was afraid that this girl had fainted due to the force of his punch and tried to bring her to her senses. But she only mentally asked him not to touch her. Just as suddenly, the girl grabbed Jiang Xiaofan's hand, after which she stood up and addressed him as an older brother, which frightened Jiang Xiaofan. Trying to pull away from the girl, Jiang Xiaofan asked who her brother was here and explained that she was wrong to call him that. But the girl smiled and said that she had found her brother. She then said he was her brother and wondered why he refused to admit it. He should actually be responsible for her. Jiang Xiaofan said that she was the wrong person and tried to brush her off and asked her to let him go. But the girl refused to do so, demanding that he take responsibility. Jiang Xiaofan asked what she was even talking about, but in the end, he had to agree to take care of it and bring her along. Hearing this, the girl glowed with happiness and asked if that meant they had a deal. The girl unhooked herself from Jiang Xiaofan's hand and jumped down, then suddenly agreed with him. Xiaofan tried to understand what she was talking about. Suddenly, the girl remembered something and asked what his name was. Once in the city, the girl was surprised at how many people were here and started pulling Jiang Xiaofan's hand to follow her. Jiang Xiaofan asked the girl if she could stop tugging on his shirt since he had already promised that he wouldn't run away from her. But the girl refused, citing that there were too many people here and she might get lost among them. As suddenly she turned to the bench where she started drooling over a very appetizing-looking fruit. Jiang Xiaofan decided to himself that he should find someone ASAP to send this little lady away. Suddenly, the girl asked her brother if he would come to her rescue if she got lost here. Trying to think of an answer, Jiang Xiaofan began to look at the surroundings. Glancing to the side, he saw people hurrying somewhere. Jiang Xiaofan turned to one of them and asked where they were all in such a hurry. The man assumed that the strangers in front of them were strangers, and therefore it was not surprising since they knew nothing. Jiang Xiaofan praised the man for being smart, while the girl tried which strangers the man was talking about. The man said that there was a deserted mountain outside of Yue City, and a few days ago, it suddenly began to glow with different kinds of haze. This could only mean that some treasure would soon appear there. After thinking for a bit, Jiang Xiaofan said that no matter how it looked like a trap. Jiang Xiaofan thanked his older brother for the information. Suddenly, he was pulled with all his might by his belt and almost fell off. The girl asked her brother to go there quickly, for if they didn't hurry, someone might beat them to it. After which, the girl ran, dragging him by his belt, and Jiang Xiaofan agreed to go with her and asked that she at least let go of his pants. Running outside the city, the girl wondered if this was a desert mountain, and Jiang Xiaofan was a little surprised by its height. The surrounding mountains are clearly rich in energy, but only this mountain stands out in that it has no energy at all. There is clearly something wrong on this desolate mountain. The girl ran forward to look around, and Jiang Xiaofan asked her to be more careful. Suddenly, the girl hit her head, which made her gasp loudly. Jiang Xiaofan was scared for the girl and asked if she was all right, but the girl loudly shouted no, for it was very even painful. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan realized that something was wrong here, and looking ahead, he saw that this girl had hit the barrier, and behind him, he felt a familiar breath. Jiang Xiaofan asked the girl to wait for him here. After that, he affected the barrier with lightning. Behind that barrier, he could sense something similar to his copper brother. Just as suddenly, the barrier abruptly covered in cracks and collapsed, surprising Jiang Xiaofan, after which the energy began to be sucked into the barrier, emitting a hissing sound. Jiang Xiaofan was trying to figure out what it even was, and the girl behind was cheering because of something interesting. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps, and a few minutes later, people rushed towards the broken barrier. A glow began to emerge from the ground on the deserted mountain, causing people to think it was the birth of a treasure and run on. Looking at this, Jiang Xiaofan wondered, is there really a treasure here? As they ran on, they were all amazed at how powerful the aura emitted from here, and looking at the object emitting the aura, they wondered what kind of treasure it was, and it looked like a fragment of a treasure. But even if it was just a fragment, it was worth chasing after. Unexpectedly, this item turned out to be a second silver-colored bronze. The girl asked her brother why he was waiting and offered to grab the treasure before anyone else did it first. Jiang Xiaofan immediately ran after the treasure, causing him to surprise the girl with his speed. After running around all the people, Jiang Xiaofan was the first to grab the treasure. But this immediately displeased the others, for an obscure guy suddenly appeared in front of them and snatched their treasure. Realizing what was coming next, Jiang Xiaofan quickly returned and grabbed the girl by the scruff of her clothes. Immediately afterward, he began running away from an angry mob of people wanting to take his treasure. Several cultivators managed to catch up to him and then began to demand that he just stop so that he could save his life. A woman in the crowd asked what was the point of talking to this thief, whereupon she suggested just finishing him off. The woman struck the ground and then a purple dragon appeared, chasing after Jiang Xiaofan. When people saw this, they realized that they had obviously run into the wrong person, because it was a human emperor. The girl looked back and yelled to her brother that they were under attack. Jiang Xiaofan felt the 4 human emperors behind him join forces, and since that was the case, he would have to activate the second copper fragment. Opening his palm, he saw that the fragment glowed and was already reaching for the first fragment. As suddenly, the fragment glowed completely engulfing Jiang Xiaofan and the girl. The woman cursed unhappily after all. These two were getting away with it. She ordered the other 4 not to stand by and help her through this barrier. After which, the 4 emperors stood in a circle and began to gather all their forces. After that, they channeled all that power into the barrier the thief was hiding under. But to their surprise, they didn't even manage to damage this barrier, which was almost impossible. Their energy simply bounced off this barrier. Since no human emperor would be able to get through, everyone decided that the stolen treasure must be very powerful. The woman assumed that this barrier wouldn't hold for long, which meant they would soon see their prey. She mentally swore that if that bastard dared to take her treasure, she would get it from the other side of the world. After being swallowed up by the light, Jiang Xiaofan and the girl found themselves in an unknown space with stairs upwards. It all reminded Jiang Xiaofan of something, as he suddenly realized that the resonance had become even stronger, making him even more curious about what was at the top. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of such a long staircase, and she suggested that her brother go up it and see what was there. After climbing up quite high, even Jiang Xiaofan was exhausted by this staircase. He didn't even think about how long it would be. This staircase made it feel like he had been climbing it for a whole year. But the most surprising thing was that the girl didn't understand what Jiang Xiaofan was saying. The girl asked Jiang Xiaofan to look ahead, where a fountain could be seen with 10 yellow spheres hovering above it. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan's copper fragment burst out and flew towards the fountain ahead. Jiang Xiaofan was surprised that his copper was suddenly sucked out and chased after it, as suddenly there was a powerful flash of energy high in the sky. After that, it was possible to see the solid copper, God's pavilion. Looking down, the man said that he had finally found his majesty, after which, he noticed a strange aura hovering around his majesty. To his surprise, this aura turned out to be the aura of the ancient god himself. Just as suddenly the man felt the aura begin to interrupt, and the space in front of him began to crackle. The man entered the rift to finally bring his majesty home. Jiang Xiaofan thought about the fact that the copper brother had merged with the second fragment, which meant that it could now absorb it. Jiang Xiaofan began to meditate, and a ring of branches appeared above him. But the girl asked him not to start cultivating here, as they were still being chased by intruders. As the space suddenly shook, the girl asked her brother not to consume the thing as the altar was beginning to collapse. The girl was trying to figure out what she should do about this splinter, and after a few seconds she decided she needed to help her brother. The girl then used her powers to collect the flying spheres, and directed all these spheres to Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan's body began to spew out flames that began to spread through space. Just as suddenly, the mark on Jiang Xiaofan's forehead lit up and he flew into the air. The girl realized that this was clearly not a good thing, and a second later, everything around including the girl herself began to be sucked into Jiang Xiaofan. By some miracle, the girl managed to stay in the air, but her spirit had already left her body. Meanwhile, the barrier the thief was hiding behind began to crack, which was no way to avoid the eyes of the cultivators around him. The woman promised that she would watch him, and that there was no way she would let the thief get away this time. Increasingly covered in cracks, the barrier still broke apart and Jiang Xiaofan and the girl appeared behind it. The female emperor immediately attacked Jiang Xiaofan, shouting out that this bastard should die. But Xiaofan objected by saying that she was the one who should die, whereupon he blocked her attack with a thunder wall. One of the cultivators cried out that it was a bad matter, for this cultivator had the power of thunder. The female emperor recognized that this guy was quite capable, and since that was the case, she would first kill the girl he was carrying around. Just as suddenly a gap in space formed from which an unknown man emerged and asked how dare she. The girl asked her grandfather's keeper what he was doing here, to which the latter replied that Her Majesty had traveled too long and that it was time for her to go home. Zhang Xiaofan tried to understand what was happening and who this guardian was. The guard caught Her Majesty and asked her to get out of here as soon as possible, but she fell to her knees and began to beg her brother to save her because she does not want to return. Zhang Xiaofan folded his hands into a seal and ordered the old guard to let the girl go, as she herself was unwilling to go with him. The old man asked if he wanted to fight the old guard for her. Meanwhile, the human emperors had finally broken through Zhang Xiaofan's barrier. The female emperor ordered all three to be killed, whereupon the cultivators pounced on the guards. But the guard thought they were just a handful of ants, as the old man suddenly disappeared, surprising the cultivators, after which one of them asked the others to look up at the sky where a huge blade was hovering. The cultivators were astonished by what they saw. After all, this was the power of a god, which only meant that this old man was a divine guardian. Zhang Xiaofan was astonished when he heard about the divine power. After all, the god had long ago disappeared from this world. Meanwhile, the divine blade struck the ground, ridding the guardian of the annoying ants. The old man took Her Majesty by the shoulder and asked Her Majesty to go with him, as it was not safe here. Then he picked up the princess and left. At last the girl asked her brother to come to the kingdom of the gods and find her, for he had said before that he would be responsible for her. In Zhang Xiaofan's mind, the moments of meeting the little princess flashed through his mind, and he promised that he would save her, for he had given his word. As it turned out, the female emperor survived the guardian attack. She recreated the purple dragon, then shouted to the little bastard that the divine guardian was gone, which meant no one could protect him now. Zhang Xiaofan said that this was all taking too long, after which he told the female emperor that she had asked for it. Zhang Xiaofan unleashed the powers of the Buddhist scripture and the thunder god, then began to merge them, after which he released a fiery arrow that completely destroyed the purple dragon. The woman admitted that she couldn't even think about the fact that this guy's body contained 3 elements of the Buddhist Tao at the same time, which meant that he probably had a lot of special treasures, and if she could kill him, her cultivation would improve greatly. As the cultivators suddenly saw something unexpected, this guy even found he had a treasure that he used to attack the emperor's woman. The female emperor was terrified, for with 3 systems this guy is able to control the treasure. It was too bad, because the enemy's attack was too fast. The female emperor shouted to the others that it was too late since this guy had gotten the treasure, which meant they needed to join forces for such a hard fight. The cultivators released their spirit weapons and began to infuse them with power. After that, they managed to fuse all of their powers into a shield. After a few moments, they finished fusing, after which the female emperor asked Zhang Xiaofan if he thought he was the only one capable of fusing. Zhang Xiaofan said that they got it too small, but it would do fine for them. After which, Zhang Xiaofan summoned the heavenly demon sword and raising it up ordered it to devour the lightning bolts. Immediately afterward, he rushed towards the enemy's shield and chopped it with a single blow. The female emperor refused to believe in what had happened, because it was simply impossible. Still, she had to accept that he had actually managed to destroy the fusion of their spiritual weapons. Zhang Xiaofan warned that if they didn't calm down, he would kill them. One of the emperors bowed to his younger brother and thanked him for his mercy, whereupon he swore that they would never dare to trouble him again, after which Zhang Xiaofan bowed to the others as well. The female emperor promised herself that she would not let this guy live. Finished with his business on the desolate mountain, Zhang Xiaofan flew away from here. Flying away, he asked the little princess not to worry, for he would surely find her. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan finally returned to the Huang Tianmen sect. While walking around the city, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly heard someone crying, and most importantly, it sounded quite familiar. Going to the sound, Zhang Xiaofan met Lin Quan and Tang Yu, right after which Lin Quan greeted the boss. Zhang Xiaofan asked what happened since they were not at Wui Peak, and why were they crying? Tang Yu wiped his tears and asked his boss not to scold them after they told him everything. Lin Quan asked his brother, so what if the boss scolds them? After all, they would be kicked out of Wui Peak soon anyway. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised to hear that they would be kicked out. He said he wanted to know about all the hell that happened here while he was gone. Tang Yu revealed that it was all because of the ancient alchemy the boss gave them. 1 stick of incense later, Zhang Xiaofan was astonished at what he heard. After all, that bastard had not only stolen their ancient alchemy, but he had also taken the Green Pill Palace token for himself. Old dog Li Yun had allowed himself too much. This could only indicate that the elder had too little of the previous lesson. Zhang Xiaofan ordered his brothers to follow him to the Pill Palace. the entrance to the imperial palace of the Pillory Palace. As Zhang Xiaofan approached the palace, the guard said that he could not enter without carrying the Green Pill Palace token. Zhang Xiaofan asked, "How dare they speak of such a thing?" After all, they were the ones who stole his green token. Zhang Xiaofan ordered them to tell Li Yun to get out of there. The guard told Xiaofan that he was being too bold. He then attacked Zhang Xiaofan for being disrespectful by calling their elder by name. Zhang Xiaofan grabbed the guard's hand and asked if he was really arrogant. After that, he picked up his disciple and said that it was obvious that it was their elder who was acting unfairly. Not only had he robbed his brothers from Wui Peak, but he had also stolen his green token that he had given to his brothers. And now, he dared to kick them out of Wui Peak. The guard warned Zhang Xiaofan not to cause trouble in the palace. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaofan asked his disciple about who was arrogant among them, after which he tossed that one aside. Zhang Xiaofan used the power of a god and asked his disciple, what would he do if he just got lost? Immediately afterward, he unleashed lightning bolts at the disciples. Once the smoke cleared, 2 students could be seen lying unconscious. Zhang Xiaofan shouted at the old dog Li Yun to get out of the palace right away. And then he went outside, wondering who had decided to play with the Pill Palace. When he came out, he realized that it was the annoying Zhang Xiaofan again, and the elder accused him of stealing. Zhang Xiaofan demanded the old dog to return his green token and ancient alchemy, but the old dog refused to do so, saying that these things did not belong to Zhang Xiaofan. Suddenly, one of the disciples came to his senses and alerted the elder that Zhang Xiaofan had already entered the Saint Realm. Zhang Xiaofan attacked Li Yun, but the latter dodged, shifting slightly to the side. After which, Li Yun asked if the latter thought that he would still be the same after so much time. One of the disciples noticed that Elder Li's speed had become much faster than before. Zhang Xiaofan realized what the matter was here. Elder Liu had moved on to the next realm. Li Yun praised Zhang Xiaofan for his guess, after which he summoned a cauldron and shouted that he wanted Zhang Xiaofan to pay for making him kneel. Zhang Xiaofan asked if the man was really sure that he would pay. This made the old man mad, and he attacked Zhang Xiaofan, wishing for the son of a bitch to burn in hell for eternity. Zhang Xiaofan summoned the jade cauldron to repel the elder's treasure. The disciples were astonished, as there was no way an ordinary disciple could have a treasure. Zhang Xiaofan asked the old man Li Yun, how dare he call his speed fast? After which, he took off, and a moment later, he was right in front of the old man and grabbed him by the neck as he tried to figure out how Zhang Xiaofan had appeared right in front of him. Zhang Xiaofan tossed the old man aside and said that he was not the only one capable of such a thing. After flying a dozen meters away, old man Li Yun crashed down hard on the ground. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaofan ran up to the elder and stepped on his chest. The old man asked how dare he behave like that. But Zhang Xiaofan pressed harder and said that although he had advanced to the Holy Realm, even so, he was willing to beat up anyone who dared to bully him. Zhang Xiaofan asked Lin Quan, which hand did the old dog rob him with? Lin Quan said that the old man robbed him with his right hand and raised his right hand. But Tang Yu objected, saying that the man actually robbed them with his left hand and raised his left hand. Zhang Xiaofan pondered for a bit to decide what they should do, whereupon he said that in that case they would not have to hold hands. The old man asked Zhang Xiaofan how dare he, but Xiaofan pressed down on his left arm, causing him to scream in pain. Elder Li Yun told Zhang Xiaofan that the Pill Palace would not tolerate such a thing. Zhang Xiaofan asked, what insult was he talking about? He then looked into the pouch and asked, what was the point of the golden pills if he couldn't even use them? After which he said he had no need for such garbage. And in the next instant, lightning struck the palace. The old man asked if Xiaofan had gone crazy doing such a thing. Looking at the burning palace, the disciples panicked as the palace was on fire and started calling for help to put it out. Because of this fire, all the elixir made by the elder would now be ruined. Unknown asked, who dared to destroy the Pill Palace? After which, the master of the Pill Palace ran out to personally confront this insolent man. Zhang Xiaofan admitted that he did it. After which he revealed that Li Yun of their alchemy palace had bullied his friends and even robbed them. Hence he decided to teach this old dog a lesson. The Pill Palace master was simply stunned by what he heard. He told Zhang Xiaofan that he had signed a death sentence for himself. Immediately after, he flew into the air and attacked Zhang Xiaofan with a multitude of fire blades. Zhang Xiaofan told the old man that he was the same as Li Yun, which meant that he also didn't deserve to live. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xiaofan completely suppressed the enemy's attack. Tang Yu's eyes shone, for their boss's strength was already comparable to that of a divine emperor. And Lin Quan asked him to keep his voice down and not to rejoice too soon. because the Pill Palace master would not be easy to beat. The old man was forced to admit that Zhang Xiaofan's body was incredibly strong, except the old man said that he wasn't sure if Jiang Xiaofan's body could withstand the strength of his treasure, whereupon he summoned the gourd-shaped treasure being the Pill Palace treasure. Zhang Xiaofan was a little surprised, for he immediately offered him the Pill Palace treasure. Except that in the current times, every other person has treasures, said Zhang Xiaofan immediately, after which he summoned the Jade Cauldron. As Zhang Xiaofan and the Pill Palace master were suddenly ordered to stop, looking up they saw a flower platform. Xiaojue and the Tianu Peak elder, Yu Ouyang, were there. Yu Wuyang ordered them to stop, and then she asked why they were picking fights in the middle of the sect. The Pill Palace master was surprised that the head of Tianu Piku decided to intervene in this fight. He explained that this battle was only about his Pill Palace and this guy, and that it had nothing to do with her. Today, he should kill this guy anyway. After saying those words, the Pill Palace master shot Zhang Xiaofan with a treasure. But the Tianu Peak elder once again ordered him to stop and suppressed his treasure by releasing sakura petals. The Pill Palace master asked Yu Ouyang if she was really going to interfere in the affairs of his Pill Palace. Yu Ouyang apologized and said that she had to intervene. The Pill Palace master was forced to retreat, but he promised the little bastard that he wouldn't get away from him so easily. Xiaojue walked up to Zhang Xiaofan and said that he was just a big pervert, after which she came closer and grabbed his ear, causing Zhang Xiaofan to scream. A vein of anger popped out on Xiaojue's face, and she asked, when would he stop giving her trouble? After which, she let him go and said that he had just returned, but he had already managed to anger the Pill Palace master, and even herself. Next time, if someone wanted to pick on Zhang Xiaofan, she probably wouldn't be able to help anymore. Zhang Xiaofan approached Xiaojue, causing her to blush, and asked if it was possible that the master had sought him out that time because Xiaojue had asked him to. Xiaojue replied that there was nothing wrong with that. She had just sent a letter to her sister. Otherwise, the Ice Palace could have sent someone else. The main hall of the Huang Tianmen sect. The master of the Pill Palace asked the master to help him. He told the master about how Zhang Xiaofan broke into the Pill Palace and beat up Li Yun. Afterward, he took and set fire to his Pill Palace. The master of the Pill Palace asked the master how many more precious pills would this wicked man destroy. The Pill Palace master bowed and hit his forehead on the floor of the main hall, asking for the master to kill Zhang Xiaofan as a warning to the rest of the offenders. Just as suddenly, Xiaojue kicked the door of the main hall and asked the Pill Palace master how he dared, after which she pulled Peak Elder Tianu inside. Peak Master Tianu greeted the Sect Master before asking why those invaded him. The Pill Palace master stood up and asked Yu Wuyang why she was meddling in his affairs again. To which the one replied that she was here, of course, because of their Pill Palace. After which, she told the Sect Master that Zhang Xiaofan was indeed guilty, except that it was Li Yun himself who was behind it all. Right after that, Zhang Xiaofan himself entered the hall and said that he had heard that he was being searched for. Xiaojue asked Zhang Xiaofan not to worry, promising that she would protect him even if he burned down the emperor's palace. Zhang Xiaofan stroked Xiaojue's head and said that she was even too kind to him. Yu Wuyang asked the Pill Palace master if he had seen what had just happened, and was he sure he could withstand the wrath of the Ye family's daughter after killing Zhang Xiaofan. The master of the Pillory Palace is blue with anger, for once again the Yi family is meddling in his affairs. The Sect Master didn't even consider that the daughter of the Ye family might be interested in such a boy. The Pill Palace master asked Zhang Xiaofan what he cared about some bastard being protected by the Ye family. He then summoned a treasure gourd and shouted to Zhang Xiaofan that he would pay for burning the Pill Palace today. Yu Ouyang immediately realized that things were not good for them, because if the Ye family's daughter was injured within the Huang Tianmen sect, there was no way the Ye family would let her go. Yu Ouyang ordered the Pill Palace master to stop. The Pill Palace master moved the gourd towards Zhang Xiaofan, preparing to attack, making Zhang Xiaofan feel threatened by this treasure. To defend himself, Zhang Xiaofan fused Buddhist scripture and the power of the Thunder God. But Xiaojue immediately jumped out in front of him and asked who would dare to touch a person under her protection. Just as suddenly, Yu Wuyang asked Xiaojue not to do anything stupid and pulled her disciple's hand away. After that, Yu Wuyang told Xiaojue that she should not do anything without her order, which made Xiaojue blush and asked the master what she was doing. Zhang Xiaofan covered the girls with his body and aimed at the gourd treasure. He was going to absorb whatever he could to win. Zhang Xiaofan recognized that this gourd was worthy of being a Pill Palace treasure, except that it was quite troublesome for him. Xiaozhu asked the master to let her go because she had to save this pervert. But Yu Uyang replied that she couldn't do that. Immediately after that, the gourd treasure shot at Jiang Xiaofan, but suddenly a silhouette appeared in front of Xiaofan. Liu Chenggen blocked the attack with his own body, then asked the Pill Palace master how dare he insult his Wui Peak disciples. The master of the sect was simply amazed at what he saw. For this power, Liu Chenggen asked the Pill Palace master if he thought it was shameful to use the power of the Divine Emperor realm against a disciple of the Consciousness realm. Jiang Xiaofan asked the elder if he had managed to recover his strength. Yu Ouyang greeted the Wui Peak elder and congratulated him on his return to the summit. Liu Chenggen waved his hand, dropping the gourd on the ground, whereupon he announced that from now on, no one from the Pill Palace would be allowed to climb Wui Peak. The Pill Palace master had to agree with the Wui Peak elder, but he still advised Jiang Xiaofan to stay out of his sight after he passed the core disciple test. Jiang Xiaofan was shocked by his elder's strength, for he had never even considered that his strength would turn out to be so great. Liu Chengnan turned to Jiang Xiaofan. He asked Xiaofan to follow him, and Jiang Xiaofan inquired where they were going. The elder replied that they were returning to the peak of nothingness, then created a portal under Jiang Xiaofan. A moment later, Jiang Xiaofan was high in the sky directly above Wui Peak. Jiang Xiaofan wondered what it was just now. After all, it was capable of teleporting him. Meanwhile, Elder Liu Chenggen also teleported to Wui Peak and told Jiang Xiaofan that he was gaining strength so fast that he already had a heart barrier. And since that was the case, he should start practicing. The elder promised that he would help Jiang Xiaofan get rid of his inner demons. The elder asked Jiang Xiaofan to concentrate and get rid of all distractions, and Jiang Xiaofan did his best to try to do so. Lightning flashed around, and the old man told Xiaofan to go inside the demonic world. When Jiang Xiaofan opened his eyes, he found himself in a gray space filled with fog. Suddenly, he saw Xiaozhu molesting another man, and she insults Xiaofan in front of him. Jiang Xiaofan was stunned by what he heard. He was trying to understand where Xiaozhu could suddenly come from here. At this moment, Xiaozhu noticed Jiang Xiaofan and asked why he was catching her eye again. She said that he was a real pain for her. Afterward, she asked how many times she had already talked about how she didn't like him, and that she would never be with him. Xiaozug demanded that this stinking pervert get away from her. Jiang Xiaofan asked why she was saying such a thing. Xiaozhu asked her sweetie to kill the bastard, to which he replied that he would have no problem with it. After which, the guy demanded that Jiang Xiaofan not molest his Xiaozhu. Immediately after, he summoned a spiritual blade and attacked Xiaofan with it. Jiang Xiaofan had no way of knowing who this was and what the hell was going on here. After which, he ordered the man to explain everything to him and released the golden lightning bolts. Jiang Xiaofan fended off the stranger's blade. After that, the one covered in cracks and burned in purple flames. Just as suddenly, Xiaozhu and the guy started to scatter. Jiang Xiaofan was trying to figure out what had happened, causing these people to suddenly disappear. Before he could think it over, a wryly, smiling little princess appeared behind Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan felt something, and he turned around and saw the princess. She begged her brother to save her. She didn't want to go back. Just as suddenly, the expression on the princess's face changed to an embittered one, and she sent Jiang Xiaofan to hell for not keeping his promise and protecting her. After that, a huge palm began to descend on Jiang Xiaofan from the sky. Jiang Xiaofan couldn't understand what was going on. The strange things were happening one after another. In the outside world, Jiang Xiaofan trembled as he clenched his teeth and emitted a dark aura. Elder Liu tensed up, for this meant that the inner demons had begun to extinguish Xiaofan's will. The elder reminded Jiang Xiaofan not to be afraid of his inner demons and promised to help him. Then, he threw a seal at Jiang Xiaofan. But as she approached, she crashed into the demonic aura barrier, surprising even Elder Liu. This was a bad omen, for Jiang Xiaofan's heart demons had managed to break the demon seal. He must figure out how to rid Jiang Xiaofan of his inner demons as soon as possible. Otherwise, the world of the gods, the God Pavilion. Unexpectedly, the princess suddenly felt her brother's aura, and from the looks of it, things were not good, for her brother was clearly in trouble. The princess hoped her brother would wait for her. She closed her eyes and the crystal on her forehead glowed. Demon world. Jiang Xiaofan was completely exhausted, and during his time here, he still couldn't understand what was happening. The princess started giggling. Then she asked if he really thought he could hide the truth that he had killed her. Jiang Xiaofan panicked. He wanted to know if this would ever end or not. The demonic princess laughed loudly, after which she looked at Jiang Xiaofan and advised him to prepare for his death. Just as suddenly, the demonic heart was ordered to stop, and light began to enter the demonic princess's forehead. After that, a crystal began to form on her forehead, just like a real princess. The princess told her brother that she would help him. She told him to concentrate and not to worry about the demons around him, but to concentrate on one point. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised at how drastically this demon princess had changed, so she also gave him advice. The princess asked him to act as quickly as possible, for this seal would not continue for long. The princess said that no one would save him today, and reaching out to the side used her powers. After that, a large hammer materialized in her hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan began to meditate, trying to concentrate on a single point. But at the same moment, the princess jumped towards him with a sledgehammer in hand. Zhang Xiaofan wondered, what point should he focus on? Suddenly, his body began to blur. The demonic princess managed to overtake the immobilized opponent without any problems. Afterward, she wondered if he was really dead. As the giant Zhang Xiaofan suddenly towered over her, he finally realized everything. He realized his path. He must protect everyone who cared for him. While the demon princess was trying to recover, Zhang Xiaofan ordered the inner demon to die and reached out to her. The demonic princess panicked. She began to beg for him to stop and covered herself with her hands. But Zhang Xiaofan ignored the demon and grabbed the one in his fist, after which he squeezed his hand, getting rid of the demon in his heart. The demon was sure to the end that such a thing should never have happened. After getting rid of his inner demons, Zhang Xiaofan released a huge amount of aura. Finally waking up, he told the elder that he had finally figured it out. He was able to advance, and the power of the Thunder God completely merged with that of Buddhism and Taoism. Elder Liu told the disciple that everything ended very well. Jian Xiaofan thanked the elder for his help, but the elder asked him not to thank him. After all, it was Jian Xiaofan who had completely defeated the inner demons after 3 days. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan's facial expressions changed. He couldn't believe that he had lost 3 whole days. As the elder suddenly sensed an object flying through the air, he warned Zhang Xiaofan, immediately after which the leaf crashed into the tree. Zhu Xidao challenged Zhang Xiaofan to fight tomorrow at the same time, if he is willing, of course. Elder Liu said that it was a matter of life and death, at night of the same day. While lying in bed, Zhang Xiaofan thought that this Zhu Xidao was probably Zhu Yunlin's older brother, and it was all because he had taught Zhu Yunlin a lesson not too long ago. At that moment, Zhu Yunlin promised that he would tell his big brother everything, and then he would never let him go. He is only the first core disciple of the Huang Tianmen sect, and therefore, Zhang Xiaofan is confident that he has nothing to fear. As Zhang Xiaofan suddenly had an unusual sensation, it was as if something had appeared in his head. Concentrating, Zhang Xiaofan found himself in a space that contained 5 of his colored images. Zhang Xiaofan wondered if this space was his inner consciousness. Just who are all these guys, and why do they look like him? Zhang Xiaofan suggested that these 5 were personifications of the ghostly step, the thunder god, Taoist scriptures, Buddhist scriptures, and even demon seals. The force within him took on a human form and suddenly attacked him. Zhang Xiaofan prepared to defend himself against the attacks of the 5 forces as suddenly those forces started to penetrate inside him. Immediately after which, Zhang Xiaofan was enveloped by flames that began to burn him, causing him incredible pain. The 5 forces lifted the host into the air and proceeded to pour into it. Zhang Xiaofan realized that this was very bad, as his body was about to explode due to the overabundance of energy. Meanwhile, a huge aura vortex began to form over Zhang Xiaofan's house. After a while, the vortex began to gradually dissipate over a certain village. Once that one completely subsided, Zhang Xiaofan flew out of the vortex, after which he roughly landed on his butt. When Zhang Xiaofan opened his eyes, imperceptibly, the energy that had been trying to tear him apart from the inside a short while ago glimmered in them. Zhang Xiaofan wondered what kind of dream this was. Zhang Xiaofan looked at his hands, trying to deal with this feeling. Suddenly, spatial power began to flow from his hand. While Zhang Xiaofan was trying to comprehend what was happening, the villagers began to go outside to look at the god who had descended to them. Once Zhang Xiaofan finished, he looked up and saw the villagers worshipping him as if he was their god. Zhang Xiaofan wondered, when talking about God, did they mean him specifically? Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan noticed a flag that was familiar to him. Time traveling wasn't easy, and so one day Zhang Xiaofan left behind a flag. And this is indeed the village where he left the flag in the past. In fact, if it wasn't for time travel, he would never have had so many opportunities. Nearby, several residents said hello to a certain icy beauty and started hitting on her. Hearing the girl's voice, Zhang Xiaofan ducked his eye, thinking that she had a rather familiar voice. While the villagers were praying to Jiang Xiaofan as a god, a trio was found and started harassing none other than Bing Xing. The black-haired man said that his boss was the master of Xiaoyu village, and that if she went with them, she could get whatever she wanted. After which, the second man asked why she was taking so long to think and started to rush Bing Xing. Jiang Kaofan wondered why Bing Xing was suddenly here, and whether it could be that she had been following him all this time. He had already started to imagine Bing Xing sobbing lying at his feet and begging him not to leave since she was really in love with him. But in the end, he decided he had to help the Ice Maiden. Plus, there was a time when these people were also harassing him. Zhang Xiaofan was going to eliminate these people. Bing Xing called the trio shameless and shushed them, releasing a bit of aura, after which she warned them not to dare molest her again. The man never expected to come across a beautiful woman with a treasure. He whispered to his boss that this maiden's treasure was far more powerful than they had seen before, which meant, this means that it's not actually a treasure, it's actually an immortal weapon. Bing Xing ordered the trio to get out of here now, immediately after which those fled in fear, fearing for their lives. Zhang Xiaofan felt awkward. He was going to save the Ice Maiden, but she was as usual. Bing King was surprised to see Zhang Xiaofan and wondered what he was doing here. Zhang Xiaofan smirked awkwardly and replied that it was a mere coincidence. Zhang Xiaofan was sure that even if he told her that he had gotten here after cultivation, she wouldn't believe him. Bing Xing asked if Xiaofan had come here for this, but the man immediately denied it and said he didn't know what she meant. Bing Xing returned the snowflake to her hand and asked Zhang Xiaofan, lest he pretend that he didn't come here for this. In any case, Bing Xing unleashed her strength and shouted out that but belonged to the Ice Palace, and she could not let it fall into the hands of outsiders. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised at what he heard. He asked Bing Xing how something from the Ice Palace could appear in this backwater village. Meanwhile, new people arrived in the village. Murongling ordered the Xiaoyu villagers to heed his words. Then one of the disciples shouted out that he was an immortal who had come here to select new talents. The villagers were amazed that the second immortal in an hour had arrived. They fell to their knees again and began to worship the immortal. Murong Lin asked the villagers if there was a person with the surname Lin in the village. One of the students tossed the bottle and told the residents that anyone who gave them a clue would be handsomely rewarded. The residents thought about it, but they still couldn't remember anyone with the last name Lin. Murong Lin suddenly became serious and asked the residents why they didn't tell him anything. After which, disciple Ziyang grabbed one of the villagers by the neck and ordered him to speak, except that he really doesn't know anything and has never heard of any Lin. By then, Zhang Xiaofan along with Bing Xing had finished their conversation, after which they saw the rampage of the Ziyang disciples. Zhang Xiaofan was simply amazed that he had caught this guy's eye again, and from the looks of it, he had already forgotten about what had happened between them at the talent festival. Bing Xing thought about this to Lina. She wanted to inquire about how the people from the Ziyang sect knew that the former master of the Ice Palace had died here. One of the Bowing Immortals said that there had never been anyone with the surname Lin in their village, and asked the Immortals not to get angry. Just as suddenly, one of the villagers stood up and said that was enough. He admitted he knew who they were looking for, except she was already dead. The man's nearby daughter told her daddy that she was afraid of these people. Murong Lin smirked sinisterly and repeated that that one had already died, after which he grabbed the girl's pendant and asked about this ice jade. The girl tried to break free. Taking the ice jade with her, she said that this jade was a gift from her mother. The girl's father begged the immortal to stop, for this ice jade was the only thing left of the girl's mother. Murong Lin ordered the lowly mortal to stay out of his affairs and shot out a stream of energy. Before the girl could scream, the stream hit her father directly. But once the flood dissipated, everyone saw that the father was alive thanks to one man. Zhang Xiaofan told Murong Lin that he was too proud of himself. Murong Lin was clearly displeased, as he was once again caught by this Zhang Xiaofan. Noticing this, the disciples were surprised as they did not expect to see him here. Zhang Xiaofan created a thunder god sphere, then ordered Murong Lin to let the girl go. Even the villagers were surprised to hear about Zhang Xiaofan. For once they all knew him as a little beggar, but now he was not even recognizable. Once upon a time, Zhang Xiaofan had asked an immortal to accept him as a disciple, but the latter betrayed Zhang Xiaofan and threw him off the cliff, saying that he was too stupid and didn't deserve to be in the Ziyang sect. Seeing the girl beside Zhang Xiaofan, the bald-headed man wondered if it was the ice bitch that had threatened them a while ago. And if it's really her, what would she be doing near this beggar? Suddenly, the entire puzzle in the man's mind came together. He realized that Zhang Xiaofan had appeared here because of this ice maiden, and for that, she had given him her immortal weapon. Murong Ling asked Zhang Xiaofan not to force him to do so, while the girl through her tears begged the immortal to let her go. Zhang Xiaofan asked if the one was going to let the girl go or not. Or did the one just want to fight him? As a bald man suddenly intervened in the conversation, he asked Jiang Xiaofan, how dare he? While the two were talking, the bald man told the villagers about everything, which made them angry at Jiang Xiaofan. They wanted to know how this beggar dared to associate with a great immortal who had visited their village before. The villagers demanded that the beggar not involve their entire village in his problems and demanded that he apologize to the immortal right now. Jiang Xiaofan mentally smirked. After all, he had yet to collect the debt from the villagers who were tormenting him before they decided to come to his door on their own. The villagers kept demanding louder and louder that the beggar repent to the gods. They shouted for him to leave them out of his suicidal squabbles. Jiang Xiaofan smirked maliciously and told Murong Lin that he was asking for the last time. He let his hand pass and asked whether Murong Lin would let the girl go or not. The bald man shouted to the immortal that he would support the immortal's decision to kill this boy for daring to defy the gods. The bald man was already imagining how this beggar would be beaten to death by the gods, after which he could have that icy beauty for himself. Murong Ling lifted the girl higher and told Jiang Xiaofan that he hated him. Since he was asking so much to let the girl go, Murong Ling dared to do so, except he threw her away to distract Jiang Xiaofan. The girl screamed in fear and the man was scared for his little Qiu, as suddenly water appeared under the girl, after which a whirlwind with arms came out of her. Using his new strength, Jiang Xiaofan managed to catch a good catch. He was able to anger Murong Lin even more because he had demonstrated spatial magic. Murong Lin asked, so what if he had awakened spatial magic, because Jiang Xiaofan was not the only one? Jiang Xiaofan brought QQ back to the village, after which she thanked her big brother for saving her. Following behind, her father fell to his knees and began to thank immortal Jiang Xiaofan for his help. But Jiang Xiaofan told the man that he didn't need to thank him for his help. After which, Jiang Xiaofan turned around to Murong Lin and said with a clenched fist that he was just asking to die. Jiang Xiaofan said he could no longer be blamed for this, then took out his spear and attacked using the Thunder God technique. The resident was amazed at what he saw, for it was simply impossible. He asked the boss if the boss had just said that this boy was just a beggar. Then why? Jiang Xiaofan stuck his spear into the ground and used the Thunder God's split solution, immediately after which a wave of lightning swept across the ground, which the bald man tried to run away from. Murong Lin smirked and said that he was waiting for Xiaofan to do so, after which he took out a flaming heart and squeezed it in his hand. Looking at the burgeoning flame in his hand, Murong Lin said, this is a supreme flame heart, and thanks to this heart, he would be able to take down Jiang Xiaofan without a problem. Releasing a flame, Murong Ling explained that the purple-gold flame transformed by the flaming heart was enough to blast Jiang Xiaofan as soon as the flame made contact with the lightning. Jiang Xiaofan was astonished, for Murong Lin has another fiery heart. Murong Ling was aware of the fact that he would use the Thunder God's decree, and once the lightning hit the flames, Jiang Xiaofan would be destroyed by his own Thunder God's decree. If he tried to avoid it, the villagers would suffer. This guy turned out to be really evil. A flame lit up in Jiang Xiaofan's eyes. Murong Ling smirked and asked Jiang Xiaofan if he was a righteous man by any chance. If so, he would be able to watch Jiang Xiaofan choose between himself and these villagers. Jiang Xiaofan clenched his fist in anger, for there was nothing he could do except. Jiang Xiaofan grabbed the air and made every effort to open up the space. Suddenly, a gap of space appeared between Jiang Xiaofan's hands. Murong Ling was astonished by what he saw because Jiang Xiaofan had suddenly decided to create space using his awakened space power. Just as suddenly, the spatial rift rushed upward and began to diverge, drawing the Thunder God's decree ever wider. After which, the Heart of Flames finally caught up with Jiang Xiaofan. But Jiang Xiaofan grabbed the heart of the flame and began to contain it. Murong Lin was simply stunned, feeling such a powerful aura nearby. A barrier appeared around Jiang Xiaofan, which immediately began to be surrounded by raging flames. With extra effort, Jiang Xiaofan still managed to seal the flaming heart. Immediately afterward, he threw it straight into the rift. A moment later, the strongest but still maximally suppressed explosion from the interaction of the Heart of Flame and the Thunder God's pointer rang out in the middle of the village. Stepping out of the flames, Jiang Xiaofan told Murong Lin that he had indeed fatally changed. Emboldened by the flames and even more angry, Jiang Xiaofan recalled that he had indeed warned Murong Lin. But the latter, stuttering on every word, Murong Ling asked Jiang Xiaofan, "No, the Overlord, to stay away from him. At this moment, he could only think of Zhang Xiaofan's strength. It was simply impossible to believe that someone had suddenly become so strong. This is the end. Zhang Xiaofan asked Murong Lin if he had forgotten what he had once been, after which he grabbed the man by his clothes. Zhang Xiaofan lifted Murong Lin up and said, "It seems to him he feels like he has to help him remember everything." Zhang Xiaofan recalled that he had said this before, but if Murong Lin sees him again, he must remember to go around him from afar otherwise. Zhang Xiaofan swung his spear at Murong Lin's face wound and said that otherwise, he would die. Murong Lin cried out in fear and began to beg Zhang Xiaofan not to kill him. Zhang Xiaofan wondered why he shouldn't kill him. As Murong Lin fell to his knees, he told Lord Zhang Xiaofan that he did not wish to die, through shivers and tears. But Murong Lin admitted that he knew that everything he did was wrong, and next time he wouldn't even dare. Murong Lin began to beg Zhang Xiaofan to take pity on him and give him another chance. Zhang Xiaofan smirked sinisterly and asked if he should give him another chance, as he suddenly noticed an interesting pouch hanging on Murong Lin's belt. Another flaming heart reeking from that pouch. Noticing the latter's sudden change in face, Murong Lin took the bag off his belt and said that if he liked it, Xiaofan could just take it. Zhang Xiaofan calculated that this amount of flame hearts would be enough for him to create hundreds of top pills. After thinking for a bit, Zhang Xiaofan asked Murong Lin if he thought that his life was worth all those flaming hearts. Murong Lin was astonished by what he heard and wondered, not enough? After which, he bit his finger and crookedly offered a deal. If he found the treasure today, he would give half to Zhang Xiaofan. Except Zhang Xiaofan wasn't happy with some half of it. Zhang Xiaofan suggested that he still didn't understand everything and used the Thunder God's decree. Murong Lin covered himself with his hands and asked Xiaofan not to hit him, after which he bowed and said that all the treasures would go to Lord Zhang Xiaofan. If he found them, he would give everything, as he didn't need anything. Zhang Xiaofan hid his spear and asked with a satisfied smirk, what kind of realm were they looking for? Through clenched teeth, but Murong Lin said that they were looking for the Shenya mountain stream, a secret realm. Zhang Xiaofan was astonished at what he heard, for the treasure Murong Lin is talking about this treasure is copper. Zhang Xiaofan told Murong Lin that he wouldn't be able to go to the Shenya secret realm. Murong Lin asked, why can't he go there? But Zhang Xiaofan, absorbed in his thoughts, did not reply and only clenched his fist. He had already taken the copper shard from the secret realm, Shenya mountain stream, and now they would go there again. If they went there again, they would only defile the body of the Buddha. Meanwhile, several cultivators arrived at their place. One of the cultivators said that according to Murong Lin, there was a treasure here, except he didn't say where it was. The second cultivator wondered if Murong Lin was going to trick them and take the treasure for himself. Hearing the cultivators talking, Zhang Xiaofan realized that those cultivators had also come for the Shenya mountain stream, except he couldn't let someone desecrate the body of a Buddha. Noticing Murong Lin, the cultivators approached him, after which one of them praised Murong Lin for being one step ahead of them, while the other asked about the guy next to him. Zhang Xiaofan bluntly said that no one was allowed to enter this secret realm. Otherwise, they would all die here. The cultivators were astonished at this insolence. The girl cultivator asked, how dare such a brat stop them? And did he realize who was in front of him? Zhang Xiaofan said that he knows who they are just a pack of dogs of the Ziyang Sect. The girl asked Xiaofan to repeat his words, after which she raised her swords with the rest of the cultivators and threatened to cut off Zhang Xiaofan's long tongue, which she would feed to the dogs afterward. Suddenly, Murong Lin forgot the situation he was in and asked his siblings to kill the insolent man. This guy is trying to stop them since there are some weapons under the rock. Except he doesn't want to go together as he wants to take everything valuable with him. The girl grinned and said, not surprisingly, after which she demanded for the little bastard to answer once he dared to challenge their Ziyang sect. Murong Lin betrayed Zhang Xiaofan once again, causing the latter to even smirk, for he had already pardoned him twice. Zhang Xiaofan summoned the Jade Cauldron and said that if they came even one step closer, it would kill him. Murong Lin shouted to his friends that he was afraid for this guy wanted to kill him. Zhang Xiaofan threw the cauldron at Murong Lin to finally get rid of him, as the girl suddenly blocked the cauldron with her sword, whereupon she asked if the bastard thought they were standing here blind. The girl recalled that she was a member of the Ziyang sect, and asked if he was really willing to try to kill them. Zhang Xiaofan assumed that since she was interfering, she also wanted to die. Zhang Xiaofan swung his spear to summon the fire dragon and said that in that case, he was ready to satisfy her, Then he squeezed the shaft harder and attacked the Xiang girl, which shocked her, because he used the triple divine power. The girl somehow managed to suppress the force of the attack and rolled to the side, after which she was able to sigh because of the experience and asked, "How did he get triple divine power?" This guy turned out to be too powerful, but just who was he? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan appeared right beside the girl and had already drawn his spear, causing the girl to scream loudly. But the situation was saved by her fellow students attacking Zhang Xiaofan with their spiritual soldiers. Bingxing wondered if there was anything she could do to help Zhang Xiaofan, and even summoned a snowflake to save him from Ziyang's disciples. But Zhang Xiaofan asked her not to interfere and turned into a whirlwind and instantly destroyed all the spiritual weapons flying at him, which was almost impossible to defeat. Zhang Xiaofan refused to help just to personally get Muronglin. He ordered all the Ziyang disciples to disperse, then shook them. Zhang Xiaofan asked Muronglin where he was going. Zhang Xiaofan asked Muronglin where he was going. Muronglin wondered if he was the one he was talking about. For in that case, he goes, while Muronglin was talking Zhang Xiaofan's teeth, a sword was already flying towards him. This moment will finally come when Zhang Xiaofan, who hated him, will die. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan reached back and grabbed the sword by the hilt. Zhang Xiaofan asked Muronglin to repeat what he wanted to say. A shocked Muronglin asked how the man had even managed to do that. Zhang Xiaofan broke the spiritual blade and reminded that he had already given Muronglin 2 chances. He had no intention of giving a third. Muronglin released his green aura and ordered Zhang Xiaofan, lest he be too. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan grabbed his face. He told Muronglin that he was going to die today. Muronglin shouted at the top of his voice, and his lips dried up. Muronglin told Zhang Xiaofan that if he killed him today, the Ziyang sect would never let him go. The girl shouted at Zhang Xiaofan that he was just a bastard. Then she threatened that the Ziyang sect would persecute him for the rest of his life if he touched their sect. Zhang Xiaofan replied that if the Ziyang sect came to him, he would leave no one alive. If 2 people came to him, he would kill them both. After which he squeezed Muronglin's head and said in a lighted voice that all he wanted was death. After a few seconds, Zhang Xiaofan let go of Muronglin, causing him to cower to his side. And afterward, he began to burn, leaving behind only his clothes. The Ziyang girl was horrified because of what had happened. She ordered to kill this guy for real. Xiaofan said that he is Zhang Xiaofan always does what he says. Xiaofan shouted that no one would be able to enter the Shenya mountain stream secret realm today. The girl asked why they couldn't go there. Zhang Xiaofan replied that his master was resting there. Now the girl understood why this guy was so strong. From the looks of it, his master, one of the disciples asked, since this guy's master was resting in the mountain stream, why don't they? As the girl suddenly ordered Zhang Xiaofan to listen to her. Zhang Xiaofan had killed one of the members of the Ziyang sect, which meant they could never let him go. Zhang Xiaofan quickly armed himself and said that if they wanted to die, he would let them die quickly. Ziyang's disciples were shocked, for this guy had now demonstrated the power of the Thunder God's decree. The girl cursed to herself. As it turned out, this guy not only possessed and could control the powers of the 3 gods, but also control the thunder clouds. Since that was the case, she ordered everyone to retreat. As she left, she warned Zhang Xiaofan to wait for his time, for the Ziyang sect would soon take revenge on him. Bingxing, who was watching the fight, was surprised by Zhang Xiaofan. She could already hardly believe that Zhang Xiaofan had single-handedly chased all these people away. His strength had once again increased even though not much time had passed since their meeting. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan grabbed her shoulder and asked, what was she looking at while everyone was leaving? Bingxing turned to Zhang Xiaofan as the latter smirked and said that he had handled it just as he had told her. He then recalled that she also wished to go to the Shenya mountain stream to find something for the ice palace. He asked where it was since he was going to go with her. Bingxing asked if he really wasn't going to stop her. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan picked her up by her waist and quickly carried her to the edge of the cliff. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xiaofan, along with Bingxing, jumped off the cliff. The villagers fell to their knees and said goodbye to the immortals. As Bingxing walked downstairs, she noticed the very grave that Zhang Xiaofan was talking about. Zhang Xiaofan said that this was his master, after which he bowed to his grave. Bingxing wondered if Master Zhang Xiaofan was really buried under this mountain stream. Bingxing turned to Mr. Zhang, but he raised his hand and said it was fine. Whereupon he pointed to the lake and said that if there was any mystery here, it could only be hidden under this clear lake. Then he approached the lake and, noticing something strange, agreed with his hypothesis. Zhang Xiaofan took off his outer clothes, then told Bingxing that he would dive in and check everything. Seeing Jiang Xiaofan without his outerwear, Bingxing was embarrassed and tried to look away. She agreed to leave this difficult job to him. Jiang Xiaofan dived into the lake and began to dive deeper and deeper. This lake is really very strange. It's much deeper than it should be. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan noticed something golden glowing at the bottom. Jiang Xiaofan swam up to the shining object and touched it, as it suddenly started releasing a huge amount of aura. It was a boundary. Meanwhile, Bingxing was starting to worry about Jiang Xiaofan. After all, he had been underwater for more than a minute. Suddenly, ripples rippled across the water, and Jiang Xiaofan immediately surfaced from it, causing Bingxing to secretly gasp. Jiang Xiaofan extended his hand and asked for Bingxing to give him her hand. Bingxing blushed even more and asked, "What is this for?" To which Jiang Xiaofan replied that he would take her with him. As it turned out, there was a boundary at the bottom of the lake that he had never noticed before. Without thinking for long, Bingxing still extended her trembling hand to Jiang Xiaofan. As they sank to the bottom, Bingxing herself was able to see the boundary that Xiaofan was talking about. Jiang Xiaofan asked Bingxing to wait for a while he escorted her out. Bingxing asked him to be more careful, but Jiang Xiaofan reached for the border, as a vortex appeared near her, pulling everything inside. While Jiang Xiaofan held Bingxing's hand, Bingxing reflected on the fact that he was the first man to touch her hand. Jiang Xiaofan said that the treasure she mentioned should be here. Bingxing promised herself that if Jiang Xiaofan refused to marry her in the future, she would cut off that arm. Meanwhile, a black-haired man had been sealed abroad for years. Being swallowed by the vortex, Jiang Xiaofan and Bingxing fell into a kind of space. Sensing the guests, the man opened his red eyes and asked who was here. But Bingxing immediately asked the demon lord not to give them any trouble. Immediately after, Bingxing took out a snowflake and asked the demon lord if he remembered it. Just seeing this snowflake, the demon lord opened his eyes wide and started trying to break free of the chains. He knows what is in the hands of the guest, and he only wanted to know one thing: is it her descendant? The demon lord asked if she was okay, to which Bingxing bluntly replied that she was dead. The demon lord was stunned by what he heard. Suddenly, a red aura began to emanate from him, and he asked who it was. He wanted to know the name of the person who killed her so he could kill him. Bingxing replied that he himself was the one who killed her. Hearing this, the demon lord calmed down and asked about it. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan walked in front of Bingxing and addressed the demon lord. He told him that the heavenly demon sect was the most powerful demonic sect, and the magic they practiced would absorb the life force of everyone around them. Absorbs the powers of all, but the mistress of the ice palace accidentally got pregnant with his child. Bingxing had in no way expected that Jiang Xiaofan could know so much, except how could he know it? The demon lord was surprised to hear this. He interjected, "Is she pregnant by him?" Bingxing turned to the demon lord and asked him to calm down, as he suddenly tensed up and started laughing loudly, after which he repeated the name of his sect several times. If only it wasn't for this heavenly demon sutra, he wouldn't have taken the demonic path. Not to mention it killed her. Suddenly, an even thicker aura began to emanate from the demon lord, and he shouted that this demon lord didn't deserve all of this. The demon lord began to growl loudly, trying to break free of the chains as light suddenly burst out of his shackles. Immediately, sealing symbols appeared all over his body. The demon lord demanded to be released. He wanted to break out of this dungeon. Following the symbols, the demon lord's body began to be covered in flames. Jiang Xiaofan raised his spear and warned Bingxing to be more careful. After calming down a bit, the demon lord took a breath and said that he was making them laugh at him. One stick of incense later, the demon lord said he was sure they hadn't come here just to tell him the news. Bingxing agreed and said that they had come here to retrieve the item from the ice palace. The demon lord clenched his fists when he heard this. Just as suddenly, he started spewing out more and more demonic aura. He shouted that they were all from the ice palace. They were all really in a hurry to die. Jiang Xiaofan was astonished after seeing this. He wanted to understand what kind of magic this was. The demon lord kept releasing huge amounts of aura until his shackles were finally destroyed. He finally broke free. And in that case, he'll send everyone to the other side after her. The demon lord roared, then he pushed off and flew towards Jiang Xiaofan. The demon lord's hands were covered in an aura, turning them into deadly weapons, which was clearly a bad sign. The demon lord quickly caught up with Jiang Xiaofan, but the latter still managed to block his attack. Jiang Xiaofan accepted that the demon lord controlled powerful demonic energy and used powerful magic skills. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan's spear broke apart as if it was an ordinary spear and not a spiritual weapon. As it turned out, it was all about the demonic aura. It could destroy the spiritual spear. Bing Xing approached Zhang Xiaofan and said that he was no opponent to a demon lord with the power of a heavenly demon. Bing Xing offered him her help, immediately after which she used frost techniques. Zhang Xiaofan shouted for her to stop, after which Bing Xing directed her falling light at the enemy. The demon lord asked the younger one if she thought the falling snow would be able to stop him. The demon lord unleashed a powerful flame, after which it turned into chains, and they all rushed towards Bing Xing, immediately after which they chained her. Things were not good, for the heavenly demon sutra is capable of destroying the ice palace mistress. It could also destroy his spear, and perhaps even the heavenly demon sutra could destroy the falling snow. Just as Zhang Xiaofan had suggested, the heavenly demon sutra began to devour the falling snow little by little. Seeing this, Bing Xing folded the seal, and in the name of falling snow she used 3 feet of ice, as suddenly even that began to crumble. The demon lord extended his chains to the falling snow and continued its destruction. He wished to destroy this weapon. Zhang Xiaofan came to the conclusion that he had no choice but to pull out that sword. 3 feet of ice was destroyed, but Bing Xing rebuilt it again. The demon lord asked not to waste time on this. After all, he was the one who had found this immortal weapon together with Ning Ruo. After which, he attacked Bing Xing to send her to where Ning Ruo was now. Zhang Xiaofan ordered the demon lord to stop it, and suddenly, but he managed to break those demonic chains. The demon lord was astonished at what he saw, for this was his heavenly demon sword. Just as suddenly it exploded, releasing even more aura. The demon lord asked Zhang Xiaofan where did he get the heavenly demon sword from. Shattering the chains, the heavenly demon sword returned to its new master's hands, after which Zhang Xiaofan shouted to the demon lord that he was here to fight him. The demon lord said that this sword used to belong to a god, but he had sealed it away in a secret realm. The demon lord asked the young man where did he get that sword, after which he once again began to attack Zhang Xiaofan with chains, except this time Zhang Xiaofan could already cut those chains. Zhang Xiaofan asked the lord not to misunderstand him. After all, he didn't steal this sword. Cutting chain after chain, Zhang Xiaofan revealed that this sword recognized him as its master. The demon lord couldn't believe that the sword recognized him as the master, because it was simply impossible. It was a demonic sword. While Zhang Xiaofan is not even one of the demons, Zhang Xiaofan was forced to accept the demon lord's words. The sword of the heavenly demon is indeed a demonic sword, except that the Taoist master seal is capable of destroying all demons. The demon lord couldn't believe what he had seen. He asked Zhang Xiaofan if his teacher was a holy Buddha, which Zhang Xiaofan immediately confirmed. Bing Hong was surprised as she looked at Zhang Xiaofan's heavenly demon sword. Bing Xing asked him to use the Taoist seal to break his demonic seal. Only the demon lord was clearly unhappy that the disciple of the holy Buddha wants to take this sword. He would never be able to allow it, and if he wanted to obtain the heavenly demon's sword, it would only be from the bottom of his grave. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan was chained by the demon lord. Bing Xing shouted for him to be careful, for a new chain was already flying towards him. Bing Xing realized that she was the reason why Zhang Xiaofan was in this situation, and therefore she must save him. Bing Xing once again called out to the falling snow. Immediately afterward, the immortal weapon was still able to give resistance to the demon lord's chains. The demon lord did not expect such a thing, for it was not to be. Seizing the chance, Zhang Xiaofan summoned the heavenly demon sword and shattered the chains restraining him. Immediately afterward, he leaped to the demon lord and said that, since his master had passed away, now he would have to take care of the demon lord. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan drove the seal straight into the demon lord's head. But the one wasn't going to tolerate this one, the demon lord shouted. With his name, Zhang Xiaofan put a seal on the demon lord. Immediately afterward, the demon lord began to be consumed by golden flames. He shouted for Xiaofan to stop. But Zhang Xiaofan continued on his way. As suddenly, the demon lord once again exploded with energy being consumed by the golden flames. One stick of incense later, after the demon lord woke up, he noticed that he had an incredibly bad headache. Just as suddenly he remembered that the ice palace had come to him and asked the younger ones how they were. Zhang Xiaofan greeted the elder as he finally woke up. The demon lord looked at his hands and asked Zhang Xiaofan if he had hurt him during the battle. To which Zhang Xiaofan replied that fortunately not, as he had a Taoist seal that the master had given him. Otherwise, Bing Xing might have. Hearing this, the demon lord began to sprinkle himself with curses and tried to tear out his hair. After which, the latter shouted to Leng Qingyang that he had sworn an oath to Saint Buddha. But then why was he unable to control this cursed energy? The demon lord fell to his knees and said that if he had truly hurt them, he, Leng Qingyang, asked for their forgiveness. Zhang Xiaofan asked if he really wished to apologize. Leng Qingyang agreed with Zhang Xiaofan. He admitted that he was at fault and offered to take whatever Xiaofan wanted. At this moment, Bingxing opened her eye and said through her pain and fatigue that she wanted to take the item from the ice palace. Before Leng Qingyan could reply, Bingxing lit the ice flame and said that if he continued to insist on not giving it back, she could only fight again. Zhang Xiaofan asked them to wait, after which he inquired about what this thing even was. Leng Qingyang bowed down and said this thing, and tears flowed from his eyes. Ning Ruo congratulated Leng Qingyang for founding the Heavenly Demon Sect. Leng Qingyang asked Ning Ruo to believe him, because when the Heavenly Demon Sect becomes the greatest sect, then he, Leng Qingyang, will marry her. Ning Ruo asked if he promises. Leng Qingyang hugged Ning Ruo and said that he would swear this to her, and then no ice palace or anyone in the world would be able to separate them. Ning Ruo said that she believed what he said. She then suggested that he take something, and when that day came, he would bring it back to the ice palace. But Leng Qingyang refused to take that thing after all. It is Ning Ruo's weapon of life. Ning Ruo placed a bell in his hand and confessed to Leng Qingyang that he was as important to her as she was to him. Leng Qingyang squeezed his hand, realizing what kind of bell Ning Ruo had given him. Then tears came to his eyes, and he promised. He promised that the day was not far away. He promised her that the day would be soon. This bell is the only one that Ning Ruo left him. Bing Song inquired about the relic. Leng Qingyang said that since this item was of great importance to the ice palace, he was willing to give them anything they wanted. Suddenly, the bell ignited with icy flames and flew into the air, creating a projection of Ning Ruo. Even Bing Xing was amazed by this, for this was nothing but the spirit of life. It meant that the former head of the ice palace had given this person her spirit of life. Even Zhang Xiaofan was surprised by this. After all, it meant that she wasn't afraid to do this. Leng Qingyang covered his face with his hands and said that it was indeed Ning Ruo's life spirit. But he would rather destroy the ice palace by coming there than bring it back. Leng Qingyang asked, what was the point of all this? For in the end, he never managed to keep his promise. Bing Song recalled that Ning Ruo had long since died, so what else would the ice palace do but get her spirit warrior? Leng Qingyang shook his head protestingly and admitted that he wasn't sure about it. They should personally ask the ice palace about it. Bing Xing told the Heavenly Demon Lord that in that case, as soon as she grabbed the bell, Ning Ruo's projection immediately became covered in cracks and shattered into shards a second later. Zhang admitted that he didn't think so, which surprised Bing Xing, after which he moved closer and whispered that once the master died, the weapon's aura would immediately dissipate and the ice palace would only be left to use this useless bell. Bing Xing was embarrassed and asked, did he happen to think that she didn't notice it right away? After which, Bing Xing held out the bell to Leng Qingyan and asked him to take it away, because the ice palace no longer needed it. Birds were frolicking on the watery lookout of the mountain stream. Suddenly, a vortex began to form on the surface, scaring away all the birds. And after a few seconds, Zhang Xiaofan and Bing Xing finally made their way out of the Heavenly Demon Lord's dungeon. Bing Xing still couldn't stop pondering about Heavenly Demon Lord Leng Qingyang's feelings for Ice Palace Mistress Ning Ruo. Leng Qingyang still insisted that they take Ning Ruo's bell for themselves. Ning Ruo had originally suffered because of his demonic aura, and now her own weapon would be stuck here forever. Through tears, Leng Qingyang said that she would feel very sorry for her, whereupon he waved her off and asked that the guests take her spiritual weapons and leave. Let her see the outside world again. Jiang Xiaofan picked up the Ice Maiden by her arm and shoulder and turned to her. But she ignored Jiang Xiaofan and suggested that she should hurry back to the Ice Palace. Jiang Xiaofan apologized and said that he wouldn't be able to go to the Ice Palace. If one counted how much time it was now, a life-or-death battle with Zhu Shidao was about to take place. Suddenly, from Xiaoyu's village, screams were heard. The girl was asking for her mother's gift to be returned to her. Jiang Xiaofan recognized that voice. It was the little girl he had saved before. Elder Xiong grabbed the ice jade and asked the wretched mortal how she dared to appropriate the treasure. He asked if that meant they had stolen it from another immortal. QQ replied that he was not, and called him a bloodthirsty old man. QQ's father asked the immortal to leave her mother's item to the girl. Elder Xiang was surprised at this mortal's insolence and asked if he had to return this to them. Immediately afterward, he ripped the ice jade off the ribbon and said that a mere mortal was not worthy of the treasure. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan said that it was shameless to rob a mortal and threw his spear at the old man's hand, causing him to drop the ice jade. Just as suddenly, Ning Ruo's bell trembled. Bingxing released the bell, immediately after which it flew straight towards the ice jade, and slammed into him, creating a blinding flash. As soon as the flash dissipated, Ningruo's bell merged together with the ice jade, which was simply unimaginable. Sect Elder Ziyang rejoiced as he also got his hands on the second treasure. And since that was the case, he said that this treasure should also belong to the Ziyang sect, and reached for it. Just as suddenly, the pendant dodged Elder Ziyang's hand. Immediately afterward, he flew to the girl. As it flew toward its mistress, the amulet stopped and began to glow, after which he recovered the ribbon and returned himself to the girl's neck. But something surprised her much more. Suddenly, Chukyu felt her mother's aura emanating from this amulet, whereupon she closed her eyes and soared above the ground. When Chukyu opened her eyes, her gray eyes were completely icy. Due to her excitement, Chukyu's father turned to her. Just as suddenly, Chukyu unleashed a powerful ice aura. Chukyu's father was astonished by what he saw. For this, he couldn't understand what was happening to her. After the girl released her aura, Elder Ziyang was able to recognize the aura of the ice palace in her. As it turned out, this ice jade was a treasure that sealed a portion of Ningruo's cultivation within it. Elder Ziyang took out a huge axe and said that from now on, this treasure should belong to his Ziyang sect. Zhang Xiaofan was astonished, for this ice jade actually turned out to be the most valuable treasure of the ice palace. And from the looks of it, Bing Xing originally wanted to find this particular treasure. Zhang Xiaofan pulled out his spear and ordered Elder Ziyang to get out of here. But the elder called him a bastard and reminded him that Zhang Xiaofan had recently killed his disciple Murong Ling, for which he had never settled his score. The elder offered Zhang Xiaofan a deal. He would not interfere with him today, and he in return, he would agree to spare Zhang Xiaofanu's life. QQ approached Zhang Xiaofan with Elder Ziyang. But Zhang Xiaofan interrupted her, telling the old man that he thought too much of himself. After all, as long as he is here, the elder will never be able to steal anything belonging to Bing Xing, QQ said, sensing her fear. Just as suddenly, she changed abruptly and asked who they were. And starting to gather a huge amount of frost aura, the girl said that she was Ningruo's daughter, after which she asked if the daughter was hers. Bing Xing realized that this girl had her predecessor inside her, hence she greeted her. Ningruo noticed that there was snow in the air, and it appeared to have come from behind those two. Elder Ziyang quickly realized what was going on and pointed at Zhang Xiaofan and shouted out that the bastard was bullying a little girl. Before Zhang Xiaofan could marvel at the insolence of this old dog, how Ningruo believed the old man, and accused Zhang Xiaofan of lying to her. Zhang Xiaofan clenched his spear tighter and attacked the old man, shouting that everyone in the Ziyang clan was truly the same. The elder asked if the man was angry about being exposed as bullying the weak. The elder was glad of what had happened, for this was the price for killing his disciple. Just as suddenly, Ningruo appeared in front of Zhang Xiaofan and grabbed his spear and asked, how could he only dare to threaten her descendant? She said that he deserved to die for it, right after which his spear was quickly iced and destroyed, as if it wasn't a spiritual weapon but ordinary ice. This was probably the former Ice Palace mistress's true strength, and since that was the case, Jiang Xiaofan took out more spiritual weapons from his spatial bag. Ningruo praised Zhang Xiaofan. He showed her not even bad strength at all, after which she raised her hands and created an ice tornado, from which the ice blade showed afterward. She promised that she would save his body for his funeral. Zhang Xiaofan asked, did that mean he should thank her for it? He suggested she attack, if she wasn't afraid, of course. Elder Ziyang was astonished by what he saw. Besides Zhang Xiaofan being able to control so many spiritual weapons, he also had to find them somewhere. Except, it was useless against the power of the former Ice Palace mistress. He wouldn't be able to defeat her even if he brought a lot more spiritual weapons with him. Ningruo in QQ's body was surprised by so many spiritual weapons, but what's worse, her body wouldn't be able to withstand. Ningruo raised her ice blade and released her sword intent. At the same moment, Zhang Xiaofan's spiritual weapon flew towards her, but was immediately destroyed by Ningruo's aura. After dealing with Zhang Xiaofan's weapons, Ningruo aimed at Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan said that it wouldn't be that easy. Ningruo caught up to Zhang Xiaofan in the blink of an eye, after which she stabbed his chest with her sword. With anger in her eyes, Ningruo ordered him to burn in hell, while Bing Xing was horrified that Zhang Xiaofan had been injured. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan's body began to blur into thin air. Zhang Xiaofan reminded Ningruo that he had already told her that he was not her opponent, immediately after which his hand appeared behind Ningruo and snapped off the ice jade. The frosty aura dissipated, after which Chukyu fell to her knees. But no sooner had she fallen to the ground than Zhang Xiaofan picked up Chukyu and sighed as this was finally over. Suddenly, Chukyu opened her eyes and a second later, her pupils iced over once again. Immediately after which she bounced aside, calling Zhang Xiaofan a shameless savage. Ning Ruo once again took the ice blade and used a sword moan. As she suddenly realized that something was wrong here, just now she was so close to this child, but she felt no hostility, which meant Ning Ruo swore, then shifted her blade to Elder Xiang and asked, "How dare he deceive her?" The elder tried to understand what had just happened. But that was enough for Ning Ruo. She revealed that, as expected, this old man's fear intensified when she targeted him, which meant that he had actually circled her. He managed to trick her descendant, and even managed to trick her. Ning Ruo shouted at the old man for being too brazen and attacked him with her ice sword. But the elder blocked the sword with his axe. He was surprised that she had figured it out. But what surprised him even more was such a powerful force, which was clearly not a good thing. Ningruo shouted that this wasn't the end and folded the seal, immediately after which an ice flower appeared behind her back. Ningruo explained that no one dared mock her descendants, and the flower bloomed. Immediately after which, Ningruo attacked the elder with ice flower petals. The old man managed to block the petals with his axe, but things were not so good. Elder Ziyang was beginning to panic, for if this continued, he would soon be unable to hold back the attacks. Ningruo ordered the ice flower to smash this old man. Immediately after which, the ice flower's strength increased, and it destroyed Elder Ziyang's axe. While under the snow hail, Elder Ziyang cursed the ice palace. But since he was in a losing position, he would have to retreat. The elder put his hand behind his back and created a purple flame. After depriving her opponent of his weapon and further weakening him, Ningruo grabbed her ice sword and rushed to attack. Elder Ziyang promised that he would still remember the humiliation from the ice palace. Immediately after, he used his flames and held Ningruo down with her sword. Taking the chance, Elder Ziyang laughed and flew away, saying that he would still meet the ice palace. Ningruo was clearly unhappy that this old man had managed to escape. That old man is acting too sinister, but her power is already being dissipated by QQ. And so she's not sure if she'll be able to do anything if he wants revenge. Ningruo turned to the younger ones and said there was one thing she hoped to agree with. Bingxing asked Zhang Xiaofan to do what the former Ice Palace mistress wanted to ask. Zhang Xiaofan smiled and asked him to tell him about it. After that, Ningruo told her that QQ was her descendant and that she did not wish for her to return to the Ice Palace. But now that her power was about to dissipate, it might be time to bring her back. Bingxing told the older woman that she understood everything. After which, she bowed and said that QQ had such talent that it was simply unacceptable to bury him in this small mountain village. Ningruo smiled for the first time and said that she could now safely leave them. Immediately after that, Ningruo's icy aura began to leave QQ's body. Lastly, Ningruo told QQ that she was counting on her, and when she comes of age, if she doesn't want to stay in the Ice Palace, then she can leave. Ningruo left her offspring's body knowing that everything would be all right. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaofan picked up QQ and asked her to be careful. Bingxing asked the eldest not to worry because from now on, she would treat QQ as her own. Zhang Xiaofan turned to Bingxing and put his hand on her shoulder, but the latter asked him not to worry, as she was perfectly fine. Bingxing told the mortal who was QQ's father that from now on this girl was the heir of her ice palace, and as a holy maiden she would bring her back to the ice palace and train her. QQ's father was confused by what he heard. He said that QQ. Bingxing unleashed her frosty aura and asked if the other person didn't like something. The man asked if she could not leave. He tried to explain that it was then the identity of the woman from the Ice Palace that had made her the E. Bingxing explained that if QQ didn't return to the Ice Palace, what happened a few minutes ago might happen again, and asked if he would be able to protect her next time. From not knowing what he could do in this situation, tears flowed from the father's eyes, and he asked the immortal if she would let him say goodbye to his daughter one last time. To which Bingxing replied that he could do it. One stick of incense later, Huang Tianmen Sect. After Bingxing and QQ guided Zhang Xiaofan into the sect, Zhang Xiaofan said goodbye and said that he had to leave. Bingxing admitted that she had already heard that Mr. Zhang was going to fight Zhu Shidao in a deadly duel. Zhang Xiaofan told her not to worry about it, because there was no way Zhu Shidao could defeat him with his current strength. Bingying was forced to agree with Zhang Xiaofan and asked him to take care of himself, after which, Zhang Xiaofan said goodbye to Bingxing and left. Looking at the back of the departing Xiaofan, Bingxing smiled and blushed as she thought of him. Zhang Xiaofan finally returned to the Huang Tianmen sect, where everyone was already discussing something. Immediately afterward, he returned to his peak of Aove. After climbing the peak, Zhang Xiaofan told his brothers that he had returned, but they were surprised to see him here. Lin Quan asked the boss, "Didn't he leave to hide from Zhu Shidao?" After which Tang Yu asked why he decided to return to the sect. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised at what he heard and asked why would he be the one to hide. After which, the brothers recalled that the battle with Zhu Shidao was due tomorrow morning, and Zhang Xiaofan had escaped from the sect early in the morning. They wondered, wasn't he going to seek refuge? Zhang Xiaofan taught his brothers a lesson to knock the thoughts of all sorts of hiding places out of them. He explained that he was in training. Besides, why would he be afraid of some Zhu Shidao? Lin Quan and Tang Yu looked at each other after hearing that he was only practicing, not running away. Suddenly, Lin Quan wept and hung onto his boss, begging him not to fight. After all, it was rumored that Zhu Shidao had entered the Saint Realm a few days ago, while Zhang Xiaofan was only in the realm of consciousness. Tang Yu hung onto Zhang Xiaofan just like Lin Quan, and all the while he was agreeing with his brother. He began to beg his boss not to be so impulsive, for impulsiveness was the devil. Zhang Xiaofan asked his brothers if they thought that he wouldn't be able to compete with Zhu Shidao. Lin Xuan and Tang Yu silently looked at each other as they thought about what they had heard. Immediately afterward, they stood up and bowed synchronously, saying that they didn't think so in any way. There was suddenly an oppressive aura from their boss. Apparently, he was getting angry. The atmosphere was diffused by Elder Lu, who greeted Zhang Xiaofan. He welcomed Zhang Xiaofan back and asked how he was feeling, to which Zhang Xiaofan replied that he was in full health, after which he thanked Elder Lu for all his advice. Elder Lu stroked his beard and said that it was all unimportant because it was actually Zhang Xiaofan who was too perceptive. Elder Lu asked his disciple if he was ready for a mortal combat tomorrow morning, to which Zhang Xiaofan replied that he was naturally ready for it, after which he added that he would kill Zhu Shidao tomorrow. The next morning, the disciples of the Huang Tianmen sect gathered to watch the deadly duel between Zhu Shidao and Zhang Xiaofan. Some of the disciples had not even heard of this Zhang Xiaofan, so they bet on the famous Zhu Shidao, while the rest bet on Zhang Xiaofan because he was tough enough to start a fire in the Pill Palace itself, so they thought that he could not lose. Suddenly, some of the disciples began to ask the others to be quiet because their patriarch was coming. Immediately afterward, the sect patriarch Huang Tianmen walked onto the stage along with the Pill Palace master. The patriarch coughed, whereupon he announced that today would be a mortal battle between Tianheng Peak's senior disciple, Zhu Xidao, and Wui Peak's disciple, Zhang Xiaofan. Finished, the patriarch waved his hand and created blue plates, with which he immediately closed the arena as a barrier. After which, the patriarch asked that everyone take their seats, after which the sect elders also sat down in their seats. The Pill Palace master wondered, how did this bastard only dare to fight Zhu Shidao? He clearly doesn't know what he's doing, but even if he was confident of his victory, today, Zhang Xiaofan would definitely die at the hands of Zhu Shidao. Some time ago. After arriving at the place, Zhu Shidao asked the Pill Palace master why he wanted to see him, and was there really anything he could do for him? The Pill Palace master said that he had heard that tomorrow morning, Zhu Shidao would fight Zhang Xiaofan to the death from Wui Peak, whereupon he took out a pill vial. Zhu Shidao confirmed the elder's words, after which he explained that he wanted revenge since Zhang Xiaofan had beaten up his brother Yunlin. The Pill Palace master inquired if he wished to kill Zhang Xiaofan, to which Zhu Shidao replied that of course he wanted it. The master of the Pill Palace explained to Zhu Shidao that there was only one pill in the vial in his hand, and this pill is referred to as a mixture of purified cinnabar. Zhu Shidao was astonished upon hearing the name of this pill. This particular elixir is rumored to be able to increase strength tenfold in an instant. The Pill Palace master said that it was because of this that Zhu Shidao would be able to win tomorrow's fight. Zhu Shidao squeezed the vial in his hand and said that he would definitely kill this bastard. Finished with everything, the patriarch waved his hand and asked the fighters to leave. The first to enter the arena was Zhu Shidao. The audience immediately began to discuss how much Zhu Shidao's strength had increased since the last time. Many even believed that he would definitely be able to win, after which he made a bow and introduced himself as Tianheng Peak's disciple. Zhu Shidao, Xiao Shuo, Lin Xuan, and Tang Yu supported Zhang Xiaofan before exiting. Immediately afterward, he jumped into the arena second. Zhang Xiaofan made a bow and introduced himself as a disciple from Wui Peak, Zhang Xiaofan. Zhu Shidao summoned his spiritual weapon in the form of a large sword, after which he smirked and told Zhang Xiaofan that he would kneel before him today and beg for mercy. After finishing his greetings, Zhu Shidao immediately summoned a bird from the thunder to prepare for the attack. The spectators were astonished by this turn of events, for it was a thunderous sword of destruction, which meant that Zhu Shidao had decided to use his killing move at the very beginning of the fight. Seeing his opponent's lightning power, Zhang Xiaofan wasn't too frightened, unlike the spectators. But since it is fated that they both wield the power of thunder, he will show everyone his thunder god decree. Immediately, the sky was covered in clouds and began to fill with a huge amount of thunderous aura. The spectators were astonished by this, because it meant that Zhu Shidao's sword was so powerful that it could cause changes in both the earth and the sky. This meant that Zhang Xiaofan would clearly not be well in a fight with him. Summoning the thunderclouds, Zhang Xiaofan promised everyone that he would show them what the power of thunder really was. Zhang Xiaofan shot into the sky with the power of the thunder god's decree. As soon as it came into contact with the clouds, the thunder god's decree completely covered the sky with lightning. The spectators who thought it was Zhu Shidao's handiwork started shouting together to kill Zhang Xiaofan. Except all of this was not Zhu Shidao's doing. Even he was amazed by the changes in heaven and earth. Such a thing simply couldn't happen since the power of the thunderous sword of destruction wasn't that great yet. Suddenly, a huge thunder snake appeared from behind the clouds and immediately pounced on Zhu Shidao's bird. After the collision between the snake and the bird, the spectators began to question what was happening, for this was clearly wrong. At this point, some of the spectators began to guess that it was actually Zhang Xiaofan fighting such a huge thunder force, not Zhu Shidao. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Zhu Shidao's sword began to be covered in cracks and was already on the verge. Zhu Shidao reflected on the fact that his thunder sword of destruction was a top-grade spiritual weapon, which only meant that Zhang Xiaofan's strength. The lightning struck the thunder sword of destruction again, and it disintegrated into shards. The audience could not believe what they saw. After all, Zhu Shidao's spiritual weapon is extremely strong, but as soon as it appeared on the stage, it immediately shattered. Zhang Xiaofan asked Zhu Shidao if he was going to fight him until his death, after which he asked who he was going to humiliate by fighting with destroyed spiritual weapons. Zhu Shidao let out a loud curse as he had not expected that the opponent would be so strong. And since that's the case, it was Zhang Xiaofan who forced him to do this. Suddenly, Zhu Shidao released a huge amount of aura, causing his clothes to tear and a golden dragon mark to appear on his body, after which he soared, thanks to the ever-increasing power of thunder, and his thunder took the form of 4 beasts: an azure dragon, a red bird, a white tiger, and a black turtle with a snake wrapped around it. The onlookers were almost speechless from something like this, except none of them had seen of such a killing move. Moreover, none of them had heard of such a move, and he probably wasn't from the Huang Tianmen sect. Even Zhang Xiaofan was surprised because of the pressure exuded by such an unusual technique. Elder Liu thought about the aura exuded by Zhu Shidao's technique. Suddenly, he remembered what this technique was, and it was bad. Elder Liu explained to Zhang Xiaofan that it was an evil art of using souls to nurture souls. Zhu Shidao called out to the souls and commanded that they all... Zhu Shidao pointed at Zhang Xiaofan and ordered the spirits to devour him, immediately after which the 4 beasts pounced on Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan was the first to be caught by the white tiger, which immediately struck him with its claws. Xiaosug told the perverted man to beware of this attack, immediately after which Zhang Xiaofan disemboweled the white tiger. Zhang Xiaofan said that they were just a couple of evil spirits, then asked how Zhu Shidao was going to kill him with them. Zhang Xiaofan raised the heavenly demon sword and summoned the powers of the 3 systems. Immediately after, his sword was covered in shimmering flames. Seeing this, Zhu Shidao smirked and praised Zhang Xiaofan as he clearly had potential. Except today, Zhang Xiaofan will die by his hand. Zhang Xiaofan told Zhu Shidao that he was dreaming too much, and then swung his sword, shattering all the spirits at once. The Pill Palace Master was astonished since Zhu Shidao appeared to have so many tricks. But remembering that very trick, the Pill Palace Master could no longer hold back a smirk. Watching the battle, Sect Patriarch Huang Tianmen thought about the fact that nurturing the soul with the soul translates its yin into evil. The Patriarch's face creased, since such evil arts are not the legacy of the Huang Tianmen sect. So then where could Zhu Shidao have learned it? The Patriarch asked Elder Liu what he thought about it, to which the elder replied that it was a battle between life and death, and that he had no right to interfere in it, except that Zhang Xiaofan is his disciple, and if Zhu Shidao defeats him with his techniques, he will have nothing to say. Unless, the Patriarch asked the elder not to worry about it. After all, if Zhu Shidao actually defeats Zhang Xiaofan in such an evil way, Then even the Huang Tianmen sect would not tolerate it. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan was trying to figure out what was going on right now. These beasts keep rebelling and you can't kill them no matter how hard you try. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan heard Elder Lu's voice. The elder told him that with the evil art of soul lifting, a true soul would never die, and a demon's soul would never fade away. Zhang Xiaofan thought about what he had heard while looking at these beasts as it suddenly hit him. The only way out of this situation is to kill the target's true soul. Having quickly dealt with the beasts, Zhang Xiaofan accelerated thanks to the ghostly footsteps. Zhu Shidao laughed. He explained to Zhang Xiaofan that no matter how hard he tried, he would still die from the paws of those beast souls. Zhang Xiaofan asked if this was true, immediately after which a sly smirk rose on his face. Zhang Xiaofan sheathed his sword in flames and asked Zhu Shidao who he thought he was. Zhu Shidao was surprised by Zhang Xiaofan's attack and asked what was wrong with him. He then called out to the black turtle to protect him from the attack. The black turtle caught Zhang Xiaofan's sword with its mouth. Zhang Xiaofan said that it was just the shadow of a cruel soul and ordered the sword to seal it, immediately after which the sword broke through the black turtle. After piercing through the turtle, the heavenly demon's sword flew past Zhu Shidao, injuring him in the cheek. Zhu Shidao was furious because Zhang Xiaofan had managed to break through his beast souls, and since that was the case, he would have to use the pill obtained from the master of the Pill Palace. Zhu Shidao broke the vial, releasing the pill outwards. The spectators were amazed to see the hybrid pill. After all, it was rumored to be an elixir capable of instantly increasing strength by dozens of times, and Zhu Shidao had something similar. Zhang Xiaofan was slightly surprised after sensing the aura of this pill. Zhu Shidao advised Zhang Xiaofan to prepare for death and swallowed the pill. Zhang Xiaofan asked what he was talking about, and if Zhu Shidao would like to fight him with elixirs, because in that case, he had quite a few of them in store. The onlookers were shocked when they saw these purses, because each of these purses contains gold pills, which is too much. It's too many pills for one person. Zhu Shidao began to meditate to digest the pill he had eaten, and Zhang Xiaofan simply threw a bag of gold pills into his mouth while asking if he thought he was here without the pills. After ingesting the pills, Zhang Xiaofan and Zhu Shidao were ready for the final round of their fierce battle.